Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 628 to Chapter 678. Luo Zhao wasn't the only one. Chen Yu and Feng Yu's mouths twitched as well. Only the three of them knew what had happened back then. Naturally, they also knew that when they fought with Fengshe was already on the verge of death, and he was lying on the ground like a corpse, waiting to be pummeled. Alright, when did both sides end up in mutual destruction? As for the assault, Fengshe said that he was severely injured, and Luo didn't make a move at all. Seeing Xianxia getting more and more furious as he spoke, Fengshe began to fall into a daze. Was I really beaten up by Luo? Why don't I have any recollection of it? Nonsense. We can testify that the situation wasn't like that. Fengshe was already injured back then. Chen Yu couldn't hold himself back anymore and exclaimed anxiously. Fengshe was injured? Fine, let me ask you then. How did Fengshe get injured? Who injured him? As a 5-star master teacher, it's impossible for him to remain silent after being injured by someone else, right? Knowing that the other party would say such a thing, Xianxia flung his sleeves. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Chen Yu's forehead. I might have remembered wrongly. Fengshe had fallen from the sky to stop Fengshe and the others, and he had nearly fallen to his death. On top of that, he had gone against the code of conduct. This matter couldn't be leaked out. Otherwise, if word were to spread, Fengshe would be a goner. Since he couldn't speak of this matter, how did he get injured? One must know that Fengshe had just met with the crown prince in the morning, and yet, in the afternoon, he was reduced to a pile of mud. There was no way he could explain this. Why? Are you going back on your word now that I've spoken the truth? Xianxia was so furious that it seemed as though he was going to set the surroundings ablaze. Even if you didn't go back on your word, Wushi had witnessed how the two of you worked together to humiliate Fengshe. It's not a big deal for you to speak up for him now, right? How can anyone believe such words that are laced with emotions? Chen Yu's face twitched. Even though Wushi was drinking at the moment, he must have seen how they worked together with Luo Zhao to humiliate Fengshe. At this moment, there was no way he could deny it even if he wanted to. Xianxia waved his hands and said, Alright, it would be best for you and Fengshe to keep quiet for now. After all, the both of you are in an alliance. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yu was just about to say something when the crown prince interjected, Enough. Don't say anything for now. Let this young man finish what he has to say. In fact, Wushi wasn't the only one who saw it. He also saw how the three of them purposely mocked Fengshe when they presented the gifts. It was obvious that the three of them had joined hands. Since that was the case, their words could not be trusted. Thank you, Crown Prince. Xianxia nodded. Before the Crown Prince arrived, Fengshe was injured by them and arrived a moment late. As a result, he was humiliated by them. You can ask Wushi about this, I'm not lying at all. Fengshe is a little late. Wushi nodded. Thank you, Wushi, for speaking up for me. Xianxia clasped his fist once more. They injured Fengshe, stole his treasure, and provoked us here. Their motive is to make our Hongfeng Empire lose its slot. Now that the evidence is clear, I beseech the Crown Prince to make a decision. It's easy to make a decision. Your words do make sense, but... You said that Luo stole Fengshe's treasure. May I ask what kind of treasure it is? Can you explain it in detail? The Crown Prince asked. As the Crown Prince, he wasn't an incompetent individual. Even though the young man's words were flawless and logical, and Luo Zhao had admitted to it, he still didn't believe that 3 5-star master teachers would do something as despicable as snatching. Indeed. You said that I stole Hong Qian's treasure, but what kind of treasure did I steal? If you can't tell me, I'll take it as you slandering a master teacher. If it's light, your master teacher license will be revoked, and if it's heavy, you will be executed on the spot. Hearing those words, Luo Zhao's eyes lit up, and he bellowed anxiously. You say that I stole Fengshe's treasure? Fine, tell me what I stole. If I can't tell you, let's see what you can do about it. As a 4-star master teacher, slandering a 5-star master teacher, just this crime alone is enough to make you unable to make a comeback. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. It's one thing for you to deny the fact that you stole someone else's treasure, but to think that you would act so righteously. Since that's the case, I'll make sure that you're convinced. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He turned to look at Hongshi and said, I'll have to trouble Hongshi. Trouble me? Hongshi shuddered. Xianxia, feel free to speak. At this moment, he was filled with admiration for the fellow before him. That mouth of his was truly able to turn the dead into a living god. The reason why he came late today was clearly because he was waiting for him, but in the end, it turned out that he was treating his injuries. Coupled with the gibberish from before, everything was logical and there was not the slightest bit of inconsistency. Even he, the person in question, felt that his words were logical and logical. Did Luo Zhao, Feng Yu, and the others steal his possession? To be able to come up with such a flawless plan, could it be that the other party had already thought of this when he sent him to Luoshi, Fengshi, and the others? If that was the case, then this was way too fearsome. Simple. Xianxia changed to a telepathic message. You want me to? Upon hearing those words, Hongshi's eyes widened, and his pupils narrowed. Go. Whether we can expose the other party's true face or not will depend on you. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Go? To hell with it. Recalling the words the other party had said in his ears, Hongshi's body trembled, and he nearly burst into tears. You're not trying to expose him, you're trying to kill me, right? Don't worry, just think about the battle between Ruohuan Gongzi and Qin Lei, and you'll understand. Seeing through the other party's dilemma, Xianxia consoled. Ruohuan Gongzi and Qin Lei? Hongshi was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, given Ruohuan Gongzi's strength, it should have been impossible for him to get into the top 8. Back then, he was facing Qin Lei, and even Xianxia himself thought that Qin Lei stood no chance at all. Yet, this fellow poured a bowl of meat soup on Qin Lei's face, and Ruohuan Gongzi managed to turn the tables. Just the thought of it was incredible. From the looks of it, this must be the other party's method. However, what the other party wanted him to do was indeed similar to what Ruohuan Gongzi had done back then. All right. Knowing that the other party was doing this for his own good, Hongshi hesitated for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and walked over to Luoshi with widened strides. What are you up to this time? Seeing that the other party didn't say anything about the treasure he had stolen and instead, he invited Hongshi over, Luo Zhao was perplexed. There's something I would like to trouble Luoshi with, and I hope that you can cooperate with me. Xianxia raised his wine cup and continued drinking, ignoring Luoshi's words. On the other hand, Hongshi stood before him and clasped his fist earnestly. Cooperate? Why should I cooperate? Luo Zhao gritted his teeth. You guys have already turned black into white, so why should I cooperate with you? Am I just waiting to be framed? If you don't cooperate, it means that you have a guilty conscience, and there's no need to continue. Don't worry, the truth can't be faked. Hongshi said. Alright, I'll cooperate. How do you want me to cooperate? Hearing the other party's words, Luo Zhao knew that if he didn't cooperate, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. By then, it would be difficult for him to explain himself. Thus, Luo Zhao gritted his teeth and harumphed. Fine, I'll cooperate then. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves. In any case, as long as you don't say what treasure I have stolen, I'll win regardless of what excuses you have. Stand up. Place your hands behind your back and don't move. Hongshi beckoned. Humph. Even though Luo Zhao was on the verge of exploding, he still stood up and placed his hands behind his back. Ah, right. Maintain this posture and don't move. Hongshi adjusted the other party's posture and found the most comfortable position for him. Then, he suddenly raised his palm and sent a slap over. Pa, the slap was crisp and clear. What? The crown prince was dumbfounded. Wuxia was dumbfounded. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Is this the cooperation you speak of? Maintain my posture and allow you to slap me? Screw you, Hong Qian, I'll kill you. Luo Zhao was stunned for a moment before he finally came to his senses. The slap left him dizzy, and he even lost a few teeth. If he didn't go berserk, he would really be a fool. You told me to maintain my posture, but it turns out that you're just preparing to slap me. Hong Qian, Luo Zhao, will never forgive you. Luo Zhao was completely frenzied. Ignoring the crown prince and Wuxia on the stage, he raised his palm and struck down on Hong Qian. Hula, his Xianxia was as sharp as a saber. Even before it arrived, the air was already distorted. As a transcendent mortal six-dan master teacher, regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or experience, he had reached an extremely high level. Even a mountain could be reduced to dust in the blink of an eye, needless to say, a human. Luo Zhao's attack struck empty air. Taking a closer look, he saw that Hong Shi, who had slapped him a moment ago, had already returned to his seat. He was holding a cup of fine wine in his hand leisurely, as if nothing had happened at all. Die! Luo Zhao roared furiously. Ever since he became a master teacher, he had never suffered such humiliation. To be slapped in a posture in public. Was there anything more despicable than this? Luo Zhao was just about to charge forward to have a duel with Hong Qian when the young man who had just spoken bellowed indignantly. Enough, Luo Shi. This is the Crown Prince's residence, the banquet hall. What do you mean by this? Luo Zhao nearly burst into tears. You also know that this is the Crown Prince's residence, yet, you still instructed that slut Hong Qian to slap me? To make my teeth fall all over the floor, I was the one who was injured, and yet you speak so righteously. As if you were the one who slapped me. Luo Zhao turned to Wuxia and the Crown Prince and said, Hong Qian has insulted me. I beseech the two of you to grant me a duel to the death with him. Before Luo Zhao could finish his words, the young man not too far away interrupted him. Crown Prince and Wuxia, didn't you say that you wanted to know what treasure he stole from Hong Shi? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble and let others think that I'm making irresponsible remarks, I'll write it out now. After which, he flicked his wrist, and the 4 treasures of the study appeared before him. Dipping them in ink, he began writing swiftly. Write it down? The Crown Prince nodded. It was indeed best for him to write it down. This way, Luo Zhao wouldn't be able to prepare in advance. At the same time, he would be able to ascertain whether the matter of him stealing the treasure was real or not. Very well, let's see what you can write then. Otherwise, not only will I have to fight Hong Qian to the death today, I'll have to kill you too. Luo Zhao bellowed furiously. Where was the disposition of a master teacher in him? Luo Xian and Bai Jianhai glanced at one another, and their lips twitched. To be honest, if they were in Luo Zhao's place, they would have gone insane by now. It was already a miracle that they could still restrain themselves from killing the other party. Kill me? Paying no heed to Luo Zhao's roar, Zhang Xian began writing furiously. A moment later, he put away his brush and passed the paper he had just written over. Grabbing the paper, the Crown Prince and Luo Shi scanned through it, and they were stunned for a moment before putting it down. Then, they turned to Luo Zhao and asked, Luo Shi, can you pass your storage ring over so that we can inspect it? Why wouldn't I dare? He had no idea what was written on the paper, but he had never stolen anything before, so he had absolute confidence in himself. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of being inspected. After harumphing coldly, he removed the storage ring from his hand and passed it over to the Crown Prince. Taking the storage ring, the Crown Prince scanned it with his consciousness, and not too long later, he flicked his wrist and took out a gourd. Luo Shi, what's this? Seeing the Crown Prince taking out the gourd, Luo Zhao clasped his fist and said, I value wine as much as my life, so this is the wine I prepared for you. Wine. The Crown Prince glanced at Luo Zhao and asked, Are you certain? Your Highness, it's wine. I'm certain. Luo Zhao nodded. All right. The Crown Prince opened the gourd, and a rich wine aroma immediately filled the room. What a strong wine aroma. It's indeed wine. Could it be that Luo Shi stole a bottle of wine? Surely not. Even if the wine tastes good, it's still just wine. How much can it be worth? Indeed. Let's see what the Crown Prince has to say. Smelling the wine aroma, everyone was perplexed. Could it be that all of this was just because Luo Shi had snatched a bottle of wine from Hong Shi? Cultivators paid attention to their cultivation, pills, artifacts, and wealth. Their appetite for good food had already been diluted. No matter how good the wine was, it wasn't worth it. This is it? The Crown Prince looked at the young man not far away. Yes. Xianxia nodded. That's not right. This is indeed wine. Hearing his confirmation, the crown prince and Wuxia looked at each other and frowned. When they uncorked the bottle, they also took a look. It was indeed wine, completely different from what the young man had written. There's no need to be anxious. It's easy to test whether it's true or not. Standing up, Xianxia walked up to Fengyu and asked, Fengshe, may I trouble you with something? No, Fengyu shrunk his neck and shook his head. Trouble me? What a joke, you must be thinking that I haven't sustained enough injuries yet, so you want to beat me up again. The first time I met you, you threw me down from the sky, and after that, Hongshi pummeled me. Putting that aside, just a moment ago, when Hongshi said that he wanted to seek Luoshi's help, he ended up slapping him. Under such circumstances, if I were to fall for it, I'm a dog. Don't worry, this is a good thing. Seeing how Fengyu was on the verge of fainting upon hearing his request for help, Xianxia was speechless. I'm really doing this out of goodwill, but look at how scared you are. I'm a master teacher, not a demon. Why do you look as if you've seen a ghost when you heard my invitation? Even if it's a good thing, I won't go. Fengshe shook his head vigorously. Alright, forget it then. Seeing that the other party wasn't willing to help, Xianxia scanned the surroundings before turning to Bai Jianghai. Baishe, come over here. Bai Jianghai's lips twitched, and he nearly burst into tears. Who did I offend this time? Didn't I just boast back then when we were in the finals? Surely you don't have to bear grudges until now. Don't worry, I'm just asking you to prove that this isn't wine. Seeing Bai Jianghai's expression, Xianxia shook his head. Alright then. Gritting his teeth, Bai Jianghai walked over. Seeing that Bai Jianghai was standing properly, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his hand. Come, stretch out your hand. Bai Jianghai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, gritted his teeth, and stretched out his arm. Not bad. With a light chuckle, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the dagger turned into a ray of light, plunging straight into Bai Jianghai's arm. Ah! Bai Jianghai cried out in agony, and his body trembled uncontrollably. If only he had known that it wouldn't be a good thing, he would have never thought that the other party would send him up just to stab him. Looking at the fresh blood flowing down his arm, Bai Jianghai couldn't help but feel regret. If only he had known, he would have learned from Fengyu and feigned death. I knew that it wouldn't be a good thing. Seeing this sight, Fengyu heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that it wouldn't be a good thing when the other party sent him up. Now that he saw the other party bleeding profusely, he felt that not going up was the wisest decision in his life. Don't panic. Seeing that Bai Jianghai was on the verge of tears, Xianxia consoled him. Then, he turned to the crown prince and said, I'll be troubling your highness and Wuxia then. The crown prince nodded his head and passed the wine gourd over. After receiving the gourd, Xianxia shook it in his hand before turning to Luo Zhao. Luo, I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure that this is wine? It's wine. Luo Zhao nodded his head confidently. Alright then. Without any further explanation, Xianxia held the wine gourd in his left hand and the dagger in Bai Jianghai's arm with his right hand. Slaw, fresh blood spurted out from Bai Jianghai's arm. In an instant, Bai Jianghai's face turned pale, and his vision darkened. Even though it was only his arm that was stabbed, the pain was unbearable. Bear with it. Seeing Bai Jianghai in such a state, Xianxia chuckled and poured the wine in his left hand onto Bai Jianghai's wound. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the wine came into contact with Bai Jianghai's wound, a huge reaction immediately occurred. The wound on his arm healed at a visible rate, and in just a few moments, it was as if he had never been injured in the first place. Could it be that this isn't wine but Saint Recovery medicine? Indeed. Only Saint Recovery medicine is capable of healing wounds in the blink of an eye. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. There was no cultivator who wouldn't get injured, and Saint Recovery medicine was a necessity for all cultivators. No matter how valuable Saint Recovery pills were, it would take at least a few days for the wound to heal completely. Take Fengshe for example. If Saint Recovery medicine could heal his wounds quickly, he wouldn't have rushed over with a swollen face. Yet, this wine was able to heal such a ghastly wound with just a touch of it. Wasn't this too frightening? Only the legendary Saint Recovery medicine would be able to achieve such an effect. My wound. Bai Jianghai thought that it would take at least half a month for his wound to heal, but who could have thought that just a little wine would heal it completely? He widened his eyes in disbelief. Wasn't this too incredible? On the other hand, Fengshe, who was still gleeful a moment ago, was clutching his chest, unable to catch his breath. His intestines were turning green from regret. It turned out that the other party had sent him up to test the Saint recovery medicine. If only he had known that this was going to happen, he wouldn't have put on such an act. If he had just gone up, his wounds would have healed by now. Alright, that's all I have to say. I'll leave the rest to the two of you. Paying no heed to the shock of the crowd, Xianxia placed the wine gourd back on the table, clasped his fist toward the crown prince and Wushi, and walked away. Luoshi, you said that this is wine, but it's actually a Saint recovery medicine. Why don't you explain yourself? The crown prince asked impassively. Luoshi's lips twitched, and his body swayed weakly. If I were to say that, it's really wine, would you believe me? At this moment, he felt as if he was going insane. It was common knowledge that he loved wine as much as his life. This wine gourd was something that he carried with him everywhere he went, and it was filled with his favorite wine. When did it become a Saint recovery medicine? You are still trying to quibble at this point? The crown prince slammed the table furiously. Everyone had witnessed the prowess of the medicinal wine, and yet, the other party was still trying to quibble? What in the world was he up to? Did he think that he, the crown prince, was an easy target? Xianxia, I'll have to trouble you to recite this. After berating the crown prince, he flicked his wrist and tossed the piece of paper that Zhang Xian had just written to Qinyu. Yes. Catching the piece of paper, Qinyu opened it, and as he read on, his face paled. Luoshi stole the medicinal wine that Fengshe had spent a huge sum of money to obtain. This medicinal wine is capable of treating injuries. Ordinary wounds can be healed by just pouring a little of it on them. What else do you have to say for yourself? The crown prince turned to Luo Zhao and asked. Luo Zhao's vision darkened. The truth was right before his eyes, how could he refute it? If he didn't steal it, how could Xianxia know that it's medicinal wine and its effects so clearly? The crown prince continued. Luo Zhao was frenzied. What was going on? He couldn't figure it out now. It's all you're doing. Suddenly recalling something, he glared at Zhang Xian with a ferocious look on his face. It's all that fellow's doing. His medicinal wine had been turned into a Saint recovery medicine. It must be his doing. This gourd of medicinal wine was something that Fengshe intended to present to Wushi and the others as a meeting gift, but you ended up stealing it instead. It's fortunate that Fengshe left some for me back then, so I was able to treat my injuries swiftly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to return with my injuries. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian shook his head and said, this gourd of medicinal wine was something that Fengshe intended to present to Wushi and the others as a gift, but it ended up being snatched away by you. It's fortunate that Fengshe left some for me back then so that I could recover from my injuries swiftly. I see. Hearing those words, the crowd came to a realization. They had been wondering why Fengshe was completely unharmed when Fengshe and the others were the ones who had beaten him up. As it turned out, he had left some recovery medicine behind to treat his injuries. This way, everything that had been illogical previously made sense. Luo Zhao, what else do you have to say for yourself? The crown prince looked at Qinyu with deep disappointment in his eyes. Yesterday, I said that I resembled Wu Jing when I was younger, and everyone scoffed at me. Lao was furious, so he posted a picture of himself and Wu Jing on his WeChat public account. After comparing the two of them, they really do resemble each other. Lao's nickname in high school was really Wu Jing, and it wasn't a lie. If you want to take a look, you can search for Sweeping the World on WeChat and follow him. I have nothing to say. After a long moment of contemplation, Luo Zhao sighed. He really couldn't figure out what was going on. Inside the gourd was the 1,000 cups of intoxication, which he had summoned by from Pu Fengzhai earlier in the morning. He didn't expect that it would turn out to be a healing medicine. It could be said that there was no way he could explain himself now. If he didn't snatch the other party's possession, how did the other party know that there was a healing medicinal wine in his storage ring, admitting that he had snatched it? At the same time, he felt wronged. One must know that between master teachers, due to their standing, he would only say a few words at most. He hadn't even touched Hongshi before. When did he snatch anything from him? Furthermore, it was such a precious medicinal wine. You don't need to feel wronged. If you think that we are slandering you, there is still a cup of medicinal wine left after treating Hongshi's injuries. I can show it to you now. Knowing what Luo Zhao was thinking, Xianxia said calmly. With a flick of his wrist, a wine cup appeared in his palm. The fragrance of the wine permeated the air. Who is willing to try the effects of this wine? He looked at the surroundings. I'll do it. Feng Yu stood up with a determined look. Oh, Bai Shi, it's better if you do it. Zhang Xian lowered his head. Feng Yu. Cough cough. Bai Jianghai, who was in the midst of drinking, nearly choked on his wine. With a helpless look, he stood up and said, I'll do it myself. After which, he used his finger as a sword and shot out a surge of Xinqi. In an instant, a wound appeared on his arm, and fresh blood flowed. Chuckling lightly, Zhang Xian poured the wine in his cup over. Tzzzzzz. A few breaths later, the wound was as good as new, and there wasn't the slightest trace of a scar on it. Your Highness, Wu Shi, can you prove it now? After which, Zhang Xian clasped his fist once more. Yes. Yi Qian nodded. The fact that he knew what was in the other party's storage ring and even took out a medicinal wine with the same effects was more than enough evidence. As a 5-star master teacher, you stole the treasures of others. This is unforgivable. Yi Qian flung his sleeves and looked at Luo Zhao once again. His eyes were filled with anger and disgust. Previously, Zhang Xian still had a favorable impression of this master teacher from a vassal state. Who could have thought that he would actually commit such a shameless act? Hongshi and Zhangshi, it's my fault that such a master teacher has appeared in the Miryu Empire. May I know, how do you intend to deal with this matter? From the way Hongshi addressed him, he knew that the young man's surname was Zhang. Although he stole something from me, His Highness is welcoming an honored guest today. I don't want to cause trouble on such a joyous occasion. As long as he hands over that gourd of medicinal wine, we will not pursue this matter. Hongshi cupped his fists. I agree with Hongshi. Zhang Xian nodded. Not going to pursue the matter? Everyone was stunned. Initially, he thought that given how forceful Luo Zhao was, with the crown prince backing him up, Hongshi would surely embarrass him and even lose his master teacher license. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that as long as he handed over the medicinal wine, Hongshi would not pursue the matter. What kind of magnanimity was this? Look, they are both 5-star master teachers from vassal states, yet you want to humiliate the other party every day. On the other hand, the other party is clearly in the right, yet he is neither servile nor overbearing. Even the crown prince and Wu Shi couldn't help but look at Hongshi and Zhang Xian in a higher light. Luo Shi, did you hear that? Are you going to return that bottle of medicinal wine or keep it for yourself? The crown prince asked. I will return it. Luo Zhao was also stunned. He thought that since the other party had successfully framed him, the other party would definitely make use of this opportunity to ruin his reputation. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that the other party had no such intentions. Since you are willing to return the bottle of medicinal wine, Wu Shi, I'll treat it as a greeting gift from our Hongfeng Empire. Hongshi clasped his fists. This, Wu Zhen hesitated for a moment before agitation flashed across his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, on behalf of the 6th princess, I thank Hongshi. This was a saint recovery medicine. Any physical wound would be healed with just a drop of it. With this, he wouldn't have to fear even if he were to be injured in the future. It's nothing much. Hong Qian clasped his fist and sat down. Then, he turned to look at the young man not too far away, and the curiosity in his eyes deepened. Previously, when Luo Zhao, Qin Yu, and Feng Yu were working together to force him into a corner, he was already prepared to embarrass himself. Never in his dreams did he expect that Zhangshi would make a move and turn the situation around. Not only so, he even caused Luo Zhao to nearly break down. He was well aware that Luo Zhao didn't rob him, but why did the other party suddenly become unable to refute his words? Zhangshi, about the matter just now, unable to hold it in any longer, he sent a telepathic message over. Oh, it's just a little trick taught by my teacher. It's nothing worth mentioning. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Luo Zhao, Qin Yu, and Feng Yu had worked together to make Hongshi fall into the trap and embarrass himself. If they had really done so, they would have lost their slot to the cleansing lake. Thus, he couldn't help but make a move. As for the medicinal wine that could treat injuries, Hongshi had provoked Luo Zhao into executing a battle technique, and the Library of Heaven's path had seen through his weakness of loving wine. Thus, it was easy for him to deduce that the medicinal wine was stored in his storage ring. In truth, the wine in the gourd was indeed ordinary. The reason why it could treat injuries was because he infused a few surges of Xianxia into it when he shook the gourd. The Heaven's Path Xianxia was formless and intangible. Even a 6-star master teacher wouldn't notice it when it was mixed into the pungent wine, needless to say, the crowd. Naturally, it was his intention for Hongshi to spare the other party. The expulsion of a 5-star master teacher was a huge matter. If they were to pursue the matter, the headquarters would definitely send someone over. While it was fine for him to fool them with his words, if they were to investigate the matter thoroughly, it would be easy for him to give himself away. After all, he couldn't possibly allow Xianxia to reveal the source of the medicinal wine, right? Since that was the case, he might as well not pursue the matter and leave a good impression on the crown prince and the others. Since he had already taken advantage of the situation, he had to remember not to pursue the matter. Knowing that it was Xianxia who had taught him this, Hongshi scratched his head and fell silent. Since a high-ranked master teacher like Xianxia was involved, it was impossible for him to understand the matter. Thus, he decided not to think too much about it. Thank you all for your gifts. Other than welcoming Wushi and the others, there is another matter that I believe all of you should understand. Knowing that he would lose face before his seniors if he were to pursue the matter, Crown Prince Yi Qian glanced at the crowd and changed the topic. Understood. Hearing that the main event was about to begin, everyone sat upright with a grim expression on their faces. The purpose of the banquet tonight was to welcome everyone and introduce themselves to the seniors of the Master Teacher Academy. Secondly, it was to determine the distribution of the slots. Since only Wushi had come, and he had caused so much trouble, it was impossible for the banquet to continue. Since that was the case, they might as well redeem some of their dignity. The cleansing lake is the foundation of our Miryu Empire, and it is extremely beneficial to consonant spirit realm experts and above. The reason why all of you have come to the capital after going through so many trials is to cultivate in the cleansing lake and advance your cultivation. Yi Qian smiled. However, this year will be different from the previous years. I will need you all to take out 3 slots. I know that these slots are extremely important to all of you, so I invited all of you here to discuss the rules for the selection process. This way, we can choose the slots without harming the harmony of the cleansing lake tomorrow. We will follow your highness's decision. The crowd clasped their fists and replied. This matter concerns everyone's slots, so I dare not make any decisions. Let's think of a better idea together, and we can discuss it together. Yi Qian said. Your Highness, Hongfeng, Feng Yuan, Qianfeng, and Zhuyi vassal states will take 3 slots each. There will definitely be some who will be able to get a slot, and some who won't. I have a suggestion, but I'm not sure whether I should say it or not. After a moment of silence, Jinyu stood up and spoke up. Speak. Yi Qian said. Simple. Since each vassal state only has 3 slots, why don't we have a competition among the 4 vassal states, and the one who ranks last will be disqualified? Jinyu voiced his thoughts. As for the competition, it's simple. Since the top 3 of the tournament are here, we'll have them compete with one another. In other words, each vassal state will send out their top 3 to compete with one another, and if they win 2 matches consecutively, it'll be the victory of the vassal state. If they lose, they can only admit defeat. I agree with Qianxi's suggestion. Since the slots are related to their own interests, it's only natural for them to put in more effort in the competition. Besides, even if they lose, they can only blame themselves for being inferior. They can't blame the vassal states for it. Feng Yu said. I agree as well. Luo Zhao nodded in agreement. Fighting for the slots through one's own efforts is in line with Mingshi Tang's unyielding spirit. Wu Zhen nodded. All right then. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qian nodded in agreement. Honestly speaking, the other party's suggestion wasn't too bad. By using the vassal states as a unit, it would be able to inspire the unity of the cultivators and encourage them to put in more effort. However, since it's a competition, there has to be some content to it. May I know what your thoughts are on the content of the competition? Yi Qian asked. I've considered this as well. Chen Yu chuckled. A tournament is the most suitable method for a competition between master teachers. However, this kind of competition involves many aspects, so there's no need for it to be so complicated. Why don't we just compete in cultivation? The cleansing lake is beneficial to one's cultivation, so naturally, one has to fight with the strongest martial prowess. This is the most direct and simplest method. Indeed, a duel would be the best. It saves us the trouble too. Feng Yu and Luo Zhao agreed. Humph. Hearing those words, Xianxia and Xianxia glanced at one another. Only then did they understand the other party's motive. The top 3 of the 3 vassal states had consumed the consonant spirit pill and raised their cultivation significantly. Even the weakest among them was a cultivation realm higher than Luo Xian and the others. If they were to compete in a duel, how could they possibly be a match for them? Even if a monster like Xianxia wasn't afraid of them, they could only compete in a single match each. If Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai were to lose, there was nothing they could do about it. It seemed like the other party knew that it was impossible to stop them, so they came up with such a method. Shameless. The cleansing lake is extremely beneficial to one's soul cultivation, so it is indeed the most suitable venue for a duel. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qian nodded. Alright, let's have a duel of cultivation then. Out of the 3 duels, 2 wins will be the best. However, in a duel, harmony is the most important. As long as one side admits defeat, the duel will be over. There's no need to fight to the death. Your Highness, I don't agree to this method. Xianxia stood up. The other 3 powers had clearly thought of a way to push them down. If they were to agree to it, wouldn't they be doomed to lose? Even though the other party had let Luo Zhao off and didn't pursue the matter, it was useless against the other party's alliance. After all, this was related to the welfare of the master-teacher tournament, and no one would allow a vassal state to bear the reputation of being defeated for personal reasons. Besides, Luo Zhao wasn't a fool. He knew that he was framed by the other party, so putting aside gratitude, he would surely be thinking of ways to exact vengeance. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. As for Feng Yu, he had been pummeled beyond recognition, and he had been holding a grudge against them. As the only one who wasn't injured, how could Yu back down? Naturally, he shouldered the right to speak. Most likely, they had discussed this beforehand. Yi Qian turned to look at Yu. Your Highness, you should have seen it as well. They have consumed the consonant spirit pills, and their cultivation has risen significantly. On the other hand, we have just arrived at the capital, so we didn't have a chance to purchase any pills. Our cultivation is lower than theirs, so the chances of Hongfeng Empire winning are slim. Xianxia asked straightforwardly. There was nothing to be afraid of. The other party had consonant spirit pills while they didn't, so it wasn't a big deal. Master teachers are different from other occupations. Even though cultivation isn't the most important factor, it is still a necessity. Without sufficient cultivation, everything else will be for naught. You can't blame us for failing to find the consonant spirit pills, right? Chen Yu harumphed. The cleansing lake is beneficial to one's cultivation, so a low cultivation isn't an excuse. Feng Yu interjected. Xianxia, we both know what happened this afternoon, so let's not talk about it. We can settle this grudge in the future. However, having the juniors compete in terms of cultivation to determine the number of slots is the fairest and most suitable method. If you think that you can't win, you should just admit defeat. Luo Zhao also looked over coldly. The 3 of them had a common enemy, and they immediately forced Xianxia into a desperate situation. Admit defeat? Just as Xianxia was at a loss for words, Xianxia spoke again. That's impossible. If anyone were to admit defeat, it would be you. That's right, it's also you who admitted defeat. Knowing that the young man possessed extraordinary wisdom and thoughts, Xianxia nodded in agreement. We admit defeat? We've already told you the rules, but you don't even dare to compete. What are you trying to do other than admit defeat? Chen Yu sneered. The rules are whatever you say? Xianxia raised his eyelids. That's right, the rules don't belong to your family. Hongshi also reacted and continued to chime in. The rules don't belong to our family. If you think it's inappropriate, you can bring it up. However, it's fine as long as everyone agrees to it. Qianyu's lips curled up. The meaning behind his words was simple. The three of them had already formed an alliance. No matter how good the rules were, it was useless if they didn't agree to it. Hongshi understood the meaning behind Qianyu's words. He turned to look at the young man to see how he would respond. Oh? It's good that we know that the rules don't belong to your family. It just so happens that I have a new rule that I would like to bring up. Let's discuss it together. Xianxia chuckled. I'm all ears. Qianyu said. However, it's hard to say whether you will agree to it or not. I believe that you will agree to it. Xianxia looked at Qianyu impassively. Since it's a duel between the vassal states, why must it be limited to the top three? If they are injured, should they enter the cleansing lake tomorrow? That's right. Hongshi's eyes lit up. What do you suggest then? Qianyu frowned. Hee hee. Xianxia chuckled lightly. My rule is simple. You 5-star master teachers will have to compete with one another. That's right, the rule is simple. Halfway through his words, Hongshi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He stared at Xianxia with widened eyes. We have a duel? That's right. Not only so, Hongshi will have to face the three of you at the same time. Xianxia continued. Against the three of you, Hongshi's body swayed, and his vision turned dark. Brother, I thought that you would have some good ideas, but this is all you got. Do you want to take my life, or do you want me to die? Putting everything aside, I might not even be a match for Luo Zhao alone, let alone three of you. You want him to face the three of us alone? Hongshi wasn't the only one who felt lightheaded. Luo Zhao, Qianyu, and Fengyu stared at Xianxia as though they were looking at a fool. Are you for real? They had been thinking about how to pummel this fellow, and he actually came knocking on their door. How could there be such a good thing? Why? I've already set the rules. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Xianxia replied with a smile. You're asking if we dare to accept your challenge? Luo Zhao turned to look at Hongshi and asked, Are you serious? Then, he saw that Hongshi was on the verge of tears, and with a constipated expression on his face, he nodded. Even though he had no idea why Hongshi would do such a thing, he knew that he wouldn't do something he wasn't confident of. Since he had said so, he must have a plan in mind. Why? You don't dare? It's fine if you don't dare to accept my challenge. Don't talk about such useless things. Xianxia waved his hands and fell silent. Why not? I'm just afraid that he'll kneel down and beg for mercy in a moment's time. Qianyu, Luo Zhao, and the others glanced at one another, and after confirming that the other party was serious, they burst into laughter. Your Highness, you should have seen this situation earlier. We aren't the one who wants to bully him. It's Hongshi who is willing to challenge the three of us to decide the slots. Since he's so insistent, I hope that your Highness will grant his wish. Afraid that Xianxia would go back on his words, Qianyu hurriedly clasped his fist. This? Not expecting things to turn out this way, Yi Qian frowned. Turning to Hongshi, he asked, The three of you are 5-star primary master teachers and transcendent mortal 6-dan primary stage master teachers. Are you certain that you wish to fight against the three of us simultaneously? To fight against the three of them at the same cultivation realm was no different from courting death. Honestly speaking, he didn't think that the other party would win at all. I'm certain. Before Hongshi could reply, Xianxia had already answered on his behalf. Alright then, since both parties had come to a decision, Yi Qian glanced at the surroundings and said, Alright, I'll announce the rules now. Hongshi will face Fengshi, Luoshi, and Qianshi, and the slots will be decided by the victor. After which, Yi Qian waved his hands, and a group of guards walked in. They tidied up the things in the lounge and cleared out a space sufficient for the duel. Don't go too far, don't ruin the harmony between us. Yi Qian instructed as the four entered the dueling ring. Don't worry, we'll definitely go too far, Fengshi sneered coldly. He intentionally emphasized the words go too far. Clearly, what he meant wasn't as simple as go too far. Indeed, we've been friends with Xianxia for many years, so we won't go too far. Luo Zhao chuckled. The two of them had suffered in the hands of Xianxia before, and now that the other party was courting death, how could they possibly let him off? Xianxia doesn't stand much of a chance against the three of them. Seeing that the duel was about to start, Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads anxiously. Xianxia seemed to be a smart person, so why would he make such a foolish decision? 1 against 3, wasn't that courting death? If you don't send Xianxia up, are you confident of defeating them? Xianxian asked. The duo's faces twitched, and they shook their heads simultaneously. Even though they were geniuses, the candidates chosen by the other party were definitely extraordinary as well. If it was just a duel, it was impossible for them to defeat the other party based on their superior cultivation realm. In other words, if they were to participate in the duel, the chances of them winning were close to 0. But Xianxia, even though it was impossible for them to emerge victorious, the chances of Xianxia winning the duel weren't high either. Let's just watch. Xianxian chuckled. Alright then, they had no idea where the other party's confidence came from, but they had no other choice. Thus, they could only watch worriedly. Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai were worried, and the crown prince was also frowning deeply. He couldn't understand why Xianxia would make such a suicidal request. Senior, who do you think will emerge victorious? Unable to hold himself back, he turned to Wu Zhan and asked. The latter was a 5-star master teacher. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or experience, he was far superior to him. Under normal circumstances, it should be impossible for Xianxia to emerge victorious. However, since he made such a request, he must have something up his sleeves. Actually, not only was the crown prince confused, even Wu Zhen was confused. With his eye of discernment, he could clearly see through the strength of the four. Xianxia couldn't be considered as outstanding among them, and it would be difficult for him to fight one-on-one. To challenge 3 of them at once, it was clear that Xianxia was doomed to lose. Under such circumstances, what was he thinking? Let's continue watching. Perhaps, there might be a chance. Wu Zhen shook his head, unable to make sense of the situation. The crown prince nodded. Unable to make sense of the situation, he could only continue watching the duel. Xianxia has always been a dependable person, so he might really have something up his sleeves. Look, the duel has already begun. While they were conversing, the 4 on the duel had already made their move. Luo Zhao, Qin Yu, and Feng Yu, the 3 transcendent mortal 6-dan experts, made their moves simultaneously, and a powerful pressure sealed the surrounding space. Seemingly worried that Xianxia might have something up his sleeves, the 3 of them didn't make a move right away. Instead, they sealed the surroundings to test the other party's strength. After trying 2 moves, Feng Yu felt that something was strange. Suddenly, he punched out. Peng! It struck Xianxia squarely on his face, and blood immediately flowed from his nose. Ah? Not expecting that his sneak attack would work, Feng Yu's eyes widened in agitation, and his body trembled in agitation. Due to his agitation, he tore open his wound and clenched his teeth in agitation. This is dependable? He has something up his sleeves? Seeing how the severely injured Feng Yu, who was on the verge of death, was able to pummel Xianxia so easily with the help of Luo Zhao and Qin Yu, Wu Zhen was dumbfounded. Why does it look like a one-sided beating? You guys are too much. Yesterday, I posted a photo of me and Wu Jing on the WeChat account, and in less than a day, there were more than 300 comments, and all of them addressed Laowa as Old Bai. This is too much. Old Bai is my nickname in university, alright? However, I can't find any photos of me in high school. Those are photos taken after I graduated from university and started working. Sigh, isn't it rude to call him Old Bai? Too much. Can't I address him as grandfather? Woo. Feeling stifled, please support me with recommendation votes and monthly votes. Right, it seems like I can claim the emblem of our fan club for free now. Those who haven't claimed it yet, hurry up and claim it. Indeed. Crown Prince Yiqian widened his eyes in astonishment. You boasted that you would challenge all 3 of us alone. I thought that you must have something up your sleeves, and at the very least, you would be able to remain undefeated. But in the end, you ended up bleeding from your nose. What in the world is this? How is this a challenge? This is a one-sided beating. Could it be that I was careless and haven't gotten into the zone yet? Yi Qian tried to explain. However, before he could finish his words, Luo Zhao's fist had already landed on Hongshi's nose, causing more blood to flow. Cough cough. Alright, I was wrong. He isn't a match for the three of them. Yi Qian nearly choked on his saliva as he shook his head. Actually, Hongshi's strength wasn't too weak. However, it was a different story when the three of them were working together. Two fists would find it hard to fend off four hands, not to mention, there were 6 of them. In the blink of an eye, he had suffered several punches, and his head was covered in bruises. Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai, who were seated behind the table, were also on the verge of going insane. They thought that Hongshi would be able to display his prowess and obtain the slot. They didn't expect him to be pummeled so badly right from the start. Xianxia, what is going on? They hurriedly turned to look at Zhang Xian, only to see that the other party's eyes were closed, as though he had fallen asleep. The duo staggered. You confidently asked Hongshi to go up, but now that the duel has begun, you are sleeping peacefully. What are you up to? You shouldn't be toying with others like this, right? If not for the fact that he had come from the League of Nations with them, they would have really suspected that he was a spy. Xianxia, what should I do? The duo had gone berserk, and Hongshi, who was being pummeled, couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. Before the duel, Xianxia had told him to fight first before giving him pointers. Even though Zhangxi's head was swollen like a pig's, he didn't say a single word. Instead, he hurriedly turned his gaze over, and tears streamed down his face. Didn't you say that you wanted to see the flaws in their moves so as to give me pointers? Is there anyone who closes their eyes to watch others fight? It's over. For a moment, Hongshi felt that there was nothing left to live for. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have believed this fellow's nonsense. Not only would he be beaten up, he would also lose the 3 slots. What the hell was this? Just when Zhang Xian thought that there was no hope left, that he would be pummeled half to death, he heard a faint voice by his ear. Advance half a foot, move 3 inches to the left, the 7th style of the origin returning palm, bend, the 3rd style of the dragon capturing palm, Xianxia. Hearing the voice, Zhang Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Turning his gaze over, he saw that the young man had opened his eyes at some point in time, and there was a brilliant gleam in his eyes. All right. Seeing the other party's reaction, Hongshi could not help but trust him. Gritting his teeth, his body flickered, and he did as the other party said, stepping forward. And here I thought that you would dare to challenge the 3 of us, but it seems like you're nothing much after all. 2 consecutive punches left Hongshi with a bloody nose and swollen face. At the same time, a confident look appeared on Fengshi's face, and it seemed as though the injuries on his body didn't hurt as much anymore. Don't talk so much. Beat him until he admits defeat first. Luo Zhao said excitedly. He was already infuriated from being slapped in public. How could he let this opportunity slip by? With a loud roar, he charged forward, as though he had 8 arms, leaving afterimages in his wake. Spirit Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, 8 Arms Divine Fist. Not bad. Since he's courting death, let's fulfill his wish. Qinyu also roared as he sent a kick over. Even though it wasn't a battle technique, the trajectory of the kick was extremely tricky, making it hard for one to guard against it. Fengshi was attacking from the back, Luo Zhao was attacking from above, and Qinyu was attacking from below. In an instant, the 3 of them had sealed off all 3 paths of escape. Just as Hongshi was about to be injured, as though he had predicted the other party's attack in advance, his feet suddenly slipped, and as though he had predicted the other party's attack, he appeared at an area where the 3 of them were unable to reach him. Even though he had dodged, the attacks of the 3 didn't stop there. Fengyu was punched in the head by Luo Zhao was kicked in the crotch by Qinyu, and Qinyu was struck in the chest by Fengyu. Pung! Pa! Walla, the trio's mouths twitched, and their vision darkened. They nearly fainted on the spot. In order to teach Hongshi a lesson, they had used their full strength. Never in their dreams did they expect that not only would their attacks miss, they would even injure one of their own. Damn it, roaring furiously, Fengyu recovered from his daze and struck down on Hongshi. Just like before his palm could even reach Xianxia, a massive foot was already growing larger and larger. Peng, Feng Yu's vision darkened, and he was sent flying. His head crashed into a table in the banquet hall, and half of his body was exposed. "You're courting death." Not expecting that Fengxia would be on the verge of death in the blink of an eye, Luo Zhao flew into a rage and sent another punch over. Xianxia seemed to have seen through Luo Zhao's fist as well, and before the fist could even reach him, Xianxia had already kicked out. Peng, he was kicked in the crotch once more. Woo! With a cry reminiscent of a rooster's, Luo Zhao curled up like a prawn and fell to the ground. Even though he was a transcendent mortal 6 Dan expert, he was still unable to withstand being kicked at his weakest spot twice. His heart was dripping with blood, and he felt as if he had already lost consciousness. "It's your turn now." After sending 2 experts of the same cultivation realm flying with 2 kicks, Xianxia's confidence soared. He took 2 steps forward before abruptly retreating and sending a slap over. Pa! A slap sounded, and Qinyu staggered from the impact. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and just like Luo Zhao, he spat out 3 to 4 teeth. He had gone easy on Zhang Xian previously, but now that he was in the midst of a battle, Zhang Xian exerted all of his strength to slap Qinyu's face. If not for Qinyu's superior cultivation, his head would have exploded by now. As the battle raged on, the entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were popping out of their sockets, and they felt as if their heads were about to explode. Wasn't Xianxia the one who was barely holding on after being pummeled to the point of disorientation? They thought that it wouldn't be long before he admitted defeat. Who could have thought that, in the blink of an eye, his cultivation technique would suddenly become so formidable? To think that 3 transcendent mortal 6 Dan experts wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Zhang Xian. If he was already so formidable, how could he have been beaten so badly? He saw through his opponent's moves and predicted their movements in advance. That's why he was able to render Fengxia and the others helpless. Wu Zhen, who was gripping his wine cup tightly, said grimly. Initially, he didn't have much interest in such a small duel. Who could have thought that Xianxia would be so incredible? In just a few moves, he was able to see through the other party's intentions and coordination, and even make the most accurate counterattack. This was no longer just a matter of strength but eye of discernment. How sharp must one's eye of discernment and analytical ability be to make such a judgment in just 10 breaths? Even he wouldn't be able to do it. Probably, only those monsters in the academy are capable of such a feat. A few figures surfaced in Wu Zhen's mind. Even though he was known as a genius in a small place like Huanyu Empire, he didn't stand out at all in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. In fact, he didn't have much of a reputation. Putting everything else aside, even Luo Qiqi, who had come with him, had an incredible talent in combat, something that he could not compare to. Initially, Wu Zhen didn't think much of Xianxia for reaching 5-star at such a young age. However, who could have thought that the other party's adaptability in combat would be on par with Luo Qiqi and the other monsters in the academy? Are you for real? That's not right. If Xianxia had such capability, his name would have surely shaken the entire Huanyu Empire, and Luo Zhao and the others would be fearful of him. How could he have been beaten black and blue before making his move? Wu Zhen's eyebrows shot up. Previously, when Xianxia was being ganged up on by the 3 of them, his movements were filled with flaws. If he had any talent for combat, he should have shown it right from the start. It wasn't possible for him to make a sudden change in his fighting prowess. Could it be? Frowning, Wu Zhen hurriedly turned to the side, and his gaze fell on the young man who had suggested for Xianxia to fight. The young man's mouth opened and closed. Clearly, he was sending a telepathic message to Xianxia. Telepathic message? As I expected. Previously, it was clear that Xianxia didn't want to fight with the 3 of them at the same time. It was this fellow who had urged for him to do so. Since he dared to do so, he must be confident of winning. Thus, Wu Zhen's suspicions fell on him. Using telepathic message to guide a 5-star master teacher in a battle, and he even managed to reverse the situation? How did he do it? The more Wu Zhen thought about it, the more astonished he became. There was a huge gap of 2 realms between Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan and Transcendent Mortal 6 Dan. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for Wu Zhen to understand the battle between Fengxia and the others. Yet, not only did he manage to do so, he even neutralized their joint attack, allowing Xianxia to display his prowess. His eye of discernment was truly frightening. We'll know whether it's his guidance or not after a test. After a moment of shock, Wu Zhen suddenly recalled something, and his lips curled up. Xianxia. His voice was so loud that it reverberated throughout the entire room. Taken aback, Xianxia hurriedly turned his head around. He didn't expect Senior Wu, whom even the crown prince respected deeply, to call out to him. Pung pung, ah, turning around, the sound of fists and kicks sinking into flesh and cries of agony sounded. Hurriedly turning around, he saw that Xianxia had lost his guidance and was being pummeled by the group once more. Move a chi to the right, turn around, dragon capturing palm, 8th move, Wu Zhen sent another telepathic message. Hearing his words, Xianxia gained the upper hand once more, suppressing the trio to the point where they couldn't catch their breath. With 2 consecutive punches, Luo Zhao and Chen Yu's vision went dark. Xianxia. Just as Zhang Xian was in the midst of his conversation, Wu Shi's shout sounded once more. Sigh. Zhang Xian turned around. Pung pung. Ah, Xianxia cried out in agony once more. The heck? Seeing that he was being pummeled without guidance, Zhang Xian hurriedly turned around and sent a telepathic message over. Leaping lightly, retreating 7 steps, Xianxia. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Wu Zhen had already interrupted him. What are you trying to do? Zhang Xian was on the verge of collapse. I was just casually shouting. You can continue. Wu Zhen waved his hands casually. Zhang Xian. The heck, is this fellow really a genius from the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy? How can he be so shameless? While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, Xianxia was tearing up. Xianxia, can't you focus a little more? You can't play like this. I'll die if you continue like this. Seeing that Xianxia was on the verge of collapsing, Zhang Xian ignored Wu Zhen and continued sending a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. After confirming his conjecture, Wu Zhen decided not to pursue the matter any further. Instead, he turned his attention back to the other party. A few minutes later, lying on the ground, Luo Zhao and Chen Yu's faces were as swollen as a pig's head. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and they admitted defeat. They had no choice but to admit defeat. Xianxia had always been able to predict the movements of the other party, leaving them completely helpless. If this were to continue, putting aside winning, they might even lose their lives. Thus, they might as well admit defeat and be done with it. The 3 of them were in such a miserable state that even their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. However, Xianxia wasn't any better. His face was swollen, and his eyes were red. His body was swaying unsteadily, and his face was covered in blood. If not for a sliver of will supporting him, he would have collapsed long ago. Alright, since Fengshi, Luoshi, and Chenshi have admitted defeat, the 3 slots will go to the 3 of you. Seeing that Xianxia had really won, Yi Qian was astonished. He didn't have Wu Zhen's eye of discernment, so he thought that Xianxia had defeated the 3 of them with his own strength. Thus, he couldn't help but feel impressed. Wu Shi, Xianxia is injured. May I have a cup of medicinal wine to treat his injuries? Seeing Xianxia walking over, Zhang Xian felt a little guilty. Thus, he stood up and walked over to Wu Shi. If not for that fellow calling out to him, even though Xianxia was injured, his condition was still under control. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been on the verge of death. Wu Shi also felt a little embarrassed, so he took out the medicinal wine and poured a cup for Zhang Xian. Infusing a surge of Xianxia into the cup, Zhang Xian had Xianxia drink it. Xianxia could be stored in a human body for a long period of time, but in wine, it would dissipate after a short period of time. In other words, the gourd of wine in Wu Shi's hand was still effective at the moment, but as time passed, it would turn into ordinary white wine. Soon, Xianxia's injuries began to heal. Infusing his Heaven's Path Xianxia into the wine, it flowed along his meridians. Even if he drank it down, it would still be effective. Thank you, Wu Shi and Zhangshi. After recovering from his injuries, Xianxia felt refreshed and hurriedly cupped his fists. Just now, they really thought that they wouldn't be able to survive. They didn't expect that Zhangshi's pointers would be so powerful, easily defeating the 3 of them. Those were master teachers of the same rank as him. Even in a one-on-one duel, he might not necessarily be able to defeat them. Yet, to be able to emerge victorious in a one-on-three battle, no matter how severe his injuries were, it was still worth it. With the competition between the four vassal states, Hongfeng Empire would be able to hold its head high. "You're welcome," Wuxia waved his hand and looked at Xianxia curiously. However, he knew that this wasn't the time to ask, so he didn't say anything else. "Wuxia, can we also ask for a cup of medicinal wine?" After Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian returned to their seats, Fengshi, Luoshi, and the others walked over. When they saw how Hongshi immediately recovered after taking the medicinal wine, they were extremely envious. At this moment, they had no choice but to come over and ask for some as well. "All right." Wuxi's eyebrows shot up. Even though he was a little reluctant, he still took out the wine gourd and poured a cup for the three of them. "Thank you, Wuxi." Taking the medicinal wine, the three of them hurriedly gulped it down, and they felt a spicy sensation surging up their throats. After a moment, they realized that their injuries weren't too different from before. Unable to help themselves, they asked, "Wuxi, did you take out the wrong gourd?" "Yes, this is the one I took out earlier," Wuxi frowned. "Perhaps your injuries are more severe, so you need to apply it externally." After which, he poured another cup for the three of them. "You're right." Previously, when Xianxia pierced by Shi's arm, he had applied it externally. Perhaps their injuries were more severe than Hongshi's, so consuming it internally wouldn't be too effective anymore. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian picked up the wine gourd and applied it evenly on his wounds. Tzzzzzzzzzz, the burning sensation of the wine made them grit their teeth in pain. Even after waiting for a long time, their wounds showed no signs of healing. Instead, they started festering. Luo Zhao, Chen Yu, and Luo Zhao were dumbfounded. Wasn't this a sacred medicine? Once applied, one's wounds would recover immediately? Why was it so ineffective? Why was there a convulsing pain in their wounds? Why was there an occasional itch? Didn't they see Hongshi recovering after drinking it? Could it be that Wuxi was biased and gave them too little? "Wuxi, the medicinal wine might be a little too little. Can you give us a few more cups?" Perplexed, Luo Zhao couldn't help but ask. Scram. Wuxi's eyebrows shot up. "What in the world is this? Hongshi only gave me this little bit of medicinal wine, and you guys are drinking and applying it one cup after another. Is there no end to this?" After scolding them, Zhang Xian was perplexed. Could it be that the medicinal wine was less effective because they were more severely injured? That must be it. No matter what, their mental state was much better than before. In truth, he didn't know that Zhang Xian had infused his Xianxia into the gourd previously. Even though most of it had dissipated, there was still some effect. Luo Zhao and the others were given 2 cups each. Even though they weren't as good as Hongshi, they had recovered by more than half. Their bleeding had stopped, and they were able to walk without any problems. Seeing that Zhang Xian was furious, Luo Zhao and the others didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly returned. "The slots have been decided. Now, we'll allocate the regions." Seeing that the slots had been confirmed, Yi Qian scanned the surroundings and said, "The cleansing lake gathers the spiritual energy of the verdant mountain and dragon-scaled river. It can nourish one's soul and enhance one's soul. As such, the cleansing lake is known as the sacred land of the Miryu Empire. Even the royal family isn't allowed to enter as they please. It can only be opened once every 10 years. Since you know all of this, I don't think I need to say much about it." Hongshi and the others nodded their heads. This wasn't a secret, and everyone knew about it. It's true that the cleansing lake is a sacred land for cultivation, and it can nourish one's soul. However, you might not know this, but it's also a place of great danger. The slightest mistake could result in death, and no one will be able to save you. Yi Qian said grimly. Place of great danger? Death and Tao? Isn't it a cleansing lake filled with spiritual energy? Indeed. Why would it be dangerous? Everyone was taken aback. Even Luo Zhao and the others couldn't help but frown. They had all heard that the cleansing lake nourished one's soul and raised one's cultivation, but they had never heard of it being dangerous. What kind of danger could a lake filled with spiritual energy possibly pose? It's true that the cleansing lake is a cleansing lake, but its waters are extremely violent. Even a transcendent mortal 9-dan cultivator would be strangled to death if they were to enter it. Back then, when our ancestor discovered this place, he sent his men in to investigate, but none of them survived. Yi Qian's expression turned grim. Even a transcendent mortal 9-dan cultivator would be strangled to death? Everyone was shocked. Then, if even a transcendent mortal 9-dan cultivator couldn't withstand it, wouldn't they be courting death? Since that was the case, why was it said to be a holy land for cultivation? Everyone, there's no need to panic. Let me finish my words first. Seeing everyone's reaction, Yi Qian chuckled. I'm not exaggerating, but it's the truth that the cleansing lake is extremely dangerous. However, it's not like there's no way around it. After many years of exploration, our ancestor finally deciphered some of the mysteries of the lake and found a safe zone. As long as one is within this zone, no matter how one cultivates, one won't be affected. This place is known as the Lake Eye. The Lake Eye is a place where spiritual energy converges, and it's extremely safe. However, it only appears once every 10 years. Lake Eye? Appears once every 10 years? Could this be the reason why the cleansing lake only appears once every 10 years? That must be it. Hearing the explanation, everyone came to a realization. The reason why the cleansing lake only appeared once every 10 years had always been a mystery to them. They thought that it was because the Huanyu royal family wanted to protect the lake, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. The lake eye isn't too big, only 2 meters in diameter. Furthermore, there's a certain amount of spiritual energy within it that can enhance one's soul. Once all of it is absorbed, it will collapse. In other words, those who enter it will have to leave once they realize that they are close to absorbing all of the spiritual energy within. Otherwise, once the lake collapses, they won't be able to leave. Yi Qian said. 2 meters in diameter? There's a limit to it? Then. Everyone was perplexed. There were a total of 15 people who could enter the cleansing lake. How could a lake eye with a diameter of 2 meters fit all of them? Furthermore, there was a limit to who could enter first and who could enter later. Wouldn't that be troublesome as well? As everyone knows, when one's soul is trapped within one's body, it's as if there's a cage around it. It's impossible for one's soul to increase without limit. Ignoring the doubts in everyone's mind, Yi Qian continued. Xianxia nodded in agreement. A normal cultivator's body would be akin to a cage, trapping one's soul tightly. Even if one were to obtain a soul cultivation technique, one's soul could only be trapped within one's body. It was just like a flower pot. No matter how big its roots were, it could only be trapped within the pot. After some calculations, regardless of whether one is a consonant spirit realm cultivator or a cosmos bridge realm cultivator, 3 days is the limit. Furthermore, 3 days is also the maximum time that the lake eye can last. Thus, the empire has set a limit of 3 days. Yi Qian continued, the champion of the empire and vassal states will be able to stay in the lake eye for a full 3 days, the second champion will be able to stay for 2 days, and the third champion will be able to stay for 1 day. The crowd nodded in agreement. This was the reward that was agreed upon before the master-teacher tournament. The champion would be able to cultivate in the cleansing lake for 3 days, the second, third, and third would be able to cultivate for 2 days, and so on. Everyone must have been wondering how a mere 2 meters wide lake eye could allow 15 people to cultivate simultaneously. But in truth, every time the cleansing lake opens, 10 lake eyes will appear at the same time. 10? That's right, 10 lake eyes. Based on the previous rules, the 5 champions will each occupy a lake eye and cultivate for 3 days. As for the second and third champions, they will each occupy a lake eye, one for 2 days, and one for 1 day. Since the 10 lake eyes are sufficient, all 15 of them will be able to cultivate simultaneously. Yi Qian continued. The 5 champions will each occupy 5 lake eyes, and the remaining 5 will be divided among the 10, second, and third champions. However, this year is different. At this point, Yi Qian paused for a moment before shaking his head. Senior Wu, 6th princess, and the others will each have their own lake eye, and I will have my own as well. Thus, 5 lake eyes will be allocated to you. So, you can only split the remaining 5. Some QQ readers have commented that the chapters are garbled. This book is a download from Qidin, and there's a problem with the synchronization. Thus, it's best for everyone to subscribe to Qidian. If such a problem occurs, just delete the book from your bookshelf and download it again. Also, Apple users hope that you can set up automatic subscriptions. Apple charges a 30% processing fee, and it's much more expensive to subscribe to a mobile app. If you set up automatic subscriptions, the website will deduct the subscription fee every time you update. That's 6 cents cheaper per chapter. It's a good deal. Shall we split the remaining 10 lake eyes? Everyone frowned. This was especially so for Fengshi, Luoshi, and the others. Their complexions were awful. Under normal circumstances, they should have been the ones to enjoy the privilege of a single lake eye. However, if they were to split the lake eyes, it would be impossible for them to do so for 3 days. However, there was nothing they could do. Wu Zhan and the 6th princess were grade 2 students from the Master Teacher Academy. No matter what, they couldn't allow the two of them to occupy a lake eye. Putting everything aside, even if the 6th princess was willing to share a lake eye, who would dare to go over, to blaspheme the princess of Hongyuan Empire, a 5-star master teacher? Unless they were tired of living. I apologize for this matter. I'll leave the distribution of the 5 lake eyes to you all. Yi Qian said apologetically. I have no objections as long as you all decide. We decide? All right then. Luo Zhao hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. How about this? I'll make a suggestion. Other than the crown prince, there's another master teacher in the capital. He and Hongfeng Empire will share 2 lake eyes, and our Fengyuan, Qianfeng, and Zhuiyue will share 3. Indeed, Hongfeng Empire has 1. We admit that it's fair for us to share 2 lake eyes. Qianyu and Fengyu's eyes lit up. If they could take down 3 lake eyes and use 1 each, the top 3 would get a day each. It wouldn't be a loss. No way. Hongshi's eyebrows shot up. In the previous duel, the other party had lost 3 slots. In truth, out of the 3 powers, only 4 people were qualified to enter the cleansing lake. Wouldn't 3 lake eyes be much better than 2 lakes for the 4 of them, if that was the case? What was the point of the duel? You must be joking. What do you want then? Luo Zhao frowned. We want 2 lake eyes. As for the remaining 3, we'll split them with the master teacher in the capital. Hongshi said. 2? Dream on. Fengyu and Qianyu harumphed. If Hongfeng Empire were to use up 2 lake eyes for 3 people, even if they didn't take into account the 3 slots they lost, it would still be equivalent to 7 people using 3 lake eyes. How could they agree to it? I disagree as well. Luo Zhao shook his head. Disagree? In that case, let's have another battle to decide. Everyone has taken the medicinal liquid anyway, and their injuries are almost healed. Hongshi flicked his sleeves and stood up. After winning a match, he was full of confidence, and his entire mental state was abnormally excited. Fight? The lips of Luo Zhao and the rest twitched. Fight my ass. Besides, his injuries were almost healed? How can you tell that our injuries have healed? You can walk without any injuries, but we're still limping. We can't even win when we're in perfect condition, let alone now. What? Don't dare? Don't find excuses. Each of you used 2 cups of medicinal wine, and I only used 1. Although it looks like my condition is better on the surface, in reality, the difference is not that big. Hongshi lifted his eyelids. Not big my ass. Luo Zhao and the rest were speechless. You can walk as if you're flying, and you're completely fine. We can't even sit properly now, and we're just short of a bed to lie down on. You're saying that the difference isn't that big? You really have the nerve to say that, so be it. However, it's not us. We've just fought a match, and there's no point in continuing. Why don't we let them do it? Gritting his teeth, Qianyu pointed to the few people beside him. That's right. We've already fought, and we won't be able to solve the problem even if we continue. Why don't we let them do it themselves? It's their problem whether they win or lose. Luo Zhao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly nodded his head. If we win, we'll go according to my plan. If we lose, we'll go according to your plan. No. I've already said it before. You guys have consumed the consonant spirit pill, so it's unfair for you to compete with my men. Seeing that the other party was still insistent on having Xianxia and the others compete, Hongxue hurriedly waved his hands. Even the strongest cultivator on their side was a cultivation realm weaker than the other party. How could they possibly compete? If they were to fight, they would surely lose. The consonant spirit pill is only available in the capital. Even our vassal states don't have it, so this is fair. If your men didn't consume it, you can only blame yourself for being unprepared. Who else can you blame? Fengyu harumphed. Do you dare to compete or not? If you don't dare to compete, we'll just have to get the agreement of the three of us. There's no need for you to make a decision. That's right. Out of the 4 vassal states, we just have to agree to 3 of them. Otherwise, we won't be able to come to a conclusion even if we continue arguing. If you don't dare to, just admit defeat. Luo Zhao hurriedly said. The 3 of them had already made up their minds. They would never fight with Hongxue. It didn't matter to them how they fought. The men they had brought with them had all consumed the consonant spirit pill, and their cultivation was far superior to the other parties. You all, seeing that the 3 of them were working together to force him to admit defeat, Hongxue's breathing hastened. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Xian interrupted him once more. Fine, let's compete then. However, it's too troublesome to compete with 3 people. Troublesome? Seeing that it was this fellow again, Fengyu and Luo Zhao clenched their jaws and narrowed their eyes. What do you think we should do then? It's very simple. I'll fight against all 9 of you. You can come at me at the same time or one by one. As long as I lose, our Hongfeng Empire will give all of our slots to you. If you lose, you'll give all of your slots to me. With a faint smile, Zhang Xian turned to Fengyu and Luo Zhao. 1 against 9? Is this fellow joking? Indeed. A mere transcendent mortal 4 Dan wants to challenge all 9 of us consonant spirit realm cultivators at once? Dream on. A huge commotion broke out in the room. To be able to emerge as the top 3 in the Master Teacher tournament, every single one of them was a genius of the heavens. To be mocked by someone whose cultivation was several cultivation realms lower than theirs was intolerable. Luoshi, let me teach that arrogant brat a lesson. I've long found him an eyesore. With a loud bellow, a young man stood up. A powerful aura flowed from his body. He was a consonant spirit realm advanced stage expert. Even though all 9 of his opponents had consumed the consonant spirit pill, he could still be considered as one of the top experts in the Master Teacher tournament. Fengxue, I'll go as well. That fellow has caused you so much trouble. If I don't make him kneel down and apologize, I'm not worthy of being a citizen of Fengyuan Empire. A young man behind Fengxue stood up as well. As soon as the duo stood up, the crowd behind Fengxue, Luoshi, and Xianxia couldn't hold themselves back any longer. They glared at Zhang Xian furiously, as though they wanted to tear him apart and eat him alive. Are you sure that you want to compete with him? Seeing the indignant faces of the crowd, Luoshi couldn't help but ask. That's right. That fellow has no respect for his seniors. We must teach him a lesson. The crowd bellowed. Very few people knew that Fengxue had been roared down from the sky by that fellow, but everyone had seen how he had made things difficult for Luoshi previously. In fact, it was his idea to have Hongxue fight with the other 3. Yet, he still dared to boast so shamelessly. This was unforgivable. Luoshi turned to Fengxue and Xianxia. This was a grave matter, so he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. After all, none of them thought that Hongxue would be able to defeat the 3 of them. Yet, he actually managed to leave them helpless. That fellow might seem to be the weakest among them, but what if he had some tricks up his sleeves? You don't dare? It's fine if you don't dare. If only you knew, you wouldn't have dared to do so. Master Teacher? Genius? Pooey. Before Fengxue and Xianxia could say anything, the young man before them shook his head in disappointment. You, Luoshi and the others exploded. Honestly speaking, this fellow was simply too despicable, especially the expression on his face previously. It was blatant mockery. Fine, let's compete then. However, let me confirm once more. Do you have the authority to make the decision for the bet? Gritting his teeth, Luo Zhao asked savagely. If I lose, the slot for Hongfeng Empire will belong to you. If you lose, the remaining slots will belong to me. I have the authority to make the decision. Xianxia said calmly. Alright, it's good that you have the authority to make the decision. Luo Zhao's eyebrows shot up, and he beckoned, Li Xiaolian. Luo Shi. The consonant spirit realm advanced stage young man who had been the first to clamor stepped forward. The champion of the Qianfeng Empire Master Teacher Tournament, Li Xiaolian Gongzi. Clenching his fists tightly, Luo Zhao bellowed, go up and teach him a lesson. Beat him up until he understands the immensity of the world. Usually, in a duel between master teachers, regardless of how angry the other party was, they would instruct the other party to hold back. Yet, Luo Zhao had instructed them to beat him up. Don't worry, Luo Shi. I'll let him know the difference between clarifying turbidity realm and consonant spirit realm. Harumphing coldly, Xiaolian Gongzi walked into the room and beckoned to Xianxia. Weren't you arrogant just a moment ago? Come, let me see if your fighting prowess is as formidable as your mouth. Xianxia. You must be careful. Hongshi couldn't help but warn. Even though he was confident in Xianxi's strength, the other party was a consonant spirit realm advanced stage expert. The gap between the two of them was simply too huge. If he were to lose, he would lose all of the slots, and all of his previous efforts would be for naught. Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai frowned deeply. Even though Xianxi's performance back at Myriad Kingdom City was incredible, he had just achieved a breakthrough. Wouldn't it be too much of a stretch for him to face a consonant spirit realm advanced stage expert? Don't worry. Knowing the worries of the others, Xianxia smiled faintly. Walking to the center of the room, he looked at the young man before him and said, you won't be able to do it alone. Have the 8 of them fight me together. Otherwise, I fear that I won't stand a chance. Seeing how the other party was still spouting such arrogant words, Xiaolian Gongzi clenched his fists tightly and said, there's no need for that. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. After saying those words, he threw a punch at the young man. At consonant spirit realm advanced stage, one would be able to fuse one's body with one's soul. His fist carried a powerful might that suppressed one's soul, rendering one incapable of resisting. If it had been any other clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle cultivator, they might have been defeated in a single move. However, Xianxia wasn't an ordinary clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle cultivator. Seeing the fist flying toward him, the other party chuckled lightly. Without any movement, he bent his thumb and middle finger, and flicked it lightly. Pung, the tip of his finger collided with Xiaolian Gongzi's fist, and before the latter could even react, the latter was sent flying a dozen meters away. His head crashed into a puddle of wine not too far away, leaving him in a pathetic state. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia glanced at Xiaolian Gongzi, who was lying on the floor, and smiled. It seems like, you alone aren't enough. The heavens bless Ju's Hegu. May everyone be safe. Silence. Everyone rubbed their eyes furiously, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. That was a transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm advanced stage expert. Yet, the other party was sent flying with a light flick of his finger. How much strength did that flick of his finger possess? That is a consonant spirit realm expert. His Jinqi is as powerful as a pillar, and yet, he was sent flying with a flick of his finger. Hongshi widened his eyes in shock as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That flick of his finger required one to have a deep understanding of the other party's strength and attack. Even he couldn't do it so easily, yet, the other party was able to do it so effortlessly. Could it be that the other party wasn't at clarifying turbidity realm? Could it be that the other party was at Cosmos Bridge realm like him? But that wasn't right. He was right beside that fellow when he made a breakthrough. How could he possibly advance from clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle to Cosmos Bridge realm in just a short month? It seems like he didn't use his full strength when we fought. It's laughable that I thought that I would be able to defeat him as long as I worked hard. Bai Jianghai widened his eyes in shock, and he was on the verge of tears. He had thought that the other party was just lucky to have defeated him, and that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to catch up with him. But at this moment, that wasn't the case at all. Most likely, the other party didn't even use a tenth of his full strength when he fought with him. Putting everything aside, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for the other party. Luo Xian felt his throat turning dry. He had boasted before his teacher that Xianxia was nothing much. Yet, the other party said that he could gather spiritual energy within 10 li of vacuum. Yet, the other party was able to defeat a transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm advanced stage expert with just a flick of his finger. How could they compete? They weren't even on the same level, alright? That fellow. How did he do it? Crown Prince Xianxia couldn't believe it either. Xianxia's flick. Probably possesses a might of 5 million ding. Clenching his fists tightly, Wu Zhen narrowed his eyes. 5 million ding? This. Isn't he only at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle? Yi Qian's body swayed. A clarifying turbidity realm cultivator would only possess a might of 1,600,000 ding, and a consonant spirit realm cultivator would only possess 3,200,000 ding. 5 million ding might, that was already a cosmos on par with a cosmos bridge realm intermediate stage expert. How could a mortal 4-dan pinnacle fellow? I have no idea as well. But given the size of the master-teacher continent. But according to what I know, there are some people on spirit realm pinnacles of their strength. Wu Zhen said. Senior said that he's very likely to be gifted with great strength? Could it be the same as that person? Yi Qian suddenly thought of something and was taken aback. That's right, I'm afraid he's the same as that senior. Wu Zhen nodded and turned around. I'm afraid your Miryu Empire is going to have an amazing person. If it's really that kind of talent, I'm afraid that's the case. Recalling the fearsomeness of that person, Yi Qian's eyes burned with passion. No matter what, this Xianxia was from their empire. If he really did amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, the Miryu Empire would also benefit from it. Yes or no, I can't tell with just one move. Let's continue watching. Ignoring the other party's excitement, Wu Zhen said. N. Yi Qian also responded and hurriedly looked forward. On the stage, Zhang Xian had defeated Xiulian Gongzi with a single finger, leaving everyone shocked. Even Luo Shi and the others had their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. This guy is weird. All of you, attack together. After a long while, he could not help but grit his teeth and roar. This was a matter that involved all the slots of the vassal states, so even if they were to attack together, they could not do anything about it. Hearing the order, the other 8 couldn't hold themselves back any longer. They stepped forward and surrounded Zhang Xian. Good timing. Stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xian took in a deep breath, and his abdomen immediately swelled up. While he was guiding Hongshir's battle previously, he had a doubt that he wanted to verify, and this group of people was the best choice for him. Who? With a swift movement, he appeared right before one of the people in front of him. Without any fancy moves, he raised his palm and struck right at the other party. Damn it! Seeing that Zhang Xian was the first to attack him, the young man's face warped in horror. Roaring furiously, he tightened his muscles and raised his fist to strike at Zhang Xian. Just as the fist and palm were about to collide, Xianxia suddenly lowered his body and sent a kick toward the young man's abdomen. The heck? The young man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Before he could even cry out in agony, he was already sent flying. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted from his mouth, and at the same time, he was on the verge of tears. Wasn't this too devious? He had clearly used all of his strength in that palm strike, but it turned out to be just a feint. The true killing move was below, and it was impossible to guard against it. After sending one of the young men flying, Zhang Xian took a step back, and with a jolt of his arm, he struck the other party squarely on his lower jaw. That master teacher's vision darkened, and following the footsteps of the first young man, he was sent flying as well. Pung 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 pung. After dealing with 2 of them in a single move, Zhang Xian's figure flitted through the crowd like a specter. It was as if he knew where the other party was going to attack and the flaws in their coordination. Every single time he struck, there would be a person sent flying with a cry of agony. As expected. While everyone was on the verge of breaking down, Zhang Xian's eyes glowed brighter and brighter. Previously, when he was guiding Hongshir, Luo Shi, and the others in their battle, he had made use of the Library of Heaven's Path. He thought that it would be a book detailing the flaws of the other party, but who could have thought that it would only be a single book? The flaws of the trio's teamwork were written on it. In other words, the Library of Heaven's Path considered the collaboration of the three of them as a whole. If he were to attack based on this flaw, not only would he be able to disrupt the other party's rhythm, he would also be able to predict the other party's movements and defeat them in a single move. It could be said that with this Library of Heaven's Path, no matter how many people there were, it would be useless against him. This was precisely the reason why he wanted to challenge so many people to see if it was effective. Thus, he decided to give it a try. Even when facing 8 people who were stronger than him, he didn't feel the slightest pressure. I'll use this flaw then. Move 3 chi to the left, and kick backward. While Xianxia's consciousness was wandering freely within the Library of Heaven's Path, his body was moving according to the flaws in the book, dodging and attacking. These fellows sure are lacking in teamwork. There are flaws everywhere, and I don't even know which one to choose. How frustrating. After sending another flying, Xianxia rubbed his glabella in frustration. The other party had formed a temporary team, and there were simply too many flaws. With just a casual glance, he could see several hundred of them. It was fortunate that he didn't have difficulty choosing. Otherwise, how could he possibly fight? Even so, the problem of which flaw to choose and which move to use left him with a headache. He wasn't tired from the battle, but he was tired from choosing the flaws of the other party. If others were to learn of this, they would definitely cry themselves to death. Forget it, I'll just choose who I choose. Closing his eyes, Xianxia casually tapped on the book, and a flaw immediately appeared in his mind. Alright, I'll choose this. After confirming the flaw, Xianxia swiftly came up with a solution to deal with it. Pung 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 pung, yet another scream of agony sounded. In the royal palace not too far away from the crown prince's residence, Emperor Yuwentian was seated on the throne. In front of him was a green-robed elder with a snow-white beard, giving him an extraordinary disposition. If Hongshi were here, he would surely recognize the other party as his teacher, the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion of the Miryu Empire, 5-star pinnacle master teacher Wei Jiang. The cleansing lake will open tomorrow. I wonder how Qianer is doing with the slots. Yuwentian frowned. It was Yi Qian's request to befriend the 6th princess and the others, so it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere. Thus, he could only leave the matter to Yi Qian. The banquet had already been going on for quite some time now, and he couldn't help but wonder if the matter was settled yet. Your Majesty, don't worry. The Crown Prince has always been a reliable person, and he's a top student of the Master Teacher Academy as well. Such a small matter shouldn't be a problem for him. Wei Jiang chuckled. Besides, didn't you send someone to investigate the matter as well? Since there's news, he should be reporting back soon. Indeed. Yuwentian chuckled. Perhaps it's because of my age that my temperament has deteriorated, but before he could finish his words, a guard walked over with a dumbfounded expression. How is it? Has the slot been decided? Yuwentian chuckled. Reporting to your Majesty, it has been decided. The guard clasped his fist. Oh? How was it decided? Tell me about it. Seeing that the slots were decided so quickly, Yuwentian was curious. The slots to enter the cleansing lake are decided through a duel between the 4 great vassal states, the guard replied. Duel? That's right. The top 3 should be competing with the other vassal states as well. Yuwentian chuckled. No. The duel between the geniuses was. Hongshi from Hongfeng Empire single-handedly defeated Luoshi, Fengshi, and Qinshi, and, the guard hesitated for a moment, as if he was still in disbelief. He defeated the 3 of them, and threw the 3 slots to Fengyuan Empire, Qianfeng Empire, and Zhuwei Empire. You're saying that Hong Qian defeated Luo Zhao, Fengyu, and Qinyu single-handedly? Wei Jiang widened his eyes in shock. Tell me in detail what happened. Yes. The guard hurriedly recounted what he saw. This? How is this possible? After hearing the explanation, Wei Jiang and Yuwentian's bodies swayed weakly. They knew how powerful Hong Qian was. To be able to defeat the 3 of them single-handedly. How could they not believe it? To defeat the 3 of them single-handedly. If this is how the slots are decided, then, how are the 5 lake eyes allocated? Yuwentian asked after a long moment of silence. As the emperor, he knew that the lake eyes were the most difficult to allocate. Hongfeng Empire. The person I just mentioned, Xianxia, challenged 9 master teachers from Fengyuan Empire, Qianfeng Empire, and Zhuwei Empire simultaneously. If he won, he would get all of the slots. If he lost, he wouldn't get his slot. The guard said. Another simultaneous challenge? Didn't you say that Xianxia is only at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle, the weakest of the 9? Yu Wendian couldn't help but ask, all 9 of them are stronger than him, how could he possibly win? A clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle cultivator challenging 9 consonant spirit realm cultivators? How could he possibly win? How did he do it? What kind of means did he use? The guard swallowed a mouthful of saliva as his face contorted. He fought with his eyes closed. Fighting with his eyes closed, Yu Wendian and Wei Jiang were stunned. What kind of move was that? Could it be some kind of secret art? That's right. His eyes were closed, and he had a troubled look on his face. It was as if he was unwilling to accept the challenge, and then, with a single move, he subdued 9 consonant spirit realm cultivators. The guard recounted the scene he had just seen in full detail. Yu Wendian and Wei Jiang stared at one another in shock. Was there such a thing as well, for a clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle cultivator to subdue 9 consonant spirit realm cultivators with his eyes closed? Not to mention, he even felt that the other party was too weak. The heck, are you kidding me? It's true. The guard's face reddened. He knew that no one would believe his words, but it was the truth. Challenging those stronger than him without any difficulty. Could it be? Wei Jiang narrowed his eyes. What did Wei Shi think of? Yu Wendian asked. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Jiang asked, Your Majesty, have you ever heard of combat masters? You mean the combat masters of the Master Teacher Pavilion? Yu Wendian was taken aback. That's right. Wei Jiang nodded. Even though master teachers are known to be invincible among those of the same cultivation realm, their primary responsibility is to educate and nurture countless experts so that mankind can grow stronger and stronger. However, if one wishes to fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe and protect mankind, one has to possess the strongest fighting prowess and offensive prowess. This is the reason why combat masters were born. Combat masters are the combat masters of the Master Teacher Pavilion, but they are different from master teachers. Ordinary master teachers require a supporting occupation for each rank they advance, but combat masters don't require that. As long as they pass the combat examination, they will be able to advance to a higher rank. Of course, the combat examination is extremely difficult as well. Out of 10,000 master teachers, there might not even be a single one who passes it. Furthermore, most of them possess unique constitutions or unique bloodlines, granting them the ability to challenge those stronger than them from birth. Considering how Xianxia was able to defeat 9 consonant spirit realm cultivators despite being at clarifying turbidity realm, could it be that he possesses the talent of a combat master? Wei Jiang's eyes lit up. If master teachers were 1 in 10,000, then combat masters were the cream of the crop. Every single one of them was truly invincible among those of the same cultivation realm, even possessing the ability to challenge opponents stronger than them. The Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy had been established for several thousand years, but the number of combat masters it had managed to recruit could be counted on one's fingers. If such a person were to appear in the Miryu Empire, the entire empire would soar to new heights because of him. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Yu Wentian's eyes widened in shock. Let's go and take a look. Whether it's true or not, it can only be a good thing for our Miryu Empire. Wei Jiang stood up and hurriedly walked towards the Crown Prince's palace. Yu Wendian followed closely behind. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Xianxia clapped his hands and shook his head. At this moment, the 9 master teachers of Fengyuan, Qianfeng, and Zhuwei empires were lying on the ground moaning in pain. Actually, even without the Library of Heaven's Path, with just his own strength, even if the 9 of them worked together, they would still be no match for him. However, since there were flaws that he could make use of, he wouldn't be stingy about it. You've lost. Ignoring the injured crowd, Zhang Xian lifted his head and looked at Luo Zhao and the rest. Now, all 5 lake eyes belong to our Hongfeng Empire. Luo Zhao, Feng Yu, and Qin Yuequan felt as though they were going insane. Those were the top 3 of their master teacher tournament, In order to help them achieve a breakthrough, they even bought consonant spirit pills. Yet, even with the combined might of the 9 of them, they couldn't even defeat a clarifying turbidity realm cultivator. It was a duel that they were confident of winning, yet they didn't even manage to touch the other party's clothes. The 3 vassal states had thought that they would be able to force Hongfeng Empire into a disadvantageous position, but in the end, they didn't even manage to obtain a single lake eye. What in the world was this? The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. If only he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. If it was just based on the distribution of the lake eyes, a vassal state and a lake eye should have been enough. Putting aside the fact that they had gone for wool and come home shorn, every single one of them had been pummeled. Their faces were swollen, and their faces were bruised beyond recognition. How were they supposed to explain this to the others when they returned? Cough cough, Xianxia, Luoshi, and the others didn't mean to make things difficult for us. They were just trying to obtain a few more slots for their juniors. Besides, the cleansing lake only opens once every decade, and it's beneficial to the unity between Huanyu Empire and the other vassal states. Can you give us 2 lake eyes? At the very least, we can give them an explanation. Yi Qian said with a papaya-like expression. He had come all the way here to distribute the slots, only to have the 3 vassal states return empty-handed. This was truly inexcusable. He wouldn't be able to explain this matter to his father and Pavilion Master Wei. But, it was a fair duel, and he didn't say anything before the duel. Yet, now that the duel was over, he still spoke up to persuade the other party against it. Give us 2? That's fine, just 2. The master teacher from the capital will have to share it with them as well. Our Hongfeng Empire will have 3 lake eyes. Knowing that it would be difficult for the crown prince if all of the lake eyes were to be taken away, Xianxia nodded in agreement. 3 lake eyes were sufficient for the top 3. It would be a waste to take any more, so there was indeed no need for him to protect too many. Thank you. Not expecting the other party to be so accommodating, Yi Qian nodded and beckoned, bring me my golden scale armor. Yes. A guard walked out, and not too long later, he returned with a set of armor. This is a spirit intermediate tier pinnacle armor forged from the skin of a transcendent mortal 6-dan blizzard gold-scaled beast. Xianxia, and I hit it off right from the start, so I'll give it to you. With a wave of his hand, the guard passed the armor over. This? How can I accept it? Xianxia was taken aback. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Yi Qian waved his hands. If you don't accept it, I'll be the one feeling embarrassed instead. Thank you, Crown Prince. Knowing that the other party was compensating him for the 2 lake eyes, Xianxia nodded and kept the armor in his storage ring. Xianxia, we're grateful that you're willing to share the lake eyes with us. Here are 2 consonant spirit pills as compensation. I hope that you'll accept it. Luo Zhao walked up and passed a jade bottle over. Even the crown prince had expressed his gratitude. If they continued to be ungrateful, they might as well die. The 3 vassal states had purchased a total of 11 consonant spirit pills. After upgrading everyone, there were still 2 left. Grabbing the pill, Xianxia casually stored it away. A loss was a loss. No matter how unwilling the other party was, he had no choice but to pay the other party. Gifting them 2 lake eyes was already a huge favor. Accepting 2 consonant spirit pills as compensation was nothing much at all. Besides, accepting the lake eyes meant that the grudge between the other party and the other party was cleared. Now that the lake eyes and slots have been distributed, the banquet will officially begin. I hope that everyone will enjoy themselves to the fullest. Yi Qian waved his hands grandly, and many graceful palace maids immediately served up countless delicacies. The crown prince was indeed a person who loved to enjoy life. Every single one of the delicacies on the banquet table was expensive, and a single meal was enough to bankrupt many wealthy individuals. Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai, I'll give you 2 consonant spirit pills each. Consume them after you return. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia passed the 2 consonant spirit pills that Luoshi and the others had given him previously over. Even though this pill could allow a consonant spirit realm expert to raise their cultivation by a small realm unconditionally, to him, it wasn't of much use. As long as he could gather all of the consonant spirit realm heaven's path divine art, achieving breakthroughs would be no different from drinking water to him. You're giving them to us? Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai were taken aback. It wasn't that they didn't know how valuable the pills were, but the other party was giving them to them without even asking for a single one. Hurry up and raise your cultivation so that you can enter the cleansing lake, and don't waste the slots that I fought for you too. Xianxia said calmly. Thank you, Xianxia. With reddened eyes, the duo hurriedly bowed deeply. In order to prevent competition, the other top 3 rankers had resorted to all sorts of means, but Xianxia was magnanimous and honest. This made them feel grateful for him. Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai were still thinking of competing with him after entering the Master Teacher Academy, but at this moment, they realized that not only were they lacking in terms of cultivation and insight, even their magnanimity was far inferior to the other party. If Luo Shi and the others were to know the thoughts of the duo, they would surely burst into tears on the spot. How could this idiot be so open-minded and honest to others? Honest your head. Didn't you see how badly we were screwed over, to obtain the slot and lake that belonged to us, and to do it willingly and gratefully? There was probably only one person who could be so shameless and despicable, outside the Crown Prince's residence, Your Majesty, Wei Shi. Upon seeing the 2 figures before him, the guard leaped in fright. I'll report this matter to His Highness right now and have him come out to welcome us, for 2 of the most authoritative figures of the Miryu Empire to pay a visit at such a late hour. Anyone would be horrified. There's no need for that. Continue standing guard. Wei Shi and I will go in to take a look. Yu Wendian waved his hands before walking into the residence with Wei Jiang. If that Xianxia really possesses the talent to become a combat master, what should we do? Walking into the residence, Yu Wendian couldn't help but ask. What else can we do? Report this matter to the Master Teacher Academy immediately and have them groom him. You should know how important a talent of his caliber is to Mingshi Tang. Wei Jiang replied grimly. Yu Wendian nodded. Even though he wasn't a master teacher, as the emperor of an empire, he still knew a thing or two about combat masters. Known as the combat king of the master teachers, even the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy might not be able to match up to him. Just that, combat masters require a series of means and a selection process. How are we going to verify the matter just like that? Yu Wendian frowned. Combat masters required specialized means to verify the matter, and it wasn't something that could be done easily. Let's talk about it after we meet. Wei Jiang hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to continue speaking, footsteps sounded ahead of him, and 3 figures appeared. Upon seeing the 3 figures, Yu Wendian hurriedly stepped forward and greeted. Yu Wendian pays respect to 6th Princess. Luo Shi and Xingshi are here as well. They were none other than the 6th Princess, Yu Feier, Luo Qiqi, and Xing Yuan. So it's Your Majesty Wendian. I have something that I would like to ask you. Upon seeing him, Princess Feier's eyebrows shot up. How do you govern the Miryu Empire? If you wish to resign, just say it. Yu Wendian jumped in fright, cold sweat trickling down his back. Although he was the emperor of the Miryu Empire and the ruler of a country, he didn't dare to speak nonsense in front of the other party. The Miryu Empire was only a subsidiary of a first-tier empire in Hongyuan. If they really wanted to, they could easily replace him. Even Wei Jiang wouldn't be able to say anything. I don't know why Princess is angry. Wendian knows that his aptitude is not good, but he is cautious and conscientious. If there is anything that Princess feels is inappropriate, this one will definitely do his best to change and not let down the trust that the Hongyuan Empire has placed in me, Yu Wendian hurriedly said. She was fine when she saw the princess this morning. Why did she suddenly scold him in the blink of an eye? Even in the imperial capital, there are unruly people. Recalling that wretched young man, Princess Feier gritted her teeth in anger. She was a princess, yet she had actually lost a bet and had to become someone else's maid. This was too embarrassing. Unruly people? Yu Wendian was stunned. He thought that he had done something to provoke the other party. Unruly people. What was going on? What kind of unruly commoner could make the princess so angry? Indeed, it's a young man in his 20s with a wretched look on his face. With just a single look, I can tell that he's not a good person. He once appeared in the mystical treasure hall. Princess Feier replied. Mystical treasure house? Alright, I'll send someone to investigate now. Knowing that the other party's rage wasn't because of his management of the country, Yu Wendian heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly clasped his fist and said, after we find him, capture him and let the princess deal with him. Who wants to deal with him? Princess Feyre stomped her feet. Did I allow you to capture me? Yu Wendian felt a headache coming on. He didn't know how to reply. He had long heard that this Princess Yuer had an eccentric temperament, but to think that it was actually true, he was the emperor of the Miryu Empire, a transcendent mortal 8-dan pinnacle expert. Yet, he was actually scolded like a child right in front of his face. However, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to resist. Putting aside her identity as the 6th princess of Hongyuan Empire, just the fact that she had been accepted as the direct disciple of the principal of the Master Teacher Academy made her an existence that no one dared to offend. What do you mean by you're in love with me? As the empress of an empire, how can you be unaware of the people in the capital? What a dereliction of duty. Flinging her hands, Princess Feyre harumphed coldly. Yu Wendian felt as if he had eaten a bitter gourd. The entire Huanyu Empire spans several hundred li, and its population exceeds 100 million. No matter how formidable I am, it's impossible for everyone to know of it. Done. Seeing the awkward situation, Luo Qiqi smiled and stepped forward. Your Majesty Wendian, Feyre's personality is just like that. You don't have to take it to heart. Actually, it's nothing much. You don't have to worry about it. After saying those words, he turned to the young lady beside him and sent her a telepathic message. Didn't you ask Yi Qian to help you investigate the matter? When he finds out, I will help you vent your anger and win it back for you. Even though this Princess Feyre was no longer a child, she was still as childish as before. It left one feeling both angry and amused at the same time. After losing the bet, becoming someone else's maid isn't something to be proud of. Why did you come here to insult Emperor Yu Wendian? Once they found out, should he tell them or not? All right. Hearing her friend's promise, Princess Feyre felt a little better. Ignoring the emperor, she puffed out her chest and said, let's go and participate in the banquet. Yes. Luo Qiqi and Xing Yuan followed behind. Yu Wendian and Wei Jiang glanced at one another, shook their heads, and followed closely behind. The 6th princess was known for her eccentric temper. It was fortunate that his son, Yi Qian, didn't try to court her, or else he would have died a horrible death. Putting everything aside, even Xing Yuan, who had chased after her for so many years, didn't show the slightest hint of respect. While they were walking toward the banquet, the guard guarding the entrance took a detour into the main hall and whispered something into Yi Qian's ears. My father and Wei Shi are here. And the 6th princess as well. Why are they together? Yi Qian was taken aback. He hurriedly stood up and scanned the surroundings. Everyone, the 6th princess, my father, Wei Shi, and the others, will be arriving soon. Let's get up and welcome them. The 6th princess is here? To think that Wei Shi and His Majesty would be here as well. Hurry up. Hearing that the 6th princess of Hanyuan Empire, Wei Shi, and the others would be arriving soon, everyone immediately stood up and stood up. Just like everyone else, Xianxia also stood up and looked outside. As expected, he saw a few people walking over. The one leading the group was a lady dressed in a purple dress that perfectly outlined her figure. Paired with her delicate skin, she exuded an indescribable beauty. That's the 6th princess? She's so beautiful. I feel like I've fallen in love with her. What should I do, fall in love with her? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Your face is as swollen as a pig's head. It's a good thing that the 6th princess doesn't vomit when she sees you. You don't look any better yourself. Your nose is as black as a bear's. Upon seeing the lady leading the group, the eyes of all of the master teachers in the room lit up. The 6th princess looked like a fairy who had walked out of a painting, leaving countless young men agitated. However, other than the crown prince, Luo Xian, and a few others, most of the young men in the room had been pummeled by Xianxia. They stood up with bruises all over their faces, and their eyes glowed with excitement. Instead of beauty, they exuded fear. 6th young mistress? 6th princess? Xianxia was taken aback. He was wondering who the 6th princess would be, but to think that it would be the 6th young mistress of the mystical treasure hall. It was no wonder why she was able to take out several hundred middle-tier spirit stones. On the other hand, when the sixth princess and the others walked into the room and saw the bruises on the faces of the crowd before them, they were bewildered. Weren't master-teacher banquets supposed to be elegant, dignified? Why did they look as though they had just escaped from a slaughterhouse? Their faces were swollen, their eyes were drooping, and a few of their arms were dangling before their chests. What was going on? Even the five-star master teacher in charge of the banquet was swollen like a pig's head. Sixth young mistress, it's him. Just as Princess Feyre was perplexed, Xingyuan's voice sounded by her ear. Frowning, she turned her gaze over, and what she saw made her stagger. The fellow who had nearly angered her to death back at the mystical treasure hall was actually here as well. Furthermore, he was holding a wine cup in his hand, looking refreshed and relaxed. Chi-Chi, it's that fool. Gritting her teeth furiously, Princess Feyre turned around to inform her close friend. However, as soon as she turned around, her eyes widened in shock. Her usually cold and indifferent friend was actually so agitated that her eyes were glowing, as though she had seen a huge pile of treasures. Princess Feyre was taken aback. Could it be that her close friend had a fetish for men who were beaten into a pig's head? It's him. Just as Princess Feyre was perplexed, Luo Chi-Chi suddenly pointed to the young man. This? Chi-Chi, he's my enemy. You don't have to be so agitated, right? Realizing that the other party wasn't agitated because of those people, Princess Feyre was even more speechless. That fellow was the one who forced me to become his maid. Even if I'm angry or agitated, I should be the one. What are you getting agitated for? Princess Feyre was just about to speak when her close friend suddenly rushed up to that hateful fellow. Chi-Chi, even if you want to teach him a lesson for me, you have to be mindful of the situation. Princess Feyre nearly fainted on the spot. Chi-Chi had always been a calm and composed person. Why would she be so rash at this moment? There are so many master teachers here. If she were to rush over to teach that fellow a lesson without any hesitation, wouldn't the fact that I'm his maid be exposed? Princess Feyre was just about to stop her when her close friend clasped her fist and bowed respectfully. Disciple Chi-Chi pays respect to Miss Zhang. What? Princess Feyre swallowed the words that she wanted to say, and her eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Aren't you going to teach him a lesson for me, disciple? Miss Zhang, don't tell me, this hateful guy is the one you were talking about, the magnanimous young talent, the one with profound knowledge, and the one who deserves respect. Isn't he the most shameless person in the world? Why did he sound so lofty in your mouth? Do you have to be so conned? Princess Feyre's face twitched, and she nearly burst into tears. She was still intending to have her close friend teach that fellow a lesson so that he would know his place. Who could have thought that the other party would betray her right after meeting her? Wasn't this betrayal a little too abrupt? While she widened her eyes in shock, the others were petrified. That person beside the sixth princess should be Luo Chi-Chi, Luo Shi, right? The famous icy beauty of the Master Teacher Academy is Xianxia's student? What's going on? Luo Zhao and the others had heard of Luo Chi-Chi's name. She was beautiful, but she was cold and unwilling to interact with others. Yet, she was so excited that she was kowtowing to a person younger than her and calling him teacher. Did it have to be so exaggerated? By the side, Wu Zhen and Xingyuan's lips twitched. In terms of familiarity, the two of them knew more about Luo Chi-Chi than the others. She was the most famous genius of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy's apothecary school, and her cultivation was much higher than theirs. She was ranked in the top few of grade 2, and her reputation in the academy was even greater than that of the sixth princess. For such a prideful figure to acknowledge Xianxia as her teacher, can anyone tell me if I'm seeing things? Oh, it's you, little Qi. Why are you here? Upon seeing little Qi, Zhang Xian was taken aback as well. Wasn't this lass in the apothecary guild? After a moment of bewilderment, Zhang Xian came to a realization. That's right. A master teacher from Hongyuan Empire. Most likely, she came here together with Wu Zhen and the sixth princess. They must have snatched the slots that should have belonged to them, and that was why he was so troubled. Little Qi? Dang Lang, the wine cup in Wu Zhen's hand slipped, and it fell to the ground. Xingyuan and the sixth princess also felt their legs going weak, and they nearly collapsed to the ground. I came here with a friend. Teacher, this is my friend, the sixth princess of Hongyuan Empire, Yu Fei'er. Luo Qiqi nodded as she hurriedly introduced her close friend to her teacher. We've met before. Xianxia nodded. Oh, so your name is Yu Fei'er. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour me some wine. Xianxia, this is the sixth princess. Yi Qian staggered, and he nearly fell to the ground. Yu Wentian's vision also darkened. Even he didn't dare to even breathe loudly before the sixth princess. What the heck are you, a 4-star master teacher, acting so smug for? You, Princess Fei'er nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Pour wine. Pour your head, didn't I buy it for 10 days? I'm not your maid now, alright? I know. Xianxia nodded. We know each other, and we're friends. Am I right, sixth princess? Yes. Yu Fei'er glared at Xianxian, wishing that she could strangle this fellow to death. She gritted her teeth and replied. The other party was already giving her face by saying that she was his friend. Otherwise, if he were to say that she was his maid, she would really be dead. I'll pour it for you. Yu Fei'er stomped her feet, grabbed a cup, and poured a full cup. As she did so, she cursed in her heart, wishing that she could tear the other party's tendons apart. However, she knew that this was just a thought. She had lost the bet, and the other party was holding on to her master-teacher emblem. Even if she wanted to retaliate, there was nothing she could do. Enough. Seeing the look of reluctance on the other party's face, Xianxian shook his head. To think that she wanted him to kneel during the bet. So what if she was a princess? She still had to tidy up the place. Teacher. Fei'er is my good friend. Look, seeing her good friend's face turning green, Luo Qiqi didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. She didn't expect that the fellow whom her close friend wanted to strangle to death would be her apothecary teacher. Both of them were important to her, so she wanted to see if she could resolve the conflict between them. Your friend? Fine, I'll exempt her for 10 days. Xianxian nodded. She thought that the other party would let go of the matter regarding the maid after her friend pleaded on her behalf, but to think that it would only be 10 days. Princess Fei'er's face flushed in anger. Qiqi, there's no need to plead on my behalf. Isn't it just spirit stones? It's not like I don't have any. It's good that you have them. That way, I won't be exempt for the 10 days. Xianxian's eyes lit up. That was 700 middle-tier spirit stones. He should save whatever he could. You, Princess Fei'er's face paled, and she nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. I'm just teasing you, don't get angry. Seeing that her good friend was on the verge of exploding, Luo Qiqi shook her head. Right, didn't you want to learn pill forging from Miss Zhang? He's right here. Humph, I would rather learn from a pig than from him. Princess Fei'er gritted her teeth. All right. Luo Qiqi knew that there was a huge conflict between her good friend and this Miss Zhang whom she had just met. She decided to think of a way to reconcile things in the future. Since everyone had arrived, the banquet continued. However, with Emperor Yi Wentian and Wei Shi present, as well as the sixth princess, who seemed to be on the verge of exploding at any moment, the atmosphere was clearly much heavier than before. After staying for a while, Luo Zhao and the others couldn't stay any longer. They stood up and bade farewell. Every single one of them had a swollen head. They had to hurry back to recuperate from their injuries. Otherwise, even if they had 2 slots, it would be useless. Your Highness Yi Qian, we will take our leave as well. Seeing that they had left, Hongshi cupped his fists and stood up. Xianxia, please wait. He had only taken a few steps when Wei Jiang came up to him. Wei Shi. Crown Prince Yi Qian had introduced Xianxian to him during the banquet, and upon learning that he was the pavilion master of Mingshi Tang of the Miryu Empire, a 5-star pinnacle master teacher, Xianxian didn't dare to go overboard. Thus, he clasped his fist with a grave expression. Xianxia, may I have a word with you? Wei Jiang asked with a smile. It would be my honor. Not expecting the other party to want to speak to him alone, Xianxian replied with a smile. After instructing Hongshi and the others to return to their accommodation, Xianxian followed behind Wei Shi to a room. May I ask if Xianxia is a combat master? After setting up a seal in the surroundings to prevent others from eavesdropping, Wei Jiang asked. Combat master? What's that? Xianxia was bewildered. Combat masters were classified as higher-ranked master teachers, and there were no records of it in the books he had read. Ah. It's a combat master, Wei Jiang explained the concept of combat masters to Xianxia, and as he did so, he observed the other party carefully. Realizing that the other party wasn't faking it, Xianxia was perplexed. If the other party wasn't a combat master, how could he possess such overwhelming fighting prowess to defeat 9 people who were stronger than him? He had seen the pitiful state those master teachers were in. Even though their faces were swollen and red, the truth was that the person who had struck them hadn't gone all out. Instead, he had gone easy on them. As long as they consumed medicine, they would recover within a day or two. To go easy on 9 people who were stronger than him. How powerful must that person be? There's such a master teacher in the world? Upon hearing that there was a combat master occupation in the world, Xianxia was astonished. He had thought that master teachers were responsible for imparting knowledge to the world. He didn't think that there would be a combat master occupation as well. It was no wonder so many master teachers would remain motionless before the otherworldly demons. How could they slay them? It turned out that the ones responsible for combat weren't them but the master teachers who were capable of fighting beyond their cultivation realm. Why would Pavilion Master Wei think that I am a combat master? Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. I heard that you single-handedly defeated 9 people who were stronger than you. Wei Jiang said. Oh. Coming to a realization, Xianxia shook his head. I just learned of this occupation, so naturally, I'm not a combat master. Then. Do you have any unique constitution? Wei Jiang asked. The reason why I was able to defeat the 9 of them was because I was able to see through the flaws in their battle techniques and exploit them, Xianxia replied. I don't have any unique constitution. In terms of unique constitutions, he had 2 students who possessed them. As their teacher, he had always been envious of them. All right then. Hearing the other party admit that he wasn't a combat master and didn't possess any unique constitution, Wei Jiang was a little disappointed. He had thought that a combat master would emerge from the Miryu Empire, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been overthinking things. Unique constitutions were almost undetectable unless they were activated. Even as a 5-star pinnacle master teacher, there was nothing he could do about it. After chatting for a while longer, all of Xianxia's questions were cleverly rejected. The reason why he was able to fight beyond his cultivation realm was due to the Library of Heaven's Path and the Heaven's Path Divine Art, as well as the means of the Soul Oracles. He couldn't tell anyone about these 2 things. If he were to say that he was a combat master, he would be captured and brought back to be studied. Thus, no matter what the other party said, he wouldn't admit to it. Pardon me for disturbing Xianxia. After chatting for a while longer, Wei Jiang still wasn't able to find any useful clues. Thus, he could only clasp his fist apologetically. You're welcome. Xianxia chuckled softly before turning around to leave. Not too long after he left, the door to the room opened once more. Emperor Yi Wendian walked in anxiously. How is it? Wei Jiang shook his head. It shouldn't be a unique constitution, but I'm not too sure whether he's a combat master or not. You're not too sure? Yi Wendian was perplexed. Combat masters have to undergo many rounds of selection and examinations. Even though he's capable of fighting beyond his cultivation realm at the moment, he's still far from matching up to a true combat master. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. I'll report this matter to the head of the Hongyuan Empire, Mingshi Tang. I'll leave the decision to Pavilion Master Mo himself. Wei Jiang said after a moment of hesitation. It was indeed impossible for him to verify the matter with his current capabilities. Thus, he might as well report the matter to the higher-ups first. Indeed, report it. Yi Wendian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Wei Jiang flicked his wrist, and a palm-sized object appeared in his palm. Tapping on it, he wrote what he wanted to say, and with a flash of light, the words vanished. The communication jade token was similar to the communication wall, just that it was more convenient and portable. Back then, Hongshi had used it to send a message to Imogaoyuan. Not too long after Xianxia sent the message over, another flash of light appeared. This? Upon seeing the words on the communication jade token, Wei Zhang's eyes narrowed in disbelief. What did Pavilion Master Mo say? Seeing the expression on his old friend's face, Yu Wendian frowned. Take a look for yourself. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Wei Jiang passed the communication jade token over. Yu Wendian lowered his head to take a look, and he was taken aback as well. There was only a single line of words on it. Regarding the matter regarding Xianxia and Xianxia, don't talk about it, don't ask about it, and don't speak of it. As soon as he finished reading it, the time limit on the communication jade token expired, and it vanished before his eyes. Don't speak of it. Could it be that Pavilion Master Mo already knows of this Xianxia? Narrowing his eyes, Yu Wendian couldn't help but ask. Keeping his mouth shut was a sign of respect that a low-ranked master teacher had for a high-ranked master teacher. Xianxia was only a 4-star master teacher, so why would Pavilion Master Mo issue such an order? Could it be that Pavilion Master Mo already knew of this Xianxia? Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? He must have known of it from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent such a message as soon as I mentioned the name Xianxian. Wei Jiang nodded. On the very day that Mo Gaoyuan arrived at Myriad Kingdom City, he turned around and left. Other than Zhang Xian and the others, only Hongshi, Pavilion Master Kong, and the others knew of this matter. Even though Wei Jiang was Hongshi's teacher, he wasn't aware of this matter either. Then, what should we do? Yu Wendian asked. Since Pavilion Master Mo has made such a rule, let's not talk about it anymore. In any case, Xianxia is going to enter the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. If I remember correctly, the Academy's quinquennial combat master selection should be starting soon. If he's truly talented, he'll surely rise to the top. Wei Jiang said. Combat master selection? Now that you mention it, I do recall it. However, a true combat master is at least a 5-star master teacher. He's only at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle at the moment, not even reaching consonant spirit realm. It's hard to say when he'll be able to achieve a breakthrough. Yu Wendian nodded in agreement. Then, he asked worriedly. Who cares when he'll arrive? Since Pavilion Master Mo has issued an order to silence us, let's just wait and see. Wei Jiang nodded. You're right. Yu Wendian nodded before falling silent. While the duo was discussing the matter behind closed doors, the moment Zhang Xian walked out of the Crown Prince's residence, he was stopped by someone. Xianxia, I wish to speak to you in private. A tall figure stood in front of him. 6th Princess? Upon seeing who it was, Zhang Xian frowned. It was the 6th princess whom he had taken in as his maid. Why was she looking for him in the middle of the night? We're in the vicinity of the royal palace, so it's inconvenient for us to speak here. Follow me. Harumphing coldly, Princess Feyre leaped off the ground and dashed forward. After walking for a while, she suddenly realized that there was no movement behind her. Turning around, her body trembled. The young man wasn't following her at all. Instead, he was walking in another direction with his hands in his pockets. Turning around, Princess Feyre chased after him and harumphed, Why aren't you following me? I'm not interested. Zhang Xian waved his hands dismissively. Princess Feyre's chest heaved up and down, and she felt as if she was going to explode. She was a princess, a 1-in-a-million beauty. To think that he would turn around and leave when she came to discuss matters with him. Was he still a man? Fine, we'll talk here. Fearing that this fellow would leave again, Princess Feyre gritted her teeth and sent a telepathic message to him. I didn't know that deciphering the stone tablets is your forte. Since I've lost the bet, I have nothing else to say. However, I would like to make another bet with you. Do you dare? Who could have thought that this ordinary-looking fellow would actually be a master teacher and possess such capabilities? Even though she had lost, she couldn't help but feel stifled when she recalled the other party's request. If she didn't remove this master-servant relationship as soon as possible, who knew if this fellow would go crazy in the future and ask her to pour wine for him and massage his legs again? If that were to happen, she might as well just commit suicide. You want to make another bet? Seeing how this lady was unwilling to give up and even dared to make another bet, Zhang Xian halted his footsteps and looked at her with an impassive smile. As a maid, what right do you have to make a bet with me, your master? What right do you have? You. Princess Fei glared at Xianxia coldly with gritted teeth. If not for the fact that this fellow was also a master teacher and won the bet, she would have smacked him to death on the spot. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave first. It's already the middle of the night, and I'm so tired that I don't have the time to play with you. Waving his hands, Zhang Xian continued on his way to Hongfeng Empire's residence in Huanyu Empire. However, barely after taking 2 steps, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew by, and the lady blocked his path once more. Due to her anger, her chest bulged rapidly, and her voluptuous breasts seemed to be on the verge of bursting through her beautiful dress. You better stop right there. With a wave of her hand, she gathered her Xianxia in front of her, forming a wall of Xianxia. Why? You want to use force instead of making a bet with me? As a maid, how dare you lay your hands on your master? Don't you have any manners? Seeing the furious lass, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. I gave you 700 spirit stones for 10 days, so you can't be considered a maid yet. Harumphing coldly, Princess Fei flipped her palm and said, Since you've angered me, as your senior, it's only right for me to teach you a lesson. The top 10 of the Master Teacher Tournament would be given the opportunity to study at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. As a grade 2 student, Princess Fei was naturally his senior. According to her identity, it was not against the law for a senior to teach a junior a lesson. Right after saying those words, Princess Fei raised her hand and grabbed at the air around her. She was truly infuriated by this fellow. Today, no matter what, he was going to teach him a lesson and let him know what it meant to be immensely high, hula, exerting the might of a transcendent mortal 6-dan cosmos bridge realm expert. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in by a massive bridge, forming an airtight barrier around the two of them. Clearly, having lost the bet, he felt a little embarrassed to make a move on the other party. Thus, he first sealed off the surroundings so that no one would be able to see what was going on. Teaching a junior a lesson is nothing, but, are you sure you want to fight me? Seeing that the woman had sealed off the surroundings, Zhang Xian looked over with a strange expression. Back at the Crown Prince's residence, he had pummeled a bunch of consonant spirit realm cultivators until they were crying for their parents. This woman should know that he wasn't just a clarifying turbidity realm cultivator. Yet, she still dared to make a move on him. It seemed like she was quite confident in herself. Cut the crap. I'll make. You obediently accept the bet with me. Harumphing coldly, Princess Fei dashed forward, and with a flick of her wrist, she struck down on Zhang Xian. Voila, the Xianxia in her palm wrapped around Zhang Xian like an umbrella, sealing off all possible escape routes. As long as he dared to move, the Xianxia in her palm would clash with one another, making it impossible for him to escape. Spirit High-Tier Battle Technique, Seal of the Golden Umbrella. Not only could this move seal off one's path of retreat, it could also seal one's Xianxia, making it difficult for one to move. On top of that, it even carried the ability to attack one's soul, causing one to fall into a deep slumber. It seemed like she knew that even though this junior of hers didn't seem to be much, his cultivation wasn't weak at all. Thus, she executed her strongest attack right from the start. Hee hee. Zhang Xian's soul had been specially trained in soul oracle cultivation. Even a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert wouldn't be able to knock him out with a soul attack, so how could he possibly be afraid of the other party's attack? Thinking that it was a flaw, Zhang Xian shook his head and stomped on the ground. Voila, under the impact of his Xianxia, a thin crack immediately appeared on the ground. Princess Fei immediately lost her balance, and an opening appeared in the seal of the golden umbrella. Thus, Zhang Xian swiftly dodged the other party's attack, and clenching his fist tightly, he threw a punch right at the other party. Even though the other party was a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert, she was still only at primary stage. Zhang Xian's strength far surpassed that of the other party, so it was hard to say who would emerge victorious in a real battle. Not expecting the other party to be so formidable, breaking through her seal of the golden umbrella with a single stomp, Princess Fei was taken aback. However, she swiftly formed a hand seal and faced the other party's attack head-on. A head-on clash, in her eyes, no matter how powerful the other party was, he was only a clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle cultivator. She was a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert, so there was no way she could defeat the other party. Pong, as the fist and palm collided, Zhang Xian's body staggered, and he was forced to retreat several steps. On the other hand, Princess Fair didn't retreat, but a look of shock appeared on her face, as if she had seen a ghost. She had used her full strength and even executed a battle technique, so she thought that the other party would be sent flying several dozen meters away, severely injuring him. Yet, who could have thought that he would be completely fine after taking a few steps back? Was this fellow really at clarifying turbidity realm? Why was he on par with a Cosmos Bridge realm primary stage cultivator like her? While Princess Fair was shocked, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. It seems like the Heaven's Path Fist Art is going to be upgraded soon. Even though his Heaven's Path Fist Art had no flaws and was known to be invincible among cultivators of the same cultivation realm, the books he had collected weren't high enough, so there was a limit to its prowess. He might be able to hold the upper hand against a spirit low-tier battle technique, but compared to a high-tier battle technique, he was still a long way off. This was just like how a first grader might be able to score 100 every single time, but even so, he might not necessarily be able to match up to a middle school student. No matter how formidable a Heaven's Path battle technique was, it was still a long way off from matching up to a high-tier battle technique. As such, even though Xianxia was stronger than the other party, he was still at a disadvantage in a real battle. However, this exchange had allowed him to gauge the other party's true strength. It wouldn't be that easy for him to defeat the other party. Humph. Seeing how this junior, who was even younger than her, was actually able to match her strength, Princess Fair harumphed coldly and charged forward once more. This woman, seeing how her attacks were getting faster and faster, as if she was going to put her life on the line, Xianxia shook his head. Focusing on a flaw, he retracted his leg and charged right into the other party's chest. You! Shameless! Seeing that the other party was actually going to charge right into her chest, Princess Fair bellowed furiously. Her body couldn't help but shrink back slightly, and the attack she had just executed changed shape, revealing a flaw once more. Her palm missed, and she hurriedly turned around, only to see that the young man had already disappeared. Where did he go? Princess Fair was taken aback by the other party's sudden disappearance. Just as she was about to search for him, her eyes suddenly narrowed, and she hurriedly turned around. However, it was already too late. She felt a sharp pain on her bottom, and a kick had struck her. With a cry of agony, she was sent flying 20 meters away before crashing to the ground. Her elegant clothes were torn, and her face was covered in mud. She no longer looked like a princess, but a beggar. You scoundrel! Princess Fair was on the verge of tears. As someone who carried the royal bloodline, she couldn't even compete with others in a battle. Who would dare to disrespect her? Yet, this fellow first struck her chest, causing her to be unable to face him head-on. After which, he took the opportunity to break through her Xianxia seal, circled around her back, and kicked her bottom. Your head. Don't you know that you can't hit a woman's bottom and breasts? Not only did you hit them, you even executed them together. How shameless can you be? Feeling the searing pain on her back, Princess Fair was both embarrassed and furious. Pressing her palm against the ground, she leaped into the air and charged at Xianxia once more. Previously, she was just venting her anger, but at this moment, she felt like she was going insane. But before she could reach the other party had already sent a kick over. Upon seeing this kick, Princess Fair's lips twitched. The other party's grasp on the direction and timing of this kick was impeccable. He had sealed off the area of her attack, and if she were to follow the previous attack, even without the other party exerting his strength, she would have crashed right into him. Furthermore, more importantly, the part of the kick was actually her chest. Lecher. Gritting her teeth, Princess Fair's palm, and using the repulsive force, she flipped her body in midair. Just as she was contemplating her next attack, she suddenly felt another pain on her bottom. Another one flew out and landed on the ground like he was chewing on mud. This time, the other party's fall was even more vicious. Her clothes were torn even more, and her face was covered in dust. Do you know how to fight? Princess Fair cried. You can't bully others like this. To kick her bottom twice, how am I supposed to face others in the future? To fight with a woman with both her breasts and her bottom? Do you even have the slightest bit of integrity as a master teacher? If I were to say that I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? While Princess Fair was on the verge of tears, Xianxia was also wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Even though the other party was a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator, his reaction speed and awareness were far inferior to the other party's. Left with no choice, he could only attack based on the flaws in the Library of Heaven's path. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the flaws in the Library of Heaven's path would be either her breasts or her bottom. With an awful complexion, Xianxia scratched his head. Did he use a fake Library of Heaven's path this time around? Alright. I'll make a bet with you, alright? Stifled, Xianxia could only grit his teeth and accept the bet. If they were to continue fighting, not only would the other party's clothes be torn apart, her bottom might not even be able to walk properly. What the heck was this? He was a master teacher, and yet, he was treating the other party as though he was taking liberties with a woman. If news of this were to spread, he would be a goner. Let's make a bet. Princess Feier's lips twitched, and tears streamed down her face. This was no longer a bet, alright. Earlier today, Laowa posted a picture of Luo Qiqi on his public account. You can take a look and search for "Sweeping the World" on WeChat. If we were to continue fighting, I fear that your injuries will worsen. Forget it. You can bet however you want, I'm willing to play with you. Seeing the two clear footprints on the young lady's voluptuous bottom, Xianxia said awkwardly. It was impossible for him to defeat the other party in a normal battle. If he were to make use of the Library of Heaven's path, who knew what kind of awkwardness would occur? He was already embarrassed after kicking the other party's bottom twice. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't bring himself to continue kicking the other party. Fine. Furious, Princess Feier wanted nothing more than to slap the fellow before her to death. However, she knew that she would be the one to suffer if they were to continue fighting. Thus, she stood up and nodded. Her black eyes were burning with fury, and if she could, she would roast the other party and devour him. Since we're going to the cleansing lake, let's use this as the condition for our bet. Princess Feier said. Sure, how do you want to bet? Xianxia asked. Due to the limited amount of spiritual energy stored in the cleansing lake's lake eyes, the duration of 3 days is just a rough estimate. In truth, those who enter the lake eyes will be given a spirit cleansing incense. Princess Feier continued, the spirit cleansing incense can be placed in the lake eyes to gauge the concentration of spiritual energy and control the rate at which spiritual energy is consumed. If one were to cultivate normally, one would only be able to burn 1 incense in a day and night. The so-called 3 days of cultivation is actually just burning 3 incense sticks. No matter which lake eye it is, once the incense sticks burn out, you must come out. Some cultivators cultivated faster than others, and the effects of 3 days were bound to be different. How could one ensure that the spiritual energy in the lake eyes was completely absorbed without any danger? Through this spirit cleansing incense, the incense could be ignited even if it was placed in the cleansing lake, and the rate at which it burned depended on the rate at which spiritual energy was consumed. Once 3 incense sticks were consumed, one would have to come out. This was a rule that no one was allowed to break. She had already made it clear during the banquet, and Xianxia was aware of it as well. Thus, our bet is simple. We'll enter the cleansing lake at noon tomorrow, and whoever burns 3 spirit cleansing incense first will be the winner. Princess Feier said. Whoever burns 3 spirit cleansing incense first will be the winner. Not expecting such a bet, Xianxia was taken aback. The speed at which one burned the spirit cleansing incense was directly proportional to the speed at which one absorbed the lake eye's spiritual energy. If one wanted the latter to be faster, one had to possess a stronger soul. In other words, the stronger the soul power, the faster the spirit cleansing incense would burn. The other party was a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert, and his soul had been nourished by the consonant spirit realm. Clearly, the other party was taking advantage of the fact that he was only at clarifying turbidity realm, making his soul weaker. It was just that, even in her wildest dreams, she would never have imagined that her soul wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was too strong. Having cultivated his soul, Xianxia was already able to move his soul independently from his physical body. If he were to really absorb the energy of the soul, even a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert would be no match for him. Are you sure about this bet? He looked at Xianxia sympathetically. Needless to say, if this guy really made this bet, it would be hard for him not to lose. That's right. Why? You were so gleeful just a moment ago, but now you dare to back down? Princess Fei asked confidently. This? Xianxia scratched his head. Let's talk about the bet. The bet is simple. If I win, from today onward, I will no longer be your maid, and I won't owe you any spirit stones either. On the other hand, if you win, I will pay you another 10,000 spirit stones, or become your maid for another 5 months. How about it? Princess Fei said. Become my maid for another 5 months? Forget it. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia shook his head. It didn't matter to him whether he wanted a maid or not. Back then, he had only said it as a joke. Rather than that, he would rather accept spirit stones. You don't agree? Are you intending to have me marry you? Hearing the other party's rejection, Princess Fei gritted her teeth furiously. Marry me? Xianxia was stunned. Dream on. You, Princess Fei grabbed her hair. There were countless master teachers in the Master Teacher Academy around her, hoping to win her favor. Yet, this fellow actually said that she was dreaming. Who do you think you are? My intentions are simple. Forget about being my maid, just pay me another 10,000 spirit stones. Xianxia waved his hands. Alright, it's settled then. Gritting her teeth, Princess Fei turned around and left. She really couldn't bring herself to continue speaking with this fellow. She was afraid that she would just die of anger if she were to continue speaking with him. After escaping from the eyes of the crowd, Princess Fei returned to her residence. Luo Qiqi walked up to her, and upon seeing her in such a state, she was stunned. What's wrong? At this moment, Princess Fei's clothes were torn in several places, revealing her snow-white skin. Her hair and face were covered in mud, and she looked as if she had just rolled around in the mud. I'm fine. I have some injuries, so it's inconvenient for me to apply them myself. Help me apply some recovery medicine when we return. Princess Fei said. After losing the bet, she ran over to the other party and made a move on him. It was one thing for her to succeed, but in the end, she ended up being beaten up so badly that even her bottom was swollen. She couldn't bring herself to say such a shameful thing. You're injured? Luo Qiqi frowned. Who did it? I already said that I'm fine. You just have to help me apply the recovery medicine. Princess Fei's face reddened. All right then. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak of it, Luo Qiqi decided not to press on. If it's external injuries, I happen to have a bottle of blood pine ointment. School head who of the apothecary school specially forged it for me, and it's extremely effective on external injuries. If you apply it now, it shouldn't affect your entry into the cleansing lake tomorrow. There's no need for that. Wu Jingong just gave me a bottle of Saint Recovery medicine. It said that no matter how severe the external injuries are, as long as you apply it, it will heal them within a few breaths. Help me apply some. Princess Fei flicked her wrist and took out a wine gourd. She couldn't see the wound on her bottom. Even though she was a little embarrassed to ask the other party to apply it on her, it was still better than limping around with a red bottom. Saint Recovery medicine? Luo Qiqi was taken aback. I heard that it's a gift from a few vassal states. I tried it on the spot, and it's extremely effective. Even a bloody wound can be healed instantaneously. Princess Fei said. He told me confidently that he wanted me to accept it, so I took it to see how effective it is. There's such a formidable medicine in the world? Luo Qiqi complimented as she walked into the room with Princess Fei. Not too long after they entered, they heard a scream reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Following which, Princess Fei's furious roar reverberated throughout the entire courtyard. Wu Zhen, screw you. Wu Zhen popped his head out of the room with a perplexed look on his face. Who called me? After bidding farewell to Princess Fei, Xianxia returned to his room. He took out the glacier rain sword and had it acknowledge him as its master. After testing it out and realizing that it was extremely smooth, he kept it. After flying for more than a month and fighting 2 battles, Xianxia felt extremely fatigued and fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes once more, the sky was already bright. Walking out of his room, he saw Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai walking up to him with agitated and grateful looks on their faces. As soon as they returned last night, the two of them had consumed the consonant spirit pill, and they had already achieved a breakthrough to consonant spirit realm intermediate stage. Even though it was only a small cultivation stage, their souls had become more refined, and their Xianxia had become more concentrated. The reason for this was due to this young man. Let's head to the royal palace. Since the cleansing lake is opening, we have to head there as soon as possible. After finishing his breakfast, Hongxue walked up to Xianxia. Hongfeng Empire had displayed its might in this allocation of slots, suppressing the other three vassal states to the point of suffocation. This had left Xianxia in high spirits. The royal palace of Huanyu Empire was even more majestic than the crown prince's eastern palace. Amidst the resplendent decorations, there was an imposing aura reminiscent of a crouching tiger and coiling dragon. Upon entering, one's expression would turn grave, not daring to even breathe loudly. Under the lead of two eunuchs, Zhang Xian walked into the main hall of the royal palace and saw that Luo Zhao, Feng Yu, and the others had already arrived. After a night of treatment, everyone looked much better than before. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would still be able to vaguely see the bruises and scars on their faces. As one's cultivation rose, one's physical body grew stronger and stronger. As a result, the rate at which one recovered from injuries slowed down as well. Even though they had precious recovery pills with them, they were still far from matching up to Zhang Xian's Xianxia, which allowed him to recover from his injuries at any moment. What's wrong with that fellow? Zhang Xian wasn't surprised to see some bruises on their faces. However, lifting his gaze, he saw a person who left him slightly surprised. Last night, Wu Zhen, who was seated beside the crown prince and receiving the congratulatory gifts from the crowd, had a black eye. Even though the swelling on his face had subsided, one could still see that he had suffered a vicious beating. As a talented student of the Master Teacher Academy, a figure whom even Emperor Yi Wendian and Crown Prince Yi Qian respected, who would dare lay a hand on him, Wu Zhen wasn't the only one who saw it. The others also saw it, and they were perplexed. Xianxia, I have something to ask you. Just as they were feeling curious, Wu Zhen suddenly walked over furiously. Paying respects to Wu Shi. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Flicking his wrist, Wu Zhen took out a wine gourd and asked furiously, "Don't bother with these useless things. What's with this medicinal wine?" Even though the other party claimed that it was a gift from Hongxue yesterday, Wu Zhen could still tell that it had something to do with Xianxia. This medicinal wine? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. You used it? How could this be a medicinal wine? In truth, it was just white wine. The reason why he was able to treat his injuries was because he had infused his Xianxia into it. However, as time passed, his Xianxia would gradually dissipate, rendering it useless. It seemed like this fellow had used it, but it was ineffective. It wasn't me. However, it's useless. The more Wu Zhen thought about it, the angrier he got. Last night, when he heard the sixth princess calling for him, he ran over excitedly, only to be pummeled. Only after being pummeled to death did he realize that it was because the medicinal wine was ineffective. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How can it be useless? It just so happens that your face is injured. Let me give it a try. Seeing that the other party was furious over this matter, how could Zhang Xian possibly admit to it? Taking the wine gourd, he shook it twice and infused a surge of Xianxia into it. Give it a try? Zhang Xian thought that the other party would be afraid, but the other party remained calm. Come, passing the wine gourd over, Zhang Xian said, if you don't believe me, try it. Drink? Wu Zhen was taken aback. Isn't the medicine supposed to be applied externally? Yesterday, when Bai Shi's arm was pierced by a dagger, the medicine was effective when applied externally. Why did it have to be consumed by him instead? Depending on the severity of the injury, the medicine is divided into two categories. If one were to use it incorrectly, not only would it be ineffective, it might even worsen the injury. Zhang Xian explained casually. In any case, there wasn't much medicinal wine left in the gourd. Thus, he decided to fool the other party first. By the time he wanted to investigate the matter, the medicinal wine would already be gone. There's such a saying? Wu Zhen was doubtful. It's not like you didn't see how effective it was when I used it yesterday. If it's ineffective, it must be the wrong method. Zhang Xian's face wasn't red at all. You said it yourself that you weren't the one who used it. It must be the person who used it. That's why it's ineffective. Is that so? Wu Zhen was still a little hesitant. Take a sip, take a sip. Xianxia smiled. Alright, if it doesn't work, I'll teach you a lesson. Harumphing coldly, Wu Zhen raised the gourd and drank a mouthful. As the wine flowed down his throat, he immediately felt a surge of warmth flowing through his abdomen and throughout his entire body. A moment later, all of the bruises and pain on his body disappeared without a trace. This. Wu Zhen widened his eyes in disbelief. Only after experiencing it for himself did he realize how fearsome this saint recovery medicine was. He was beaten up badly yesterday, and he had used both externally and consumed the medicine, but it didn't seem to work at all. Today, he returned with reddened eyes. He thought that Xianxia's saint medicine was a fake, but who could have thought that it would be so formidable, to be able to make a full recovery in an instant and recover from all of his injuries. This was way too heaven-defying. Am I right? Seeing that Wu Zhen's injuries had recovered, Xianxia nodded. It must be the person who treated you using the wrong method. Why don't you ask her where her injuries are and see if she applied it externally or consumed it? I'll analyze it for you. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Zhen nodded. This matter concerned his reputation. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, he would be labeled as a swindler for nothing. Picking up the wine gourd, he turned around and walked toward the sixth princess. Sixth princess, you've misunderstood me. This bottle of medicinal wine is not useless, it's just that you used the wrong method. After receiving Xianxia's guidance, Wu Zhen was filled with confidence. His every action was filled with elegance. Using the wrong method? The sixth princess frowned when she saw that this guy was so confident after chatting with Xianxia for a while. That's right. Just tell me where you're hurt. Don't worry, I just need to take a look and determine the root of the problem. Then, I'll know whether to apply it externally or take it orally. I guarantee that you'll recover immediately. Raising his head, Wu Zhen felt that he had once more won his trust. Where are you hurt? Take a look at it? The sixth princess' face was as red as blood. You did it on purpose, didn't you? My injuries were caused by Xianxia. After chatting with him for a long time, you came over to ask about it and even wanted to take a look at it. In other words, you want to see my butt? That's right. As long as I can determine the location and condition of your injury, I'll be able to determine whether you should apply it externally or take it orally. You must have used the wrong method yesterday, that's why it didn't work. Chuckling, Wu Zhen was just about to continue teasing the other party to let her know that he had been wrongly accused yesterday when he suddenly felt his vision darken. A slap flew straight toward his face. Pa! The resounding slap sent Wu Zhen spinning twice on the spot with a dumbfounded look on his face. If you want to take a look, I'll beat you to death today. With a livid face, the sixth princess sent a kick toward the fellow standing before her. Pong! Before Wu Zhen could react, he was already sent flying, crashing onto the ground. Sixth princess, why did you hit me? What happened to me? Wu Zhen cried. Out of goodwill, he gave the medicinal wine that he couldn't bear to use to the princess before him. He thought that he would be able to please the other party, but he ended up being beaten up the previous day. It wasn't easy for him to figure out the reason behind it, and he tried it himself, only to be beaten up once more. What in the world is going on? I really did it out of goodwill, but why am I so unlucky? Luo Qiqi, hurry up and plead for me. Struggling to his feet, Wu Zhen saw that the sixth princess was still charging at him furiously, intending to continue beating him up. Frightened, he hurriedly pleaded for help. How dare you tease the sixth princess? Serves you right. Luo Qiqi harumphed. She had heard the previous conversation as well. This fellow actually dared to look at the sixth princess' buttocks. Putting aside getting beaten up, even being beaten to death would be a light punishment. Wu Zhen, how dare you tease the sixth princess? You're courting death. By the side, Xing Yuan finally understood what the fellow before him had done. Roaring furiously, he rubbed his palms together, ready to make a move. He was a loyal fan of the sixth princess, and she had always been by his side. Yet, this fellow actually dared to tease her. Aren't you looking down on me? Wu Zhen cried. I really just wanted to do something good, this. Watching as Wu Zhen walked over and was pummeled viciously, Xianxia was completely bewildered. As expected of a genius from the Master Teacher Academy. His mood was indeed unpredictable, and he couldn't be fathomed with common sense. Cough cough, since everyone is here, let's head to the cleansing lake. In the end, Emperor Yu Wentian couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted the geniuses. Let's go. Knowing that it was getting late, the crowd hurriedly followed behind Xianxia. The cleansing lake wasn't located in the royal palace, not even in Huanyu capital. Instead, it was located at the border between the Verdant Mountain and the Dragon-Scaled River, and it was heavily guarded by the Huanyu royal family. Stepping onto the aerial spirit beasts that they had prepared beforehand, they flew for several dozen minutes before a place where spiritual energy was concentrated appeared before their eyes. The Verdant Mountain resembled a massive dragon, and the Dragon-Scaled River resembled a galaxy embedded in the ground. The dragon drank from the river, and the stars shone upon the world. With a single glance, it was clear that this was a natural spirit-gathering formation. Furthermore, the dragon carried the ability to summon clouds and rain, allowing it to soar into the sky at any moment. As such, the spiritual energy here was much more gentle, and it was more beneficial to one's soul. Incredible! After observing for a moment, Xianxia's eyes lit up. It was no wonder why it could become the capital of a Tier 2 empire. This cleansing lake was indeed extraordinary. It was much more powerful than the spirit-gathering formation he had constructed. They slowly descended. The cleansing lake is right ahead. Before entering, I'll distribute the spirit-cleansing incense according to the quota and time we agreed upon. Yu Wentian explained. Following which, a guard walked over with a total of 30 spirit-cleansing incense in his hands. Unlike ordinary incense, this incense looked more like a metal that could float in the water and burn on its own to determine the amount of spiritual energy in the lake eyes. Hongfeng Empire had obtained 3 lake eyes, so there were a total of 9 spirit-cleansing incense. Xianxia took 3 of them. A lake eye could only last 3 days, so 3 was sufficient for him. By the time they were done distributing the spirit-cleansing incense, it was already nearing noon. Xianxia, I have something to talk to you about. Seeing that the cleansing lake was about to open, Xianxia was just about to follow Yi Qian and the others over when he heard a voice by his ear. Turning around, he saw Xingyuan standing before him. Wu Zhen was looking for him, and now this fellow was here as well. What was he up to? But since the other party had something to say, it wouldn't be good for him to turn him down. The duo walked to a corner where the crowd couldn't see. The moment Xianxia found his footing, Xingyuan went straight to the point. I know that you have a bet with the 6th princess. That's right. Xianxia didn't deny it. During the first bet, this fellow was right in front of him and saw with his own eyes that the 6th princess whom he liked had become his maidservant. Admit defeat. Don't let the 6th princess see through it. Xingyuan looked at him. Admit defeat? Xianxia frowned. He was wondering why the other party was looking for him, but to think that it was for him to admit defeat. That's right. As long as you admit defeat, you can name your conditions. Xingyuan waved his hands grandly and harumphed. Name your conditions? Xianxia's eyes lit up. That's right. Xingyuan nodded. All right then. The bet between the 6th princess and me is 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones. I believe you should know about this as well, and it's the same for this bet as well. How about this? If you can give me a high-tier spirit stone, I'll admit defeat. Xianxia said calmly. To him, he could control the rate at which he absorbed the spiritual energy in the cleansing lake. If he could earn a high-tier spirit stone from this bet, he would have made a huge profit. Even though a single high-tier spirit stone was worth 10,000 middle-tier high-tier spirit stones, it was still impossible to buy one even if one wanted to. A high-tier spirit stone? Xingyuan's lips twitched. This was simply too valuable. Even his clan wouldn't be able to afford it easily. It's fine if you don't agree to it. In any case, the 6th princess will have to pay me 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones if she loses, Xianxia. Even though 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones couldn't compare to a high-tier spirit stone, at the very least, it was enough to ensure that he wouldn't lose. All right, I agree. Gritting his teeth, Xingyuan said, as long as I complete the mission and return to the academy, I will be rewarded with a high-tier spirit stone. I can give it to you, but you must keep this a secret for me. You mustn't speak of this matter. Deal. Xianxia nodded. At most, he would just have to waste 3 days of effort to earn a high-tier spirit stone. That was a huge profit. Not to mention, this way, he wouldn't offend Xingyuan, and it would appease the sixth princess. Just as the duo finished their discussion, a loud explosion sounded. Following which, a surge of concentrated spiritual energy spread into the surroundings, as though a massive spirit-gathering formation had been activated. Look! Someone among the crowd shouted. Hurriedly turning his gaze forward, he saw a pillar of concentrated spiritual energy soaring into the heavens. A refreshing aura gushed forth from it, and with just a breath of it, one would feel their soul trembling, as if they were on the verge of a breakthrough. In an empty space not too far away, a massive lake gradually appeared. The spiritual energy within it was boiling, and it seemed as though massive dragons were roaring furiously. From the looks of it, it seemed as though they would burst forth at any moment. Surrounding the lake were 10 whirlpools of similar sizes. Each of them had a diameter of 2 meters, and they sat quietly in the surroundings, as though a crown of jewels. The cleansing lake has opened. Upon seeing this sight, everyone clenched their fists tightly. The main reason why they came to Huanyu Empire was to obtain the cleansing lake. After waiting for so long, it finally opened under everyone's expectant gazes. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian and Xingyuan hurriedly followed behind Zhang Xian. Only when they arrived before the raging lake did they realize that Yi Qian's words were true. The lake water was as though a massive wave. While it emanated spiritual energy, it also carried a formidable might. It felt as though anyone who dared to charge in would be torn to shreds on the spot. Look! Noticing everyone's shock, Yi Wendian flicked his wrist, and a spirit intermediate tier weapon appeared in his hand. He tossed it into the lake. Gotcha! In the blink of an eye, the weapon that even transcendent mortal 8-dan cultivators would find difficult to destroy melted into a pile of liquid and sank to the bottom of the lake. This. The faces of the crowd twitched. Although their physical bodies were not weak, compared to a spirit-level medium-grade weapon, they were still too weak. There was no comparison at all. Yet, such a formidable weapon was reduced to liquid in an instant. If they were to charge in, they would be reduced to nothingness in an instant. It was no wonder Crown Prince Yi Qian said that even a transcendent mortal 8-dan cultivator would find it difficult to survive. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. The lake water is violent, so it would be best for everyone to cultivate in the lake eye. Otherwise, even the gods would find it hard to save you. After doing all of that, Yi Wendian warned. Don't worry, we won't be reckless. We cultivate to raise our strength, not to seek death. Your Majesty, please don't worry. That's too fearsome, we won't take the risk. The crowd hurriedly shook their heads. Even a spirit intermediate tier weapon could be reduced to liquid in an instant. Who wouldn't be courting death by going there? Alright, let's choose the lake eye then. The 10 lake eyes have the same effect, and those from the same vassal kingdom can choose to stay together. This way, we can look out for one another. Yi Wendian waved his hands and fell silent. The 10 lake eyes were all located by the side of the cleansing lake, and their effects were all the same. There was no need to be particular about which one to choose. Zhang Xian glanced around before leading Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai into the pool. Due to the dense spiritual energy shrouding the lake eye, even a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert wouldn't be able to see through it. Zhang Xian's cultivation involved the Heaven's Path divine art and many other aspects, so he preferred to live a peaceful life. Let's do it here. After finding a lake eye with the densest concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings, Zhang Xian stopped and instructed Luo Xian and Zhang Xian, the two of you should cultivate in the lake eyes by the side. If anything were to happen, we'll be able to help one another. Alright. The two of them nodded. Holding on to the spirit-cleansing incense, they were just about to enter when they heard a bellow. You two, move aside. Zhang Xian turned around and saw Princess Feier and Luo Qiqi standing before him. Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai didn't know what to do when they saw the princess fighting with them for a place. You guys go over there. We want to be closer to teacher. Luo Qiqi said calmly. This? Yes. Since Princess Fair and Luo Qiqi had come over together, they didn't dare to utter a single word. Thus, they hurriedly headed to the lake eye on the other side. In any case, the effects of the spirit cleansing incense were the same, so there wasn't much of a difference between them. Since we're making a bet, I want to see whether you're cheating with my own eyes. Don't think too highly of yourself. Seeing Xianxia looking at her, Princess Fair harumphed. Think too highly of myself? You're thinking too much. Xianxia shook his head. I just want to see which one of your nerves is acting up, you. Princess Fair gritted her teeth. There's no need for you to gloat over this. The cleansing lake isn't a place where one's mouth is better than the others. Flinging her sleeves, Princess Fair leaped into the lake eye without any hesitation. The spirit cleansing incense in her hand immediately floated in the water, and it lit up on its own. Hoo. Closing her eyes, Princess Fair began to cultivate. Along with her breathing, the spiritual energy in the lake eye began to surge, and the smoke from the spirit cleansing incense grew stronger and stronger. Seeing how this lass had started cultivating right away in order to defeat him, Xianxia shook his head and leaped into one of the lake eyes as well. Luo Qiqi also leaped in, and together with Princess Fair, they sandwiched Xianxia in between. The other party was her apothecary teacher, and they had just met not too long ago. Naturally, she hadn't reached the level where she would come over to cultivate with him. The reason why she came over was because she didn't want her friend to get into a fight with the other party. Princess Fair might seem arrogant, but deep down, she was a prideful person who refused to admit defeat. Since she wanted to witness the rate at which the other party absorbed spiritual energy, she naturally had to accompany him. At the very least, if the two of them were to get into a fight, she would be able to mediate between them. Otherwise, what happened yesterday could very well happen again. Even though the sixth princess didn't say who the two footprints on her bottom were from her words, Xianxia could deduce that it had something to do with this apothecary teacher of his. Logically speaking, it would be best to remove one's clothes after entering the cleansing lake. However, due to the differences between men and women, it would be more troublesome to remove one's clothes. Even so, the wet clothes of the two ladies still revealed their exquisite figures. Xianxia glanced around before placing the spirit cleansing incense into the lake. After which, he began cultivating as well. Closing his eyes, Xianxia drove his soul, and he immediately felt concentrated spiritual energy flowing through his acupoints, nourishing his soul, leaving him with a sense of comfort. This rate of absorption is too slow. After a moment of absorption, Xianxia realized that the spiritual energy in the lake eyes was indeed beneficial to his soul. However, after filtering it through his body, not only did its effects weaken, the rate of absorption was also extremely slow. Furthermore, his body was like a shackle while his soul was like a cotton ball trapped in a metal cage. Every single strand of spiritual energy required a long period of time. Is it possible for my soul to leave my body? Xianxia asked. The physical body was a natural barrier for his soul. If he were to take his soul out and face the spiritual energy directly, what would happen? Would he be able to advance his cultivation faster? Let me give it a try. Xianxia glanced around and saw that the two ladies were cultivating with their eyes closed, so no one else could see what was going on. Thus, he drove his soul oracle cultivation technique, and a soul identical to his flew out from his glabella. As soon as his soul entered the lake eyes, Xianxia immediately felt concentrated spiritual energy flowing through his body. My cultivation speed is indeed much faster this way. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even before he started cultivating, Xianxia could already feel that the rate at which the spiritual energy was nourishing his soul was much faster than before. Without any hesitation, he drove his soul oracle cultivation technique and absorbed the spiritual energy frenziedly. Hong long long, the entire lake eye immediately began to shake. Vigorous spiritual energy rushed straight towards his soul, gradually increasing the size of his soul. Even though Xianxia was only at transcendent mortal 5 Dan heavens path soul art at the moment and was unable to reach 6 Dan yet, just like Xianxia, reaching the pinnacle of the heavens path soul art and accumulating spiritual energy would allow his soul to grow larger and larger. This was similar to the difference between water and mercury. The difference in level was equivalent to the difference between the two, a fundamental difference. However, even though both were mercury, there was a huge difference between a tank and a pond. This was the difference in quantity. Even though Xianxia didn't possess the transcendent mortal 6 Dan Heavens Path Soul Art yet, he could still allow his transcendent mortal 5 Dan Heavens Path Soul Art to grow larger and larger, allowing him to gather more soul energy. While Xianxia was furiously absorbing spiritual energy, Princess Fei, who was standing not too far away, suddenly heard the rumbling of spiritual energy. She couldn't help but look over, and with just a single glance, she froze on the spot and nearly fainted on the spot. She saw that 2 of the spirit cleansing incense beside Xianxia had already burned down, and the 3rd was already ignited. From the looks of it, it was going to be depleted at any moment. Are you for real? How long has it been? 5 minutes? Or 10 minutes? The other party finished 3 days' worth of spirit cleansing incense, and you finished it in 5 minutes. You must have eaten that plaything, right? Princess Fei's body trembled, and she nearly spurted blood. She thought that as a transcendent mortal 6 Dan expert, the other party wouldn't stand a chance against her due to the strength of her soul. Never in her dreams could she have imagined that she had only just started, and before she could even burn down a single strand of spirit cleansing incense, the other party had already finished 3 strands of spirit cleansing incense. Do you have to be so exaggerated? How am I supposed to compete with you? Am I supposed to lose? What's going on? Luo Qiqi was also jolted awake by the raging spiritual energy in the air. Upon seeing Xianxia's spirit cleansing incense, she nearly fainted from shock. His incense, he's already finished absorbing it. How am I supposed to bet with him? Princess Fei was on the verge of tears. This, Luo Qiqi scratched her head. The 2 of them weren't soul oracles, and they didn't possess the Eye of Insight either. Xianxia's soul was hidden in the lake, and under the shroud of spiritual energy, it was impossible to see it. From afar, one would think that he had absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the area through his cultivation. Hearing the discussion of the duo, Xianxia halted his cultivation and returned his soul back to his body. Raising his head to look at the spirit cleansing incense in front of him, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Who stole my spirit cleansing incense? Frowning, Xianxia exclaimed. It was just a moment ago that there were 3 strands. Why did it suddenly turn into half in the blink of an eye? Who would dare to steal from him? Steal? The 2 ladies were speechless. You're the one who absorbed all of it yourself, me? Xianxia was taken aback. Surely that can't be. If there's so little spiritual energy in here, how can I use it for 3 days? He hadn't even felt anything after absorbing all of the spiritual energy in the area, and yet, the spiritual energy was already nearly depleted. Was this for real? He was still intending to come to the cleansing lake to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible so as to raise his cultivation. To think that it would end before he could even begin. Did he have to be so conned? Little? Hearing Xianxia's words, Princess Fei and Luo Qiqi's eyebrows shot up. They had also been cultivating earlier, and even though the lake wasn't big, it was filled with spiritual energy. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't deplete it. Probably only you would think that it was too little. It must be because teacher absorbed too quickly. How did he do it? Luo Qiqi asked. Previously, when Xianxia was cultivating, the lake was bubbling, and the spiritual energy in the area was stirred up. This was caused by him absorbing spiritual energy too quickly. For a transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle cultivator to be able to absorb spiritual energy so quickly, how in the world did he do it? Indeed. Are you cheating? Princess Fei frowned. Even Luo Qiqi, one of the top grade 2 geniuses, wasn't able to comprehend what was going on. Could this fellow be cheating? Cheating? Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. If one were to say that he had cheated, he would have really done so. Others would focus their attention on absorbing the spiritual energy, nourishing their souls through their physical body. On the other hand, Xianxia directly took out his soul and absorbed it. This was just like how the seller and the buyer would both benefit from the transaction. However, if a middleman were to be added into the equation, the outcome would be different. But if one were to look at it more carefully, he was cultivating without using any artifacts or weapons, so it couldn't be considered as cheating. That's right. If you didn't cheat, how could you absorb the spiritual energy so quickly? Princess Fei widened her eyes in shock. This? Xianxia was at a loss for words. He knew that he couldn't reveal the matter regarding soul oracles, or else he would be in deep trouble. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "If you're cheating, you must have some means to do so. Even you, the princess of Hongyuan Empire, aren't capable of such a feat, so how could I? If you don't believe me, why don't we swap lake eyes? You have already absorbed almost all of it, who would want to swap with you?" Princess Fei rolled her eyes. "You sure are dreaming. Since you have already absorbed almost all of it, what can I absorb if I go over?" "Teacher, I'll swap with you." Since Princess Fei didn't agree to it, Luo Qiqi interjected. She was the strongest of the geniuses from the Master Teacher Academy, having reached Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle. To be honest, the cleansing pool's effects were not that great for someone with such strength. Since the cleansing lake wasn't that effective, it wasn't a bad idea to see how the other party would absorb it. This, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before nodding. His lake eyes had already run out of spiritual energy, and his soul cultivation had only improved by a little. He couldn't possibly wait here forever, thus, he walked out of his lake eye and swapped with Luo Qiqi's. "Alright, you can start cultivating now. If you can reach the same speed now, I'll believe that you didn't cheat." Princess Fei harumphed. This time, she had watched Xianxia enter the lake eye without blinking. She didn't put anything in, so there was no way she could have cheated. With a slight jolt of his primordial spirit, he drew his primordial spirit out of his body and merged with it. At such a close distance, even a 6-star master teacher wouldn't be able to see anything, needless to say. Hung Long Long, as Xianxia began to cultivate his soul, the spirit-cleansing incense floating in the center of the lake began to burn once more. In less than 5 minutes, another 3 incense sticks were on the verge of burning out. Returning his soul back to his physical body, Xianxia sighed helplessly. He thought that the situation would be better with a lake eye, but the results were still the same. Before his primordial spirit could even absorb much of the water, the lake had already dried up. There was too little spirit chi stored here, so how could he cultivate? One must know that he had sucked dry the seed water of the entire Yinyang Lake in order to advance his soul cultivation. "Did you see clearly just now? Did I cheat?" Feeling stifled, he raised his head to look at the young lady not too far away. "This?" Princess Fei's face reddened in embarrassment. "I don't." She suspected that he was cheating, but he used his true strength to show her. "What can you do to me if I absorb it so quickly?" His face reddened, and he felt so stifled that he was about to vomit blood. If he had known that this fellow could absorb so much energy so quickly, why would he compete with him? Wasn't he looking for excitement? It seemed like there was no point in continuing the bet. He was bound to lose anyway. "Alright, let's hurry up and cultivate." Seeing that the young lady was on the verge of tears, Xianxia waved his hands awkwardly. "Don't worry, there's a chance that you might emerge victorious." He had promised Xingyuan that he would let the other party win. He couldn't possibly crush the other party's confidence so easily. "There's a chance." Luo Qiqi rolled her eyes. "Who are you trying to fool? You consumed nearly 3 spirit-cleansing incense in just 5 minutes of cultivation. How can the 6th princess win when the both of us aren't doing anything at all? Aren't you trying to console me a little too insincere?" "Teacher is right, let's hurry up and cultivate. Otherwise, we'll be wasting this opportunity." Even though Luo Qiqi felt stifled, she still spoke up. Princess Fei nodded before closing her eyes to cultivate. Even though she knew that the chances of victory were close to 0, cultivating here was still beneficial to one's soul. Seeing that her good friend was still able to cultivate despite being dealt a huge blow, Luo Qiqi heaved a sigh of relief. She shot a glance at Miss Zhang before closing her eyes as well. Even though she had already absorbed most of the spiritual energy here, given her speed, it wouldn't be a problem for her to absorb it for another half a day. Seeing that the two of them were still cultivating, Xianxia rubbed his glabella. Using his soul to absorb spiritual energy was simply too fast. The last spirit-cleansing incense before him would probably run out in less than a minute. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to leave the cleansing lake before achieving anything? That would be too much of a loss, but there was no need for him to continue cultivating with his physical body. After all, since he could use his soul, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. "What should I do?" Stifled, Xianxia was contemplating whether he should wait for the last spirit-cleansing incense to run out before leaving when his eyes suddenly lit up. Right, how could I forget about the library? He had been so focused on cultivating that he forgot about the library. Just as he was about to dip his finger into the lake, Xianxia's consciousness flickered. Flaws. Following which, a book appeared before his eyes. Master Teacher Continent, Miryu Empire's Cleansing Lake. The lake contains spiritual energy that can nourish one's soul and raise one's soul energy. The first flaw is that the spiritual energy in the lake is too little, making it easy for one to absorb all of it with their soul. As such, the spiritual energy in the lake is far more concentrated. The second flaw is. There were dozens of flaws recorded in the book. The spiritual energy in the lake is too concentrated? That's right. The spiritual energy in the lake originates from the lake. If I can absorb the spiritual energy in the lake directly, wouldn't I be able to absorb as much spiritual energy as I want? After reading through the first flaw, Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but turn his gaze to the lake not too far away. The cleansing lake was filled with a powerful aura. With just a glance, one would be fearful of it, not daring to approach it. In comparison, the lake was calm. Even though it contained spiritual energy, it was still lacking compared to the lake on the other side. It was just like digging a hole on the beach by the river, and it wouldn't take long for a lake to form. In truth, the lake was formed by the spiritual energy in the lake, so it was natural that there would be very little of it. If Xianxia wanted to absorb more spiritual energy, the massive cleansing lake would be the best choice. Just that. The cleansing lake is able to melt even a spirit intermediate tier weapon in an instant. I won't be able to withstand it if I enter. Even though he knew that there was a lot of spiritual energy in the lake, the sight from before still appeared in his mind, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. The cleansing lake was able to melt even a spirit intermediate tier weapon easily. Xianxia knew that his physical body wasn't weak, but it was still far from comparable to a weapon of this level. Why am I so stupid? After a long moment of contemplation, Xianxia suddenly slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. Even if I can't enter with my physical body, I can still remain here. However, I can enter with my soul. Other people would surely die if their soul were to leave their physical body, but Xianxia was different. He had inherited the soul oracle heritage from several dozen millenniums ago, allowing him to leave his body and enter the lake with his soul. If the soul of other soul oracles were to enter the lake, it would be impossible for them to withstand the might of the sun flames, and they would be torn to shreds in an instant. However, Xianxia was different. His soul had been tempered by the Heaven's Path soul art, and he didn't have the 5 soul declines. Even if he were to enter the lake, he wouldn't be affected at all. Furthermore, no matter how powerful the cleansing lake was, souls were intangible. Even if they were torn apart, they could still be gathered back together. Let me give it a try. Without any hesitation, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and placed his body in a cultivation posture. With a thought, his soul left his body once more. His soul flew to the boundary between the cleansing lake and the cleansing lake. After a moment of hesitation, he stretched his hand in. His hand submerged into the cleansing lake. As expected, it's fine. Seeing that his soul wasn't harmed at all, Xianxia's eyes lit up. With a step forward, his entire soul entered the cleansing lake. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The cleansing lake seemed to be bubbling, and the water in the cleansing lake rippled non-stop. The energy that could melt even a spirit intermediate tier weapon was completely ineffective against him. Absorb. Xianxia walked to the center of the cleansing lake and sat down cross-legged. He immediately drove the Heaven's Path soul art. Hung long long, a violent surge of energy immediately gushed into his soul through the acupoints on his soul, causing it to grow at a frenzied pace. What concentrated spiritual energy! Xianxia let out a comfortable groan, and he nearly burst into laughter. Sure enough, there was always a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. He thought that with the spirit cleansing incense burning, the cleansing lake would be of no use to him anymore. Never in his dreams did he expect that his soul would be able to enter the cleansing lake and absorb it freely. The spiritual energy in the cleansing lake was more than 100 times greater than that in the cleansing lake. He could do whatever he wanted without any hesitation. Right, I should get my clone to absorb the spiritual energy as well. Xianxia thought. His clone needed to replenish his soul energy as well. Since this was such a good opportunity, he might as well give it to him. Xianxia communicated with his storage ring, and in the next instant, his clone appeared in the cleansing lake. In order to prevent others from noticing him, there were two Xianxia's clones in the cleansing lake. With the spiritual energy concealing them, no one would be able to see them. My clone is formed from the 9 hearts lotus, so it shouldn't fear the cleansing lake. The material that his clone was made from was known as a god artifact, so it was naturally much stronger than a spirit intermediate tier weapon. Perhaps it shouldn't fear the cleansing lake. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia had his clone come into contact with the cleansing lake. Just as he had guessed, there was no change at all. Time to go over. Controlling his clone, Xianxia swam to the center of the cleansing lake and sat down beside his soul. Let's begin. His clone's soul appeared as well, and the two souls began absorbing the spiritual energy. Hong Long Long, Walala, two massive whirlpools seemed to have appeared in the center of the cleansing lake, and spiritual energy gushed into them. Jai. Jai. The two souls, as if they had eaten a great supplement pill, continuously grew. From the size of their physical bodies, they became tall and large. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. Previously, after absorbing the energy of the yin-yang lake source water, his soul had already grown to 3 meters tall, and now, it was even more exaggerated. His main body and clone continued to absorb the energy, and 4 hours later, they had already grown to 5 to 6 meters tall. It could be said that they were no different from giants. Author's note, let me give you a spoiler in advance. There's a high chance that you will lose your first kiss tomorrow. Lao will be conducting a survey on the public account tonight and giving you a choice. Who do you want to lose your first kiss to? Luo Qiqi, Princess Feier, Xing Yuan, Yu Wendian. It's still not as big as Lu Chong's soul. It seems like I'm still far from it. Recalling Lu Chong's mountain-like soul, Xianxia shook his head. 5 to 6 meters might be a massive existence to ordinary soul oracles, but it was still far from matching up to Lu Chong. Continue absorbing. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he continued to absorb the spiritual energy frenziedly. While Xianxia was accelerating, his clone also began to accelerate as well. Another 4 hours passed, and the spiritual energy in the cleansing lake began to wane at a visible rate. It was no longer as ferocious and turbulent as before. The spiritual energy has weakened. I'm just a little bit away from reaching 10 meters. Seeing that the spiritual energy was on the verge of being sucked dry, Xianxia immediately hastened his absorption. His soul was just a little bit away from reaching 10 meters. Once he broke through this bottleneck, he would surely grow stronger. Even if he still couldn't match up to Lu Chong, he wouldn't be too far off. After all, he was a soul formed through the heaven's path divine art. Regardless of whether it was in terms of spiritual energy or purity, he far surpassed the other party. Hong Long, just as Xianxia was in the midst of absorbing the spiritual energy, his clone suddenly blurred and broke through the bottleneck of 10 meters. To think that his clone was absorbing the spiritual energy even faster than his main body. Perplexed, Xianxia lowered his head to take a look. What he saw left him speechless. The body formed by the 9 heavens lotus embryo was also continuously absorbing the energy. As a god artifact, the 9 hearts lotus didn't fear the violent nature of the lake water. Even though it wasn't too big and its absorption rate was slower than that of a soul, it was still much faster than the main body. After reaching 10 meters, his clone's soul had grown significantly stronger, exerting immense pressure on him. At the same time, the rate at which he was absorbing spiritual energy had also increased. I'll speed up as well. Knowing that time waits for no one, Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate and began to absorb the spiritual energy even more frenziedly. However, no matter how hard he cultivated, his rate of absorption was still much slower than before. Lifting his head, he saw a massive vortex forming around his clone. The spiritual energy around him had been sucked dry by the other party. It was no wonder his improvement wasn't obvious. There was a huge difference between reaching 10 meters and below. The other party's rate of absorption was at least 3 times faster than his. Seeing how his clone was absorbing the spiritual energy at an increasing rate, as though he would be sucking dry all of the spiritual energy in the cleansing lake at any moment. Xianxia felt more and more furious. He slapped his head and said, "What's the hurry? Leave some for me." "What the hell, get this straight, you're my avatar. It's one thing for you to beat me up with a single punch, but you're even snatching the spiritual energy that I'm absorbing. How shameless, how could an upright master teacher like me have such a shameless clone?" After being slapped, the clone stopped with an aggrieved look on his face. Zhang Xian had him return to his physical body and put him back into his storage ring. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Hee, without competition, I should be able to break through the shackles of 10 meters. With a faint smile, the acupoints of Zhang Xian's soul suddenly opened. Previously, his doppelganger had been competing with him. Now that this fellow was no longer around, he could show off his fastest speed of absorption. Begin. With a low cry, his acupoints absorbed the energy in a frenzy. Rumble, as soon as the spiritual energy entered Zhang Xian's soul and was converted into energy, a deafening explosion sounded. The cleansing lake beneath him shook violently before exploding. Walala, the pond water flowed in all directions, like a river that had burst its banks. What's wrong? Halting his absorption, Zhang Xian hurriedly scanned the surroundings, only to see that all of the cultivators had been jolted awake, and their eyes were wide open. All of them were bewildered, not knowing what was going on. This is bad. Once the pond water runs dry, given my huge body, I will surely be discovered. I need to hurry back. Even though his soul was hidden in the pond, it was impossible for others to notice it due to the spiritual energy surrounding it. However, once the pond water ran dry, it would be impossible for him to conceal his traces anymore. He had to make use of this opportunity to return to his physical body. Besides, with his soul here, his physical body was just an empty shell. Everyone had opened their eyes, but he was the only one who was cultivating. No matter how foolish one was, they would surely be able to tell that something was amiss. Outside the cleansing lake, Emperor Yi Wendian and Pavilion Master Wei Jiang were standing not too far away, gazing at the massive lake before them. The cleansing lake faces the verdant mountain to the east and the dragon-scaled river to the west. It gathers the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers and condenses the energy of the earth veins. If one can cultivate in it for 3 days, their soul will surely be raised by a tear, making it even more resilient. Yi Wendian stroked his beard with a smile. Naturally, the guardian artifact of the Miryu Empire wasn't just for tempering one's soul. More importantly, the spiritual energy that had been tempered by the earth veins could make one's soul more resilient. This would be of great help to one's cultivation in the future. This was especially so for reaching transcendent mortal 8 Dan, ethereal treading realm. Ethereal treading was the ability to step through the void. Using the void as a flight of stairs, one's soul could borrow the surrounding energy to float in the air for a short period of time. If one's soul wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible for one to achieve perfect harmonization, needless to say, float. Even though the spiritual energy in the cleansing lakes I had calmed down significantly, it was still extremely resilient after going through the agitation of the lake water. Absorbing this spiritual energy could strengthen one's soul, and it was many times better than absorbing spiritual energy from spirit stones. This was also the reason why the cleansing lake was so famous. Indeed. Wei Shi nodded. Beneath the cleansing lake is a massive volcano that gathers the spiritual energy of the world. After being tempered by the volcano, the quality of the spiritual energy will naturally be different. After absorbing it, not only will one's soul become resilient, it will also be filled with the attribute of yang fire, making one immune to the energies of yin and yang. Yi Wendian chuckled. Look at how intense the spiritual energy is. It's like boiling water. Only through repeated tempering can one obtain true gold. If one doesn't go through such tempering, how can one improve the quality of the spiritual energy? This. What is going on? Just as Yi Shi was in awe of the might of the cleansing lake, he suddenly froze, and his voice trembled. Hearing the abnormal tone, Wei Shi hurriedly turned his gaze over, and he couldn't help but be stunned as well. As if someone had poured a huge ladle of cold water over the previously boiling lake, it had regained its tranquility. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Wei Shi said, "Perhaps, it has been boiling for too long, and it wants to calm down?" Having lived for more than 100 years, he had experienced the opening of the cleansing lake many times. In fact, he had even cultivated in the cleansing lake back then. Going by the previous circumstances, the lake should have been boiling under the assault of spiritual energy and earth flames. Why, did it suddenly become as calm as a well? Impossible. Yi Wentian's face paled. The founder has set up a formation around the lake. If the lake calms down, it would mean that the spiritual energy in the lake is insufficient, and the formation could collapse at any moment. Hung Long, before Yi Wentian could finish his words, the ground suddenly trembled. Following which, a massive crack appeared on the surface of the cleansing lake, and water gushed out frenziedly. It's really collapsing. Weisher also felt his vision darken. This was the treasure of the Miryu Empire. If it were to collapse, the number of experts in the empire would plummet, and the entire empire would be thrown into a state of panic. How could this be? But if it were to be opened normally, cultivators would only be cultivating in the lake eye. Why would the spiritual energy in the cleansing lake deteriorate and cause the formation to collapse? I'll get the sixth princess and the others to come out. Once the lake water dries up, we won't be able to suppress the volcano beneath. Weisher, hurry up and invite guild leader Wu and the others from the Formation Master Guild over to help prepare the formation. Seeing the lake water gushing furiously, Emperor Yi Wentian hurriedly instructed. The cleansing lake was controlled by a massive formation, and it maintained a balance with the verdant mountain, dragon-scaled river, and the earth vein. Now that it was on the verge of collapsing, the earth vein beneath could easily cause the volcano to erupt. If it were to explode, putting aside him, everyone present would be reduced to ashes. Under the searing heat of the volcano, as long as one couldn't fly, it would be impossible for them to escape. Even a half-saint wouldn't be able to survive if they were devoured by it. The might of the heavens was invincible. Before the true nature, only by becoming a true saint would one be able to survive. Everything else meant nothing. It was one thing for him to be in danger if the volcano were to explode, but if something were to happen to the sixth princess and the others, the entire Miryu Empire would be destroyed. He thought that by inviting the sixth princess over to cultivate, he would be able to curry favor with her and raise the standing of the Miryu Empire. Never in his dreams did he expect the stable cleansing lake to suddenly explode. What in the world was this? Why did the cleansing lake suddenly explode? If he knew that Xianxia was the one who came earlier, the cleansing lake would have long exploded. He would surely feel so stifled that he wouldn't be able to say a single word. All right. I'll go invite them over now. Knowing the severity of the situation, Weisher roared furiously, and an aerial savage beast immediately flew over. Leaping onto the back of the savage beast, the duo rushed back to the capital. He had to restore the formation to its original state and control the situation. Otherwise, the earth vein and the eruption of the volcano could flatten everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers, and countless lives would be lost. Seeing that Weisher had left, Emperor Yi Wentian immediately rushed to the lake eye where the sixth princess was. At this moment, Princess Feier had already awoken from her cultivation. Together with Luo Qiqi, she was staring at the young man before her in dismay. Despite the huge commotion, the entire cleansing lake was on the verge of exploding. Yet, this Xianxia was still cultivating with his eyes closed. How in the world did he manage to calm himself down? It was one thing if he was cultivating, but the spirit-cleansing incense floating in front of him was still as long as before. In other words, it had already been 8 hours, but that fellow hadn't absorbed any spiritual energy at all. If he wasn't absorbing spiritual energy, what was he cultivating for? Miss Zhang, unable to watch on any longer, Luo Qiqi shouted. There was no response from the other party. Given that the cleansing lake has suddenly exploded, I won't be able to catch up to you. Even if you win, Princess Feier harumphed. The other party had already used more than 5 incense sticks, and she hadn't dared to rest at all in the past 8 hours. Yet, she had only used less than a single incense stick. That was a huge gap, and she had lost the bet. Since I've already lost, stop acting. Hurry up and get up, after. Saying those words, the other party's eyes remained closed, not moving at all. What's wrong with him? No matter how foolish they were, they could tell that something was amiss. Let me take a look. Anxious, Luo Qiqi leaped into Zhang Xian's lake eye and tugged on it. Realizing that there was no movement, she couldn't help but touch her nose and body, and what she saw left her shocked. The young man's body stiffened, and his breathing stopped. He is dead. Luo Qiqi's lips quivered, and her face paled. Wasn't the spiritual energy in the lake supposed to be extremely stable and safe? How could someone die, cultivating, could actually kill someone? Dead? How is that possible? Princess Feyre was also shocked. She had been thinking about how she could defeat this unreliable fellow in a bet, but who could have thought that the other party would die just like that? Let me take a look. Leaping into the lake she touched it, and her face immediately paled. The fellow who was still gleefully absorbing 5 spirit cleansing incense 8 hours ago was now as stiff as a rock, and his breathing and heartbeat had already stopped. He was really dead. Even though she didn't have the slightest goodwill toward this fellow, she was still the other party's maid, and she hadn't redeemed her freedom yet. How could he die just like that? What will happen to me if you die? Will I be unable to resolve my identity as a maid for the rest of my life? Princess Feyre's body swayed weakly, and her face paled. Could he have absorbed too much spiritual energy in order to defeat me? That's why he ended up like this? Since the other party hadn't left the lake all this while, naturally, it wasn't due to the rampaging of the lake water. The only possibility was that he had absorbed too much spiritual energy in order to defeat her, resulting in a malfunction in his body. That's possible. Luo Qiqi nodded grimly. If he really died from absorbing too much spiritual energy, it's very likely that he's faked his death. As a talented apothecary, she knew a thing or two about saving lives. Even though she couldn't match up to physicians, she wasn't lacking either. Faked his death? Princess Feyre was taken aback. If one absorbs too much spiritual energy, one's meridians will be filled up, resulting in a lack of blood circulation, resulting in death from asphyxiation. It's said that this is only a faked death, not a true death. As long as one deals with it appropriately, one can be saved. I once read in a book that Xianxia was still fine a moment ago, but he ended up in such a state. That might be the case. Luo Qiqi said. Since he's faked his death, is there any way to save him? Princess Feyre asked. Frowning, Luo Qiqi pondered for a moment before replying. It seems like someone has to swiftly absorb the spiritual energy from his body. Swiftly absorb it? Princess Feyre was perplexed. Normally, the absorption of spiritual energy from one's palm is too slow, and it could easily lead to a discrepancy in the flow of spiritual energy between the two. If that happens, one's meridians could be ruptured. Even if one were to be saved, one would be no different from a cripple. We have to absorb it in the fastest way possible. At this point, Luo Qiqi blushed. In other words, mouth to mouth. Mouth? Princess Feyre's face twitched. Palm to palm, Xianxia could absorb the spiritual energy in the other party's body. However, the speed at which the other party absorbed spiritual energy wasn't too fast. Once a portion of the spiritual energy was absorbed, it would cause the other party's meridians to collapse. If such a situation were to occur, not to mention not being able to save the other party, even if it were to succeed, it would be equivalent to crippling the other party. However, there was a difference between men and women. Absorbing spiritual energy mouth to mouth, with a reddened face, Princess Feyre said, "He's your teacher, hurry up and save him." Me? Luo Qiqi hurriedly waved her hands and shook her head vigorously. The etiquette between a teacher and a student is more important than anything else. This is too intimate, I can't do it. On the other hand, didn't you say that you wanted to defeat him in a bet? If he really dies, you might have to carry the title of a maidservant for the rest of your life, never to rise again. This? Princess Feyre's face paled. What the other party said was exactly what she was most conflicted about. Now that she had lost the bet, she would have to carry the title of the other party's maid. If that fellow were to die here, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Others might even think that she didn't want to admit defeat, which was why she chose to kill him. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. What in the world was this? It was just a bet, but she ended up having to take responsibility for the other party's life. The more she thought about it, the more stifled she felt. Seeing her good friend's hesitation, Luo Qiqi hurriedly said, "If you want to save him, hurry up. The longer you delay, the lower the chances of saving him." With a conflicted look on her face, Princess Fair hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "All right, I'll save him." Ever since she was born, she had been pampered by others, and she had never suffered such a huge loss before. Not only did that fellow beat her in a bet, he even kicked her until her bottom was swollen, leaving her unable to walk properly. While she was furious, she also wanted to win back the other party in an upright manner, and if he were to really die, how could she win? It would be impossible for her to win at all. Besides, if she wanted to save him, she would just have to save him. Gritting her teeth, she drove her Xianxia and planted a kiss on the other party's lips. "What are you doing?" Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. His soul was too powerful at the moment, and the spiritual energy in the cleansing lake was running low. In order to prevent others from noticing him, he had to travel underwater, so he wasn't aware of the situation above. As soon as he left the water and was about to return to his body, he saw the sixth princess hugging him, wanting to kiss him. He nearly died of fright. This sixth princess seemed to be quite normal on the surface, but for her to kiss him just because of a disagreement, she was way too unreliable. Stifled, Xianxia was just about to reach out to pull her away when he heard an anxious voice calling out, "Sixth princess!" Xingyuan walked over with widened strides. At this moment, Xingyuan's heart was on the verge of collapsing. The sixth princess whom he had spent countless years trying to get close to was actually kissing a fellow whom he had just met a few days ago and nearly angered her to death. Did she have to be so crazy? "Ah? Xingyuan, you're here. This is great." Seeing the fellow rushing over, Princess Fair's face reddened. But at the same time, she heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly beckoned, "Hurry up and save him." "Save him?" Xingyuan was taken aback. "That's right, there's no time to explain it now. If you want to save him, you'll have to absorb the spiritual energy in his body through our mouths. Hurry up, or else we won't make it in time." Princess Fair said anxiously. "Mouth to mouth?" Xingyuan's body staggered. "Me and him?" In the lake, Xianxia's vision also darkened. "Even though I value my upbringing and don't wish to get involved with unrelated women, what the heck is kissing a man? If I were to be kissed by him, even if I don't die of disgust, that's right. Hurry up, or else we won't make it in time." Princess Fair nodded. Xianxia was on the verge of spurting blood, and Xingyuan was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Seeing the conflicted look on Xingyuan's face, Princess Fair said, "If you won't do it, I will." "Let me do it." Xingyuan gritted his teeth. Even if he had to sacrifice his moral integrity, he couldn't allow the goddess of his heart to suffer. He leaped into the lake as well and carried Xianxia's body up. Then, he extended his stubbled mouth toward Xianxia's. "The heck?" Xianxia was on the verge of tears. "This won't do. I have to return to my physical body, or else my first kiss will be gone." At this moment, he couldn't be bothered with the disgust anymore. His soul immediately dived into his physical body. As long as his soul returned to his physical body, he would be able to wake up and resolve the awkwardness before him. As soon as his soul came into contact with his glabella, Xianxia froze. His soul had grown too much during this cultivation, far exceeding the capacity of his physical body. He was actually unable to enter it. In other words, his soul was too big, and his physical body was too small. It was impossible for him to enter it in a short period of time, but that fool was about to kiss him. Forget it. Seeing that the other party's lips were about to come into contact with his, Xianxia couldn't hold himself back any longer. Gathering his soul energy, he sent a kick over. His soul was formless and intangible. If he didn't want others to see him, it was impossible for him to do so. However, if he wanted to fight, he could manifest his physical body. Peng, not expecting someone to make a move on him, before Xingyuan could even react, he was kicked in the face. With a scream of agony, he fell into the lake. "Ah, save me," Xingyuan screamed in agony. He thought that he would be reduced to a puddle of liquid just like the spirit intermediate tier weapon from before, but after shouting for a while, he realized that nothing was amiss, and his face turned crimson. Since the spiritual energy in the cleansing lake had been sucked dry, it had lost its frenzy and corrosive properties. Putting aside Xing Yuan, even an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to harm him. It could be said that the current cleansing lake was no different from an ordinary lake. What are you trying to do? Princess Feier's face darkened. She thought that this fellow would be able to save Xianxia soon, but before he could do so, he had already leaped backward and screamed in agony. What was he trying to do? What was he up to? Even though it was impossible to see or touch a soul attack, as 5-star master teachers, they should be able to tell that something was amiss if they were to take a closer look. However, their attention was currently focused on saving Xianxia, so none of them noticed anything amiss. Without waiting for the other party's explanation, Princess Feier waved her hands and bellowed furiously, "If you don't want to save him, then forget it. What are you trying to do?" Clearly, this fellow was unwilling to save Xianxia at all. "So be it if you don't want to save him, but why are you wasting our time?" Xing Yuan's tears flowed down his cheeks, and he nearly burst into tears. "Can't you tell that there's a huge footprint on my face?" After berating Xing Yuan, Princess Feier couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Her lips curled up as she kissed Xianxia once more. Sixth Princess, Xing Yuan Gongzi, Luo Qiqi Xiaojia, what are you doing? Before they could even come into contact, another astonished voice sounded. Lifting their heads, they saw Emperor Yi Wendian standing right before them. Yi Wendian was also dumbfounded. He was intending to get the sixth princess and the others out of the lake as soon as he arrived, but upon seeing this sight, he couldn't help but feel awkward. At the same time, he couldn't help but think. Youngsters these days are getting more and more open. To act like this in the middle of the day, upon seeing Yi Wendian, Princess Feier heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "You're here. Xianxia seems to have encountered a problem in his cultivation. Hurry up and take a look." The other party was a transcendent mortal 8-dan pinnacle expert, as well as the emperor of an empire. Be it in terms of eye of discernment or knowledge, he was far superior to Luo Qiqi. Perhaps, he might be able to save Xianxia without using his mouth. A problem? Yi Wendian was taken aback. He had thought that the two of them were going to do something, but it turned out that something had happened. Upon realizing this, Yi Wendian's eyebrows shot up. Xianxia was an existence who could possibly become a combat master in the future, and more importantly, Pavilion Master Mo of Hongyuan Empire was protecting him. If something were to happen to him, he could very well lose his position as emperor. Leaping into the lake Yi Wendian rushed up to Xianxia, and after taking a look, his eyebrows shot up. Noticing the grim expression on Yi Wendian's face, Princess Feier asked, "How is it?" "It seems like," Yi Wendian widened his eyes in disbelief. "His soul has left his body." Sweat, the one I posted previously was just to see if there were any ladies among my readers. Who would have thought that? There were many of them, and they were all rotten. In less than a day, nearly 300 of them wanted to be together with Yi Wendian and sweep across the world. The heck, what does this have to do with me? Laowa is an upright man, and Zhang Xian is an upright man as well. How could they possibly do such a despicable thing? You must be joking. Just imagine Laowa standing in the wind with his hands behind his back, his head tilted at a 45-degree angle, and his robes fluttering in the wind. How dashing. I really can't imagine it. If one could have one's boyfriend or husband wear a picture of old Bai and assume the same pose, it would surely save 3 days' worth of food. Cough cough, I hope for 2 recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Soul leaving the body? Princess Feier, Luo Qiqi, and the others were stunned. The soul leaving the body was also known as losing one's soul. It was the greatest taboo for a martial artist. Once it was unable to return, the body would become an empty shell and die. However, in order for his soul to leave his body, his soul had to be sufficiently strong. At the very least, it had to be at consonant spirit realm pinnacle or even cosmos bridge realm. How could a clarifying turbidity realm cultivator suffer from such symptoms? There are many reasons for his soul to leave his body. He might have made a mistake while cultivating his soul, or he might have been attracted by a special formation, or he might not have been able to suppress his inner demons. Perhaps Xianxia's cultivation is too low, so he forcefully used some kind of secret art to cultivate his soul. If I don't hurry up and return his soul to its original position, I fear that it won't be long before he really dies. Yi Wendian wore a solemn expression. Drawing one's soul out of one's body wasn't something that only soul oracles were capable of. Some of the more formidable formations and illusory arts were able to trap one's soul within. Is there any way to save him? Luo Qiqi asked anxiously. She was indebted to her alchemy teacher. If he really died because his soul left his body, it would be terrible. There is, but it's very troublesome. I'm afraid that we won't make it in time. Turning to look at the flowing cleansing lake, Yi Wentian frowned deeply. The steps to awaken a person's soul that had left their body were extremely complex and troublesome. Without several hours or even more, it was impossible to complete it. Now that the lake water had run dry, the volcano might erupt. There was clearly not enough time. Then what should we do? Let's go ashore. First. Knowing that this wasn't the place to talk, Yi Wentian waved his hands and carried Xianxia to the shore. Hey, hey, in the pond, Xianxia's enormous soul form wanted to cry when he saw his physical body being carried away. Are you trying to save me or kill me, by leaving the body here? Even if it was difficult for the soul to enter, as time passed, it would still be possible for it to be carried away. On the other hand, if I were to really head over, I would probably be mistaken as a soul by Yi Wentian before I could even get close to him. No, I have to wait for a chance to take back my body. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia decided not to give chase. Even though a soul formed from the heaven's path, divine art didn't carry any energy, making it difficult for others to notice his presence, it wasn't too difficult for them to see through his disguise. This was especially so for Yi Wentian. His cultivation had reached transcendent mortal 8-dan pinnacle, making him reminiscent of a blazing sun. If Xianxia were to approach him recklessly, he would surely be zapped to death before he could even reveal his identity. Besides, even if he revealed his identity, the other party would have to believe him first. For a clarifying turbidity realm cultivator to possess a soul that was nearly 10 meters tall, and it was even able to leave his body to cultivate on its own. How could he explain all of this? Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to hide this huge soul from others. As long as he could find a suitable opportunity to enter his body, the matter would be resolved perfectly. There was no need for him to explain many things. At most, he could just say that he had cultivated too quickly and had made a mistake. Xianxia's soul was hiding in the water, waiting for an opportunity. Yi Wentian had already brought his body to the courtyard. What happened to Xianxia? Hongshi, Luo Xian, and the others saw that he was frozen in place, and all of them came up to him anxiously. His soul must have left his body. Yi Wentian whispered. His soul left his body? Hongshi's face paled, and his body staggered weakly. How could this be? That was Xianxia. His teacher was an 8-star existence. If his teacher were to learn of this, putting aside the Miryu Empire, even the entire Hongyuan Empire would be doomed. If I'm not mistaken, the cleansing lake suddenly jolted while he was cultivating, causing his soul to dissipate, turning his body into an empty shell. Yi Wentian said. This was the only explanation he could think of at this moment. Otherwise, how could he have ended up in such a state while everyone else was fine? His soul must have been affected by the sudden change in the cleansing lake. If his soul had been intact, it would have been easier to find him. However, if it had dissipated, it would be nigh impossible to save him. This? With a pale face, Hongshi was just about to ask how he should treat Xianxia when the ground suddenly shook. A scorching aura surged up from the center of the lake. This is bad, it's about to erupt. Yi Wentian's face warped in shock. Unable to be bothered with Xianxia anymore, he placed the other party's corpse on a stone table and hurriedly rushed over. The sudden change in the cleansing lake had also caught the attention of the crowd, and everyone's gazes were focused on it. At this moment, the water in the pond seemed to be boiling once more. Hot air flowed in all directions, causing the ground to tremble nonstop. It was as if there was a massive savage beast sealed beneath the courtyard, and it would leap out at any moment to slaughter them all. What's going on? Seeing the shaking of the ground getting more and more intense, everyone frowned. It should be reaching its limit soon. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Wentian's face turned paler and paler. He thought that even if the formation was damaged, the many years of accumulation in the cleansing lake should still be able to suppress the volcano for a few more hours. He didn't think that it would recover so quickly. At this rate, it wouldn't even take 10 minutes before the earth vein and volcano beneath would collapse, and violent energy would surge forth. Yi Qian, hurry up and bring the sixth princess and the others away. Yi Wendian turned around and hurriedly instructed. As the emperor, he couldn't leave, but he couldn't allow anything to happen to the sixth princess and the others. All right. Knowing the severity of the matter, Yi Qian hurriedly walked up to Princess Feier and said, Sixth princess and Senior Xing Yuan, the cleansing lake shouldn't be able to hold on for too long. It's extremely dangerous here, so I'll bring you away, all right. Xing Yuan nodded. Just as he was about to beckon Princess Feier to leave, the latter suddenly frowned and asked, That fellow's soul has left his body. Is his soul in the cleansing lake? This? Yi Qian was taken aback. That should be the case. Then what should we do? If we don't find his soul and send it back to his body, he might really die. Princess Feier said. Don't worry, we'll send someone to look for him. Senior, it's best for you to leave as soon as possible. Yi Qian hurriedly said. Princess Feier nodded before turning to her good friend. Let's leave first. The reason why she wanted to save Xianxia was because she didn't want to remain the other party's maid forever. Now that the other party's soul had left his body, there was nothing she could do about it. You should leave first. I am indebted to Miss Zhang, and I don't even know if he's still alive. If I were to leave just like that, I would be letting him down. Luo Qiqi shook her head. This Xianxia had once guided her in pill forging, allowing her to advance her pill forging skills significantly. On top of that, he was her teacher. At this moment, he was in a coma, no different from death. She couldn't bring herself to leave by herself. Since you aren't leaving, I won't leave either. I also want to see what's going on with this cleansing lake. Seeing that her good friend wasn't leaving, Princess Feier nodded. Ah? Hearing that the duo was determined to stay, Yi Qian nearly went insane. Just as he was at a loss as to how he could persuade them otherwise, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and a massive aerial spirit beast appeared before him. Hoo, following which, several figures leaped down from the sky. It's Wei Shi and Guild Leader Wu of the Formation Master Guild. Upon seeing them, Yi Qian's eyes lit up. He knew a little about the secrets of the cleansing lake, and from the situation before him, it was clear that an imbalance had occurred in the lake water, resulting in the collapse of the formation. As the guild leader of the Formation Master Guild and a 5-star Pinnacle Formation Master, Guild Leader Wu might be able to salvage the situation. How did it end up like this? Landing on the ground, Guild Leader Wu frowned. The lake water was flowing in all directions, and the ground was trembling non-stop, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The Miryu Empire royal family would invite him over to reinforce the formation every year, so he had a deep understanding of formations. Logically speaking, such a thing shouldn't happen if one were to cultivate in the lake eye. Why would it collapse? I'm not too sure about the exact reason, but this isn't the time to be discussing such things. Guild Leader Wu, hurry up and see if there's any way to repair the formation so that the volcano below won't erupt. Yi Wendian hurriedly said. There was no point in saying anything at this point. He had to hurry up and see if there was any way to salvage the situation. Otherwise, none of them would be able to survive this ordeal. Knowing the severity of the matter, Guild Leader Wu knew that this wasn't the time to talk about this. Nodding his head, he turned to look at the pond. Elder Lu, guard the Chem position. Elder Han, guard the Gen position. After looking for a moment, Guild Leader Wu instructed. The few elders who had come down from the back of the aerial beast behind him nodded in acknowledgement. Following which, they rushed to their respective positions, and with a push of their palms, numerous formation flags were planted into the ground. Hung Long, along with the appearance of the formation flags, the surging lake water seemed to have been sealed by something, and it came to a halt. However, as if a rampaging dragon had been suppressed, the tremors of the ground grew more and more intense, as if it would break free from its shackles and burst forth once more. That's not right. Guild Leader Wu's eyebrows shot up. What's wrong? Emperor Yi Wendian walked up to him. The location of the cleansing lake happens to be where the verdant mountain, dragon-scaled river, and the earth vein intersect. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and the formation that was set up previously was powered by the concentrated spiritual energy here. That was the only reason why it was able to suppress the violent energies from the intersecting of the three energies. Why is there no spiritual energy at all now? Guild leader Wu asked in astonishment. The spiritual energy is gone? Yu Wendian froze. Taking a closer look, he realized that something was amiss as well. The spiritual energy here was simply too concentrated. Even a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert would be killed easily if he were to enter. How could the spiritual energy disappear just like that? Indeed, guild leader Wu nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly heard a shriek behind him. Hearing the shriek, Yu Wendian hurriedly turned his head around. Following which, he saw Luo Qiqi and the 6th princess staring at the master teacher named Luo Xian in bewilderment. Where's Miss Zhang? In front of them, Xianxia's corpse, which was originally placed on the stone table, had disappeared without a trace. Hearing the question, Luo Xian's mouth trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Pointing to the lake not too far away, he said, he was lying there, and in a moment of carelessness, he climbed in himself. He crawled in himself? Everyone stared at one another in shock, as though someone had struck them in the back of their heads. Do you take me for a fool? His soul has left his body, and he's no different from a corpse. How could he possibly crawl into the cleansing lake? Princess Feyer's eyebrows shot up as she glared at Luo Xianqing. Even if you want to bluff, you should at least find a better reason. She had taken a closer look at Xianxia, and his heart and breathing had stopped. His body was stiff and cold, no different from a corpse. Even if they were to carry him away, how could he possibly crawl out by himself? Yu Wendian, Hongshi, and the others shared the same thoughts as well. They wanted to hear Luo Xuanqing's explanation. I'm telling the truth. Seeing everyone looking at him as though he was a lunatic, Luo Xian was on the verge of going insane. The commotion in the cleansing lake was simply too huge, and everyone's eyes were focused on it. Luo Xian was no exception. Just as he was about to see what would happen in the lake, he suddenly caught sight of a black silhouette. It was the corpse-like Xianxian lying on the ground. That fellow seemed to have found some sort of strength out of nowhere, and he swiftly crawled toward the lake. Even Luo Xian was only able to catch a glimpse of a gray silhouette. Calm down. How did he crawl in? Has he woken up, or is he still the same as before? Seeing Luo Xian's distorted face, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but ask. Luo Xian pondered for a moment before replying. His eyes are still closed, and his body is still stiff. There's no sign of life in him at all, even though it was just a glance. As a half 5-star master teacher, he was still able to see through some details. Other than being able to move, that fellow didn't seem any different from before. It felt as though he was a puppet being pulled by something. But of course, he couldn't say any more details. His body is stiff, his eyes are closed, and he crawled into the cleansing lake? Princess Feyer frowned. You mean, he came back to life? Cough cough. Yu Wendian nearly choked on his saliva. It's just that Xianxia's soul has left his body. He isn't dead yet, so it's impossible for him to have come back to life. Then, why did he run away on his own? Hongshi asked. Of everyone present, the only ones who knew of Zhang Xian's identity were him and Luo Xian. Even though Bai Jianhai had won the master-teacher tournament as well, he hadn't participated in the matter that night, so he wasn't too sure about it. Putting aside the fact that the direct disciple of an 8-star master teacher had his soul torn out of his body, it was even suspected that his corpse had come back to life. How was he supposed to explain this to the other party? I'm not too sure either. Yu Wendian shook his head. Even he had never heard of such a strange scene. Rumble, just as everyone was wondering what kind of situation would cause a soul to leave its body and crawl away, the ground shook violently once more. Everyone staggered and almost fell. This is bad. The power of the earth vein is getting stronger and stronger. I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Everyone, let's help out. We just need to infuse our Xianxia into the lake to stabilize it. President Wu roared. Hearing the shout, the crowd no longer cared about Zhang Xian, who had escaped as a zombie, and looked forward again. The lake water, which had been sealed by the formation flags, started raging once more. It was as if it would burst forth at any moment. In order to stabilize the formation, Elder Lu, Elder Han, and the others had poured their Xianxia frenziedly into the lake. Their faces were pale, and it seemed as if they would collapse at any moment. "Alright, quickly infuse your Xianxia into the lake." Hearing President Wu's words, Yu Wendian knew that they were in a precarious situation. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and infused his Xianxia into the lake water. Hong Long, infusing Xianxia into the lake water once more, the swaying formation flags finally stabilized a little. Following which, Wei Shi, Hong Shi, Luo Qiqi, Princess Fei, and the other top 3 candidates also made their moves. Under the infusion of countless surges of Xianxia, the shaking formation began to stabilize. The violently shaking lake water also seemed to have calmed down. However, one could still hear the roars of the volcano below. It was as if a massive beast had been suppressed for a short period of time, but as time passed, it would break through the air once more. Guild leader Wu, using brute force isn't a long-term solution. Wei Shi couldn't help but exclaim. Right now, there was strength in numbers. With brute force and the quantity of Xianxia, they were able to maintain the circulation of the formation and suppress the earth vein and volcano below. However, once they ran out of Xianxia, there was a high chance that it would rebound. Furthermore, as time passed, the earth vein would gather more and more energy. Just like a spring, the more one suppressed it, the greater the rebound would be. By then, it would be even more troublesome to deal with. Indeed. You all should suppress the earth vein for now. Let me see how this formation works and how it can better fuse with the ground, dragon-scaled river, and the ground beneath. Guild leader Wu said. Formations could change according to the terrain, the sun, the moon, and the stars, thus displaying different prowess. Even though the elders he had brought with him had managed to reactivate the formation through the formation flags, due to the previous tremor, the shape of the ground had changed. They had to adjust the formation in order to bring out its full might. If they could get the formation to work and gather spiritual energy once more, they might be able to resolve the crisis before them. Alright. Yu Wendian, Wei Shi, and the others also understood the situation as well, so they quickly opened their palms and infused their Xianxia frenziedly into the lake to maintain the current situation. As for guild leader Wu, he held the compass in his hand and slowly rotated it along the formation, trying to find a way to maximize the power of the formation. It was a mess on the shore. In the pond, Xianxian's soul body heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the commotion in the pool had attracted everyone's attention. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to retrieve the body. Due to the sheer size of his soul, Xianxian was unable to squeeze his way into his body for the time being. Thus, he had no choice but to find a way to control his physical body so that he could walk over on his own. Initially, he wanted to control his thighs, but it was simply too difficult for him to do so with his legs. After a long while, he was finally able to move his arms, and that was the only way. He had no choice but to crawl over on his own. And so, the scene of Luo Xian's corpse coming back to life appeared. Forget it, let's get my soul into my body first. He knew that the people outside must have been scared out of their wits, but this wasn't the time to be thinking about it. With a thought, his primordial spirit dashed straight toward his glabella. No matter how difficult it was to enter, he had to do so. Otherwise, his physical body would really die. Tzzzzzzzzzz, the massive primordial spirit tried to dig its way into his physical body, and it felt as if an elephant was squeezed through a human-sized door. I can't squeeze in, Xianxian shook his head. If not for the fact that his soul was incorporeal, he wouldn't have been able to force his way in even if his bones were crushed. Yet, not even a small portion of his soul was able to squeeze in. Right, why did my clone succeed so easily? Xianxian was taken aback. His clone's soul was even larger than his, so it was extremely easy for it to enter his physical body. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Perplexed, Xianxian released his clone and communicated with it, only to fall speechless. His clone's body was forged using the 9 Hearts Lotus, so it was extremely flexible. Putting aside a 10-meter-tall soul body, even a 100-meter-tall soul body would be able to squeeze into it effortlessly. On the other hand, his mortal body, glancing at his clone, Xianxian felt that his main body was even worse than his clone, and he felt stifled. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The starting point of forging a god artifact was simply too high. Just this aspect alone made it impossible for him to match up to it. It seems like I have to make good use of my time to cultivate my physical body. Otherwise, my soul won't be able to withstand it. Xianxia rubbed his glabella. After communicating with his clone, he finally understood that the main reason why he was unable to squeeze in was because his physical body wasn't strong enough. If he could be as strong as the 9 Hearts Lotus, things would be much simpler. He had only cultivated his physical body twice, and back then, he hadn't even reached transcendent mortal realm yet. Even though his physical body was already extremely strong compared to others, it was still a little lacking for him to accommodate such a massive soul. What in the world is this? Xianxia was speechless. Seeing the concentrated spiritual energy in the cleansing lake, he ended up absorbing it too quickly, resulting in his soul being unable to squeeze in. He was probably the only person in history to have made such a mistake. I have to find a way to cultivate my physical body. Only by strengthening his physical body would he be able to accommodate such a massive soul. However, without a soul, how could he cultivate his physical body? This was the relationship between a spear and a shield. Hong Long, just as Xianxia was fretting over the matter, he suddenly felt the water in the surroundings shaking intensely. Lowering his head, he saw a huge surge of heat surging up from the bottom, as if the entire cleansing lake was on fire. This is geothermal energy? Could it be that there's a volcano below? Xianxia frowned. His physical body was protected by his soul energy, so even boiling water wouldn't be able to harm him. However, for the water to turn into such a state in the blink of an eye, it was likely that there was a massive volcano below. After all, only the earth flame could produce such heat. Back then, when he collected the crimson flame lotus seed, he had seen it before, so he knew how fearsome it was. Right, if I can draw the earth flame over and make use of the earth flame and the lake water to fuse together, I might be able to temper my physical body without using my soul. Just as Xianxia was fretting over how he could strengthen his physical body, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and his eyes lit up. Along the way, he had read countless books, and most of them were regarding tempering one's physical body. Some used poison, some used extreme methods, and some used earth flame and spiritual energy lake. Earth flame was a flame formed from the agitation of earth veins, and it carried the weight of the earth. On the other hand, a spiritual energy lake was formed from the intersection of spirit veins, and it carried the majesty of nature. Fusing the two together was the most suitable method to temper one's physical body. However, my clone and I have already absorbed most of the spiritual energy in the lake water. After confirming that it was earth flame, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. However, a new problem arose. The spiritual energy in the cleansing lake had been gathered for many years, and after being absorbed by him and his clone for 8 hours, the spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Without spiritual energy, it was impossible for the lake water to withstand the heat of the earth flame. If he didn't resolve this problem and drew the earth flame out, he wouldn't be tempering his physical body but making a barbecue instead. As long as he stayed in the earth flame for a moment and sprinkled some oil, salt, and cumin over it, he would be ready to eat. Alright, I'll just use this then. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out the spirit stone he had won during the master-teacher tournament. A high-tier spirit stone harnessed an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. If he really had no other choice, he would have to use it to raise his physical body. Hong Long, just as Xianxia was deep in thought, he suddenly felt another jolt. Following which, he heard a commotion above the lake. Following which, countless surges of Xinqi gushed down from above, causing the lake, which was devoid of spiritual energy, to surge once more. This. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was just thinking about how he could replenish the spiritual energy in the lake when someone suddenly sent him Xinqi. This was like sending a pillow when he was sleepy or a delicacy when he was hungry. Furthermore, this is Xinqi, a refined spiritual energy. It will be easier to absorb it. If he were to use spirit stones, the spiritual energy within them wouldn't be refined, so it would be inconvenient for him to absorb it. However, it was different with Xinqi. Xinqi was refined by a cultivator, so it could be absorbed easily, thus saving him the trouble of purifying it. Could it be that the people above know that I am trying to raise the strength of my physical body, so they intentionally sent their Xinqi over? Scratching his head, Xianxia was perplexed. He had been too focused on studying how his soul could enter his physical body that he didn't pay attention to what was happening above. Could it be that those people knew that he needed spiritual energy, so they were willing to expend their own Xianxia to infuse it into the lake? That would be too embarrassing. Deeply moved, Xianxia turned to look at his clone. Go and draw the earth flame up. I'll look for a suitable place to temper my physical body. All right. His clone nodded. Then, he swam toward the bottom of the lake. As a god artifact, the Nine Hearts Lotus was impervious to both heat and cold. As powerful as the earth flame was, it wasn't able to cause him any harm. After his clone left, Xianxia's soul brought his physical body to the spiritual energy lake, searching for a suitable location to temper his physical body. Even though his physical body was stiff and unable to move, he could still use the Library of Heaven's path to find a suitable location. Not too long later, Xianxia finally came to a halt. He controlled his body and sat down cross-legged. After a while, he opened up all of the pores on his body, and only then did he feel a refreshing sensation. The Xianxia in the surroundings gushed furiously into his body. Tao begets one, one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. The Heaven's Path Xianxia was formed from the most fundamental and most accurate of cultivation techniques. Regardless of its attribute, it was able to fuse Xianxia of any attribute together. As such, even though the aura in the surroundings was impure, it didn't affect Xianxia at all. As long as it entered his body and flowed into his dantian, it would automatically purify itself, turning the slightly impure aura from before into the purest Heaven's Path Xianxia. Under the tempering of these auras, his body also became tougher and tougher. President Wu, have you found a way? Seeing Guild Leader Wu turning the compass around several times without saying a word, Wei Shi couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, this is a grade 6 formation. Even with my strength, the most I can do is reinforce it. It will be difficult for me to alter it. Guild Leader Wu said with a deep frown. As a 5-star pinnacle master teacher, Xianxia was still unable to set up a grade 6 formation. Even if he were to exert his full strength, he would only be able to maintain the formation. It would still be difficult for him to make use of the changed terrain to alter the formation. What should we do then? We can't possibly keep infusing our Xianxia into the formation, right? Wei Shi said. Infusing Xianxia into the cleansing lake might be able to alleviate the crisis temporarily, but it was impossible for them to fully control the current situation. Give me some time. Guild Leader Wu waved his hands. Even though I had no choice but to infuse my Xianxia into the cleansing lake, it doesn't consume too much Xianxia. With so many of you, I believe that you should be able to hold on for 2 hours. The cleansing lake harnessed spiritual energy in the first place, so it possessed the ability to absorb spiritual energy. While infusing their Xianxia into the formation was troublesome, they should be able to hold on for quite some time. During this period of time, he might be able to find a solution to repair the formation. All right then, knowing that there was no other way, Wei Shi nodded. But just as he was about to speak, Yu Wentian's face suddenly warped in astonishment. Wei Shi, Guild Leader Wu, look, right after he said those words, the center of the cleansing lake shook intensely, and a massive vortex appeared. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The vortex grew larger and larger, and the Xianxia that everyone had infused into the cleansing lake vanished without a trace. It seems to be devouring our Xianxia, that's right. My Xianxia has disappeared as well, our Xianxia is maintaining the balance in the formation. Once it is completely devoured, everyone stared at one another, and their eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Wasn't the cleansing lake supposed to be a place where spiritual energy was stored? Why did it suddenly become devouring in the blink of an eye? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Wei Shi turned around and said, Guild Leader Wu, the cleansing lake is devouring our Xianxia. I fear that we won't be able to hold on for more than 2 hours. Then, how long can we last? Guild Leader Wu's eyebrows shot up. 10 minutes at most. Wei Shi swiftly calculated the strength of the group and replied. 10 minutes? With a twisted expression, Guild Leader Wu gritted his teeth and said, 10 minutes is fine as well. As long as the earth flame doesn't surge up, we'll be safe. I'll try to find a solution within this period of time. If it really doesn't work. As he spoke, he lowered his head to look at the compass. Just as he was looking for a direction, the ground suddenly shook once more. What's wrong this time? Guild leader Wu hurriedly turned around, only to see Wei Shi and Yu Wendian looking at him with tearful eyes. It seems like the earth flame is surging up. Guild leader Wu's vision darkened. What the heck was this? Just as he thought that the cleansing lake was able to hold on for a period of time, his Xianxia was devoured by the earth flame. Just as he said that as long as the earth flame didn't surge up, it wouldn't be considered a failure, the earth flame suddenly surged up. Heavens, you really won't give up until you play us to our deaths. Hung long long, stifled, the frenzied earth flame attempted to burst out of the cleansing lake, causing the cleansing lake to shake violently once more. Unable to hold on any longer, one of the elders spurted a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The array flag in front of him also broke into two with a gotcha. It's over, guild leader Wu's face paled, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Without the spiritual energy to sustain it, the formation was already on the verge of collapsing. Now that the earth flame was surging up, it could be said that there was no longer any hope of stopping the eruption of the volcano. Let's leave quickly, guild leader Wu waved his hands in despair. If they couldn't stop the eruption of the volcano, the entire Huanyu Empire would be plunged into a calamity, and countless lives would be lost. Is there really no way at all? Yu Wendian gritted his teeth. That's it. Unless, at this moment, guild leader Wu suddenly thought of something and shook his head. But that's impossible. Unless what? Yu Wendian and Wei Shi turned to look at guild leader Wu. Sigh, it's impossible? Guild leader Wu sighed in despair. Tell us about it. Perhaps, we might be able to come up with a solution together. Yu Wendian said anxiously. With the earth flame surging up, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 minutes. If there was a solution, they would have to give it a try. After all, they couldn't possibly watch as billions of lives were lost before their eyes. The verdant mountain, the dragon-scaled river, and the earth vein were able to remain stable for so many years due to the formation. However, the formation is ultimately set up by humans, so it can be considered as an external force. If we can find the point where the 3 energies converge and guide them to counteract one another, even without the formation, we'll be able to maintain the stability. Just that, we won't have enough time. Furthermore, the point where the 3 energies converge involves the entire mountain, the river, and the earth vein. It's impossible to deduce its location, and if we were to make a mistake, it could result in a huge backlash, guild leader Wu said. Wei Shi and Yu Wendian fell silent. The duo understood what guild leader Wu meant. Previously, the formation had suppressed the convergence of the 3 energies to form a sacred cultivation ground, but in truth, it was just using the formation to maintain the balance. If they could find the point where the 3 energies converge and counteract one another, they would be able to achieve the same result. Just that, how were they supposed to find this point, putting aside the fact that the verdant mountain and the dragon-scaled river spanned tens of thousands of li, just the earth vein itself was hidden deep underground. It was impossible for humans to enter, so how were they supposed to know its size and strength? If they were to make the slightest mistake in their analysis, it would be a complete reversal. At that time, the calamity would be even greater. It was like stacking a stack of gold coins vertically. The slightest deviation would result in the collapse of the entire stack, and this so-called point of balance was impossible to control. Besides, they didn't have the time to do so. With the earth flame surging out, the Xianxia they had infused into the formation had been devoured, and the formation flags had been destroyed. In less than 3 minutes, this place would be reduced to rubble. Hurry up and get them to leave, the further the better, guild leader Wu waved his hands. Yes. Understanding the other party's intentions, Yu Wendian hurriedly instructed. Walala, hearing the instructions, the beast tamers in the room waved their hands, and 8 aerial spirit beasts flew over. Knowing that it was dangerous, he had already ordered his men to prepare for it. Everyone, get on the back of the spirit beasts, Yu Wendian hurriedly beckoned everyone over. However, before he could finish his words, the ground suddenly rumbled once more. Hong long long, this time, the tremor was even greater than before. In an instant, the entire lake seemed to have been lifted up, and searing flames burst forth from the bottom of the lake. If we leave just like that, what will happen to Xianxia? Seeing that the explosion was about to happen, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. It's too late, hurry up and leave, Yu Wendian roared. Hong long, Before he could finish his words, the fiery dragon below had already soared into the sky. Everyone felt a searing gust of wind blowing against their faces, and their bodies were on the verge of being charred. It's too late. It's too late. Yu Wentian thought that they would be able to hold on for another 3 minutes, but before they could even get on the back of the spirit beasts, they had already exploded. His heart skipped a beat, and he closed his eyes, awaiting death. Wait a moment, look, why are there people on the flames? After waiting for a moment, they realized that they weren't engulfed by the flames. Just as they were perplexed by the situation, someone among the crowd suddenly shouted. Yu Wentian hurriedly turned his gaze over, only to see a figure floating in the air above the fiery dragon. The figure's eyes were sharp and cold, and his gaze was as cold as ice. Bewildered, the figure took off a shoe and tossed it casually. Jia, the fiery dragon immediately withered, and the conflict between the verdant mountain, dragon-scaled river, and the earth vein, was brought to an equilibrium. This? Wei Shi and Yu Wentian stared at one another, as if they had seen a ghost. Guild leader Wu's entire body trembled as if someone was strangling his neck. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It's the intersection point. He threw the shoe at the intersection point, resolving the conflict between the three forces. It was impossible to find the balance point between the verdant mountain, dragon-scaled river, and earth vein. However, if one were to find it, it wouldn't be too difficult to maintain the balance between the three forces. Just that. He had thought of formation plates, formation flags, and all kinds of formidable artifacts. To resolve such a crisis with a single shoe. That was way too incredible. What kind of means and ability was that? Who in the world was that fellow? Just as Xianxia was at a loss for words, Hongshi and Luo Xian abruptly kneeled on the floor. Junior Hongqian, Luo Xian, pays respect to Xianxia. As soon as the figure appeared in the air, the duo immediately recognized him. He was the unparalleled expert who had defeated the alliance of more than a dozen powers that night. Xianxia, they thought that they would be doomed this time around, but who could have thought that Xianxia would appear at the most crucial moment and resolve the crisis in one fell swoop? At this moment, Xianxia was floating in the air, giving off a tranquil and unfathomable aura. He is. Yu Wentian, Wei Shi, and the others turned to look at the figure. Just as they were about to face a calamity, a figure suddenly appeared from the bottom of the lake and resolved the crisis with a single shoe. They were perplexed. However, upon seeing the respectful attitude of Hongqian and the others, they couldn't help but turn their gazes over. For the other party to resolve a situation that even they were unable to resolve so easily, no matter how foolish they were, it was clear that the other party wasn't an ordinary person. That person is Zhongxian's teacher, Xianxia. Hangyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang sect, Pavilion Master Mo has to address him as Elder. Hongshi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said. Even though this wasn't the first time he had met Xianxia, the pressure that the other party exerted on him was still as overwhelming as ever. This was especially so for his soul. It felt as if he was facing an insurmountable mountain, leaving him unable to muster up any thoughts of resistance. Pavilion Master Mo addresses him as Elder? Xianxia's teacher? Wei Shi, Yu Wentian, Guild Leader Wu, and the others narrowed their eyes, and their lips twitched. Pavilion Master Mo was a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, a true saint expert. For such a person to be addressed as senior, just how strong was this person? Xianxia's corpse had just been destroyed by them, and not even a speck of dust was left behind. Now that the other party's teacher was here, how were they going to explain this? If they had known that there was such a ferocious teacher, even if they were to risk the lives of all of them here, they would have kept a close eye on him so that he wouldn't go missing. Miryu Empire's Yu Wentian, Wu Zun, Wei Jiang, greets Xianxia. The more they thought about it, the more nervous they became. They hurriedly bowed. If my student, Xianxia, makes any mistakes, you are free to criticize and reprimand him. Abandoning him and allowing him to enter the pool, is it because there's no one behind him? With his hands behind his back, Xianxia glanced down coldly. We wouldn't dare. Seeing that the other party had really come for this matter, they were all shocked, but at the same time, they were filled with grievance. We really wanted to save your student, but when we didn't see him, he crawled and jumped into the pool by himself. The situation was complicated at that time, and we had no choice. It's good that you don't dare Harumphing coldly, Xianxia ignored the crowd and raised his hand. An unconscious figure slowly floated up from the pool. It was Zhang Xian. That Xianxia actually managed to find Zhang Xian, who had fallen into the pool, with just a single stretch of his hand. Grabbing from the air without any ripples of energy? That's probably impossible for a Saint One Dan cultivator. Yu Wendian and Wei Shi glanced at one another, and they swallowed a mouthful of saliva as their bodies trembled. That action might seem simple, but as transcendent mortal 8 Dan pinnacle experts, they knew how difficult it was. They were capable of grabbing from the air as well, but to find a person several dozen meters away in the chaotic cleansing lake and bring him out without the slightest ripple of energy. That wasn't something that an ordinary cultivator could do. Even Hong Yuan Empire's M.O. Gao Yuan, M.O. might not necessarily be able to pull off such a feat. An expert, an absolute expert, Yu Wendian, Wei Shi, and guild leader Wu glanced at one another, and their bodies tensed up. There were some master teachers who were extremely protective of their students. Bullying their students was equivalent to insulting their reputation. If they were to lose their temper and deal with the other party. Even though they held high standing in Huanyu Empire, they were still nothing compared to the person in the sky. I failed to take good care of Xianxia. I hope that Xianxia will punish me. Gritting his teeth, Yu Wendian stepped forward. The cleansing lake was under the control of the royal family of the Miryu Empire, and he was the one who invited the other party over. If anything were to happen to the other party, he would surely be implicated. Punish? If I wanted to punish you, do you think that you would still be standing here talking to me? Xianxia harumphed coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the unconscious Zhang Xian stopped in midair and floated quietly not too far away from him. Upon seeing this move, everyone's face paled in fright. Without even touching the other party, just the energy in his body was sufficient to make a person float beside him. This was truly a heaven-defying means. The cleansing lake is formed by gathering the energy of the verdant mountain, dragon-scaled river, and earth veins. If it isn't controlled properly, it could easily lead to a calamity. As a master teacher, I don't wish to see such a sight, so I helped you resolve it. Glancing at Zhang Xian and confirming that he was fine, Xianxia's complexion calmed down slightly. Flinging his sleeves, he continued, however, the cleansing lake has suffered a huge blow from this battle, and it will take 50 years for it to recover. However, due to the balance between the three energies, you will be able to cultivate without the lake eye, and you won't be subject to the 10 years restriction. Not requiring the lake eye and the 10 years restriction? Hearing that it would take 50 years for the cleansing lake to recover, Yu Wendian was a little disappointed. However, when he heard that he would be able to cultivate without the lake eye and wouldn't be subject to the 10 years restriction, his eyes lit up, and he nearly leaped up in excitement. Even though the cleansing lake was extremely beneficial to cultivators, the energy within it was simply too violent. One could only cultivate in the lake eye, and the 10 years were only 3 days long. Without these restrictions, the massive cleansing lake would be sufficient for several hundred people to cultivate simultaneously. It could be foreseen that 50 years later, there would be more and more experts in the Miryu Empire, and they would stand out among the other Tier 2 empires. Even though they were still far from being able to surpass Tier 1 empires, they would definitely be able to bring prosperity to the empire. Thank you, Xianxia. Kneeling on the floor, Yu Wendian expressed his gratitude. When he saw the sudden change in the cleansing lake, he thought that the Miryu Empire would be destroyed in his hands, and he would become the last emperor of his generation. Never in his dreams did he expect that Xianxia's teacher would step in to solve the problem. Not only did he solve the problem, he even removed the shackles from the cleansing lake. It could be said that not only did he save the Miryu Empire, he also gave it the potential to stand at the top of the Tier 2 empires. His kindness was akin to a new lease of life. Seeing that Zhang Xian had kneeled down, Xianxia waved his hand casually. Without saying a word, he stepped into the air and walked into the distance. Xianxia, who was floating beside him, followed closely behind him, as if he was flying. Following which, the duo disappeared from sight. Flying with a person, seeing the duo disappear, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Most of them hadn't heard the conversation between Xianxia and Yu Wendian, so they didn't know how fearsome Xianxia was. However, seeing how he resolved the cleansing lake with just a shoe and flew away with a person, they couldn't help but be shocked. No matter how foolish they were, it was clear how fearsome Xianxia was. Even though transcendent mortal 8-dan ethereal treading realm cultivators were capable of flight for a short period of time, they were only able to fly up and down. Only after reaching Saint 1-dan void pursuit realm would they be able to fly. Even so, they would only be able to soar in the air by themselves. Yet, the person before them was able to fly with a person in tow. His strength was truly unimaginable. Xianxia actually has such a powerful teacher? Xingyuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Previously, he was thinking of finding an opportunity to teach that lad a lesson so that he wouldn't cause trouble for Princess Feyre. But at this moment, he realized how foolish his thoughts were. It was fortunate that he didn't make a move previously. Otherwise, putting aside him, even their entire clan wouldn't be able to withstand a single slap from the other party. The gap between them was simply too huge. Even though their most formidable old ancestor was capable of flight as well, it was impossible for him to carry a person with him as he pleased. I must treat Xianxia well in the future. Xingyuan made up his mind. Xianxia's teacher. Princess Yu Feyre widened her eyes in shock. It was no wonder why Zhang Xian was able to defeat her time and time again despite being a 4-star master teacher. It turned out that he had such a powerful teacher, with such a formidable person grooming him. Even if she was the pride of the heavens, she wouldn't be a match for him. Humph. No matter how powerful your teacher is, I won't become your maid. I still want to make a bet with you. Gritting her teeth, Princess Yu Feyre clenched her fists tightly. So what if the other party had a powerful teacher? She, Yu Feyre, was also a noble. How could she become his maid? Dream on. As soon as there was a chance, she would win the bet and redeem herself. However, it seemed like she had still lost this time. She would have to pay another 10,000 spirit stones. How stifling. That's great. Seeing that Xianxia had saved Xianxia, Yu Feyre and Luo Ruoxin were relieved. Hongxue and Luo Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Qiqi also came to a realization. She had been wondering why Xianxia's pill forging skills were so profound. With such a powerful teacher, it was only natural that his pill forging skills were formidable. Even though the crisis at the cleansing lake has been resolved, given the current situation, we can't continue cultivating. After sending away the invincible Xianxia, Yu Wendian turned to Luo Qiqi, Princess Feyre, and the others apologetically. He had invited them over to cultivate with the intention of fawning on them, but in the end, he nearly lost his life on the spot. This was truly a tragedy. Indeed. Everyone nodded. Then, they turned to look at the ruined cleansing lake, and their mouths twitched in bewilderment. Wasn't this thing supposed to be stable all along? Why would it suddenly explode? The female lead will appear tomorrow, so I'm begging for a wave of monthly votes to celebrate. While everyone was perplexed, Xianxia, whom they respected deeply, suddenly felt his body go limp, and he plummeted from the sky. Pung, following which, a painful groan sounded. Xianxia's appearance slowly changed into that of Zhang Xian. Can't you just lend me a hand and watch as I fall from the sky? Clutching his dizzy head from the fall, Zhang Xian glared at his clone and felt so furious that he could spurt blood. Naturally, this Xianxia was him in disguise, and that Zhang Xian was his clone. Previously, when he was at the bottom of the cleansing lake, he had used everyone's Xinqi and earth flame to strengthen his physical body significantly, thus allowing his massive soul, which was nearly 10 meters tall, to enter the lake. Just as he was done with all of this, he realized that the cleansing lake was on the verge of exploding. In order to preserve his life, he immediately used the Library of Heaven's path to look into the matter, and only then did he realize that he and his clone had absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the lake, causing the balance of the three energies to go out of control. Upon learning of this, Zhang Xian immediately felt embarrassed. The other party invited him over to cultivate out of goodwill, but the moment he arrived, he caused the lake to explode. That was indeed unkind of him. But honestly speaking, he really didn't do it on purpose. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame his clone. If not for that fool absorbing the spiritual energy so desperately, how could the balance of the spiritual energy be broken? However, there was no point in saying all of this now. If he were to run out to explain himself, he would probably be slapped to death by the furious Yu Wendian. Left with no choice, he had Xianxia appear once more. This expert had appeared personally and resolved the problem for the other party. This could be considered as making up for the destruction of the other party's cleansing lake. In order to make the matter more realistic, Xianxia even had his clone disguise himself as him, pretending to be unconscious. This way, it would be easier for him to explain himself when he returned. He could just say that his teacher was the one who saved him and knew nothing about the matter. Given that the crowd had seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't pursue the matter any further. Xianxia relied on the red dust heaven ascending steps to fly, and once his Xianxia was depleted, he would fall from the sky. On the other hand, his clone relied on his soul, and the 9 Hearts Lotus was a god artifact. As such, even a 5-star pinnacle master teacher like Wei Shi was unable to see through the duo's disguise. Xianxia had only just flown to this point, but his Xianxia was nearly depleted. On top of that, he had just achieved a breakthrough in his soul and physical body, so he was unable to adapt to the sudden change. Thus, his vision darkened, and he plummeted from the sky. Xianxia thought that his clone would at least lend him a hand to help him land safely on the ground. Yet, to his astonishment, the other party remained indifferent and allowed him to fall to the ground. His lungs were about to explode from anger, even though the fall wasn't too high, and given the strength of his physical body, it wasn't too serious either. For a clone to not share the burden of the main body at all, wasn't it a little too much? What the hell? You must remember, you are just a clone. When the main body is in trouble, you should take the initiative to step forward. Just as Xianxia was about to teach this fellow a lesson, he saw the fool slowly closing his eyes, as if saying, "You are the one who is stupid and it has nothing to do with me." Xianxia vomited blood. "I told you that you can't just watch as I fall, so you closed your eyes. How in the world did I end up with a fool like you?" Other people's clones were incomparably ferocious. Upon seeing the main body injured, they would immediately rush forward to help. Yet, this fellow allowed the main body to fall to the ground. He must be drunk, he was a complete scammer. Let me see how much my strength has increased first. Unable to be bothered to continue arguing with the other party, Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. Under the nourishment of the earth flame and the spiritual lake, his physical body had grown significantly stronger. Every single cell in his body had become resilient, reminiscent of steel. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia sent a punch forward. Hong Long, the tree a dozen meters away shook, and a fist-sized hole appeared on it, as if it had been sliced by a saber. His physical body is already so strong? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He didn't use his soul energy or Xianxia in this punch. He just wanted to see how much strength he had in this punch, but he didn't expect that the pressure of his punch would be able to punch a hole through a tree that was more than 10 meters away, a tree that even 3 people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around. Even a transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm expert would find it hard to achieve such a feat. Just my physical body. 2 million ding. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had tested the strength of his physical body, and it had reached 2 million ding, just like his Xianxia. In other words, even without using his Xianxia or soul energy, he would be able to crush a consonant spirit realm primary stage expert with just his physical body alone. Fearsome. What about my soul energy? After examining his physical body, Xianxia drove his soul energy and stretched his palm forward. Hong Long, a small hill several dozen meters away, was reduced to dust. Even though it's still at consonant spirit realm pinnacle, my stamina has increased. It can be said that my stamina is boundless. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though Xianxia's soul had grown from 1.8 meters to nearly 10 meters, his strength did not increase at all. It was still 3,200,000 ding. However, his stamina was different. For example, an ordinary person could lift a heavy object weighing 200 jin with their full strength, but lifting it once would be their limit. The second time, they would have to rest for a long time before they could do it again. The 3,200,000 ding that Xianxia was able to exert previously was his limit. In other words, it was impossible for every single punch of his to reach that level. But at this moment, his soul had grown to 10 meters, and every single punch of it carried 3,200,000 ding. It was as if a perpetual motion machine that knew no fatigue. This was truly fearsome. Every single punch carried 3,200,000 ding. Even though it wasn't too powerful, it was still sufficient to crush even a Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage cultivator. 2 million ding from my physical body, 2 million ding from my Xianxia, and 3,200,000 ding from my soul energy. All in all, I should be able to put up a fight against a transcendent mortal 6-dan Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle expert. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia could feel fighting spirit surging through his body, reminiscent of an invincible Vajra. For a clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle cultivator to wield strength that even a Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle expert couldn't hope to match up to, no matter who it was. Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle possesses a strength of 6,400,000 ding. Come, let's exchange blows. Chuckling softly, Xianxia turned to his clone. Previously, due to his weak physical body, he was sent flying by the other party's punch and nearly spurted blood. But now that he had achieved a breakthrough in his spirit, Xianxia, and soul, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to defeat him anymore. Perhaps, he might even be able to injure the other party and teach that fellow a lesson. His clone turned around and raised his fist. Frowning, Xianxia gathered his Xianxia, and physical body together, and in an instant, his strength was pushed to its peak. At this moment, he felt that he could even defeat a transcendent mortal 7-dan primary stage expert with a single punch. Boom, the two fists collided. With a scream of agony, Xianxia's clone stood motionlessly on the spot while Xianxia was sent flying. His back smashed through more than a dozen trees, and only after flying several hundred meters did he finally come to a stop. Large mouthfuls of blood spewed from his mouth. The heck, do you have to be so vicious? He thought that it would be easy for him to teach the other party a lesson after making such a huge improvement, but who could have thought that the gap between them would widen even further? He had used his full strength to strike the other party, but the other party was completely unharmed while he nearly lost his life. How could this be? Are you the clone or am I the real one? Struggling to his feet, Xianxia grumbled indignantly. Your physical body isn't strong enough yet, so you aren't able to bring out the full might of your soul. Just as Xianxia was feeling displeased, his clone walked over with his hands behind his back. With an authoritative look on his face, he said, if you wish to defeat me, you will have to temper yourself further. Of course, if you acknowledge me as your teacher, I can teach you. Scram. With a kick, Xianxia sent the other party flying and kept him into his storage ring. To think that a clone would dare to act so arrogantly and claim to be the teacher of the main body, since you are so capable, why don't you ascend to the heavens? This fellow might be infuriating, but his words aren't wrong. After keeping the other party away, Xianxia frowned once more. His clone was his other self. Even though his words and actions were unreliable at times, it was indeed true that his physical body wasn't strong enough for him to bring out the full might of his soul. Even though his physical body had improved tremendously through the earth flame and the spiritual lake, the time he had spent in tempering it was simply too short. It was only sufficient for his massive soul to enter his body. It was still insufficient for him to fully adapt to it and bring out his full strength. If my soul isn't compatible with my physical body, I won't be able to control my strength as well. If his soul was too strong and his physical body wasn't strong enough, even if he were to fuse the two together, it would still be difficult for him to control his strength to the same level as before. It was just like an adult possessing the body of an infant. It was easy for one to fall into a situation where one would be unable to control one's strength completely. Such was the situation that Xianxia was currently in. Even though his physical body was able to accommodate such a massive soul, it was still relatively weak. As such, his control over his body wasn't as precise as before. Back then, when he first cultivated the Heaven's Path Golden Body at Master Lu Chen's residence, a similar situation occurred. Back then, even though he didn't seem to be exerting much strength, he was actually exerting a huge amount of strength. However, this time around, it was slightly irregular. At times, he felt that he was exerting a huge amount of strength, but at other times, he felt that he was exerting a huge amount of strength. Looks like I'll have to continue raising the strength of my physical body. Xianxia rubbed his glabella. The hurried tempering of his physical body previously was clearly insufficient. He had to find a way to raise the strength of his physical body as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he were to exert a huge amount of strength one moment and a small amount the next, others might even think that he was a lunatic. This won't do. I'll have to ask Emperor Yi Wendian for a physical body cultivation technique to form Heaven's Path Golden Body 3 Dan. As long as I succeed, my physical body will surely grow stronger. As long as he had sufficient physical body cultivation technique manuals, he would be able to form the Heaven's Path golden body through the library of Heaven's Path. Where is this? Understanding this, Xianxia stopped thinking too much about it. Taking a look around, he couldn't help but be taken aback. This is the Verdant Mountain? Previously, in order to prevent Yu Wendian and the others from noticing his departure, Xianxia had flown for a long distance. To think that he was already far away from Huanyu Empire and deep into the Verdant Mountain. Towering mountains, primordial vegetation, and countless unknown flowers exuded a refreshing fragrance. Even though it was already winter, the spiritual energy in the area was still abundant. The entire place was filled with vitality and greenery. This verdant mountain is indeed a blessed land for cultivation. After taking a look around, Xianxia couldn't help but compliment. The Mingshi Tang Empire was one of the main reasons why it was able to become a Tier 2 empire. More importantly, it was because of its outstanding people. Regardless of whether it was the Verdant Mountain or the dragon-scaled river, both of them were filled with spiritual energy. Upon entering, one would feel refreshed, and one would be able to cultivate more swiftly. Let's return first. After recuperating for a moment, Xianxia was just about to return to the capital when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Following which, he saw a massive scaled bear tiger creeping forward. Xianxia was taken aback. The scaled bear tiger was a transcendent mortal 5-dan spirit beast, and it was known as the overlord of the forest. Even a transcendent mortal 6-dan primary stage expert would find it hard to defeat it. This fellow had always hunted openly, and no one dared to stand in its way. Why would it be so sneaky at this moment, as though a fox spirit beast? More importantly, Xianxia had already seen the other party. Given the other party's strength, it was normal for the other party to notice him. Yet, it actually chose to ignore him and leave. Let's see what that fellow is up to. In an instant, Xianxia's curiosity was piqued. He leaped onto a tree branch and chased after the scaled bear tiger. Soon, he saw that massive fellow crouching on the ground as it slowly advanced with a wary look on its face. Not too far away from it was a massive grand lion spirit beast. Just like the scaled bear tiger, the grand lion spirit beast was also a transcendent mortal 5-dan spirit beast, and its strength was on par with that of the scaled bear tiger. However, due to their similar prey, they had always been hostile toward one another. It seems like their natural predator has appeared. Both of them are intending to launch a sneak attack on one another. Xianxia chuckled. He was still wondering what was going on, but it turned out that both of them had discovered their natural predator and were intending to make use of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on one another. This is a good opportunity to see how these two fellows fight. Perhaps I might be able to see some battle techniques and create a battle technique or two. Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to leave. Anyway, everyone knew that he was taken away by the teacher, so there was no need to rush back. Such a powerful battle between tigers and lions, if he were to watch it well, he might be able to create 1 or 2 sets of martial techniques. In history, there were many people who created unique skills by watching spirit beasts fight. Squatting on the tree branch, the scaled bear tiger and the grand lion spirit beast slowly approached. Soon, they bypassed the obstacles of the shrubs and saw each other. Whoosh, he thought that he would be able to see a fierce battle immediately, but in the end, the two big guys didn't fight as he imagined. Instead, they nodded and walked forward side by side. This, Xianxia blinked. When did these two big guys, who were natural enemies, become good friends? And from the looks of it, they seemed to be working together to deal with something. Filled with curiosity, Xianxia quietly followed him. After walking for a short distance, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air again. A huge flying spirit beast was descending from the sky. Transcendent mortal 5-dan aerial spirit. Beast. Draconic eagle beast? His eyes widened. This fellow was known as the overlord of the skies among transcendent mortal 5-dan spirit beasts. It was incomparably ferocious, and its pair of steel claws were capable of tearing apart even spirit intermediate tier weapons. Even the 3 of them weren't a match for Yao Chen. Could it be that the 2 spirit beasts were going to deal with this flying spirit beast? Surely that couldn't be. The overlords of the skies and the land had always minded their own business. Besides, if the other party couldn't defeat them, how could they possibly attack them if they couldn't fly? This was similar to how tigers usually hunted rabbits, deer, and the like. It was rare for them to hunt sparrows and eagles. The two were of different species, so there was no need for them to fight. Voila, just as Xianxia was perplexed, the draconic eagle beast had already landed before the two spirit beasts. Just like before, it nodded its head, and the three of them continued forward silently. They are working together as well? The more Xianxia looked at the situation, the more astonished he became. It was already weird enough for two mortal enemies of the forest to be working together. Now that a flying spirit beast had joined in as well, what in the world was going on? What in the world was going on? What made them forget their differences and become friends with one another? Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Continuing to follow the spirit beasts, Xianxia saw a massive python, a ferocious ape, and a flying spirit beast. Soon, there were more than 30 of them gathered together. These spirit beasts possessed the strength of a transcendent mortal 5-dan cultivator, and every single one of them possessed the strength to make Xianxia shrink back in fear. Yet, with so many of them gathered together, even Xianxia couldn't help but feel goosebumps rising all over his body. It will be difficult for me to escape from them. Hiding behind the spirit beasts, Xianxia's palms began sweating. With so many ferocious spirit beasts, even Xianxia would find it difficult to escape from them. There were flying spirit beasts, crawling spirit beasts, running spirit beasts. Every single one of them wielded strength that even a transcendent mortal 5-dan pinnacle cultivator would find difficult to deal with. With so many of them gathered together, even a transcendent mortal 7-dan cultivator would be doomed, let alone a transcendent mortal 6-dan cultivator. What in the world is it that could gather so many spirit beasts together to deal with it? The more dangerous it was, the more curious Xianxia became. For so many different species, many of whom were natural enemies, to abandon their former enmity and gather together, what in the world happened? Could it be some kind of treasure? A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. It was said that the appearance of a treasure would attract countless spirit beasts, and in fact, it could even trigger a stampede. For so many of them to be gathered together, could it be that some kind of formidable treasure was about to appear? No, that can't be right. If it's a treasure, they should be fighting for it first, but soon, Xianxia rejected this thought. Everyone would want to obtain a treasure for themselves. If such a treasure were to appear, it wouldn't be an alliance. Instead, they would be fighting one another to the death. Regardless of what it is, I should take a look at what's going on first. Since he had already discovered the treasure, he naturally had to take a look at it. Thus, Xianxia discreetly followed behind. Walala, while Xianxia was perplexed, a sound echoed from the bushes ahead, and another group of black silhouettes appeared. Upon seeing this group of black silhouettes, Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Those that had appeared previously were spirit beasts, but this group were actually humans. There were 7 to 8 of them, and just like the spirit beasts, they were all transcendent mortal 5-dan cultivators. There was a crimson mark on their glabella, and with just a look, it was clear that their hands were stained with blood. They are beast hunters. A name popped up in Xianxia's mind, and he felt as though he was going insane. The skin, bones, blood, and inner core of spirit beasts were invaluable treasures to cultivators. Since there was a market, there were people who specialized in this trade. In order to earn sufficient profits, some people would hunt down spirit beasts and hunt them down, thus forming this bizarre occupation. Hunter was a type of occupation, but it wasn't a unique occupation. Just like herbologists, it wasn't recognized by the Mingshi Tang. It wasn't because it was cruel, but because it didn't have a complete heritage. Many people chose to become hunters in order to survive, but there were also many who were killed by spirit beasts and devoured on the spot, resulting in the loss of their heritage. As the mortality rate was simply too high, most of the experiences they had were left behind. As such, hunters didn't have a fixed organization or guild, so naturally, they couldn't be considered as a unique occupation. There were quite a few such hunters, and Xianxia had read about them in books. Just that, he didn't expect them to be together with so many spirit beasts. No matter what, hunters and spirit beasts were mortal enemies. For them to actually be together. What in the world happened? The hunters walked up to the spirit beasts, and just like the spirit beasts before them, they nodded their heads and moved forward once more. The spirit beasts and hunters, who were supposed to be fighting one another, were actually acting as though they were old friends at this moment. This left Xianxia baffled. Seeing that the other party's group was growing larger and larger, in order to avoid detection, Xianxia could only utilize the red dust heaven ascending steps to fly through the lush forest. After advancing for a while more, a waterfall appeared before his eyes. The waterfall fell 3,000 chi, and the sound of water echoed throughout the 9 heavens. The rising water vapor nourished the surroundings, causing the surroundings to be filled with lush greenery. It's winter, so why would this place be so lush? Xianxia was perplexed. Even though the verdant mountain wasn't as withered as other places due to the abundance of spiritual energy, it was still winter, and there was a hint of vitality amidst the greenery. Yet, the place before him was filled with lush greenery, as though spring had arrived. This was truly perplexing. Could there be something wrong with this waterfall? Walala, at the bottom of the waterfall was a massive lake. The sound of flowing water echoed, and a white furry spirit beast was swimming in it. This fellow was only the size of a watermelon, and its eyes were bright and adorable. This is a snow fox. Furthermore, it seems to have just been born not too long ago. Xianxia recognized it. Snow fox was an extremely rare spirit beast. It didn't possess any offensive prowess, but its inner core was extremely valuable. It was said that it harnessed a unique power that could allow both cultivators and spirit beasts to advance unconditionally by an entire realm. This wasn't as simple as advancing from primary stage to intermediate stage or intermediate stage to advanced stage, but an entire realm. In other words, it could allow one to advance from clarifying turbidity realm straight to consonant spirit realm. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. But, it's just a small snow fox. Surely, there's no need for so many of them to gang up on it. Snow foxes were valuable, but they didn't possess powerful offensive prowess. Any single one of the scaled bear tiger or grand lion spirit beasts would be able to tear them apart easily. Furthermore, this was just a small snow fox that had just been born not too long ago. There was no need for them to be so wary of it, right? No, that's not right. What they are dealing with is, perplexed, Xianxia turned his gaze toward the direction where the gazes of the spirit beasts and hunters were, and what he saw left him stunned. By the side of the lake stood a white-robed figure. She stood quietly amidst the scenery, reminiscent of a tranquil painting. It was so quiet that even with the resilience of his soul, he didn't notice her presence at all. Turning his gaze over, Xianxia happened to see the white-robed figure turning her head over. Her beautiful features seemed to have blended in with nature. With just a single glance, Xianxia felt his heart skipping a beat. Voila! Ever since he arrived in this world, his tranquil state of mind had suddenly opened up. Xianxia had seen his fair share of beauties in his life. Shen Bairu, Mou, Zhao Feiwu, Yu Feier, Luo Qiqi. Even his 2 students, Wang Ying and Zhaoya, were in no way inferior to him. In fact, they were even more outstanding. Of these beauties, there was no lack of them who had a favorable impression of him. There were also some who had opened their hearts to him and were willing to be with him, but he remained unmoved. It wasn't that he didn't like beauties, but that his heart wasn't moved. His heart was not moved, and he did not want to cause trouble and increase his worries. Initially, he thought that it might be because he had the library of heaven's path in his head, and thus, he felt the mercilessness of the heavens. Never in his dreams did he expect that his heart would suddenly skip a beat upon seeing the white-robed figure. It was as if there was something within the other party's body that was attracting him, making him want to walk over. The other party was indeed beautiful, to the extent that even Zhaoya paled in comparison to her. However, Xianxia had also cultivated his soul depth to a certain level. It wasn't as if he would let his thoughts run wild upon seeing a beauty. But for some reason, the white-robed figure gave him a sense of closeness. It was as if he had met her before. I mustn't allow anything to happen to her. Such a thought popped into Xianxia's mind. There were more than 30 transcendent mortal 5 Dan spirit beasts and 8 hunters in the area. If they were to surround the white-robed figure, it would be difficult for him to deal with all of them. I must save her. For some reason, this thought made Xianxia extremely determined. He didn't wish to see the white-robed figure being slaughtered by so many spirit beasts. If I were to rush over to save her, I would surely be surrounded as well. By then, I might even lose my life. Even though Xianxia wanted to save her, he couldn't afford to be so reckless. With so many formidable spirit beasts surrounding him, even if he could fly, it would be difficult for him to escape. He had to think of a way. Why don't I continue to disguise myself as Xianxia and see if I can scare these fellows away? After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia realized that he couldn't come up with a good idea. Thus, he felt that it would be best for him to resort to his old trade, bluffing. If he could scare these fellows away, that would be for the best. Otherwise, he would have to face them head-on. At the very most, he would just have to summon his clone to fight them. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he would still be able to escape. Let's do that. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia went through his plan several times before standing up. With a slight movement of his muscles, he morphed into Xianxia once more. Walala, just as Xianxia was done with his preparations, he saw many spirit beasts surrounding the lake. Their eyes were gleaming, and it seemed like they would charge forward at any moment. It's too late. Raising his eyebrows, Xianxia no longer cared about anything else. With a leap, he flew straight toward the pool beside the waterfall. Humph! Hovering in the air, he let out a cold snort that sounded like the roar of a dragon, causing the forest to buzz. This roar contained the power of his soul, as well as all the power of his true energy. It gave off a feeling that it was unstoppable. Experts were used to disguising themselves, so they had a natural air about them. As they floated in the air, they gave off the impression of a god descending from the heavens, giving off a feeling of majesty. The spirit beasts and hunters who were about to attack stopped in their tracks when they saw a man flying toward them. Although spirit beasts were not as intelligent as humans, they were not stupid. The figure in front of them soared through the air and flew over directly. His strength was probably not something that they could contend against. Seeing that the other party did not charge in forcefully, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He took a few steps forward and arrived above the white-robed figure. Regardless of whether he was saving someone or escaping, he would be able to do so as quickly as possible. It was a young lady around his age, and she had a calm look on her face. Clearly, she was unaware that she was already surrounded by spirit beasts. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia scanned the surroundings and said, "I'm just passing by, and the scenery here is beautiful. I don't want to kill anyone here, so all of you should back down." After saying those words, he secretly sent a telepathic message to the young lady. "You should find a way to escape later on. The surroundings are filled with spirit beasts, and I suspect that they might do you harm." After saying those words, Xianxia did not hear a reply from the other party. Turning around, he saw the white-robed young lady looking at him nonchalantly, as if she had not heard his words at all. Could it be that she doesn't believe me? Xianxia frowned. The group of spirit beasts had silently encircled him, and they were currently hiding in the surroundings. Perhaps the other party did not believe him. It was no wonder that a person would suddenly appear out of nowhere while he was resting. If it was him, he would have thought that the other party was a lunatic as well. Why? My words don't carry any weight? Knowing that his identity as an expert would be exposed if he were to explain himself, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Flinging his sleeves, he bellowed, "Back down!" Roar! Hearing Xianxia's bellow, the spirit beasts in the surroundings began to tremble in fear. One of them couldn't help but roar, and it revealed itself from the bushes. With the appearance of one of them, the other spirit beasts and hunters seemed to realize that they had been discovered, so they stopped hiding and revealed themselves. Walala, more than 30 transcendent mortal 5 Dan spirit beasts and 8 hunters of the same cultivation realm exerted immense pressure on Xianxia. "Do you believe me now? When I passed by earlier, I noticed that they were intending to deal with you and the snow fox." Seeing that those fellows had revealed themselves, cold sweat beaded on Xianxia's forehead as he continued sending a telepathic message. The white-robed young lady was surprised to see so many spirit beasts surrounding them. Understanding Xianxia's intentions, she nodded. "There's no need to fear. Since I've seen them, I won't allow them to do anything. Don't worry, I'll chase them away for you." Seeing that the other party had understood his intentions, Xianxia continued sending a telepathic message to the white-robed young lady. After which, he scanned the surroundings once more, and his eyebrows shot up. "Do you really want me to make a move?" Hong Long, soul energy burst forth from his glabella and swept across the area, leaving one with a feeling of majesty. His cultivation wasn't much, but in terms of soul energy, even the transcendent mortal 8 Dan Yuwendian was far from a match for him. Upon releasing his soul energy, the spirit beasts and hunters immediately felt a heavy pressure bearing down on them. They could sense that the person before them was an unparalleled expert. Pada, an aerial spirit beast, lost control of its body and plummeted from the sky. The other spirit beasts crawling on the ground also trembled in fear, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure. Seeing the state of the other party, even though Xianxia was nervous, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like these spirit beasts weren't fools. They knew how formidable an expert was. Roar! Just as Xianxia thought that the other party would surely back down in fear, he suddenly heard a loud roar. The first armored bear tiger he saw roared furiously. Walala, hearing the roar, the fearful spirit beasts immediately regained their vigor. They glared at Xianxia ferociously. What's going on? It was just a moment ago that the spirit beasts were trembling in fear. Yet, the armored bear tiger suddenly reacted in such a manner. Xianxia's face warped in shock. Could it be that the armored bear tiger had recognized him? It was due to seeing this huge fellow that it decided to follow him. Since the other party had passed by him, it should be able to discern his strength. However, the person it saw previously was Xianxia, and now that he was disguised as Xianxia, how could it possibly recognize him? Roar! Just as Xianxia was perplexed over what was going on, the armored bear tiger roared furiously once more. Its thick claws dug into the ground, and it leaped into the air. This is bad. Xianxia's face darkened. No matter how foolish he was, it was clear that he had been exposed somewhere. It seemed like it was possible to disguise as an expert before a cultivator, but it was impossible to do so before a spirit beast. Even though the armored bear tiger didn't possess the intelligence of a human, it possessed a keen sense of smell and sharp eyes. Perhaps his earlier disguise had been a little rash, and the armored bear tiger had seen through him. Or perhaps his soul and physical body weren't particularly compatible, and he wasn't able to conceal his aura as perfectly as before. Since he was unable to conceal his aura, it was easy for the armored bear tiger to see through his disguise as an expert. I can only make a move then. Knowing that he had no choice but to make a move once the armored bear tiger charged over, Xianxia dashed up to the white-robed lady and grabbed her hand. Hurry up and run! Before Xianxia could escape, the armored bear tiger had already arrived before him. It swiped its massive claws, and a shockwave extended for dozens of meters, heading straight for his arm. Damn it! Not expecting the armored bear tiger to come so quickly, Xianxia's complexion turned awful. The armored bear tiger's strength lay in its claws and strength. Even though Xianxia's physical body had been tempered by the cleansing lake, he would still be injured if he were to face the armored bear tiger head-on. Letting go of the white-robed lady, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out the glacier rain sword. He had never used a weapon in a battle before, but given the dire situation he was in right now, he couldn't care less. Voila! A surge of sword chi immediately burst forth from Xianxia's sword, clashing with the shockwave created by the armored bear tiger's claws. Hong Long, an intense explosion sounded, and two massive cracks, each 7 to 8 meters deep, appeared on the ground. While Xianxia remained standing on the spot, the armored bear tiger was forced to retreat, and a faint white scar appeared on its body. Even though the armored bear tiger possessed the strength of a transcendent mortal 5-dan cultivator, it was still lacking compared to a person like Xianxia, whose soul, physical body, and Jinchi cultivation far exceeded his own. Even so, it was still an incredible feat. If it had been any other transcendent mortal 5-dan cultivator, Xianxia's sword would have already sliced them in two. Yet, the armored bear tiger only managed to leave a white scar on its body. Roar, roar, roar! Seeing that even though Xianxia had defeated the armored bear tiger with a single slash, the spirit beasts in the surroundings seemed to have realized the truth. Roaring furiously, they charged toward Xianxia. Several arrows also shot over, heading straight for his face. They were the hunters, they specialized in long-range attacks, and their arrows were infused with Jinchi. Even before reaching Xianxia, he could already feel a sharp killing intent emanating from them. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. There were those who flew in the sky, those who crawled on the ground, and those who specialized in defense and offense. There were even those who specialized in long-range attacks. If he were to be surrounded by these fellows, even if he were to bring out his clone, it would still be difficult for him to defeat them. Flee! With a flick of his wrist, several sword chi shot forth to deflect the arrows. Then, pulling the white-robed lady along, Xianxia leaped into the lake. At this moment, they were completely surrounded. There was only one way out. The white-robed lady seemed to be reluctant to leave, but Xianxia knew that this wasn't the time to explain. Put on, the two of them dived into the lake, and upon seeing them, the snow fox swam over as well. Let's go, or else we'll lose our lives. Grabbing the snow fox in his hand, Xianxia shouted anxiously. With his other hand, he pulled the white-robed lady along and swam toward the depths of the lake. Of the spirit beasts that had encircled them earlier, there weren't many that were adept at fighting in the water. Once they entered the lake, they would be much safer. Furthermore, he had noticed that the lake was connected to a wide river. Perhaps they might be able to make use of this opportunity to escape. Hula, as soon as they dived into the depths of the lake, they heard a series of violent tremors from above, and it seemed like quite a few spirit beasts had leaped into the lake as well. Knowing that there was no time to lose, Xianxia drove his Xianxia and swam in the direction of the river according to his memory. It was indeed much safer in the water. Initially, there were spirit beasts that chased after them, but after Xianxia fended them off, the number of them gradually decreased. After swimming for nearly 2 hours, there were no more spirit beasts chasing after them. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia swam toward the surface. Holding one's breath for 2 hours was nothing to someone with his current strength. Xianxia turned to look at the white-robed lady, and she seemed to be fine as well. To be able to force so many spirit beasts to attack her so cautiously, it was unlikely that she would be weaker than him. Given how strong her Xianxia was, how could she possibly be unable to withstand 2 hours of holding her breath? The two humans and the beast popped their heads out of the water and surveyed their surroundings. Only after confirming that there was no danger did they heave a sigh of relief. We're safe now. Pulling the white-robed lady along, Xianxia leaped to the shore. After swimming for 2 hours, they were already a long distance away from the waterfall. The waterway was complicated, and even if the spirit beasts wanted to find them, it would be difficult for them to do so. However, they still had to be careful. The other party had aerial spirit beasts, so it would be much easier for them to search for them from the sky. Let's find a place to get some food and dry my clothes. Seeing the disheveled state the two humans and the beast were in, Xianxia smiled bitterly. The woman in white knew that he was trying to save her, so her attitude became much friendlier. She smiled and nodded in agreement. There were many caves dug out by spirit beasts in Verdant Mountain, and they were very spacious. After finding a place where there were no spirit beasts, the two of them walked in. He found some dry branches and started a bonfire. Only then did he feel much warmer. Although the two of them were not weak, it was still winter. After swimming underwater for 2 hours, they still felt the bone-chilling cold. My name is Xianxia. May I know who you are? After drying his clothes, Xianxia took out some dried meat from his storage ring and handed it over. After which, he reverted back to his original appearance and clasped his fist with a smile. For some reason, he felt as if he had known this young lady for a very long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to save her. The girl shook her head and didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled and took the dried meat. She tore it open and ate a bit in an elegant manner. You can't talk? Xianxia was taken aback when he saw her smile instead of saying anything. Ever since he had met her, he had not spoken a single word to her. At most, he would just smile at her, giving off a feeling that he was as calm as water. The young lady shook her head. Do you have some kind of chronic illness or, do you need me to treat you? I'm a formidable physician. Xianxia said. Some people would lose their voice due to injuries or mistakes in their cultivation technique. However, as long as one could find the right treatment, it should be possible to resolve it. Xianxia had read quite a few books on the way of medicine, so he had a deep understanding of it. On top of that, he had the support of the Library of Heaven's Path, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him to treat her. The white-robed lady waved her hands. Are you worried that I won't be able to treat you? Xianxia asked with a frown. The young lady waved her hands nonchalantly. It seemed like she was already used to such a state, and she didn't want anyone to treat her. Since you don't want to, forget it then. Seeing that the other party was unwilling, Xianxia decided not to force the other party. For some reason, he felt extremely tranquil when he was with the young lady. It felt as if he was far away from the world. Xianxia was just about to find something to say when his face suddenly warped. His body stiffened, and his body began trembling uncontrollably. This is bad, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Even though his physical body had improved significantly after being tempered by the earth flame and the cleansing lake, it was still insufficient for him to adapt to his massive soul. Under normal circumstances, he should have continued cultivating his physical body, and it would be best if he didn't use too much strength. Yet, upon seeing that the white-robed lady was in danger, he couldn't hold himself back any longer and made a move. He didn't think much of the situation previously, but now that he was out of danger, he immediately felt a piercing pain in his soul, and his vision began to spin. Using the units of measurement from his previous life, his soul was a size 45 while his physical body was a size 42. Even though he could still fit through it if he exerted a little more strength, he would still experience excruciating pain if he walked too much. That was the current situation. Even after forcefully entering his physical body, he still wasn't able to reach the most compatible state. It was one thing if he didn't utilize his strength, but as soon as he did, his Xianxia, physical body, and soul would feel as if they were being separated from his body, and his soul would suffer excruciating pain. Xianxia was hoping to leave a valiant image in the other party's heart when he saved her. Yet, such a situation occurred. Xianxia felt stifled. Suppress. With a thought, Xianxia forcefully suppressed his soul so that it could adapt to his physical body. Yet, who could have known that the more he tried to suppress it, the greater the backlash he suffered. It was as if the aftereffects of forcefully stuffing his soul into his physical body were acting up at this moment. Unable to hold on any longer, Xianxia's soul burst out from his glabella. It was still the same problem from before. His soul was too strong, and his physical body was too weak. Even though he had forcefully stuffed his soul into his body previously, he still wasn't able to achieve a perfect fusion. It's over. Feeling his soul leaving his body, Xianxia's heart turned cold. It was true that releasing his soul would lessen the pain, but, if his soul were to leave his body, it would be equivalent to announcing to the other party that he was a soul oracle. Even if he wanted to explain it to her, it would be difficult for him to do so. Even though soul oracles were one of the unique occupations, their heritage had been lost for innumerable years, and they had been eradicated by the orthodox Mingshi Tang school. As a result, they were inextricably associated with treachery and darkness in the hearts of most people. If the other party were to learn that he had such a bizarre occupation, most likely, the gratitude he had for saving her would vanish in an instant. What in the world was this? Of all times, what would the other party think of him? Would the other party think that he was up to something? Just as Xianxia was conflicted over what he should do, the white-robed lady suddenly stood up and clapped her hands lightly. Hula, his soul, which had just escaped from his body, was immediately suppressed and returned back into his physical body. At the same time, a unique surge of energy flowed through his body, alleviating the excruciating pain he was feeling a moment ago. This, Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Even he was unable to control his soul, and yet, the other party was able to resolve it with a light clap. What was going on? Could it be that the white-robed lady's cultivation was even higher than that of the transcendent mortal 8 Dan Yuwendian? One must know that even Yuwendian was powerless to stop the soul from leaving his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown him onto the stone table and waited patiently to save him. Perplexed, Xianxia was just about to ask the other party about it when he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and he fainted. Amidst his unconsciousness, he felt his soul harmonizing with his physical body once more, and the shackles from before disappeared. Some time later, Xianxia finally regained consciousness. Rubbing his eyes, Xianxia sat up, and as expected, the conflict between his soul and physical body had disappeared. My physical body hasn't grown stronger, but my soul seems to have been refined once more, becoming purer. It's much easier for it to enter my body now. Xianxian's eyes lit up. His physical body was still the same as before, but his soul had become purer. Even though it was still a colossus that was nearly 10 meters tall, it was much more pliable than before. As soon as it entered his body, it no longer felt as difficult to control as before. Let me give it a try. Closing his eyes, Xianxian used his soul to comb through his entire body. In an instant, he felt that every single muscle and cell in his body was under his control. His soul had gained a perfect grasp over his physical body. He had never felt such a sensation before. This is perfect fusion of soul and body? Xianxian clenched his fists tightly, and his body trembled in excitement. At Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan, one would be able to achieve fusion of soul and body. However, the so-called fusion only granted one greater control over their strength, allowing them to surpass ordinary cultivators. Legend had it that upon reaching perfect fusion, one would be able to observe the changes in one's physical body and repair the damaged areas. Upon reaching perfect fusion, one's body would be as flawless as white jade. Even a Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan expert would be incapable of such a feat. Only a saint would be able to achieve such a feat. And yet, a soul oracle like him actually managed to achieve it. But, since my soul and body have completely fused together, does it mean that my soul won't be able to leave my body anymore? At the same time that Xianxian was excited, he suddenly froze. The perfect fusion of soul and body was something that only cultivators were capable of. He had never heard of a soul oracle before. Could it be that his soul had completely fused with his physical body while he was unconscious, resulting in the disappearance of his soul? If that was the case, there was nothing for him to be happy about even if his soul was able to control his physical body. Even among the ancient occupations, the means of soul oracles were considered one of the more powerful ones. Taking the absorption of spiritual energy from the cleansing lake for example, it was impossible for any other occupation to achieve such a feat. Xianxian hurriedly drove his soul cultivation technique to test it out, and he realized that his soul was still able to leave his physical body. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Returning his soul back to his physical body, Xianxian stood up, scanned his surroundings, and frowned. The cavern was abnormally quiet. The bonfire had long been extinguished, and there wasn't a single person in sight. The white-robed lady whom he had saved previously had disappeared without a trace. Miss? Xianxian couldn't help but call out. Just as he was about to head out to look for her, a line of elegant words suddenly appeared on the stone wall not too far away. You saved me once, and I've saved you once. We don't owe each other anything. Let's meet again in the future. Let's meet again in the future? Xianxian was taken aback. You're leaving? Looking at the words on the wall, Xianxian's eyes widened in disappointment. To think that the first lady who had moved his heart was just a chance encounter, and he didn't even know the other party's name. With a wave of his hand, Xianxian wiped away the words on the wall before walking out of the cavern. It was completely empty outside, and there wasn't a single person to be seen. It seemed like the other party had already left. I actually fainted for 3 days? Looking around, Xianxian realized that she was nowhere to be found. Taking a look at the time, he couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't think that he would be unconscious for 3 whole days. My Xianxia cultivation has successfully reached consonant spirit realm pinnacle after attaining the union of soul and body. In the past, he had to find the corresponding heaven's path divine art in order to achieve a breakthrough. However, this time around, not only did he manage to fuse his soul and physical body together flawlessly, his Xianxia cultivation had also improved tremendously. He had advanced from clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle to consonant spirit realm pinnacle. It was an entire cultivation realm. It wasn't that he was lucky, but the purpose of the consonant spirit realm was to fuse his soul and body together and strengthen his soul. Naturally, his current soul energy had already fused perfectly with his body, and it was in line with the heaven's path divine art. Naturally, he managed to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation as well. The surging Xianxia in his body nourished his entire body, making his spirit, energy, and spirit even more vigorous. The physical body strength of an ordinary consonant spirit realm pinnacle is 3,200,000 ding, but mine has reached 4 million ding. Closing his eyes, Xianxian's consciousness wandered around his dantian. With the current union of soul and body, even without exerting his strength, he could clearly gauge how much strength he could exert. At Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle, his Xianxia cultivation had already reached 4 million ding, which was comparable to a Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage cultivator. Factoring in the 2 million ding from his physical body and 3,200,000 ding from his soul energy, he would have a total of 9,200,000 ding. Even a transcendent mortal 7-dan perfect harmonization realm intermediate stage expert would be able to kill him with a single punch. Perfect harmonization realm primary stage 8 million ding, intermediate stage 9 million ding, advanced stage 10 million ding, pinnacle 11 million ding. Of course, perfect harmonization realm meant that one's Xianxia, soul, and physical body would be enhanced significantly. At the same time, one's control over nature would also reach an extremely high level, granting one the ability to sense danger. It wouldn't be easy for one to injure one. For example, in his previous battle with Princess Feyre, even though his strength far surpassed hers, he could only rely on the Library of Heaven's path to defeat her. Once one reached a higher realm, one's reaction speed and control over one's body would be far superior to those of a lower realm. It could be said that although his current strength was not much different from a middle-stage consolidation realm, his actual combat strength might not even be able to defeat a middle-stage consolidation realm initial consolidation realm with only 8 million ding. At most, it would be a draw. As for the Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle cultivators, they were no match for them at all. Even if a group of them were to come, they would still be able to slaughter them easily. Now that I have reached Consonant Spirit Realm, my Master Teacher rank will be half 5-star. All along, his cultivation had been holding him back in the Master Teacher examination. Now that his cultivation had risen, he could be considered as a half 5-star Master Teacher, putting him on par with Luo Xian and the others. 3 days have passed. I wonder if they've left yet. After 3 days, no one knew if Xianxia and the others had left. Under normal circumstances, after cultivating in the cleansing lake, they would head to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. However, due to the collapse of the cleansing lake, there was no point in staying any longer. Perhaps they had already set off for the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. There was still a long way to go to Hongyuan Empire, and if they didn't hurry, they might not be able to make it in time for the start of the semester. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy would accept new students during the 2nd and 8th months of every year. They had rushed to the 2nd month, and it was already January at the moment. There was only a month left before the start of the semester. Time to return. Knowing that time was of the essence, Xianxia took a deep breath and prepared to return to Huanyu Empire to see if Xianxia and the others had left or not. However, at that moment, the leaves rustled, and flurried footsteps sounded. Several figures were walking over with widened strides. Xingyuan and Princess Feyre? What are they doing here? With a swift leap, Xianxia landed on a huge tree. Lowering his head to take a look, he was taken aback. They were none other than Yu Feyre, Xingyuan, Luo Qiqi, Wu Zhen, and Crown Prince Qian. Luo Qiqi was walking at the very front with a map in her hands, seemingly searching for something. The others followed behind her with grim looks on their faces. The 5 of them were in an unkempt state, and there were even some wounds on their bodies. It was clear that they had just gone through a tough battle. Qiqi, how much further are we? Yu Feyre asked anxiously. Luo Qiqi checked the surroundings before replying. Based on the map, it should be in the vicinity. That's good. Let's hurry up. Even though I managed to stop those big fellows with my formation plate, they are simply too powerful. They will probably break through the barrier very soon and catch up to us, Yu Feyre said. Indeed. Xingyuan nodded. He glanced behind him warily, seemingly still fearful of what had happened earlier. This is weird. We have encountered quite a few spirit beasts before, and most of them have been acting alone. Why would the spirit beasts here be working together to search for us? Wu Zhen was perplexed. I'm perplexed as well. Putting everything aside, just the Grand Lion Spirit Beast and Armored Bear Tiger, the 2 tyrants of the continent, rarely have any interaction with one another. Yet, not only did they team up with one another, they even attacked together as though they were good friends. Also, the Dracoeagle Beast. When did aerial spirit beasts become so intimate with land spirit beasts? Xingyuan was also confused when he replied. Since they couldn't use the cleansing lake, they spent nearly 3 days in the capital before heading to Verdant Mountain to complete the mission given to them by the Academy. Who could have thought that they would encounter a group of frenzied spirit beasts? These fellows possessed the cultivation of transcendent mortal 5 Dan, and not only were they powerful, they even teamed up to attack anyone they encountered, nearly causing them to lose their lives along the way. If not for Yu Feier's identity as a princess, she wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Yi Qian, didn't you say that Verdant Mountain is a safe place? You call that safe? Recalling how they were chased by a huge group of spirit beasts, Yu Feier couldn't help but feel infuriated. Other than that, Xianxia, when had she ever suffered such indignation? Cold sweat trickled down Yi Qian's forehead as he cried, in the past, these spirit beasts were unwilling to attack humans. I don't know what's going on either. While the others were confused, he was even more perplexed. This wasn't the first time he had been to Verdant Mountain, so he knew quite a few spirit beasts. Under normal circumstances, these fellows would rarely attack humans. Yet, today, they were working together as though they had gone berserk, attacking him without any hesitation. This left him in a frenzy. One must know that before coming here, he had confidently declared that Verdant Mountain was a safe place, yet, in less than half a day, he was chased all over the mountain by the spirit beasts, and he nearly spurted blood from exhaustion. Just the thought of it left him stifled. Alright, there's no need to explain anymore. If those fellows come over again, you'll have to deal with them yourself. Yu Feier waved her hands. Yi Qian's mouth twitched. If a consonant spirit realm cultivator like him were to deal with the spirit beasts, he would probably die before the first wave of attack even ended. After a moment of hesitation, he said, should I have my father send some troops over to chase these spirit beasts away? Huanyu Empire was in the vicinity, and as long as he was willing to, he could easily dispatch an army to deal with the spirit beasts. These transcendent mortal 5 Dan spirit beasts might be formidable, but they were still no match for an army. It's not like you don't know about the mission given to us by the Academy. Are you intending to make us fail our mission and return home in disgrace? Yu Feier harumphed coldly. This, Yi Qian scratched his head. The other party was right. Their mission this time involved confidential information, and they couldn't afford to divulge it. If word were to spread, not only would they fail the mission, they might even be expelled for violating the Academy's rules. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Help Chi-Chi find out where we are and find the entrance to the underground chamber. As long as we enter the underground chamber, we should be safe. Otherwise, when those fellows catch up to us again, I'll throw you over to feed them so that they can have a taste of you, the Crown Prince. Frowning, Princess Yu Feier waved her hands. Yes. Yi Qian's lips twitched, and he hurriedly rushed over to Luo Chi-Chi's side. Even though he was the Crown Prince of the Miryu Empire, there was nothing he could do against such an unruly princess. Standing in front of the map, Yi Qian examined it for a moment before pointing forward. It doesn't seem too far away. It should be behind that mountain. Alright, let's hurry up and set off. Harumphing coldly, the group hurried forward according to the location marked on the map. Shortly after they left, Xianxia came out from his hiding spot. They are probably going to complete some kind of mission. Upon learning that Yu Feier and the others were here, Xianxia knew that they had accepted the Academy's mission. He thought that they would be in the depths of the Verdant Mountain, but to think that they would end up here instead. Judging from their tone, it seems like they have met with those spirit beasts. Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. Previously, in order to save the white-robed lady, they had offended more than 30 spirit beasts. Perhaps due to that, those fellows had been enraged and attacked humans the moment they saw them, resulting in their deaths. If they are still in the surroundings, it would be best for us not to fly away. Otherwise, it would be easier for us to be discovered. Xianxia finally understood why the group didn't travel on aerial spirit beasts. Of the 30 or so spirit beasts, there were those who were adept at flying. The moment they were in the air, they would become easy targets. It wouldn't take long for them to be discovered and sniped. Since none of them were capable of flight, they could still flee on the ground. However, if they were to be attacked in the air, they would surely be killed. Besides, it was impossible for them to find their exact location in the dense forest by flying. Since they can't ride on aerial spirit beasts, I can't fly away either. Since Luo Chi-Chi and the others couldn't fly, he couldn't fly either. He didn't want to be surrounded by countless spirit beasts as soon as he tried to fly. Even though his cultivation had improved significantly and he no longer feared these spirit beasts, he didn't want to get into trouble with them. Let's return to the capital first. Leaping down from the tree, Xianxia determined the direction and began walking. The other party's training had nothing to do with him. What was more important at the moment was to meet up with Hongshi and the others so that they could head to Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Walala, barely after taking a few steps, Xianxia suddenly heard another series of footsteps. He quickly hid behind the tree once more, only to see a few massive spirit beasts sniffing the ground before charging in the direction where Luo Qiqi and the others had disappeared. They found them, Xianxia frowned. Even though these spirit beasts were only at Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan, other than Yi Qian, Luo Qiqi, and the others were all at Transcendent Mortal 6 Dan. Even so, with so many of them working together, it would still be difficult for them to defeat them. Let's go and help them. Xianxia hurriedly followed behind the spirit beasts. No matter what, he was acquainted with Princess Feier and the others, and Luo Qiqi was his pill-forging student as well. He couldn't just stand by idly when she was in danger. Roar! Roar! Damn it, they're here again. Yi Qian, you go. Just as Xianxia was proceeding forward, he suddenly heard a commotion in front of him. Following which, a powerful shockwave rippled through the air. They've already started fighting. Knowing that there was no time to waste, Xianxia hurriedly rushed forward. However, before he could get too far, the sound of a gust of wind suddenly echoed from above. Raising his head, he saw a massive draconic eagle beast swooping down toward him. It was the Draco-Eagle beast that had participated in the encirclement earlier. Previously, Xianxia had been hiding in the dense foliage and concealing his aura, making it difficult for the other party to notice him. However, with his current speed and driving his Xianxia, the Draco-Eagle beast immediately found him. The draconic eagle beast's steel-like iron claws whistled through the air before it even reached him, as if it wanted to pierce through metal and stone. If I get entangled with it, it'll be difficult for me to leave, knowing that if he were to get entangled with this fellow, the other spirit beasts would surely catch up to him. Thus, Xianxia clenched his jaws tightly. Gee! The Dragonhawk beast had the bloodline of the dragon clan, so the strange beast language he learned should be effective. Without the bloodline of the dragon clan, the effect would be significantly weaker. Because of this, in order to save the white-robed woman, he had no choice but to flee. Of all the spirit beasts here, only this one had the bloodline of the dragon clan. Once the language of beasts lost its effect and consumed too much of his Xianxia, it would be impossible for him to escape. As expected, as soon as Xianxia shouted those words, the Draco-Eagle beast in the sky shuddered in fright. Unable to continue attacking, it plummeted straight to the ground. Plop! It was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The 10-meter-long spirit beast fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it twitched non-stop. Roar! After dealing with this huge fellow, just as Xianxia was about to leave, he heard another roar. The scaled bear tiger that he had seen previously dug its claws into the ground and leaped into the air, sending a sharp gust of wind toward Xianxia. The commotion caused by the duo earlier had attracted the attention of many spirit beasts. This fellow was the first to rush over to help. Troublesome. Xianxia shook his head. Seeing how the other party was acting as if he had just killed his father, Xianxia knew that it would be pointless for him to hide. Since you want to fight, let's fight then. It just so happened that he hadn't had the chance to test his strength yet. Since he had raised his cultivation by so much, it would be a good opportunity for him to practice his moves. Xianxia's palm slashed down like a saber. Voila, the gust of wind from his palm was as sharp as a sword. Traversing a distance of several dozen meters, it arrived right before the scaled bear tiger. Xianxia didn't use any soul energy in this move. Even so, the might of his physical body and Xianxia was still more than 6 million ding. It wasn't something that this huge fellow could withstand. With a dull thud, the gust of wind from the scaled bear tiger's claws dissipated. At the same time, its body sank, and it was forced to the ground. Roar! The scaled bear tiger widened its eyes in shock, as if it had seen a ghost. 3 days ago, it had just fought with this fellow. Even though the other party's swordsmanship was incredible, it was still unable to withstand the other party's strength. Yet, in just a few days, the other party was able to force it to the ground with just a casual palm strike. This was way too exaggerated. If the other party was that formidable, he wouldn't have been chased around by them all this while. Don't chase after me. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. With a roar, the dragonhawk beast fell to the ground, and with a palm strike, the scaled bear tiger no longer dared to retaliate. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Flinging his sleeves, he was just about to continue flying toward Luo Qiqi and the others when a roar sounded. The Grand Lion spirit beast and the other spirit beasts had already turned around and surrounded him. Most likely, the dragonhawk beast had informed them of his arrival as soon as it noticed him. Since you all are looking for a thrill, don't blame me for what happens next. Initially, Xianxia didn't intend to get into a fight with a bunch of spirit beasts, but since these fellows had come looking for him on their own accord, there was no need for him to care so much. Stepping lightly on the tree, he dashed forward. Heaven's Path movement art. With the enhancement of his physical body and cultivation, Xianxia was able to execute the Heaven's Path movement art with greater ease. As if tearing through the air, he arrived before the Grand Lion spirit beast and rammed right into it. Aren't you skilled in defense? Since that's the case, I'll use brute force to break your defense. Pong, the two of them collided, and before the Grand Lion spirit beast could even react, its massive body was already sent flying several dozen meters away, leaving its head spinning from the impact. After sending the massive fellow flying, Xianxia twisted his body and charged toward one of the wolf-shaped spirit beasts. With a powerful punch, he crushed the air with his fist. Peepa! With a resounding boom, the spirit beast took the blow head-on, and its legs immediately weakened, following in the footsteps of the previous spirit beasts. While the battle was in full swing, Luo Qiqi and the others were in a daze. Previously, the spirit beasts had caught up to them once more, ready to launch an attack on them at any moment. In a fit of rage, Yu Feier sent Yi Qian forward to fend them off. Yi Qian was only a consonant spirit realm cultivator, and she thought that it would be difficult for him to survive this ordeal. But who could have thought that before he could make a move, the spirit beasts who were still charging at them ferociously a moment ago suddenly retreated like a tidal wave? Could it be that they don't dare to make a move after learning of my identity as the crown prince? Yi Qian scratched his head. But that was impossible, he hadn't said anything about it even until now. Besides, why would spirit beasts care whether he was the crown prince or not? If they wanted to make a move, they would even dare to kill the emperor. Someone has attracted the attention of the spirit beasts for us. Look, there's a battle going on over there. Princess Yu Feier was the first to realize what was going on. After retreating, the spirit beasts that were attacking them were all charging in the same direction. On top of that, there were intense fluctuations in the aura and roars coming from that direction. It was clear that there was a battle going on. Yi Qian, it can't be your men, right? Xing Yuan frowned. Their expedition had to be kept a secret, and no one was allowed to know about it. As such, he had specially instructed them not to allow anyone to follow them. In order to ensure their safety, they didn't ride on aerial spirit beasts, choosing to travel on foot instead, yet, right when they were in danger, someone had already lured the spirit beasts away. It was hard to believe that the culprit wasn't his men. No, I didn't order anyone to follow them, Yi Qian hurriedly waved his hands. He knew about the expedition as well, so how could he possibly do something like that? We'll know once we head over to take a look, Luo Qiqi waved her hands. Xing Yuan nodded. We can't afford any mishaps in this expedition. If someone were to follow us, we'll be in trouble. Without saying anything more, the group discreetly headed in the direction of the battle. Soon, they arrived at the scene, and upon taking a look, they were stunned. That's Xianxia. Why is teacher here? Wasn't that fellow taken away? Why would he be here? Upon seeing an old acquaintance, different expressions appeared on the faces of the group. If one were to say that they were happy, it would be Luo Qiqi. If one were to say that they were gnashing their teeth, it would be Princess Yu Feier. She had lost the previous bet, and what she feared the most was seeing the other party asking her for her winnings. I get it now. Teacher must have seen us being attacked, so he intentionally lured the spirit beasts over. Luo Qiqi suddenly spoke. You're thinking too much. Do you think that he would be so kind? Yu Feier harumphed. If that's not the case, why would these spirit beasts choose to attack him instead of us? Look at how those spirit beasts attacked anyone they saw previously. If not for Xianxia intentionally luring them over, they wouldn't have done so. Luo Qiqi said. Everyone was stunned. Luo Qiqi's words made sense. Just a moment ago, those spirit beasts seemed as if they would swallow them whole. They thought that they would be in for a tough battle, but in the blink of an eye, they chose to attack Xianxia instead. It was hard to believe that Xianxia didn't use some means to lure them over. Regardless of whether he's the one who lured them over or not, look at their battle. Wu Zhen interrupted everyone's thoughts and pointed forward with a trembling finger. Hearing those words, everyone hurriedly turned their gazes over, and what they saw left their eyes widening in shock. Wasn't he only at Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle a few days ago? Xingyuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. 3 days ago, when he entered the cleansing lake, he was still at Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle. How did he reach Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle in the blink of an eye? He had never seen anyone who improved so quickly before, but he had never seen anyone who improved so quickly. More importantly, despite being at Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle, the other party was still fighting against so many spirit beasts as if an adult toying with a child. Wasn't his fighting prowess a little too fearsome? Princess Yu Feier widened her eyes in shock, and her face twitched as she clenched her fists tightly. She thought that this shameless fellow would use shameless means to defeat her, but to think that his true strength would be so fearsome. If he had used such a powerful strength to fight her that night, he might not have been able to use a single move before he was beaten to the point where he couldn't even tell where he was and fainted. Could it be that he had gone easy on her? He must have done it on purpose. Just thinking about how the other party had been staring at her bottom and kicking it made her rage surge. If he hadn't done it on purpose, it couldn't have been so coincidental that he would kick her there every single time. He could have crushed her easily, but he chose to kick her bottom instead. What a shameless wastrel. Seniors, given how formidable Xianxia is, he can be considered as an inner member of the academy. Do you think that he can accompany us to the trial? With him around, I think that it will be much safer and easier for us. Oblivious to everyone's thoughts, Yi Qian suggested. Let teacher go? Luo Qiqi's eyes lit up. That's right. If he were to go, our chances of success would increase significantly. That's true. I agree. Xingyuan pondered for a moment before nodding. No, he can't go. Yu Feier widened her eyes in shock as she hurriedly waved her hands. I can't go? Luo Qiqi frowned. Why? There was bound to be all kinds of dangers in the trial. Given how wise and powerful her teacher was, he should be able to ensure everyone's safety. Why would she reject him? He is a hooligan. Yu Feier gritted her teeth. Hooligan? You're thinking too much. He won't be interested in you. Luo Qiqi was still wondering what kind of reason Zhang Xian would give her, but she shook her head. She had complete faith in her teacher's character. Putting everything aside, just her appearance was 1 in a million, comparable to Princess Yu Feier. Yet, despite her beauty and her admiration for him, he wouldn't even spare her a glance. Given how unruly you are. That's even more impossible. Yu Feier's vision darkened, and her body swayed weakly. What do you mean? What do you mean by he won't be interested in me? I'm not that bad either, alright? You're a princess, and yet, you're saying that you won't be interested in me. Qiqi is right. Xianxia has extremely high standards. I've met his student, Wang Ying, as well, and she's much more beautiful than you. Yet, he's still indifferent to her, so it's likely that he won't be interested in you. Xingyuan nodded. He was fond of Yu Feier, and seeing how outstanding Zhang Xian was and how close he was with her, he couldn't help but look into it. Not only did Xianxia have a student who was more beautiful than Yu Feier, he also had quite a few princess-level ladies courting him, but he was still unmoved. As beautiful as Yu Feier was, her temper was simply too bad. He was the only one who could accept her, but if it was anyone else. What did you say? Gritting his teeth, he clenched his teeth. Yu Feier glared at Xingyuan with widened eyes. Xingyuan, I dare you to say that one more time. Xingyuan trembled. Seeing how frightened Xingyuan was, Wu Zhen chuckled softly. However, before his smile could blossom, Yu Feier glared at him coldly. What are you laughing at? Do you believe that I won't beat you up again? Wu Zhen swayed weakly. You can argue all you want, I'm just here to watch the show. What does it have to do with me? Alright, stop quarreling. I'll go invite the teacher. Feier, you'd better not speak. If you make the teacher angry, I'm afraid that he'll make you pay again, or make you pour wine and massage his legs. Seeing that a quarrel had already broken out before they could even find the entrance to the underground chamber, Luo Qiqi shook her head. Upon hearing the payment, Princess Feier recalled her identity as a maid and clenched her jaws tightly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Everyone stopped arguing and looked ahead. At this moment, the battle between Xianxia and the spirit beast was almost over. More than 30 spirit beasts were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. This time, the hunters didn't follow them. Otherwise, they would be lying down like them. Teacher. After pummeling those fellows to the ground, Xianxia clapped his hands and was just about to leave when he suddenly heard Luo Qiqi walking over. Little Seven. He smiled. This group of people had seen it when they came over. Anyway, he was trying to save them, so it didn't matter if he saw it or not. Teacher, this student has a presumptuous request. Luo Qiqi walked up to Xianxia and bowed. We would like to invite teacher to participate in the academy's trial. Luo Qiqi spoke of her thoughts. Trial? Xianxia waved his hands. Forget it. I still have to meet up with Hongshi and the others before heading to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Hongshi? They have already left. Luo Qiqi was taken aback for a moment before replying. Left? Xianxia frowned. He, the champion of the examination, hadn't returned yet. Why would they leave? Indeed. In order not to delay the start of the semester, they used the flying ship of the Huanyu royal family to bring everyone away. When Hongshi saw that you weren't back yet, he sought Pavilion Master Mo's approval before leaving. Luo Qiqi seemed to be well aware of this matter as she replied. Flying ship? Xianxia was perplexed. It's a transportation tool that only the empires have. It's usually used for war. It's driven by dozens of spirit beasts, and it can accommodate hundreds or even thousands of people. Seeing that her apothecary teacher had never heard of such a thing before, Luo Qiqi looked at him in bewilderment. There was no master teacher in the empire who didn't know of flying ships. Given how knowledgeable Xianxia was and how he had such a formidable teacher, how could he not have heard of it? Xianxia nodded in response. He had been wondering about it all along. Given the size of an empire, it shouldn't be possible for them to send reinforcements for several years. To think that such a thing existed, to be able to drive dozens of spirit beasts and accommodate thousands of people at once. Probably only the royal family of an empire would be capable of such a feat, right? Teacher's students have also been brought away by Hongshi and the others. They seem to have said that there's no need to worry about your safety as long as you're with Xianxia, and they'll be heading to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to wait for you, Luo Qiqi continued. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He didn't expect so many things to happen while he was unconscious for 3 days. Everyone thought that Xianxia was a formidable figure and that he would be safe as long as he was with him. Yet, never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that the formidable Xianxia was a fake. Forget it. Xianxia shook his head. He had thought that with Hongshi and the others gone, Sun Cheng and the others would be in trouble. Since they were heading to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, all he had to do was head there. He wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. What kind of trial is this? Since there was no point in returning to the Miryu Empire, Xianxia couldn't help but ask Luo Qiqi. It's... Luo Qiqi hesitated for a moment before replying telepathically. It's the underground chamber of 6-star blacksmith Wu Yangzi, 6-star blacksmith? Xianxia frowned. Wu Yangzi is an extremely famous grandmaster blacksmith from 3,000 years ago, and his smithing skills are unparalleled. He's known as the #1 blacksmith in the past 10,000 years of Hongyuan Empire. He was the one who successfully forged the divine seal of Hongyuan Empire. Luo Qiqi said. Since he's a grandmaster blacksmith from the Hongyuan Empire, why would his underground chamber be here? Xianxia was perplexed. Hongyuan Empire was at least 1,000,000 kilometers away from here. Why would a grandmaster blacksmith be here? This, Luo Qiqi scratched her head awkwardly. He was abducted. Abducted? A 6-star grandmaster blacksmith, whose cultivation had reached Saint Realm, was actually abducted. Was this for real? Besides, the Blacksmith Guild was one of the top guilds in the master-teacher continent. To make a move on one of their members. Who would be so daring as to make a move on them? His smithing skills are indeed formidable. Most likely, he was abducted to forge a weapon for them. Due to this matter, the Mingshi Tang Empire and the Blacksmith Guild dispatched a large number of experts to search the entire Hongyuan Empire, but they were unable to find him. Luo Qiqi said. It was only in the past few months that I found some clues after browsing through many ancient books. You? Xianxia was perplexed. How could a mere 5-star primary master teacher, a grade 2 student of the Master Teacher Academy, possibly find him when so many experts were unable to do so? More importantly, there was a gap of several thousand years between them. Actually, it's just a conjecture. Not only am I skilled in pill forging, I'm also fond of smithing as well. I admire Grandmaster Wu Yangzi from the bottom of my heart, and I even studied the zither forging technique that he created. It's just that my heritage has been severed, so I wasn't able to learn it fully. Luo Qiqi explained. Later on, I realized that there are weapons forged using this forging technique in the Miryu Empire. Thus, I began investigating the matter, and coincidentally, I found a map of the underground chamber. Thus, I applied to the Master Teacher Academy to grant me this opportunity. Of course, whether this underground chamber is really Grandmaster Wu Yangzi's, it's impossible to say for sure. Xianxia nodded. To be able to find clues from the forging technique, this Luo Qiqi was indeed a persistent person. But that was to be expected as well. Otherwise, as a grade 2 student of the Master Teacher Academy and a transcendent mortal 6-dan pinnacle genius, she wouldn't have acknowledged him as her teacher without any hesitation. Even though teacher hasn't reported to the Master Teacher Academy yet, he's already considered a member of the Academy, so he's qualified to participate in the trial. Furthermore, this trial is only to find out whether the underground chamber is related to Grandmaster Wu Yangzi, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. As long as he succeeds, he'll be awarded 2 academic credits. This way, teacher will have something to rely on even before entering the academy. Luo Qiqi chuckled. Academic credits? Xianxia was perplexed. As the librarian of a Master Teacher Academy, he had heard of this term in his previous life. Why would the Master Teacher Academy have such a thing as well? Oh, academic credits are something unique to the Master Teacher Academy. It's said that it was set by Kongsher back then. Students can use academic credits to purchase better cultivation resources and higher-level lessons. In fact, they can even use them to trade. Without academic credits, it'll be difficult for one to advance in the academy. In fact, in the Master Teacher Academy, spirit stones and tutelage jade tokens aren't as valuable as academic credits. Luo Qiqi explained. Everyone in the Master Teacher Academy was a master teacher, so there was no lack of tutelage jade tokens, spirit stones, and the like. If I don't have sufficient academic credits, does that mean that I won't be able to graduate? Xianxia asked with a bizarre look on his face. Of course not. Academic credits are just an asset for students to exchange with one another, not something that one can rely on to graduate. How can I possibly refuse to graduate if I don't have sufficient academic credits? Luo Qiqi replied. Hearing those words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that it would be similar to the Master Teacher Academy in his previous life, where academic credits were compulsory for students to graduate. But from the looks of it, it was just that the names were similar. Teacher, do you want to join us? If this is really the underground chamber where Grandmaster Wu Yangzi was once imprisoned, there's a good chance that his heritage might be here. Luo Qiqi said. Heritage? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. I heard that blacksmiths specialize in physical body cultivation. If there's really his heritage here, could there be some kind of physical body cultivation technique? Even though his soul and body had already fused together perfectly, his physical body was still a little weak. If his soul were to break through the 10-meter barrier, there would still be some disharmony between the two. It would be best if there was a physical body cultivation technique that he could collect. As blacksmiths spent their days in contact with cauldrons, ores, and metal, their physical bodies had to be extremely strong. Most blacksmiths would have their own unique physical body cultivation technique. There should be. Grandmaster Wu Yangzi isn't just a blacksmith. It's said that he's a physical body cultivation master as well. Not expecting the other party to ask such a question, Luo Qiqi was taken aback. All right, I'll go then. Xianxia chuckled softly as he nodded in agreement. Blacksmiths had very high requirements for their physical bodies. Without sufficient strength, they would not be able to forge many weapons. Thus, every blacksmith was basically an expert in body tempering. If he could obtain a 6-star blacksmith cultivation technique, it would definitely be much better than searching through the Miryu Empire. All right. Hearing that her teacher had agreed to it, Luo Qiqi was agitated. Even though Xianxia hadn't interacted with this apothecary teacher for long, the latter gave him an unfathomable feeling. With him around, Xianxia would surely feel much more at ease. Thus, Xianxia beckoned the others over, and Princess Feier and the others came forward. I might have lost the bet in the cleansing lake, but don't think that you can bully me just because of that. As soon as she arrived, Princess Feier gritted her teeth and said, I'll prepare the spirit stones, but I'll only be able to pay them after we return to the Han Yuan Empire. An accident occurred in the cleansing lake, and I didn't win and you didn't lose either. Let's just call it a draw. Seeing that Luo Ruoxin had no intention of denying it, Xianxia chuckled softly. He was the one who caused the collapse of the cleansing lake. Even though he had already made up for it, it was still rather awkward for him. The time wasn't up yet, and something happened midway. Naturally, there was no such thing as winning or losing. Draw? Princess Feier was taken aback. She thought that the other party would make use of this opportunity to blackmail her into becoming a maid or make sarcastic remarks to embarrass her. She didn't expect that the other party would say that it was a draw. Really, so generous? That's right. Of course, if you're not convinced, we can continue to bet. As long as you're willing, I'll accompany you anytime. Xianxia. Princess Feier's lips twitched as she hurriedly shook her head. There's no need for that, he had just thought that the other party was generous when he said those words. It seemed like it was all fake. Anytime. Do you think I'm stupid? He had lost twice in a row. If he were to continue fighting, he would probably lose until not even a single strand of hair was left. Anyone want to bet with me? Seeing how frightened the woman was, Xianxia could not help but shake his head and look at Xing Yuan and the others. With no one to bet on, it was equivalent to losing a source of income. Along with cultivation, there would come a day when the spirit stones would be used up. I'm not fighting, Xing Yuan and the others were taken aback. If I were to bet with you, I would basically lose. No matter how stupid I was, I wouldn't be so reckless. Sigh, I don't even have the chance to lose. Seeing that no one was willing to bet, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. Are these really talented students of the Master Teacher Academy? He didn't even dare to make a bet. Wasn't he a little too weak? If the others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely burst into tears. It wasn't that they were weak, it was that he was too strong. Alright, others might not even be able to decipher the stone tablets in years, but you did it in seconds. Others might take days to absorb spiritual energy from the cleansing lake, but you did it in minutes. No one would want to join in the fun even though they knew that they were bound to lose. Let's hurry to the underground palace. Knowing that Xianxia had a teacher whom even Pavilion Master Mo had to respect, as well as the incredible strength he wielded, Xing Yuan and the others didn't dare to treat him as an ordinary freshman anymore. Instead, they treated him as a peer, not daring to look down on him in the slightest. The most urgent matter at hand was to find the entrance to the underground palace. After familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, the group hastened their footsteps, circled around the mountain range, and entered a vast valley. Based on the map, the underground palace should be here. Luo Qiqi said. This? Xing Yuan and the others stared at one another in bewilderment. The valley before them wasn't too big, and it looked extremely ordinary. There were plants everywhere, and the chirping of birds filled the air. It was filled with vitality, and it didn't look like an underground palace at all. Could they have gotten the wrong information or found the wrong place? That weapon forged using the zither forging technique was discovered by a hunter here. In the past 3,000 years, 7 weapons forged using the same technique have appeared here. Taking into account the information I have gathered, there's definitely an underground palace here, Luo Qiqi said. But the spiritual energy here is stable, and there isn't the slightest anomaly. It doesn't seem like there's a formation here? Xing Yuan and the others frowned. If there was an underground palace, it could only mean that there was a formation hiding its traces. But the spiritual energy here was stable, and there wasn't the slightest disturbance. It didn't seem like there was a formation here. Let me take a look. I'm a 5-star formation master, so I should be able to find and decipher the formation, Princess Yufei said as she walked out. The reason why they were able to form a team to undergo the trial wasn't just because they were on good terms with one another. There was also the complementarity of their occupations. In order to take the 5-star master teacher examination, one had to possess 5 5-star supporting occupations, and Princess Yufei happened to be a 5-star formation master. The group nodded. Princess Fei flicked her wrist, and a compass appeared in her palm. She circled around the valley, looking around as she walked. A moment later, she came to a halt. Flicking her wrist, she took out a spear-like needle. It was hard to tell what it was made of, but unique inscriptions were inscribed on it, and it emanated a cold glint. This is a formation-breaking silver needle. Seeing the doubtful faces of Yi Qian and the others, Luo Qiqi explained. Formation-breaking silver needle? There are some high-level formations that absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings and conceal themselves according to the terrain, making it difficult to discern them. This is the item that is required to make them reveal themselves. There are unique formation inscriptions inscribed on it that allow it to release the spiritual energy used to stabilize the formation, thus causing an imbalance in the spiritual energy within the formation to reveal itself, Luo Qiqi said. Coming to a realization, the group nodded in agreement. Xianxia nodded in agreement as well. Then, he turned to look at Luo Qiqi with a perplexed expression. He had read about the formation-breaking silver needle in the books of the Formation Master Guild, and it was said that it had the ability to break formations. He thought that only the higher-ranked Formation Master Guild members would be able to see it, but to think that Princess Yufei would actually have one in her possession. It seemed like they had come prepared. After taking out the formation-breaking silver needle, Princess Fei didn't rush into action. Instead, she took the compass and circled around the valley a few more times. At the same time, she even bent down to pinch the soil on the ground and pluck a few strands of grass. Powerful formations were able to alter their weaknesses according to their surroundings. If one couldn't find the crux of the formation, it would be futile no matter how much spiritual energy one extracted from the formation. It was just like how one had to open a hole at the crux of a ship in order to capsize it. If one didn't find the right spot, no matter how big the hole was, it would be futile. All of you, step back. Yufei took another look around, and seemingly having found something, she turned to the crowd and waved her hands. Knowing that the formation was dangerous, Luo Qiqi and the others quickly backed away, and soon, they were out of the valley. After they left, Princess Yufei's expression changed. Instead, a deep frown appeared on her face, and in an instant, a valiant aura emanated from her, making it hard for others to blaspheme her. Who? With a flick of her wrist, the formation-breaking silver needle flew out and stabbed into a spot not too far away from her. Following which, she formed a few seals with her fingers before abruptly tapping on it. Wang, the silver needle began spinning on the ground. As it spun, the formation inscriptions on the surface of the silver needle turned into a vortex that absorbed spiritual energy. Eventually, it formed a pillar of spiritual energy that rose into the sky. The formation-breaking silver needle is able to extract spiritual energy from the surroundings. Once the spiritual energy in the surroundings fluctuates violently, even the most powerful formation will be exposed, Luo Qiqi explained. Xianxia nodded. Formations were sustained by spiritual energy, and if spiritual energy was extracted dry, it would naturally lose its balance and reveal its true form. The reason why the cleansing lake had collapsed was because the balance had been disrupted. The silver needle spun faster and faster, extracting more and more spiritual energy. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on Princess Feier's forehead. Open! With a light bellow, the surroundings of the silver needle began shaking intensely, and a mist seemed to appear and disappear from time to time. There's indeed a formation. Upon seeing the mist, everyone's eyes lit up. Rising mist was a sign of a formation. For it to appear, it meant that there was indeed a formidable formation here. In other words, Luo Qiqi's deduction was correct. There was a high chance that there was an underground palace here. Woo. At this moment, the silver needle spun even faster, and Princess Feier's face was already filled with fatigue. To be able to remain hidden for so many years without anyone noticing it, the formation was bound to be a formidable one. Even as a 5-star formation master, she found herself reaching her limits. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Princess Feier's movements came to a halt. Disregarding her image, she sat on the floor as if paralyzed. How is it? Seeing the other party in such a state, Luo Qiqi hurriedly rushed forward and fed her a pill. Only then did her complexion recover slightly. There's a grade 6 formation here, but my cultivation is still lacking. I'm unable to draw it out completely. After adjusting her condition, Princess Feier stood up and shook her head. She had exerted her full strength previously, but the only thing she could do was to draw out the formation vaguely. It was clear that she was lacking the strength to bring it out completely. Even you can't draw it out? Then how do you intend to enter? Luo Qiqi frowned. If she couldn't even draw out the formation, naturally, she wouldn't be able to decipher it. Needless to say, enter the underground palace. She had come here confidently to clear the trial, but who could have thought that she would be stopped at the very first step? If she were to return like this, she would surely become a laughingstock. I don't know either. Princess Feier shook her head. She thought that as a 5-star formation master, even if she couldn't decipher the formation, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to force it out. Who could have thought that she would only return empty-handed? Gritting her teeth, Princess Feier was just about to continue speaking when a nonchalant voice suddenly sounded. If it really doesn't work, I'll rest for a while and try again. It's impossible to decipher the formation like that. Turning around, she saw Xianxia standing before her. You know how to decipher formations? Seeing that it was Xianxia who had spoken, Princess Feier harumphed. If that's the case, may I know your opinion on it? I wouldn't call it an opinion. Since we're certain that there's a formation here, why don't we just decipher it directly? Why go through the trouble of drawing it out? Xianxia. If their goal was to find the hidden underground palace, why didn't they just decipher the formation? Why go through so much trouble to bring it out? Decipher it directly? Do you know anything about formations? Flinging her sleeves, Princess Feier harumphed coldly. Since the formation doesn't reveal its form, how do you know whether it is trap, kill, bewilderment, or illusion? This is just like fighting with a spirit beast. If you don't even know what it is or what its flaws are, you can just say that you want to kill it. You must be joking. As long as you know a little about formations, you wouldn't say such words, right? The Tao of formations is a profound field with a long history. Even master teachers aren't inferior to them, and it's one of the top occupations of the master teacher continent. To think that you can decipher such a profound field just by opening your mouth, you sure know how to make it sound so easy. Princess Feier harumphed coldly, as if she had finally found a chance to vent her frustrations from 2 consecutive bets. Standing up, she scanned the surroundings and said, even though this valley isn't big, it still covers an area of around 100 mu. There are all kinds of trees and flowers here, and there are at least a few million of them. In terms of geography, there are mountains and lakes in the distance. The left side faces the sun while the right side faces the yin. It's a blessed land for formations, and it's suitable for setting up all kinds of formations. There are a total of 14,372 grade 6 formations that can be set up, and every single one of them has innumerable transformations. Without seeing the formation being activated and deducing carefully, it's impossible to tell which one it is. If you don't know the formation, its transformations, its range, and its strength. I just want to ask you one question, how can you decipher it? Flinging her sleeves, Princess Feier harumphed coldly. Xing Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. Even though Yu Feier was unruly and prone to emotional fluctuations, her proficiency in formations was indeed extraordinary. Even in the entire Master Teacher Academy, she was well known for her skill in formations. Otherwise, Luo Qiqi wouldn't have invited her over after receiving the mission. Alright, Feier. Teacher, you can speak properly if you don't know much about formations. Why do you have to speak with such a tone? Not expecting her best friend to say so many words just because of her teacher's words, Luo Qiqi frowned. Her teacher was indeed skilled in pill forging. Even a 6-star apothecary wouldn't be able to match up to him. But in the field of formations, he was a little lacking. But that was to be expected. After all, it was impossible for one to be skilled in everything. Surely it isn't as complicated as you make it out to be. Isn't a formation formed by the combination of formation flags and the natural environment? Once we find the formation flags, won't it be easy to decipher it? Ignoring the other party's reprimand, Xianxia. The array formation is made up of array flags, but do you know how many combinations there are? Even if we know where the array flags are, we need to remove them one by one in order. As long as there is a mistake, it may cause the array to backfire and kill everyone on the spot. Hearing how ignorant Xianxia was, Yu Feier's face reddened in anger. What the hell? If he had known that this fellow knew nothing about array formations, he would have competed with him in array formations. Why did he lose twice in a row? Cough cough. Teacher, formations aren't that easy to break, especially this kind of hidden formation. It's impossible to find the formation flags. But before she could finish her words, the young man before her scratched his head awkwardly and stomped his foot on the ground. Whoosh, an array flag popped up from the ground and landed in his palm. Then, he looked over with an embarrassed expression. The array flag you were talking about, are you talking about this? I don't think it's that troublesome. Ah? Everyone was stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Yu Feier, who had thought that Xianxia was being frivolous a moment ago, had her eyes bulging out of their sockets. She was on the verge of going insane. Are you for real? She was sweating profusely from exhaustion, and she nearly died on the spot. Yet, she didn't even see a single strand of the array flag. Yet, this fellow actually managed to retrieve it with just a casual stomp on the ground. Do you have to be so exaggerated? This does seem to be the case. Luo Qiqi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The array flag before her had an ancient appearance, and it was severely corroded. With just a look, it was clear that it had been buried underground for a long time. This should be the formation that she had just seen. Feier, look, Princess Yu Feier couldn't help but turn around to take a look. Look at what? Even if he happened to find a single array flag, it's useless if he doesn't follow the order of the others. If the array could be destroyed so easily, 6-star formation masters would be worthless. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Princess Feier gritted her teeth. So what if you happen to find a single array flag? A powerful formation would consist of at least 100 array flags, and they would be scattered all over the place. While finding a single array flag might be able to alter the structure of the formation, it was still impossible to destroy it completely. On the contrary, there was a chance that he might accidentally cause the entire formation to explode. A formation that had been maintained for several thousand years would accumulate a frightening amount of spiritual energy. If it were to explode, it could very well end up like the cleansing lake. Even a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. Formations weren't child's play. If it could be destroyed so easily, wouldn't 5-star and 6-star formation masters have learned their craft for nothing? The more Princess Feier thought about it, the angrier she felt. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she suddenly felt someone tugging on her arm. Raising her head, she saw that it was her close friend, Luo Qiqi. Frowning, she asked, "What's wrong? Don't be in such a hurry to speak. Take a look over there first." Luo Qiqi's face reddened. Over there? Frowning, Princess Feier turned around, and what she saw made her lips twitch. She nearly fainted on the spot. The young man, who had been standing not far away a moment ago, was now more than 20 meters away. He bent down and pulled out a formation flag from the ground. He pulled it out as he walked, just like a farmer pulling out garlic. He even whistled when he was happy. Shoo, 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 Princess Feier's eyes rolled. Princess Feier was on the verge of tears. Do you have to be so exaggerated? This is a concealment formation that I couldn't decipher no matter how much effort I put into it. Yet, you're plucking a formation flag with every step you take. Most people would first use formation-breaking needles to decipher the formation flag before determining what kind of formation it was based on its shape. After which, they would find the life gate and the like to decipher the formation flag. Yet, this fellow didn't even know what a formation was, and he was already plucking a formation flag. Are you insane? Of course, if it was just plucking a formation flag, there were plenty of people who could do it as well. But, if you don't know what a formation is, how can you pluck it so confidently? Not to mention, you even whistled. How can you be so confident that you won't suffer a backlash? It was fortunate that she didn't bet with him on deciphering a formation, or else she would have been in deep trouble. It seems like, teacher knows the position of every single formation flag, and he knows how to pluck it without causing a backlash. Luo Qiqi's throat went dry. When she heard those words previously, she thought that her teacher was only skilled in pill forging and knew nothing about formations. But at this moment, she realized that she was wrong. He was simply too skilled. Even Princess Feier, a 5-star formation master, couldn't match up to him. In fact, even the formation masters in the academy who specialized in deciphering formations weren't capable of such a feat. Look at that, precise positioning, leisurely pace, helpless gaze, and that coquettish whistle. The heck? Could it be that you set up this array formation yourself? Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with it? He deciphered the formation just like that? Xing Yuan, Wu Zhen, and Yi Qian stared at one another with widened eyes. Concealment formations were one of the most difficult formations to decipher. Not only was it capable of concealing one's sight, more importantly, it was impossible to decipher it. To pluck a formation flag from the ground while whistling, why had they never heard of such a method of deciphering a formation before? Done. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, the young man flicked his wrist and kept the pile of formation flags into his storage ring. After which, he patted the dust off his hands and looked at them impassively. Even though these formation flags had been corroded, they were still artifacts that could be used to set up a grade 6 formation. Furthermore, they were antiques, so they should be kept for now. Seeing that all of the formation flags had been taken out, the group hurriedly scanned the surroundings, and they saw a change in the previously empty valley. A massive door appeared before their eyes. It was roughly 2 zhang tall, and it was hard to tell what it was forged from. With just a look, it was apparent that it had been in use for more than 1,000 years. Behind the door was a flight of stone stairs that led downward, and they couldn't see the end of it. It's indeed an underground chamber. Seeing that the door had been revealed without the concealment of the formation, everyone's eyes lit up in excitement. It seemed like Luo Qiqi's information was accurate. But that wasn't too surprising. If she hadn't verified the information and made a judgment, the academy wouldn't have issued a mission and awarded them academic credits upon completion. Let's enter. Xing Yuan's eyes lit up. Wait a moment. This underground chamber hasn't been opened for many years, so there could be all kinds of miasma in there. Luo Qiqi stepped forward and flicked her wrist, taking out a jade bottle. This is an antidote pill that I specially forged. It can neutralize thousands of miasma in the underground chamber. After which, she opened the jade bottle, and round pills rolled out one after another. The underground chamber was closed all year round, and due to the rotting corpses, insects, and the lack of air circulation. All of these factors contributed to the poisonous miasma in there. In order to enter, one had to prepare the antidote beforehand. Otherwise, even a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert might not be able to withstand it. Knowing that they were in danger, the crowd quickly swallowed a pill each. Xianxia didn't want to stand out from the crowd, so he also swallowed a pill. Wu Zhen, you're skilled in all kinds of mechanisms. We'll be counting on you later. Seeing that the crowd had swallowed the pills, Luo Qiqi turned to Wu Zhen once more. As a celestial designer, Wu Zhen was well-versed in all kinds of mechanisms and traps. The underground chamber was fraught with danger, and no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any traps. Don't worry. Flicking his wrist, Wu Zhen took out an umbrella-like object. It was the myriad manifestations umbrella that celestial designers use to decipher mechanisms. Let's go. Opening the myriad manifestations umbrella, Wu Zhen led the way into the door. Without any hesitation, the crowd followed behind him. Seeing that the other party was prepared, Xianxia didn't say anything and simply followed behind Luo Qiqi. Who, the moment they stepped through the door, they were greeted with darkness, as if they had gone blind. Xingyuan stepped forward and flicked his wrist. A few night illumination pearls rolled down the stairs, illuminating the area below. The staircase extended all the way down, and they couldn't see the end of it. Let's continue. After looking around and confirming that it was safe, Wu Zhen let out a low exclamation and led the way down. The deeper they went, the colder it got. It felt as if they had entered a graveyard filled with ghosts. It was fortunate that they were only surrounded by the walls of an ordinary underground chamber. There weren't any traps or formations, so they heaved a sigh of relief. After descending for several hundred meters, they came to a vast underground chamber. Xingyuan took out the night illumination pearl and flicked it lightly. Hula, the pearl fell to the ground, and a faint glow appeared in the room. The light wasn't too strong, but the group was strong enough to see the surroundings clearly. Not too far away from the stone steps was a small bridge, and water trickled down from it. The underground chamber, which had been sealed for countless years, didn't feel stifling at all. On the contrary, the air was fresh, just like the outside. Even though they had prepared themselves beforehand, they didn't expect such a sight. Before descending, everyone thought that this was an underground chamber that had been sealed for countless years, and there was bound to be a foul stench and miasma lingering in the air. Who could have thought that it would be no different from the surface? Everyone, be careful. This underground chamber was probably built for many people to live in. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such good ventilation. Wu Zhen said. Live in? Everyone frowned. Indeed. If there aren't many people, there's no need to spend so much effort to bring in a river, and there's no need to make a cavern so comfortable. Without proper ventilation, it wouldn't be able to sustain the breathing of so many people. Wu Zhen explained. He was an expert in traps, so he knew how troublesome it was to bring in a river. More importantly, he knew how much effort it took to create such good ventilation. If it was just a temporary residence for a few people, such a spacious area wouldn't be stifling at all. There was no need to waste so much effort on it. However, if there were too many people living here, without proper ventilation, one could easily suffocate. Hearing Wu Zhen's explanation, Xianxia nodded in agreement. The Soul Oracle tomb he had been to previously was clearly a little stifling, and the ventilation was far inferior to this one. Could it be that the culprit behind the kidnapping of Grandmaster Wu Yangzi wasn't just a single person but many? Luo Qiqi blinked her eyes in confusion. Based on her investigations, this underground chamber was related to Wu Yangzi. In fact, there was a high chance that the Grandmaster had been kidnapped and brought here. An environment where many people lived, not just one or two. Could it be that this great Grandmaster wasn't kidnapped by one person, but by a group of people? I have no idea. Wu Zhen shook his head. There's a stone tablet over there, let's go take a look. There was a small stone tablet in front of the bridge. Under the dim light, one could vaguely see what was written on it. When he walked up to it, he saw 3 large words. Homeward viewing residence? Luo Qiqi frowned. An underground palace was usually either a tomb or a secret base of a faction or a place where they lived in seclusion. What was the meaning of these 3 words? These words are a little strange. Yi Qian frowned. Oh? Hearing his interjection, everyone turned to look at him. Even though the Crown Prince was only a half 5-star master teacher, his mastery of painting had already reached the level of a 5-star master teacher. As such, he was naturally sensitive to such matters. Words can sometimes represent a person's mental state and thoughts. These 3 words have reached the 3rd level of infused meaning. One can clearly feel the mental state of the person who left the words. There's a feeling of being incompatible with this place and wanting to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Yi Qian said. Xianxia nodded. He had also felt what he had said. Homeward viewing residence. Not only did the words evoke a feeling of being far away from one's homeland, one could also feel the artistic conception of the words. Zhang Xian had done some research on painting, so even without the Library of Heaven's Path, he could still discern it with his eyes. Homesickness? It seems like, this is indeed the underground palace where Grandmaster Wu Yangzi resided. Luo Qiqi's eyes lit up. Most likely, he was kidnapped, and his longing for the Hongyuan Empire led him to leave behind these words. However, he didn't return until his death. If that's the case, it does seem possible. Xing Yuan and the others nodded. It was already bizarre for an underground palace to be called homeward viewing residence. If he had been kidnapped and brought here, it would make sense. It was highly likely that these words were left behind by Wu Yangzi to express his longing for his hometown. Something's amiss. Not only do these words carry a sense of homesickness, they also carry an aura of bloodthirst. Yi Qian frowned. Grandmaster Wu Yangzi has always been kind to others, so it's unlikely that he would have such a violent killing intent. As a Grandmaster blacksmith, Wu Yangzi had spent his entire life with weapons. Even though the weapons he forged were meant to kill, he didn't carry an aura of bloodthirst. However, the three words in front of them carried a strong killing intent, causing them to be suspicious. He, I think that he is the one who left behind the killing intent. Xing Yuan chuckled. For a 6-star blacksmith, a grandmaster of his generation, to be kidnapped and locked up in such a dark place, it would be weird if he didn't harbor any killing intent. That's true, Yi Qian was taken aback. That was to be expected. For a person of his standing to be imprisoned in the darkness, there was no way he would be willing to give up. It was only natural for him to harbor killing intent. Grandmaster Wu Yangzi is a 6-star pinnacle blacksmith, and his cultivation has already reached Saint. Even though he is unwilling to give up, he isn't allowed to leave. Everyone, be careful. I fear that there might be more to this place than meets the eye. Luo Qiqi said grimly. The others nodded nervously. How could a person who could imprison a saint in an underground chamber be ordinary? Even though 3,000 years had passed, the means left behind by such a person was still not something that a bunch of Cosmos Bridge Realm and Consonant Spirit Realm cultivators like them could deal with. Let's go. After scanning through the stone tablet and confirming that there was nothing else useful, the group began walking forward. Following behind the group, Xianxia glanced at the words on the stone tablet once more, and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. Following which, he stroked the stone tablet lightly with his finger, and seemingly sensing something, his eyebrows shot up. Passing by the stone tablet, they arrived at the bridge. The bridge wasn't too long, but the flow of water beneath was swift. It was a refreshing sight to behold. Wu Zhen placed the 1,000 utility umbrella in front of him to scout the path ahead. Nodding to the group, he led the way forward, and the others followed closely behind. Behind the bridge was a vast hall, and within it stood a massive stone tablet. Holding the night illumination pearl in his hand, Xing Yuan walked up to the stone tablet. Under its faint yellow glow, 3 words were written on it, Burying Sorrow Lodge. Seeing the words on the stone tablet, everyone blinked in shock. Regardless of whether it was an underground palace or something else, it was impossible for a place to have 2 names. Just a moment ago, it was Yearning Lodge, and now, it was Burying Sorrow Lodge. Just which was the name of this place? These 3 words are calm and upright, giving one a sense of serenity. Burying sorrow means that there's something here that one desires, and that's the only reason why one would be at peace. Yi Qian analyzed the stone tablet. If I'm not wrong, this should be left behind by those who imprisoned Grandmaster Wu Yangzi. You're right. Since they imprisoned Grandmaster Wu Yangzi to forge an artifact for them, it's only natural for them to forget about their worries, Xing Yuan nodded. Luo Qiqi and Princess Feier hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. That would explain everything. Just that, they couldn't understand why there would be a name on this side of the bridge and another on the other side. Walking past the stone tablet, the group arrived at the main hall. The room was several hundred square meters in size, and it was extremely spacious. Let me take a look. Wu Zhen walked along the wall and knocked on it for a moment before walking around it. After which, he shook his head and said, There's no mechanism here. Could it be another concealment formation? Princess Feier also walked around the room with a formation plate in hand, and her complexion turned awful. I've taken a look, but there's no formation either. It can't be that the underground palace is only this big? Everyone frowned. After setting up such a formidable concealment formation outside, constructing a flight of several hundred meters downward, and ensuring that the air in the underground palace was clear, the other party only managed to create a spacious hall of several hundred square meters. If that was the case, wasn't that too much of a scam? But if that wasn't the case, other than the walls and mechanisms, there was nothing else in the surroundings. What in the world was going on? If it's just an empty hall, we won't be able to determine whether Wu Yangzi was here or not. That means that the mission wasn't completed. Luo Qiqi frowned. She had complete trust in Wu Zhen and Princess Fei's discernment. Since the duo said that there wasn't such a thing here, it should be true. But there was nothing here at all. If they couldn't determine whether Wu Yangzi was here or not, how was she going to explain this matter to them? What was even more bizarre was that since there was nothing here, why would there be weapons wandering around for the past 3,000 years? Furthermore, they were all forged using Grandmaster Wu Yangzi's unique forging methods? Indeed. I thought that I would be able to obtain something after so much effort, but it's just an empty hall. Xingyuan shook his head. They had thought that they could at least find some clues in the underground chamber, but other than 2 stone tablets and a small bridge, there was nothing at all. Were they really going to waste their time here? Teacher, did you notice something? Just as everyone was feeling stifled, Luo Qiqi's voice suddenly sounded. Turning their gazes over, they saw that Zhang Xian had unknowingly walked up to the second stone tablet and was touching it. This stone tablet had Burying Sorrow Lodge written on it. Most likely, it was left behind by Wu Yangzi's group. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, there's something strange about these 2 stone tablets. Zhang Xian turned around. Strange? The crowd walked up to the stone tablets. One is Burying Sorrow Lodge, and the other is Yearning Lodge. If I'm not mistaken, there should be 2 paths here. The words on the stone tablets are for the successor to choose. Zhang Xian revealed his deduction. That does seem possible. Everyone was taken aback. The most conspicuous objects in the underground chamber were these 2 stone tablets. Perhaps there was some kind of mechanism hidden beneath them. Let me take a look. Hearing the explanation, Wu Zhen hesitated for a moment before walking forward. Taking out a night illumination pearl, he examined the stone tablets carefully, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like there's indeed a mechanism here. A mechanism? If there's a mechanism, there must be a passageway. It seems like this isn't the underground chamber at all. The real underground chamber hasn't appeared yet. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly walked forward. Since the mechanism was on the stone tablet, that could only mean that this wasn't the real underground chamber. The underground chamber could still be hidden somewhere, just that it hadn't been discovered yet. Teacher's eye is indeed good. Luo Qiqi's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhang Xian in admiration. As expected of the teacher whom she had spent so much effort to invite, his eye of discernment was indeed extraordinary. With just a glance, he was able to see through the problem with the stone tablet. Otherwise, they would have had to search everywhere, and who knew how long that would have taken. I was just lucky. Seeing the admiration in her friend's eyes, Yu Fei harumphed coldly. Even though she knew that Xianxia was a powerful individual with exceptional eye of discernment, for some reason, she couldn't help but feel a little indignant. Lucky? Do you dare to bet with me? Zhang Xian asked. You. Nearly choking on her saliva, Yu Fei gritted her teeth and hurriedly turned her head away. Let me try to see if I can open it. Wu Zhen knew that it wasn't convenient for him to interfere in the conflict between the two of them. Previously, it was precisely because of his meddling that he ended up getting beaten up. Thus, he lowered his head and hurried over to the stone tablet to interrupt the conversation between the two. Closing his eyes tightly, he placed his hand on the stone tablet and lightly touched it. Since it was a mechanism, there was bound to be a connection point. Given his identity as a celestial designer and his grasp of mechanisms, he should be able to find the weak point. Everyone, quiet down. A celestial designer has to be one with his mind to find the connection point. As long as he can find it, no matter how formidable the mechanism is, he should be able to open it with ease. Xingyuan said. Even though the mechanisms designed by celestial designers were formidable, there was a way to open them as well, and that was to find the connection point. Once one found it, no matter how tightly sealed the mechanism was, it should be able to open it easily. Knowing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. In an instant, the entire underground chamber fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Controlling his breathing and heartbeat, Wu Zhen drove his Xianxia furiously to enhance his sense of touch. Soon, he felt the connection point on the stone tablet, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes. Alright, I've found the connection point. I should be able to open the real underground chamber soon. Chuckling lightly, Wu Zhen's eyes gleamed with deep confidence. He wasn't as strong as Xing Yuan, Luo Qiqi, and Princess Fei, but when it came to mechanisms, he was confident. This was the time for him to display his prowess. Taking a deep breath, the myriad manifestations umbrella in his hands. Voila, a sharp spike immediately appeared at the tip of the umbrella. It was like a silver needle, emitting a cold light. The spike was more than a foot long. Under the warm light of the night luminescent pearl, it gave people a cold feeling. It was obvious that it was extremely sharp. This is the 1000-chance thorn of the myriad manifestation umbrella. It is specially used to decipher all kinds of traps. It took 5 5-star blacksmiths working day and night to forge this thorn, and it took them 10 days to complete it. Luo Qiqi explained. 5 5-star blacksmiths in 10 days? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Why would he need to spend so much effort on a single thorn that was as thin as a hair? However, after giving it some thought, it made sense. For it to be so slender yet so sharp, it must have been extremely complicated to forge. The thinner a weapon was, the harder it was to refine it. Yes. It is only because he is a master teacher that he is able to mobilize so many blacksmiths. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to work so hard for him. Luo Qiqi continued. Xianxia nodded. As the #1 occupation in the world, master teachers had a natural advantage. A 5-star master teacher and a genius on top of that, there was no harm in befriending him at this moment. It wasn't difficult for 5 blacksmiths to spend 10 days forging a weapon for him, but if it had been any other occupation, it would have been impossible for them to do so. While speaking, Wu Zhen gathered his aura. Widening his eyes, he flicked his wrist, and the myriad manifestation umbrella pierced toward a certain direction of the stone tablet. Ding! The 1000-chance thorn came into contact with the stone tablet, and it seemed to have struck a small crack that was invisible to the naked eye. Gg. A heavy sound echoed from the stone tablet, reminiscent of a millstone. Crap, retreat. Hearing this sound, Wu Zhen's confident expression suddenly warped, and he bellowed. Before he could finish his bellow, a thunderous sound echoed from the stone tablet. Everyone's vision blurred, and countless thin needles shot toward them. Even though these thin needles were shot out from a mechanism, their speed was extremely fast. Once struck, even though it wouldn't kill them, they would still suffer unimaginable pain. Voila, knowing that he was in danger, Wu Zhen pressed on the mechanism, and the myriad manifestation umbrella in his hands opened. The cloth of the myriad manifestation umbrella was forged from a unique material, and it was as tough as a shield. Putting aside these thin needles, even sharp weapons wouldn't be able to pierce through it. If not for its prowess, it would have been impossible for a celestial designer to favor it so much that he would spend his entire fortune to forge one. Ding ding dang dang, the sturdy cloth of the umbrella blocked most of the silver needles, but there were still quite a few that flew toward the crowd. Back off. Stepping forward, Xing Yuan flicked his wrist, and a shield appeared before the crowd. Knowing that there might be traps in this area, he had made preparations beforehand. This shield was 2 meters tall and 2 meters wide, and it was more than enough to shield everyone behind it. Walala, with the sound of raindrops hitting a banana leaf, the thin needles came to a halt. Many of them fell to the ground and struck the shield. That was a close shave. Seeing such a dense number of thin needles, cold sweat trickled down everyone's forehead. If Xing Yuan hadn't prepared such a thing, even if they weren't weak, they would have been reduced to a beehive, suffering a fate worse than death. Are you trying to open the underground chamber? Or are you trying to kill us? Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Xing Yuan glanced at Wu Zhen and bellowed. I'm asking you to decipher the traps, not kill you. If you had reacted a moment too slowly, all of us would have died here. Furthermore, even if he had reacted quickly, there were still 4 to 5 needles that pierced into his body. He couldn't help but rage. You were so confident just a moment ago, and yet, you failed to find the right spot to stab at? Wu Zhen's mouth twitched. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he didn't bother to explain himself. In order to prevent others from deciphering the traps, every trap would have a few suspicious nodes. I found the wrong one previously, but don't worry, I'll definitely find the right one this time. Keeping the myriad manifestation umbrella, Xianxia closed his eyes and touched the stone tablet. After confirming a node, he confidently replied. It should be the right one this time. Are you certain? Xingyuan peeked his head out from behind the shield in disbelief. I'm certain. If I get it wrong again, I'll chop off my head. Wu Zhen gritted his teeth. Without any hesitation, he stabbed the myriad manifestation thorn forward once more. He had already failed once. This time, he was going to prove himself with his strength. Hung long. Jia, the myriad manifestation thorn struck the stone tablet, and the sound of grinding stones echoed once more. Before Wu Zhen could shout, countless needles as thin as a cow's hair flew out from the stone tablet. Wu Zhen's face paled, and he was on the verge of tears. I was touching it perfectly, how could I possibly be wrong? You're courting death. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. On the other hand, Xingyuan was on the verge of exploding. While tearing the needles from his face, he roared furiously. Are you sure you can do it or not? Couldn't you have warned me before you stabbed me? My head is still exposed. If not for the fact that I used my Xianxia to block a portion of the impact at the crucial moment, I would have already died. Even so, the fact that his face was filled with needles was driving him insane. Can't you be more careful and find the right spot before making a move? You've done it twice in a row. Are you intending to bury everyone here with you? Don't worry, I'll definitely find the right spot next time. Plucking out the needles from his head, Wu Zhen's lips twitched. He kept the myriad manifestation umbrella and touched it once more. After an unknown period of time, he finally stopped. Gritting his teeth, he said, it's this spot, there's definitely no problem. You are certain? This time, Xingyuan didn't believe the other party. I'm certain. Wu Zhen nodded. Alright, let's begin then. Xingyuan hurriedly hid behind the shield. His entire body was hidden and not a single bit was exposed. Even though this fellow spoke confidently, he had already stabbed the needles twice in a row. No matter how foolish he was, he had to be on guard. Gritting his teeth, Wu Zhen stabbed the myriad manifestation umbrella once more. Jia, this time, it wasn't the sound of a millstone but the sound of a spring. Haha, it worked. There's no problem this time. Hearing the sound, Wu Zhen's eyes lit up and he hurriedly turned around. That's more like it. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xingyuan stretched his head forward once more. This time, the sound was different from the previous 2 times. It should be correct. Voila, just as he peeked his head out, a torrential downpour struck him once more. Following which, he saw countless needles before him. The heck? Xingyuan cried. Brother, you won't rest until you kill me. Didn't you say that there's no problem? If there's no problem, what the heck are these needles? Actually, Xingyuan wasn't the only one on the verge of tears. Wu Zhen was even more frenzied. He clearly heard the sound of a spring, so why did the needles shoot out, even though the myriad manifestation umbrella blocked a portion of the needles? Due to his carelessness, dozens of needles still pierced into his body. His entire body swelled up like a porcupine. Xingyuan, it's not that I want to kill you, it's this mechanism that wants to kill us. I get it. After an unknown period of time, Wu Zhen finally managed to remove all the needles on his body. Recalling something, his lips twitched. This seems to be a grade 6 mechanism set up by a 6-star celestial designer. Grade 6 mechanism? Everyone staggered. Since it's a grade 6 mechanism, what were you doing just now? As a 5-star celestial designer, you actually failed to notice this? It's a grade 6 trickery mechanism. Knowing what everyone was thinking, Wu Zhen said. Trickery mechanism? It's a grade 6 mechanism, but it uses some special means to disguise it as a grade 5 mechanism. Then, it uses a fake node to lure one in. Furthermore, the sound of the mechanism activating each time is different so as to confuse the user. I've only seen such a mechanism once in a book, and it's said that it has been lost for a long time. To think that there would be one here. Wu Zhen's face paled. Trickery mechanism was a trap within a trap. Even a 6-star formation master would fall for it, needless to say, him. Celestial designers specialized in the creation of all kinds of mechanisms, and it was a unique occupation that had its own heritage. There was a huge difference between each rank, and Wu Zhen was only a 5-star primary stage cultivator. Given that the other party was using a grade 6 mechanism, not to mention, it was the long-lost trickery mechanism. It was fortunate that due to the disguise, the stone tablet was unable to store anything more powerful. Otherwise, with just these 3 moves, most of them would have been dead. In other words, you can't solve it? Seeing the dejected look on his face, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but ask. If I say that I can decipher it, will you allow me to continue? Wu Zhen asked. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Xingyuan gritted his teeth. If you dare try to decipher it again, I'll kill you right now. What a joke. Even though he wanted to open the real underground chamber, he didn't want to die here. This was especially so for him, who had been pierced by the thin needles to the point that his face was beyond recognition. His face was already red and swollen. The other party had only broken through 3 times, yet he was already in such a state. If this were to continue, he would probably die before the mechanism could be opened. Then what should we do? He knew that there was a mechanism, but he couldn't open it. He couldn't just stand here and wait. Let me try. Seeing the worried looks on everyone's faces, Xianxia walked out. When he touched the stone tablet earlier, a book had already formed in his mind. It wasn't that he didn't care about Wu Zhen and allowed everyone to fall for his tricks, but the art of heavenly works was too profound. With just a single glance, he was captivated by the intricacies within it. By the time he realized what was going on, Xingyuan's face was already filled with silver needles. You? Upon seeing Xianxia walk out, Wu Zhen frowned and asked, You have studied the celestial designer occupation as well? This fellow was proficient in pill forging and formations, so it couldn't be that he was a celestial designer as well, right? Even though the art of celestial designer was not as famous as the art of formations and pill forging, it was much more complicated and difficult to learn, especially when it came to the various details. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge error, so it was impossible to make a single mistake. In this occupation, he could be considered as a 1-in-a-million prodigy, but despite studying for so long, he was only a 5-star master teacher. Yet, he was still unable to decipher it. Yet, that fellow actually appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that the other party was even stronger than him? Impossible? I know a little. Xianxia smiled. Some? Wu Zhen shook his head. If I only know a little, I won't be able to decipher it. You've seen how I cracked it just now. The slightest deviation could have triggered the mechanism and shot out the needles. The first few times, the needles weren't poisonous. Even if they were shot, they would recover from their injuries. However, if the needles were to be poisoned, I'm afraid that no one would be able to escape. Forget it, it's better if you don't try. Without full confidence, I'm afraid we'll both die here. No one is completely confident. Aren't you the same? On the other hand, Xianxia shook his head. Didn't you try 3 times in a row because you weren't confident? Not a big deal? Ask Xingyuan if that's what he thinks. If you say that to him, do you believe that he will beat you to death on the spot? Humph, how can I be the same? I was born in a clan of celestial designers, and at the age of 3, I was able to create an automatic spring. By the time I was 17, I was already a 4-star celestial designer. After entering Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, I studied under the only 6-star celestial designer in the entire empire, learning many skills and knowledge. Flinging his sleeves, Wu Zhen raised his head confidently and said, Even though I have failed 3 times in a row, it doesn't mean that I'm not confident. Even if this is a trap of a 6-star master teacher, as long as I try a few more times, I should be able to decipher it eventually. How about this? Since you wish to give it a try, I have no right to stop you. I will ask you 2 basic questions. And if you are able to answer them, it will mean that you have some understanding of celestial designers. Wu Zhen asked. Oh? Xianxia stopped. Who is the most famous celestial designer in Hanyuan Empire in the past 10,000 years? Wu Zhen asked. This? Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. He had barely read any books regarding celestial designers, so how could he possibly know who the most famous celestial designer in Hanyuan Empire was? Putting aside him, he didn't even know the name of the emperor of Hanyuan Empire or the principal of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy. You don't even know this? Seeing the awkward look on Zhang Xian's face, Wu Zhen frowned. If that's the case, I'm sure that you don't know who started the art of traps. I don't know. Zhang Xian shook his head. I only want to decipher the stone tablets. What does this have to do with me knowing this? Of course it does. Hearing those words, Wu Zhen's eyes were filled with disappointment. This is the most basic requirement for a celestial designer. If you don't even know this, it means that you know nothing about the occupation. How can you find the node and decipher the traps? I won't deny that you have a unique understanding of pill forging and formations, but the art of traps is different from those too. You can't decipher them just because you feel good about them. How about this? I'll tell you about the origin and complexity of celestial designers, as well as the principles behind traps. You can consider it carefully and see if you want to continue. Seeing that the other party was speaking so much that calluses were starting to form in his ears, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to continue listening to him. Walking up to the stone tablet, he flicked his wrist and took out the glacier rain sword. What are you doing? This is a trap, not some other thing. Using a sword will only trigger more attacks. Just as Wu Zhen was speaking non-stop, he saw the fellow taking out a sword, and he nearly fainted from anger. Are you here to joke around? Even with the 1,000 trickery stab, you have to accurately pinpoint the exact location of the trap without the slightest deviation. Yet, you actually took out a sword? Are you for real? Just as Wu Zhen was thinking that the other party was just messing around, the young man seemed to have heard his persuasion, and after a moment of hesitation, he sheathed the sword. That's more like it. That's more like it. Wu Zhen nodded. Just as he was thinking that the other party was willing to listen to his advice, the other party flicked his wrist and took out a massive hammer. This metal hammer was even larger than the ones used by blacksmiths to forge weapons. It was similar to the ones used by blacksmiths in construction sites, and it was made of extremely inferior material. What are you doing? Wu Zhen stuttered in shock. In the next moment, the young man raised the metal hammer and smashed it against the stone pillar. The heck? Wu Zhen's vision darkened, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. He had used the 1,000 trickery stab to decipher the stone tablet, but he had nearly been killed by the needles. Yet, you are using a metal hammer to smash it. Even if you are courting death, you shouldn't be doing this. Flustered, Wu Zhen opened the 1,000 trickery umbrella and hid behind it, not daring to move at all. Following which, a sound reminiscent of a huge bell echoed in the air, causing his scalp to go numb. Kacha. Kacha, a series of crisp sounds reminiscent of an egg being peeled, and then silence. All right, it's open. Just as Wu Zhen was perplexed as to why there were no more needles, he heard the young man's nonchalant voice. He discreetly peeked his head out from behind the 1,000 trickery umbrella, and with just a single glance, he froze on the spot. This. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, as though he had seen a ghost. The stone tablet before him had already disappeared, and in its place was a towering door. A series of stone steps led downward, leading straight to the bottom of the underground river. It's open? He wasn't the only one. Luo Qiqi and Xing Yuan were stunned as well. As a 5-star celestial designer, Wu Zhen was a renowned master engineer in the academy. Despite stabbing and stabbing, he had left the group in a sorry state. Yet, it was all for naught. That fellow, with just a smack of a metal hammer, he had managed to break it open. Are you for real? Is Wu Zhen a 5-star celestial designer or you? The true underground chamber is beneath the river. It's no wonder why the air here is so clear, but there's no ventilation. So this is the secret. Recovering from her shock, Luo Qiqi exclaimed. As soon as they arrived, they had noticed that the air in the room was fresh and well ventilated. However, they couldn't find any ventilation, and they couldn't find the source of the spiritual energy either. Only when the underground chamber was opened did they realize that the secret was beneath the river. The fresh air in the underground chamber originated from the river. Since we found the underground chamber, let's hurry down. This is a good opportunity to see if this place has anything to do with Elder Wu Yangzi. Princess Yufei nodded. Even though she didn't like Xianxia, she had to admit that the other party did possess extraordinary capabilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find the true underground chamber so quickly. The underground chamber is open, but I think it's best if we don't enter first. Xianxia said. Why? Princess Yufei asked. Since this was a sealed underground chamber, the answer to the secret would surely be found within. Since they would know the answer soon, why shouldn't they enter? There are 2 stone tablets in front of the bridge and behind it. The first one is called Countryside Gazing Lodge, and the second one is called Burying Sorrows Lodge. Since it's called Lodge, I think that the other stone tablet should be a passageway as well. It's best if we take a look before entering. Xianxia explained. There was only 1 bridge and 2 stone tablets in this underground chamber. Since one of the stone tablets had been opened, there was a good chance that there was a similar underground chamber beneath the other one. That's right. The crowd nodded in agreement. They had been too excited from the opening of the stone tablet that they hadn't considered this point. Speaking of which, there was a good chance that the other stone tablet was a passageway as well. If that was the case, it would mean that there were 2 different locations and 2 choices. Seeing that everyone had understood the situation, Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt his grip loosening, and the metal hammer in his hand had been snatched away. The urgent matter at hand is to decipher that stone tablet before making a decision, following which, an impassive voice sounded, I'll go over there. Lifting his head, Xianxia saw that Wu Jin had already dashed across the bridge to the first stone tablet. Raising his metal hammer, he smashed it down. This fellow was simply too eager to prove himself. Despite being a 5-star celestial designer, he had failed 3 times in a row, only to have an outsider smash it open with a metal hammer. The stifling feeling in his heart couldn't be imagined. Since there was another stone tablet to prove his capability, how could he allow the other party to steal the limelight? Thus, he picked up his metal hammer and dashed forward. Recalling the direction and position of the young man's strike, as well as the strength behind it, he bellowed loudly. With a loud gust of wind, the metal hammer smashed down toward the stone tablet. Not expecting the other party to be so fast, to the point where he couldn't even react in time, Xianxia was taken aback. However, before he could finish his words, a grinding sound reminiscent of a millstone suddenly sounded from the stone tablet on the other side of the river. Following which, fine needles began piercing toward the fellow on the other side of the river. Puha! 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 Caught off guard, Wu Jin didn't even have the time to open his 1000-utility umbrella before his vision darkened, turning into a cactus. Careful! Only then did Xianxia utter the last 2 words. Wu Jin burst into tears. All I wanted to do was to prove myself. Who in the world did I offend? Even though he managed to block a portion of the needles with his Xianxia at the crucial moment, there were still several hundred needles piercing into his body. Every single one of them was deeply embedded in his flesh, leaving him in excruciating pain. What's the point of saying that I should be careful at this moment? Didn't you use a metal hammer to smash the wall? Why can't I do the same position, the same strength, and the same technique? Yet, you opened up a passageway, and I ended up being pierced into an unrecognizable state. Tears streamed down Wu Jin's face, and his muscles twitched. Driving his Xianxia, he repelled all of the needles piercing into his flesh. Then, he flicked his wrist and took out a wine gourd. Back then, when Princess Feyre refused to use it, he still kept some saint recovery medicine for her. However, his body and face were currently covered in wounds. If he didn't use it soon, he would die on the spot. These are just external injuries. My internal organs aren't damaged. Thinking about what Xianxia had said, Wu Jin uncorked the gourd and poured all of the fine wine on his body. Cough cough. On the other side of the river, Xianxia saw this sight, and his lips twitched. Of course, he remembered the fine wine. Luo Zhao, Fengshe, and the others had forced him to do so. His heaven's path Xianxia was imbued within the gourd, and there was no problem with treating injuries. However, several days had already passed, and his Xianxia had already dissipated. It could be said that the wine in the gourd was just ordinary wine. Pouring it on his wounds should be painful. Ah! But before Wu Zhen could finish his thoughts, he suddenly heard a howl reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Wu Zhen's body convulsed as if he had been electrocuted. As soon as the wine came into contact with his wounds, it felt as if salt had been sprinkled on his wounds, leaving him on the verge of fainting. Xiaoqi, hurry up and feed him a recovery pill. Otherwise, I fear that he won't be able to survive. Seeing that the other party was already foaming at the mouth, Zhang Xian turned to Luo Qiqi and instructed. Yes. Luo Qiqi hurriedly walked over, took out a recovery pill, and fed it to Wu Zhen. Only after the pill entered his body did his complexion improve slightly. Although the fine needles wouldn't be fatal, there were too many of them and it would still cause great harm to the human body. Even though he had taken the healing medicine and was fine, he had still lost half of his life. His vision was dark, and his mouth was red and swollen. He was no longer as lively as before. Standing up, Wu Zhen turned to look at Xianxia once more and sobbed silently. You're a liar, an iron hammer could break stone tablets, and a panacea could heal external wounds. I'd be a fool to believe you. Let me do it. Who would have thought that Wu Zhen would be so rash as to charge forward to break the monument before even finishing his words? Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. Leading Xing Yuan and the others forward, he reached out and took the myriad manifestations umbrella from Wu Zhen's hands. With a flick of his wrist, the thousand-chance thorn appeared in Zhang Xian's hand. He then stabbed the thousand-chance thorn at the stone tablet in front of him. Ding ding ding, 3 times in a row, followed by the sound of a spring. Creak! Creak! The stone tablet slowly opened, and just like the previous one, it transformed into a towering door. Aren't you going to use a hammer? Wu Zhen's body swayed. Oh, to decipher the mechanism, you need to adapt to the situation. For this stone tablet, you can just use the 1000-device thorn. Zhang Xian said. Wu Zhen. Ignoring Wu Zhen, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, the group walked up to the door. Just like the one on the other side of the river, there was a stone staircase behind the door that led down the river. Clearly, it didn't lead to the same place as the previous door. As expected, there are 2 underground chambers. Everyone's expression froze. Just as they were about to speak, the bridge not too far away suddenly shook. The sound of a spring could be heard, followed by a calm voice. Congratulations on opening 2 doors. However, each of you can only choose one to enter. I'll give you an incense's time. Once you enter the door, you can only advance forward. The voice sounded abruptly. It was cold and silent, giving off a sense of awkwardness. It's mechanical voice recording. At this moment, Wu Zhen couldn't care less about his resentment and explained. Mechanical voice recording? Everyone was confused. Not only are some formidable mechanisms capable of creating a predicament similar to a formation, they are also capable of recording human speech. Through the spring of the mechanism, the voice is revealed. Wu Zhen said. Oh. Zhang Xian was surprised. However, it didn't take long for him to make sense of the situation. In his previous life, the music box played music through the spring of the mechanism. Given how skilled this celestial designer was, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to imitate human speech through the same means. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's think about how we should choose first. Princess Yufei interrupted Wu Zhen. Everyone nodded in agreement. Most likely, it was their opening of the 2 doors that triggered the mechanical voice recording. Going by the meaning behind the words, they had to choose between the 2 doors. Furthermore, they only had an incense's time. Time was tight. We should deduce the choice based on the words on the stone tablet. The one on the other side of the bridge is Yearning Abode Lodge. It was probably left behind by Elder Wu Yangzi when he missed his hometown. If that's the case, it's very likely to be the underground chamber where Elder Wu Yangzi once lived. On the other hand, the one on the other side of the river, Burying Sorrow Lodge, should be the place where those who imprisoned Elder Wu Yangzi lived. Luo Qiqi said after a moment of hesitation. I agree with Qiqi. Princess Yu Fei nodded. Xing Yuan, Wu Zhen, and the others nodded in agreement as well. They had analyzed all of this as soon as they entered the underground chamber, and it wasn't too difficult for them to deduce the meaning behind the words. My view is different from yours. Xianxia asked with a frown. Teacher, what do you think? Luo Qiqi asked. The others also turned their gazes over. This young man had left behind too many stunning performances ever since he came here. None of them dared to underestimate his words. On the other hand, I think that Burying Sorrow Lodge is the residence that Elder Wu Yangzi left behind. As for the reason, I'm not too sure either. Xianxia said. The Library of Heaven's path would only reveal the identity of the person who set up the mechanism, but it wouldn't explain the underground chamber beneath. As such, it was only his personal judgment that he came to this conclusion. How is that possible? Princess Fei's lips curled up. Harumphing coldly, she said, Elder Wu Yangzi must be filled with grief and indignation after being captured to forge a weapon. How could he possibly forget about his worries? That's right. Since Senior has been captured, he must be thinking of his hometown. That's why he's here. I agree with Sixth Princess view. Xing Yuan nodded. Teacher. Did you notice something? Knowing that her teacher wouldn't spout nonsense, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but ask. I didn't notice anything. However, I do have some understanding of painting, and the words visiting hometown residents carried killing intent. It doesn't seem like something left behind by a grandmaster blacksmith. On the other hand, the Burying Sorrow Lodge was filled with calmness, reminiscent of the work left behind by a grandmaster. Xianxia said. I have the same feeling too. Yi Qian interjected. As a five-star painter, he could sense the artistic conception left behind by the previous words as well. Like we said before, it's normal for there to be killing intent in the words. It would be more surprising if Elder Wu Yangzi didn't have such emotions after being captured and imprisoned here. Burying Sorrow Lodge. Only the person who captured him would be able to be so carefree and calm. Princess Fei shook her head. I choose this underground chamber. She was already displeased with Xianxia from the start. Now that the other party had made such a judgment based on his gut feeling, she couldn't help but feel emboldened. I choose this underground chamber as well. Xing Yuan nodded. He would follow Princess Fei wherever she went. Besides, he also felt that the other party's words made sense. On the other hand, Xianxia's reasoning was lacking. What about you? Seeing that someone was following behind her, Princess Fei turned to Wu Zhen and asked. Wu Zhen hesitated for a moment before replying, I choose this too. Clearly, he also felt that the other party's words made sense. Yi Qian, what about you? Seeing that another person was going to walk in her direction, Princess Fei finally felt a sense of victory. Thus, she turned to the Crown Prince in satisfaction. I think that Xianxia's words make sense, Yi Qian nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the eyebrows of the princess shot up, and he couldn't help but cower in fear. However, I still choose this side. That's more like it. Seeing how tactful this junior of hers was, Princess Fei nodded her head in satisfaction. With a victorious smile, she turned to Xianxia and said, All right, for out of the 6 of us have chosen this side. Hurry up and make your decision. Don't you always win your bets, let's see how you'll win this time. I still choose the other side. Facing the other party's provocation, Xianxia shook his head. Then, he turned to Luo Qiqi and asked, Which side do you choose? Luo Qiqi hesitated for a moment before replying, I'll go with teacher. Qiqi. Not expecting her close friend to undermine her, Yu Fei's eyebrows shot up. She hurriedly tried to persuade her, Didn't you agree with our conjecture as well? That path definitely has nothing to do with Elder Wu Yangzi. You're certain? Do you dare to make a bet? Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia interrupted her and looked at her with a smile. Why wouldn't I dare? Yu Fei flung her sleeves. This time, she was absolutely confident. It's good that you dare. With so many witnesses, I'm not afraid that you'll go back on your word. Previously, it was 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones, but this time, it'll be a single high-tier spirit stone, Xianxia chuckled softly. Let's determine the victor based on Elder Wu Yangzi's residence. If the path I chose is correct, you'll lose. You'll have to pay me a high-tier spirit stone. On the other hand, I'll revoke your identity as my maid, and we won't owe each other anything. Fine. If you lose, not only will you revoke your identity as my maid, you'll have to return me 700 middle-tier spirit stones, and, gritting her teeth, Princess Xianxia said, pour me a cup of wine. Alright, I'll pour you a cup of wine. Xianxia nodded. It's decided then. Princess Xianxia sneered coldly. Just wait for your loss. Let's go. After which, she took the lead and walked through the stone door. Xing Yuan, Yi Qian, Wu Zhan, and the others followed closely behind her. Let's go as well. Seeing the two of them walking up the stone steps, Zhang Xian beckoned Luo Qiqi over, and they walked across the stone bridge toward the other stone door. Luo Qiqi took a step forward and tossed out a few night illumination pearls to illuminate the interior. As the two of them walked down the stone steps, the sound of flowing water grew louder and louder. Even though they were beneath the river, it wasn't humid at all. On the contrary, it was dry, and the air was getting fresher and fresher. The spiritual energy is being drawn in from the river above. There's probably a unique spirit gathering formation here. Luo Qiqi said with a hushed voice. Zhang Xian nodded. Most likely, there was a massive spirit gathering formation in the middle of the river that allowed spiritual energy to be drawn from the ground without attracting any attention. With the infusion of spiritual energy, even though this was underground, it could still be considered as a treasured land for cultivation. One would not feel suffocated here. Jia, barely after walking for a moment, they heard a loud rumble above them. Raising their heads, they saw that the door had already closed up. This is bad. Zhang Xian's face darkened, and he hurriedly returned to the starting point. Only then did he realize that the passageway had been sealed. It's the dragon-severing lock that only a 6-star celestial designer is capable of forging. Luo Qiqi's face paled. It seems like the other party was right when he said that we only have a single choice. Once the dragon-severing lock is locked, even a 6-star celestial designer would find it hard to open it. We probably won't be able to get out, and the others won't be able to enter either. Zhang Xian said grimly. He had thought that the voice from the stone bridge was just a casual remark, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was true. He had seen the dragon-severing lock back in the Soul Oracle tomb. Once it was locked, one would have to possess strength surpassing that of a 6-star celestial designer to open it. In other words, the both of them would be trapped here, unable to leave via the original path. Teacher, what should we do? Luo Qiqi asked. She could be considered as one of the top geniuses in the academy, but before Xianxia, she felt like she was completely ignorant. Unknowingly, she had developed a sense of reliance on him, and she felt that his ideas were always the best. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to follow Xianxia even though she knew that Xianxia's words were right. Since we can only choose one passageway, it means that Xing Yuan and the others must have been locked by the dragon-severing lock as well. Let's continue forward. It might not necessarily be a dead end. Zhang Xian frowned. Luo Qiqi also understood and nodded. The two of them continued walking down. Not long after, they arrived at a small room. Under the illumination of the night pearl, there was a stone table and 2 stone stools. It looked very simple. There were no windows or doors in the room. It was like a dead end that had come to an end. So small? Luo Qiqi frowned. The main hall from before was several hundred square meters in size. He had thought that since this was a real underground palace, it would at least be bigger. Who would have thought that it would only have an area of 20 to 30 square meters, and there was nothing in it? It did not seem like an underground palace, but more like a cage. The end? Don't tell me. I really went the wrong way? Zhang Xian's face darkened as well. It was not that he had chosen this path recklessly, but there was a reason behind it. Just that, given the narrow room and the lack of passageways, could he have really made the wrong choice? Am I going to be trapped here? Regardless of whether it's correct or not, to build such a deep underground tunnel and place down the dragon-severing lock, there shouldn't be just a small room like this. Perhaps there's some sort of mechanism here, just like before. Zhang Xian took a look at the surroundings and suppressed the anxiety in his heart before saying, "All right. Even to six-star celestial designers, the dragon-severing lock was an invaluable artifact. Putting aside the intricacies of the mechanism, just the fact that it was a defense that even a saint would find hard to break through showed that it was not made of ordinary materials. To use such a valuable artifact to seal off a passageway just to conceal a small room like this, it didn't make sense at all. "I'll take a look," Luo Qiqi replied. She walked up to the stone table and touched it. However, as soon as she retracted her finger, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. "There's no dust at all." Xianxia also walked up to the stone table and touched it, and his face tightened. It was hard to tell how many years the stone table and stone stools had been placed here, but there wasn't the slightest bit of dust on it. It was as if someone had cleaned it frequently. Could it be that someone is living here? Luo Qiqi narrowed her eyes. If it was just a mechanism, she could still accept it. But if there was someone alive, that would be a different story. The danger would increase significantly. After all, this was a faction that was capable of capturing six-star pinnacle blacksmith Wu Yangzi back then. There was no doubt that it was a powerful faction. If there was someone alive, given their strength, it would be difficult for them to escape. "I was the one who took away the formation flags outside. Based on my observation, these formation flags have been guarding this place for at least 2,000 years. To remain in the underground chamber for 2,000 years? No one has such a long lifespan," Xianxia said with a grim expression. At transcendent mortal realm, one's physical constitution would undergo a qualitative change. After undergoing the baptism of the prolonged longevity realm, one's lifespan would only be around 200 to 300 years. Even if one were to reach saint and undergo a qualitative change, one's lifespan of 1,000 years would come to an end. There had never been a saint whose lifespan exceeded 2,000 years. In fact, even Empyrean Kongshur had disappeared in the annals of history. Since the formation flags in the underground chamber hadn't been touched for 2,000 years, it meant that no one had left the cavern. To be able to remain alive after such a long period of time. How could that be possible? Even Mo Hunsheng, the longest-lived soul oracle back then, if not for the protection of the Nine Hearts Lotus, he wouldn't have been able to live for so long either. Then, since there's no one alive here, why isn't there any dust here? Luo Qiqi also understood this logic, but the table before her was clean and tidy, as if someone had cleaned it frequently. One must know that this was a cavern, and there were rocks and dust everywhere. It was only natural for dust to accumulate here. If there was no one alive here, how could she explain this? I'm not too sure either. Let's not dwell on this for the time being. What's more important right now is to find any traps and leave this place. Otherwise, no matter how much food we have in our storage rings, it's only a matter of time before we run dry," Xianxia said, interrupting Luo Qiqi's train of thought. The most important thing at the moment wasn't to find out whether anyone had entered the cavern or not. Given the size of the cavern, even if someone were to see them, there was no need for her to dwell on this matter. Right now, the most important thing to do was to seize the time to find a way out and escape. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen as time passed. He didn't want to be trapped here for the sake of participating in this trial. Luo Qiqi nodded. She hurriedly touched the surrounding walls. Xianxia also touched the wall with his finger, and at the same time, he muttered flaws, in his mind. A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path, and Xianxia hurriedly flipped it open. Green steel rock, extremely resilient. It's formed by the collision of earth veins. Taking a look, Xianxia was speechless. The Library of Heaven's Path could only be revealed by touching it. Since Xianxia was touching a wall and not a mechanism, naturally, the properties of the rock were revealed. Xianxia slid his finger along the wall lightly. Since this was a rock, there was bound to be a mechanism somewhere. It was just that the other party's means were too profound, and the mechanism was designed to be identical to the rock. Gotcha! Just as Xianxia was moving along the wall, he suddenly heard the crisp sound of a mechanism being triggered. Following which, Luo Qiqi's excited voice sounded, "I found the mechanism." Hurriedly turning around, he saw that the rock where Luo Qiqi's palm was had caved in by several inches, as though she had forcefully pressed down on some mechanism. Jai. A heavy sound echoed from the mechanism, and a stone door slowly opened before Luo Qiqi. Teacher, take a look." With a shout, Xianxia took out a night illumination pearl with her other hand. Just as she was about to toss it into the stone door to see what was going on, a palm abruptly shot out from within, grabbed her neck, and lifted her up. This palm was incomparably thick, resembling the thigh of a human. Its muscles and joints were slightly swollen, and its skin was a dark gray color. It didn't seem like something that a living human would possess. This is bad. Everything happened too quickly, such that Xianxia didn't even have time to react. Narrowing his eyes, he immediately drove the Heaven's Path movement art and dashed forward. Halfway through his charge, the Glacier Rain sword had already appeared in his hands. With a swift slash, a sharp glint of sword chi shot forth. Seeing the sharpness of the sword chi, Xianxia released his grip on Luo Qiqi and flicked his finger. Ding! His black fingernail collided with the tip of the sword, and in an instant, Xianxia felt an immense force assaulting him. As though he had been struck by a meteor, he felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and he was sent flying backward. Pong! His back crashed heavily into the wall, creating a human-shaped hole in it. A sweet taste filled his throat, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his lips. His cultivation had risen significantly recently, and his strength and means had reached a level comparable to a transcendent mortal 7-dan perfect harmonization realm intermediate stage cultivator. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single finger from the other party. At the very least, he's at transcendent mortal 8-dan, or perhaps, even higher. With a livid face, Xianxia gripped the hilt of his sword so tightly that his fingers had turned white. He had exerted all of his strength and executed his swordsmanship, but he was still sent flying with a single finger strike from the other party, causing him to spurt blood. Most likely, the other party's cultivation had already surpassed perfect harmonization realm, reaching transcendent mortal 8-dan ethereal treading realm or even higher. Only someone of that level of strength would possess the strength to leave him in despair. While Xianxia was sent flying, the other party's massive palm reached for Luo Qiqi once more. Damn it! At this moment, Luo Qiqi also came to a realization. No matter what, Luo Qiqi was a talented student groomed by the Master Teacher Academy, a transcendent mortal 6-dan pinnacle expert. It was fortunate that she had been caught off guard by the other party earlier, and with a furious bellow, she retaliated with a stab of her sword. Her sword chi was dazzling and powerful. With a single look, it was clear that her mastery of swordsmanship was on par with Xianxia. To think that she had reached the level of lower sword heart as well. Seeing that Luo Qiqi was about to retaliate, the massive palm abruptly retracted. Ding! Luo Qiqi's sword immediately flew out of her hand, and it pierced into the wall. Hurry up and retreat. Knowing that it was impossible for them to withstand the massive palm with their current strength, Xianxia immediately executed the Heaven's Path movement art and rushed to Luo Qiqi's side. Shrouding himself with Xinqi, he swiftly retreated to the corner of the wall. Teacher, what is that? Luo Qiqi's face paled. Even she found it inconceivable that her full-powered attack was sent flying by the other party so easily. I don't know either, but the other party's strength isn't something we can deal with at the moment. At the same time, he drove his Heaven's Path Xinqi to recover from his previous injuries. You must have messed up the mechanism and released something from it. I released it? Luo Qiqi's body swayed weakly in regret. Indeed. She must have triggered some kind of mechanism, resulting in the appearance of the massive palm. Even though I can't tell what the other party is yet, looking at the appearance of the palm, it reminds me of something. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. What is it? Luo Qiqi asked. Otherworldly demon. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Xianxia had already recovered from his previous injuries. The otherworldly demon chased away by Kongsher? Luo Qiqi's body stiffened in disbelief. Indeed. I have seen an otherworldly demon before. Even though the color of the skin is different, the bones and joints are similar. Xianxia. While he couldn't explain why he had chosen this passageway instead of Yufei's, there was a reason behind it. The killing intent emanating from the Word's Yearning Lodge wasn't something that humans could possess but something unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe. During the Master Teacher Tournament, in order to test their courage, Hongsher had released an otherworldly demon. There was no way he could be mistaken about the killing intent emanating from the Word's Yearning Lodge. As such, he didn't think that Wu Yangzi had left it here out of resentment for being captured. He had thought that he had guessed wrongly, but who could have thought that there would really be such a thing here? Furthermore, it had appeared in another underground chamber. Could it be that he had made the wrong choice? Could it be that Wu Yanzi was the one who had left behind the Yearning Lodge? Jai. While the duo was speaking, the mechanism in front of them creaked, and the stone door continued to open. Previously, it had only opened a small gap, so the palm had reached out. As time passed, the stone door would open completely, and whatever was sealed within would surely rush out. Teacher, let's go up quickly. Hearing the words otherworldly demonic tribe and sensing the killing intent from a moment ago, Luo Qiqi's face paled, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Even though she was a 5-star master teacher, she had never come into contact with the otherworldly demonic tribe before. As such, she was not much better off than Ruo Huangongzi and the others back then. There's a dragon severing lock above, and the stone steps are narrow. Once that fellow comes out, he won't be able to dodge. He'll definitely die. With his previous experience, Xianxia didn't feel nervous when facing the otherworldly demonic tribe. Instead, he activated his Eye of Insight and analyzed the situation rationally. Escaping from this narrow stone chamber was indeed the first thing that came to his mind, but this was not the most correct method. There was only one path on the stone steps, barely enough for 2 people to walk side by side. If they really ran back, it wouldn't be long before they were caught again. By then, with the dragon severing lock above them and the encirclement of the otherworldly demonic tribe below them, as well as the narrow passageway, they would be in grave danger. What should we do then? Hearing the explanation, Luo Qiqi understood, and her face paled. There's no other choice. We have to continue searching for the mechanism and find a way out of this stone chamber. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Xianxia. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia wasn't too worried about the otherworldly demonic tribe. On top of that, his soul depth had exceeded 16.0, allowing him to analyze the situation more thoroughly. I got it. Luo Qiqi gritted her teeth. As a 5-star master teacher and a top-notch grade 2 genius of the Master Teacher Academy, her reputation wasn't undeserved. Even though she was nervous, she knew that there was nothing wrong with her teacher's words. Thus, she nodded and began searching for the other wall. Xianxia didn't stop either. As he continued searching, he shouted flaws in his mind. The stone chamber wasn't too big, only several dozen square meters in size. Xianxia quickly went through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path, and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. These books were all about the different types of rocks, and there wasn't any mention of mechanisms. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? How is it? Xianxia turned to look at Luo Qiqi. Even though this young lady wasn't as proficient in mechanisms as Wu Zhan, as a 5-star master teacher, she still possessed some basic knowledge of mechanisms. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trigger the mechanism to release that huge fellow. There isn't. Luo Qiqi shook her head. Her pale face seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Xianxia doubtfully. Teacher, could it be that the mechanism is... After saying those words, she pointed. Looking at the direction she was pointing at, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. It was the stone door that the otherworldly demon was in. When he was unable to find any mechanism in the stone chamber, he had thought of this possibility. However, he didn't dare to believe it. Now that Luo Qiqi had pointed it out, he had no choice but to admit it. We only have one chance. If there really is a mechanism or a passageway in there, we might still be able to survive. If not, we can only die in there. Knowing that they couldn't afford to waste any time, Xianxia hurriedly said. The stone door was slowly opening, and the huge fellow could charge out at any moment. The stone door was extremely narrow, and there was no path behind it. If they were to enter an alley, they would be doomed, and if there was a passageway, they would have to face death. Yes. Understanding this, Luo Qiqi nodded in agreement. Hide in front of the stone door. Once that fellow comes out, I'll lure it from the front. After that, you should find a way to enter. If there's a passageway, escape immediately. There's no need to wait for me. Knowing that it was dangerous, Xianxia frowned and sent a telepathic message discreetly. No. Hearing his arrangements, Luo Qiqi's face reddened, and she hurriedly shouted. She had seen the other party's strength for herself. By luring the otherworldly demon from the front, Xianxia was creating an opportunity for her to escape. When others encountered danger, they would flee on their own, thinking of how they could survive. Yet, this Xianxia was willing to sacrifice himself for her. This was simply too great a favor for her. Teacher, Luo Qiqi's eyes reddened. A friend in need is a friend indeed. This was what a true teacher was like. For his students, he could disregard everything. Even as a 5-star master teacher, if she were to put herself in his shoes, she probably wouldn't be able to do the same. Hurry up, don't hesitate. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Zhang Xian. All right. Luo Qiqi nodded and hurriedly rushed to the side of the stone door. Jia. Barely after she hid herself, the stone door opened completely, and a towering figure walked out with widened strides. It was a huge fellow nearly 3 meters tall. Its entire body was gray, and it carried an aura of death. This is an otherworldly demon puppet? Luo Qiqi's eyes narrowed, and she covered her mouth in shock. Her body trembled uncontrollably. The one before her wasn't an otherworldly demon but a puppet forged from the corpse of an otherworldly demon, be it in terms of physical body, soul, or cultivation. The otherworldly demons were born with an innate advantage over humans. A puppet forged from the corpse of an otherworldly demon was on par with the soulless metal humanoid, or perhaps even stronger. It was no wonder the two of them had guessed that since no one had left the otherworldly demon's subterranean gallery for 2,000 years, even if there were any survivors, they would be dead by now. To think that it would be a puppet. The otherworldly demon's subterranean gallery absorbed spiritual energy to drive itself, and as long as it wasn't damaged, it could be said to have an unlimited lifespan. Even though they were underground, the spiritual energy in the area was abundant. Even if it had expended an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, it should be able to recover within a short period of time. It was very likely that it was the one who wiped the tables and chairs previously. Even though it didn't possess much intelligence, it was still capable of accomplishing the tasks its master entrusted to it. Die. While Luo Qiqi was still in shock, Xianxia bellowed and thrust his sword forward. Tzz la, imbued with all of his might, the sword chi pressed down on the air and pierced straight toward the puppet. The puppet walked out of the stone door, and its massive palm struck the sword chi. As soon as Xianxia's violent might collided with the puppet, it was as if a lone boat had met with a huge wave. Without the slightest resistance, it was scattered. Hurry up and leave. Just as Luo Qiqi was hesitating on whether she should rush over to help Xianxia, she heard the latter's anxious shout. Knowing that the other party was doing this to fight for her survival, Luo Qiqi was filled with gratitude. Gritting her teeth, she turned around and rushed toward the stone door. Teacher, thank you. If we can survive this, I'll obey all of your commands. I'll be your student and guardian for life. Hong Long. While Luo Qiqi was overwhelmed with emotions, Zhang Xian suddenly felt an immense force crushing down on him. With a dull groan, he was sent flying, and he was slammed into the wall by the other party's palm. This shouldn't be happening. Struggling down from the wall, Zhang Xian stared at the furious otherworldly demon puppet in bewilderment. It wasn't out of kindness that he had lured this fellow here to give Luo Qiqi a chance to escape. Rather, he wanted to earn the other party's gratitude and form a golden page. With this golden page, he would be able to crush even a saint to death with a single blow. Considering that the other party had already acknowledged him as her teacher, he thought that he would be able to form a golden page in his mind. Yet, there was nothing at all. Could it be that the other party wasn't grateful to him? That shouldn't be the case. From her eyes, he could tell that she was deeply grateful to him. But why wasn't the golden page formed? Could it be that the gratitude I feel for clearing my doubts isn't the favor of saving my life? Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. Previously, the golden page that formed in his mind was only for imparting martial arts, cultivation techniques, or clearing his doubts in return for the other party's gratitude. But this time, it was clearly different. This time, the other party had saved his life. Even though it was a huge favor, it wasn't gratitude toward him as her teacher. Rather, it was his magnanimity and attitude in the face of danger. I miscalculated. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Xian's body as his lips twitched. He had thought that since the other party was his teacher, he would be able to form a golden page as long as the other party was grateful to him. Yet, Never in his dreams did he think that he would fail. This time, he would really have to face this massive fellow head-on, and clearly, he was far from being a match for it with his current strength. Just as Xianxia was feeling stifled, the otherworldly demon puppet had already arrived before him, and its massive fist was already smashing down on his head. Life and death were decided in an instant. This was the greatest crisis that Xianxia had faced since his transcendence. Clone. Knowing that he would surely die from the other party's punch, Xianxia's clone swiftly appeared before him while he dodged to the side. Main body, did you find something good again? Ah. Xianxia's clone had been in the storage ring all this while, so he wasn't aware of what was going on outside. As soon as he appeared, he thought that he had found something similar to the cleansing lake for him to absorb. Just as he was gleeful, a massive fist suddenly appeared before his eyes. Pong! Before he could even react, his head was struck by the fist, and it caved in on the spot, as if there was a pancake hanging on his neck. How dare you hit me? You're courting death. Not expecting to meet with such a situation as soon as he appeared, the clone felt so stifled that he was on the verge of going berserk. With a thought, his pancake head bulged up once more, and he threw a punch at the other party. The clone's physical body was forged from the Nine Hearts Lotus, so it didn't have a fixed shape. Even if it was reduced to a pulp, it could still recover easily. It could be said to be an indestructible body. This was also the reason why Xianxia decided to bring this fellow out at such a crucial moment. The clone clashed with the puppet's fist, and pong, the clone was slammed into the wall. Even though the clone was able to torture the latter to death in a fight, its true strength was still too weak. It wasn't a match for this massive monster. It was just like how even though a diamond was tougher than steel, it could still be smashed into smithereens with a hammer. Hong Long, seeing that the other party had come out to exchange blows with him, the clone flew into a rage and raised his leg to kick the clone. This is bad. The punch almost caused his body to fall apart. Seeing this kick, the clone knew that he didn't dare to take it head-on. He was so frightened that his body shook and he dodged to the side. Die. At the same time, Xianxia's sword abruptly slashed toward the puppet's neck. The clone and the main body shared the same thoughts as one person, and their teamwork was extremely seamless. This was the moment when the other party was distracted by the attack. Ding! The sword fell on the puppet's neck, and a crisp sound echoed. Sparks flew in all directions. Xianxia felt the web between his thumb and index finger going numb, as if a wooden stick had struck a steel wall. He nearly lost his grip on the sword. Isn't it a little too tough? Raising his head, Xianxia only saw a white mark on the other party's neck. His face turned livid, and he nearly fainted on the spot. His sword was at the pinnacle of spirit-level middle rank, yet it didn't even manage to pierce through his skin when he slashed down with all his might. Just how powerful was this guy's defense? Could it be that he isn't just a puppet of the otherworldly demonic tribe but has also been forged into a weapon with other materials? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Xianxia had exerted a strength exceeding 9 million ding, and with the aid of a spirit intermediate tier weapon, he should have been able to decapitate even a transcendent mortal 8 Dan expert easily. Yet, he wasn't even able to cut through the other party's skin. This could only mean one thing. This fellow was no longer just a corpse. There was a good chance that, just like the soulless metal humanoid, its entire body had been forged into a weapon that surpassed spirit intermediate tier. Only in this way would his full-powered attack have no effect at all. How do we fight this? His face was ashen and unsightly. His strongest weapon couldn't even break through his opponent's defense. In other words, he couldn't even injure him, let alone kill him, while Xianxia was on the verge of death, the puppet seemed to have been thoroughly enraged as well. It turned around and smashed its fist toward Xianxia. The strength of its fist was as heavy as a mountain, crushing the surrounding air. Woo! Woo! Even before the fist arrived, Xianxia could already feel his body burning, as though he had fallen into a massive furnace. The might of his fist was like a furnace. Legend had it that once one's strength reached a certain level, one's fist would be as powerful as a furnace, capable of melting even steel. Xianxia had thought that it was just a rumor, but to think that he would actually experience it for himself. Retreat. Knowing that it was impossible for him to withstand such a powerful fist art, Xianxia immediately retreated. Peng, the room was simply too small. Barely after taking 2 steps back, he felt his back being pressed against the wall. Dragon Scale Amulet. Knowing that it was impossible for him to dodge, Xianxia could only take out the amulet he had obtained previously and activate it without any hesitation. There was a total of 3 uses for this amulet. He had used it once in the Soul Oracle tomb, so this would be the second time. A barrier of light appeared and shrouded him within. Boom, the fist collided with the barrier of light, and a deafening sonic boom echoed in the air. The latter immediately burst apart. Xianxia immediately felt a powerful force surging toward him, shattering the boulder behind him. A stifling sensation struck his chest, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. If not for the cleansing lake strengthening his physical body significantly, his bones might have fractured from the impact. To be able to destroy a transcendent mortal 9-dan pinnacle amulet with a single punch, that fellow's strength has definitely reached Saint Realm. Dodging to the side, Xianxia panted heavily as he hurriedly recovered from his injuries. He thought that with his clone working together, even if he couldn't deal with the other party, he would at least be able to escape. Who could have thought that not only was the other party powerful, the toughness of his body was also beyond his imagination. This was definitely an ability that only a Saint Realm expert would possess. He wasn't someone that the current him could deal with. Unless there's a spirit pinnacle god weapon. He clenched his fists. The other party's defense was simply too powerful. Even though he knew the other party's flaws, given his current strength and means, it was impossible for him to breach it. Unless he had a spirit pinnacle weapon to kill the other party. Otherwise, at this rate, he would be crushed to death by the other party. What to do? Ever since his transmigration, everything had been smooth sailing for him. Never in his dreams did he expect to meet such a huge fellow. If the other party was a human, through his impartation of heaven's will or his bewitchment of words, he would surely be able to fool the other party, just like the otherworldly demon from before. However, it was a puppet that had no self-awareness, so it was useless no matter what he said. Teacher, there's a passageway here. Coming quickly, just as Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do, Luo Qiqi's voice suddenly sounded. It sounded complicated, but from the moment she entered until now, it had only been 10 breaths. It seemed like she had discovered something inside. All right. Xianxia replied and flicked his wrist, sending out another sword light. At the same time, he had his clone attack from behind while his main body charged toward the stone door. His doppelganger could be said to be immortal, so he was not afraid of the other party. However, he was different. If his head really turned into a fried pancake, he would really die. Creak. Creak, seemingly noticing Xianxia's intentions, the puppet flew into a rage. Ignoring Xianxia's sword light, it charged straight toward Xianxia. It wanted to use its superior physical strength to ram the other party to death. Damn it. With a pale face, Xianxia gritted his teeth so tightly that they nearly shattered. If it was just a punch, he could still dodge it with his movement technique. However, the other party's entire body. In the first place, the room was narrow, making it impossible for him to evade. If he were to collide with the other party, he would surely die. Scram. At this moment, Xianxia's clone charged over and rammed heavily into the side of the puppet. Peng, even though the clone was weaker than the other party, it was still able to push Xianxia half a body away. It was supposed to crash straight into Xianxia's body, but it only ended up sweeping its shoulder over. Wang, at this crucial moment, Xianxia activated the final effect of the Dragon Scale Amulet, and with a resounding kacha, the Dragon Scale Amulet shattered. Under the powerful impact, Xianxia was sent flying through the stone door. Clone, come back. While in midair, Xianxia stowed his clone back into his storage ring. Following which, his back sank once more, crashing into the wall. Teacher, a worried voice sounded in front of him. Turning around, Xianxia saw that there was indeed a passageway behind the stone door. It seemed to be a mechanism, and Luo Qiqi had already activated it. The passageway was narrow, allowing only a single person to pass through at a time. Xianxia had crashed into the stone wall of the passageway. Knowing that the huge fellow would charge in at any moment, Xianxia didn't dare to stop for even a moment. Stepping on the wall, he immediately dashed forward. The passageway wasn't too long, only 10 meters or so. In just half a breath, he was already out of the passageway, and a vast stone chamber appeared before him. This chamber was even more spacious than the one above, spanning several thousand square meters. Not expecting to see such a vast space behind the narrow door, Xianxia was taken aback. "Teacher, you are right. This is indeed where Elder Wu Yangzi lived. This is where he left his books and cauldron." Just as Xianxia was perplexed by the situation, Luo Qiqi's voice sounded in front of him. Lifting his head, he saw the young lady looking at him excitedly. She was delighted to see that her teacher was fine, but the discovery she had just made her even more agitated. "Books? Cauldron?" Lifting his head, Xianxia saw a row of bookshelves under the glow of the night illumination pearls. Not too far away, there was a massive cauldron. Unlike the cauldron used for pill forging, this cauldron was more like a massive furnace. Even though there wasn't any flame burning on it, one could feel the ferocious might and aura emanating from it. With just a look, one could tell that it wasn't a low-tier cauldron. I have studied it before, and this is the cauldron that Elder Wu Yangzi used back then, Crimson Blaze Cauldron. Luo Qiqi said. To blacksmiths, the most precious artifact was their cauldron. It could be said to be their life. The fact that the cauldron was here meant that he had once stayed here. In other words, they were right, this so-called Burying Sorrow Lodge was where Elder Wu Yangzi used to live. As long as they could bring the Crimson Blaze Cauldron back to the academy, it would mean that they had successfully completed the trial. Great! Is there an exit here? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. To him, it didn't matter whether he had completed the trial or not. What was more important was how he could leave this place. Even though this place was slightly more spacious, it was only a matter of time before that huge fellow charged in. What was more important was how he could survive. Exit? I didn't have time to look for it. Luo Qiqi's face paled. She had been too excited when she saw the Crimson Blaze Cauldron and the books that she had forgotten to look for it. However, given the size of the room and the poor lighting, it was impossible for her to find it so quickly. Hong Long, before Xianxia could finish his words, the ground suddenly rumbled. Following which, the duo felt another surge of killing intent assaulting them. The puppet from before had entered the room as well. This is bad, Xianxia's face paled. Before he could find a way out, the other party had already charged in. This was equivalent to falling into a dead end once more. What should he do? However, there was no time for him to think. As soon as it entered the room, the puppet charged straight for Xianxia. Clearly, the other party had already infuriated it to the point of ignoring Luo Qiqi. Damn it! Knowing how fearsome that fellow was, Xianxia knew that he was no match for him at all. Thus, he leaped into the air. Not only was this hall much larger than the previous room, it was also much more spacious. Since he couldn't face the puppet head-on, he decided to fly first. So, as soon as Xianxia rose into the air, he suddenly felt a powerful aura gushing forth from below. The puppet was leaping toward him. Although this fellow didn't know how to fly, a height of several dozen meters was nothing to a saint-level golem. Teacher, let me help you. Seeing that the puppet was determined to chase after her teacher, Luo Qiqi panicked. Flicking her wrist, she took out a bow, knocked it, and shot an arrow toward the puppet. Wu, harnessing the might of a transcendent mortal six-dan pinnacle expert, the arrow arrived before the puppet in the blink of an eye. However, the puppet flicked it away with a flick of its hand. This moment of hesitation allowed Xianxia to find an opportunity. He quickly changed his direction and flew in Luo Qiqi's direction. Since he was able to fly, he could change his direction freely in the air. On the other hand, the puppet continued leaping forward. Teacher, seeing Xianxia flying over, Luo Qiqi couldn't be bothered to ask him why he was able to fly. Instead, she looked at him worriedly and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine now, but if I can't find the exit soon, I'll be in trouble." Xianxia's complexion turned awful. It was possible for him to avoid the other party a few times, but once he ran out of Xinqi, it would be impossible for him to escape. Quickly keep the Crimson Blaze Cauldron and find a way out. Knowing that it was pointless to say anything, Xianxia hurriedly instructed. All right, Luo Qiqi hurriedly nodded. She walked up to the cauldron and placed her hand on it. intending to keep it in her storage ring. But before she could do so, a voice suddenly sounded. I am Wu Yangzi. Anyone who is able to forge or upgrade a spirit high-tier weapon will be able to obtain my heritage. Otherwise, if you recklessly take away the Crimson Blaze Cauldron, the entire underground palace will collapse. If you obtain my inheritance, I will naturally tell you the way to leave this underground palace. Otherwise, you will be buried here with me. Collapse? Buried with them? Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi were stunned, and they felt like they were going crazy. Who wants your inheritance? There was such a huge puppet in front of him that could attack at any moment. How could he have the time to forge a weapon? Are you trying to kill us? Furthermore, to forge a spirit high-tier weapon. Most probably, only a 5-star pinnacle blacksmith would be able to do so. Even though Luo Qiqi knew how to smith weapons, she was only at 5-star primary stage. How could she possibly smith a weapon that could only be forged by a 5-star pinnacle cultivator? As for him, it could be said that he knew nothing about blacksmithing. It was even more impossible that he hadn't even taken a single-star examination. Boom! Just as the two of them were feeling gloomy, another shockwave surged toward them. The puppet had already landed on the ground. After confirming its direction, it charged forward once more. Judging from this fellow's speed, it wouldn't take more than a few breaths for him to reach them and continue to tangle with them. Teacher, what should we do? Luo Qiqi's eyes were filled with anxiety. Not only was she anxious, but Zhang Xian's scalp was also numb. He had crossed blows with this massive fellow earlier, and even his clone was unable to withstand a single blow from it. If it were to chase after him, it was likely that he would be killed within a few blows. Based on Wu Yangzi's words, it seemed like he would only be able to leave after obtaining his heritage. Otherwise, he would be trapped here until his death. If they wanted to obtain the heritage, they would have to forge a weapon. But given the current situation, even if they wanted to forge a weapon, this huge fellow wouldn't give them the time to do so. Unless, there's some kind of formation that can trap that fellow. Otherwise, even if we want to forge a weapon, we won't be able to do it. Luo Qiqi said anxiously. Indeed. However, even if it's a formation, it has to be at least grade 6. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to trap it. Zhang Xian nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Grade 6 formation? Quick, help me block this guy for a few breaths of time. With a thought in mind, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he leaped into the air. All right. Seeing her teacher's expression, Luo Qiqi knew that he must have noticed something. Without any hesitation, she took out another arrow and shot it at the puppet. So. Every single arrow carried immense might, forcing the puppet to raise its hands to block them. Seeing how powerful Luo Qiqi's arrows were, Zhang Xian knew that she wouldn't be able to shoot more than a few arrows at this rate. Thus, without any hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and a pile of formation flags appeared in his hands. They were the ones that he had dug out in the valley previously. He knew quite a few grade 3 formation blueprints, but he knew very little about formations beyond grade 4. The only grade 5 formation he knew was the Spirit Gathering formation. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for him to set up a grade 6 formation. Without knowing the blueprint and the appropriate formation flags, how could he possibly set up a grade 6 formation? However, it just so happened that he happened to see a grade 6 formation outside the valley. Yu Feier had used the formation-breaking silver needle to activate the formation, and the detailed distribution and flaws of the formation had appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Through this, Zhang Xian's understanding of the formation had surpassed that of the Spirit Gathering formation. And this concealment formation just so happened to be a grade 6 formation. Zhang Xian also happened to keep the formation flags in his storage ring. Back then, he had only thought that it would be a waste to throw such a good item away. Who could have thought that it would come in handy at this moment? The room is large enough for me to set up. While in midair, Zhang Xian scanned the entire hall. Since this concealment formation could conceal the entrance, it could conceal the cauldron and book as well. As long as the puppet couldn't find them, they would have sufficient time to forge a spirit weapon and obtain Elder Wu Yangzi's heritage. However, the concealment formation from before took up a huge area. It was fortunate that there was sufficient space here, or else they might not have been able to set it up. Go. After confirming the location, Zhang Xian flicked his finger. Wang, the formation flags in his palm shot out in all directions. Formation flags? Is teacher going to set up a formation? Luo Qiqi, who was in the midst of stopping the puppet with her arrows, was taken aback by Xianxia's actions. Even though she hadn't learned formation before, her close friend was a 5-star formation master, so she had seen how formations were set up. Even the most formidable formation master of the Master Teacher Academy's formation faculty would have to first use a compass to measure the area before setting up a formation, placing formation flags into the ground inch by inch. On the other hand, this young man was able to shoot out several formation flags while he was still in midair. Are you for real? Can you really set up a formation like that? Aren't you taking this too lightly? While Luo Qiqi was shocked, the strength of the arrows in her hands was insufficient. The puppet in the distance roared furiously, grabbed one of the arrows, and tossed it toward her. Woo-woo, even though it was just a hand toss, the other party's strength was simply too great. The arrow whistled through the air, piercing straight toward her. Narrowing her eyes, Luo Qiqi hurriedly dodged to the side. However, a gust of wind blew past her, tearing apart the clothes around her shoulder, leaving a trail of blood on her snow-white skin. Roar! This arrow left her with no choice but to dodge. Roaring furiously once more, the puppet charged toward Xianxia in midair. With a twist of his body, Xianxia changed his direction and continued to toss the formation flags in his hands into the ground. Your opponent is me, so don't go looking for trouble with me. Seeing that the fellow was chasing after her once more, Luo Qiqi gritted her teeth, drew her bow, and shot another arrow. Wang, she had gathered all of her strength into this arrow, and its speed was as swift as a comet. Ding, the puppet didn't manage to block it in time, and the arrow struck its glabella. However, this fellow's defense was simply too strong. Furthermore, it was a puppet, so it didn't have any acupoints or anything of the sort. Even though the arrow struck its vitals, it wasn't injured in the slightest. Roaring furiously once more, it ignored Xianxia and charged toward her. Clearly, the puppet's hatred had been pulled away by Luo Qiqi, and the only thing it wanted to do at this moment was to mince this woman into meat paste. Before Luo Qiqi could even react, the otherworldly demon puppet was already right before her. With its fingers spread wide open, it attempted to grab her. Even though the puppet didn't possess any Xianxia, the might it emanated still left Luo Qiqi breathless. Scram! Roaring furiously, Luo Qiqi didn't have the time to shoot anymore. Thus, she raised her bow and whipped it toward the huge fellow before her. Her sword had pierced into the wall of the stone hut back then, and she didn't have a chance to retrieve it yet. Furthermore, it was already too late for her to grab a weapon, so she could only use her bow to block the attack. Voila! Before the bow could strike the other party, the puppet had already grabbed it and tugged it lightly. Luo Qiqi felt a sharp pain in her hand. She hurriedly let go, and the weapon was already in the other party's grasp. Even Xianxia was unable to withstand the other party's strength, so how could she possibly do so? Gotcha! Grabbing the bow, the otherworldly demon puppet snapped the spirit intermediate tier weapon into two and tossed it to the side before reaching for Luo Qiqi once more. Palipala, a deafening sonic boom echoed in the air. Luo Qiqi hurriedly retreated, but it was still too late. A powerful shockwave struck her chest, sending her tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily into the wall not too far away. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Luo Qiqi's mouth, and her face paled. To think that a talented grade 2 student of the Master Teacher Academy wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from the other party. This left her deeply depressed. This won't do. I have to buy some time for teacher. Struggling to her feet, Luo Qiqi saw that the puppet had abandoned her and was turning its attention back to Xianxia. Gritting her teeth, she charged forward. Your opponent is me. With a furious bellow, she raised her fist. Luo Feng Fist. This was a fist art left behind by her ancestor. It had reached Spirit Advanced stage, and it possessed incredible might. It was the strongest offensive technique she could execute at the moment. Even a transcendent mortal 7-dan perfect harmonization realm primary stage expert would have to avoid it. However, this huge monster wasn't a perfect harmonization realm expert, nor was it a human. Before the fist could even reach her, the other party had already flicked a finger at her. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted from her mouth, and Luo Qiqi flipped twice in the air before flying backward once more. Just as she thought that she would surely crash into the wall this time, she suddenly felt a surge of Xianxia shrouding her from behind. Following which, a calm voice sounded by her ear. "Leave the rest to me." Hearing the voice, Luo Qiqi's eyes reddened. Unbeknownst to her, Xianxia was already standing not too far away. Driving his Xianxia in his palm, he halted her retreat. Hurriedly turning around, she saw more than 100 formation flags planted neatly in the surroundings. Even though they were arranged in a unique position, for some reason, they weren't moving at all. "Teacher, are you done setting up the formation?" "Just a little more." With a smile, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a formation plate flew out. Wang, the formation plate opened up in midair, and the surrounding spiritual energy was immediately sucked in, forming a massive spiritual energy vortex. "This is a spirit gathering formation?" Luo Qiqi was taken aback. Wasn't there a formation set up in the surroundings? What was the point of using a spirit gathering formation? Besides, this formation was meant for cultivation. She had never heard of it being able to fend off a Saint Realm puppet. Roar! The puppet was also taken aback upon seeing Xianxia toss out the formation plate. However, after realizing that it wasn't going to attack, it immediately charged toward the duo like a frenzied beast, emanating a ferocious aura. Seeing that the puppet was getting closer and closer, Luo Qiqi was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. At that moment, the young man harumphed coldly. Following which, he stomped his feet on the ground, and the surroundings blurred. The puppet disappeared, and silence returned to the room. It was as if everything that had just happened was a dream, something that didn't exist at all. What's going on? Luo Qiqi hurriedly scanned her surroundings, only to see that the crimson blaze cauldron and the books were still there. However, the area where the puppet was previously it seemed to have disappeared. It was as if the young man's stomp had pulled both her and the cauldron out of this space and into another world. Concealment, formation? Luo Qiqi suddenly thought of something. There was only one way to achieve such a feat, and that was a concealment formation. Such a formation was capable of concealing a specific area, making it impossible for others to discover it. For example, back in the valley, they were unable to find the entrance to the underground chamber no matter how hard they tried. If not for them deciphering the formation, they would have been unable to find the entrance even if they dug through the ground for another 3 years. Luo Qiqi had no idea what kind of formation Xianxia was setting up, but after seeing the formation flags and the bizarre sight before her, she suddenly recalled the matter. However, the concealment formation consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and it requires at least a 6-star formation master to activate it. How did teacher activate it? Even though he had confirmed it, he still found it hard to believe. A grade 6 formation, and one of such a profound concealment formation on top of that, required one to be at least a Saint Realm expert to activate it. On the other hand, Xianxia was only at consonant spirit realm. The gap between them was simply too huge. Could it be the spirit gathering formation from before? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Previously, when Xianxia threw out a spirit gathering formation plate, he didn't know what it was for. But now that he saw the formation, he immediately understood. He must have used the 5-star spirit gathering array as the driving force to completely activate this hidden array formation. To make use of another formation to activate another one, the legendary compound formation, was a feat that even 6-star pinnacle formation masters would find difficult to pull off. Not only did Xianxia do it, he did it with such confidence and ease. Luo Qiqi's eyes widened. Formations made use of the magnetic field in the surroundings to amplify their strength. Under normal circumstances, when 2 formations were placed together, it was very easy for them to affect one another, thus rendering them useless. To use a spirit gathering array as the driving force to activate a concealment formation. Even though she was witnessing it with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe. Just how deep must one's understanding and control of formations be to be able to pull off such a feat? Alright, now that we have concealed ourselves, the other party won't be able to notice us. Let's hurry up and forge the weapon so that we can obtain Elder Wu Yangzi's heritage. Oblivious to Luo Qiqi's shock, Xianxia walked up to her. Even if he could set up a grade 6 concealment formation with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to activate it. In fact, even if he could activate it, he wouldn't be able to sustain it. It was just like a snail pulling a carriage. Even though his Xianxia was abundant, it wasn't enough to sustain a grade 6 formation. Left with no choice, he could only take out the grade 5 spirit gathering formation. He still had several hundred middle-tier spirit stones with him, and with the spiritual energy provided by the grade 5 spirit gathering formation, he should be able to drive the formation easily. As for how to fuse the spirit gathering formation with the concealment formation so that it wouldn't clash with one another, with the Library of Heaven's path in hand, it wasn't too difficult. And he did succeed. Indeed. The most important thing now is to forge the weapon, satisfy Elder Wu Yangzi's conditions, and find a way to find the exit. Recovering from her shock, Luo Qiqi nodded. At the same time, she asked doubtfully, "Teacher, are you going to forge the weapon personally?" Even though the teacher before her wasn't as old as she was, he had given her far too many surprises. It wouldn't be surprising for him to be able to forge a spirit high-tier weapon that only 5-star pinnacle blacksmiths were capable of. Me? Xianxia shook his head. Even if he wanted to forge the weapon, he would have to know how to do it first. Blacksmiths were one of the occupations of the upper 9 paths. Just like pill forging, one's foundation was extremely important, and it required many years of hard work and study. Given that he knew nothing about smithing, how could he possibly forge the weapon, putting aside that, even in pill forging, he had studied innumerable books, but he was still unable to forge the weapon himself. "Teacher, you aren't going to do it?" Luo Qiqi was taken aback. "I won't be doing it. You will be the one forging the weapon." Xianxia. "Me?" Luo Qiqi was taken aback. My teacher is someone else, and I won't be able to acknowledge him as my disciple. If he were to acknowledge me as his disciple, I wouldn't be able to turn him down." Xianxia said impassively. "This? Teacher, you are talking about Xianxia, right? He imparted you smithing as well?" Luo Qiqi was taken aback. Back then, at the cleansing lake, Xianxia had managed to resolve the crisis with just a single shoe, and she was filled with admiration for him. She had thought that he was only Xianxia's cultivation teacher, but to think that he would be imparting smithing skills to him as well. "That's right." Xianxia nodded. But, hearing the other party admit to it, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but feel envious. Then, with a bitter smile, she frowned and said, "I am only a 5-star primary blacksmith. Even if I were to forge the weapon, I might not be able to satisfy him." "Don't worry, I will guide you, Xianxia." "Thank you." Hearing that the other party was going to guide her, Luo Qiqi's face lit up in agitation. This Xianxia was the one who had guided her to forge a grade 6 medicinal solution. Hurry up and recuperate from your injuries. Otherwise, I fear that you won't be able to hold on once I start forging." Xianxia waved his hands. "All right." Knowing that she wouldn't be able to forge a weapon even with the other party's guidance, Luo Qiqi immediately sat down cross-legged, took out a recovery pill, and swallowed it. Goo-goo-goo, as the medicinal energy spread into her body, a warm sensation spread across her body, and her wounds began to heal. Seeing that Luo Qiqi was recuperating, Xianxia knew that there was no time to waste. Thus, he turned around and walked over to the bookshelf by the side. To be honest, he was only an amateur at the moment. He only knew a little about smithing, but he didn't know much about it. Tianqian Kingdom, Tianwu Kingdom. Even though he had read some books on smithing, they weren't systematic, and he hadn't taken the blacksmith examination either. It was still possible for him to guide others in forging ordinary weapons, but to forge a spirit high-tier weapon, he was still far from being able to do so. Thus, he could only make use of this period of time to study. The spirit gathering formation had sufficient middle-tier spirit stones to sustain the concealment formation. However, this wasn't the outside world, and it was able to gather spiritual energy from a radius of several thousand kilometers. Once the several hundred middle-tier spirit stones were used up, the concealment formation would lose its effectiveness. At that time, the puppets would charge in, and there would be nothing he could do. Walking up to the bookshelf, Xianxia saw that it was indeed filled with secret books on smithing. They were either collected by Elder Wu Yangzi back then, or they were left behind by the person who had captured him. Regardless of the reason, it was a good thing for him to have these books. Without thinking too much into it, Xianxia placed his finger on the books and began running. In a tea's time, he had collected all of the several 100,000 books on the bookshelf into the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile. With a thought, several books appeared before Xianxia. They were the Heaven's Path forging method for blacksmiths from 1 star to 6 star. This was also known as Heaven's Path smithing. As long as he learned it, his understanding of smithing would be on par with a true 6-star blacksmith. Xianxia casually flipped it open. Smithing is a term for tools. Smithing is to forge tools suitable for humans. The best weapon is the human body, and using the human body as the foundation to forge a weapon is the true Heaven's Path forging method. The principles of the books flowed into Xianxia's mind, and he felt refreshed. Regardless of whether it was smithing or pill forging, regardless of the tier, there was a core principle to it, and this Heaven's Path forging method was a record of it. As long as he could master it, he would have a complete grasp of the principles, and forging other weapons would be a walk in the park. Closing his eyes, Xianxia began to study the books one by one. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours later, he had already finished learning all 6 Heaven's Path forging method. At the same time, Xianxia had turned from a complete stranger to a true blacksmith. Even if Wu Yangzi were to come back to life, he would still be far from a match for Xianxia in smithing. But of course, even though he had learned the Heaven's Path forging method and had a deep understanding of smithing, it was still difficult for him to forge a weapon, just like pill forging. This was because unlike painting and formations, it could only be considered theoretical knowledge. Putting everything aside, just the tempering of the weapon core would require a long time before he could succeed. It was impossible for him to master it in a single go. If he wanted to become a true blacksmith, he would have to spend a long time practicing. It seems like there aren't any physical body cultivation techniques here. After learning the Heaven's Path forging method, Xianxia browsed through the books he had just collected, and he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. The main reason he was here was to obtain Wu Yangzi's physical body cultivation technique, but from the looks of it, there wasn't any on the bookshelf. Shaking his head, Xianxia stood up and looked at Luo Qiqi, and a frown immediately appeared on his forehead. Your injuries haven't healed yet? At this moment, Luo Qiqi was still seated cross-legged on the spot, recuperating from her injuries. Even though her aura was much stronger than before, her internal injuries hadn't fully healed yet. From her breathing, one could tell that she was still in discomfort. I recommend my friend's book, My Massacre in the Pugilistic World. On top of that, everyone should participate in the fan event. On top of that, do you really not have any monthly tickets left? If you don't, it will be voided next month. It had been 12 hours, and he had even consumed a healing pill. Even now, he still had not recovered. Wasn't this a little too slow? My injuries are a little severe. Even though I've taken medicine, it will still take about 3 days for me to recover. A complete recovery will take at least half a month. Luo Qiqi halted her cultivation and raised her head. In the previous battle, she had suffered very serious internal injuries. To be able to recover in 3 days was already considered very fast. After all, being injured wasn't like having a meal. It wasn't something that could be eaten quickly even if you wanted to. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it will be. Hearing that it would take so long, Xianxia frowned. Although the array formation hid them and the puppets couldn't find them, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any changes. They had to speed up. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Do you have any energy recovery pills on you? Qi restoration pill?" Luo Qiqi was taken aback. Yes. The Qi recovery pill was one of the most common medicines used by cultivators. It was used to recover one's true Qi. Different levels of cultivation also differed. Just like the spirit gathering formation, there was such a pill in every grade of medicine, but the effects were worlds apart. The energy recovery pill that she had with her was a 5-star primary pill. Even if her Xinqi was completely depleted, she would be able to recover around 50% of her Xinqi within a short period of time. It would be more than enough for her to deal with some dangers and problems. Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a pill. N. Xianxia took the pill and squeezed it tightly in his hand. A moment later, he passed it back to Xianxia and said, "Eat it." Yes. Despite her doubts, Luo Qiqi still swallowed the pill. The Qi restoration pill could only be used to restore true Qi. She was now full of true Qi, so what was the point of taking it? Just as Xianxia was perplexed by the situation, he suddenly felt the Qi recovery pill in his mouth slowly dissolving, and a warm surge of energy flowed through his entire body. Wherever the energy flowed, both internal and external injuries healed at a visible rate. In just a few breaths, Xianxia felt as if he had been reborn from the ashes. This, with widened eyes, Luo Qiqi stood up in disbelief. The injury that would have taken at least half a month to fully recover was actually completely healed after eating a Qi recovery pill. Teacher, this energy recovery pill, no matter how foolish he was, it was clear that his teacher must have done something to the Qi recovery pill, turning it into a healing medicine. Without even touching the cauldron or adding any medicinal herbs into the cauldron, he was able to change the properties and effects of a pill. How in the world did he do it? Prepare to forge. Without explaining himself, Xianxia waved his hand. If he were to rely on the other party's recuperation methods, it would be a long time before he would be able to forge a weapon. Thus, he could only rely on the Heaven's Path Xianxia to treat his injuries swiftly. However, this Xianxia was too unique, and the other party was a 5-star master teacher. If he were to infuse it directly into the other party, it would be easy for the other party to notice something amiss. Thus, he could only rely on a medium. On the other hand, the Qi recovery pill contained violent spiritual energy. It was the best medicine to contain Xianxia. Furthermore, once it entered one's body, it would fuse with the other party's Xianxia. Even if one wanted to investigate later, they wouldn't be able to find anything. The so-called healing holy water from before was based on the same principle. The wine was pungent, but Xianxia had infused his Heaven's Path Xianxia into it, making it impossible for even the most formidable cultivator to notice it. Seeing that her teacher was unwilling to speak, Luo Qiqi tactfully walked up to the crimson blaze cauldron. Around the furnace, there were coal and all kinds of minerals, enough for her to refine. Begin. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qiqi flicked her wrist and placed the coal into the cauldron. Using a unique method, she infused her Xianxia into the cauldron, and it didn't take long for the cauldron to emanate an astonishing heat. The temperature required for smithing was even higher than that for pill forging. The flames in the cauldron burned intensely, and it felt as if a sword would melt right away if one were to throw it into the cauldron. What's the highest grade of weapon you have forged so far? Seeing how Luo Qiqi's movements were smooth and fluid, Xianxia knew that she had a good foundation. Thus, he nodded and asked. Reporting to teacher, the highest I have forged is a spirit low-tier weapon. I haven't even succeeded in forging a spirit intermediate-tier weapon. Luo Qiqi replied with a reddened face. The minimum requirement for a 5-star blacksmith was to forge a spirit low-tier weapon, and it seemed like she had barely managed to reach this level. It's indeed a little difficult for a 5-star primary blacksmith to forge a spirit high-tier weapon. Xianxia frowned. Smithing was different from pill forging. For the latter, as long as one carried out the purification of the medicinal herbs flawlessly, there was a high chance that the pill would be formed. On the other hand, if one's cultivation was insufficient, the charcoal wouldn't be able to bring out the greatest heat. It would be difficult for one to even melt ores, making it impossible for one to forge a suitable weapon. The fact that Luo Qiqi hadn't even succeeded in forging a spirit intermediate-tier weapon meant that her control over the charcoal was severely lacking. If she couldn't even melt ores, how could she possibly succeed? With a livid face, Xianxia lowered his head to look at the items Wu Yangzi had left behind. Crimson blossom ore, gilt violet steel stone, cold emerald stone. With each ore, Xianxia's complexion darkened. These ores were extremely difficult to forge. Even the easiest to melt, the cold emerald stone, required the Xianxia of a transcendent mortal 7-dan expert to reach its melting point. As for the crimson blossom ore and gilt violet steel stone, only a transcendent mortal 8-dan or 9-dan cultivator would be able to forge them. In other words, putting aside forging a weapon, even melting the ores before him would be difficult. If it's just forging, given your current cultivation, it's impossible for you to forge a spirit high-tier weapon. However, it'll be much easier for you to raise the quality of your weapon. After a long moment of hesitation, Xianxia said. If he couldn't melt the ores, he wouldn't be able to forge a weapon core, and naturally, he wouldn't be able to forge a weapon either. However, raising the quality of his weapon would be much easier. This was because he didn't need to melt the ores in order to forge a spirit high-tier weapon. In any case, the other party had said that anyone who could forge a spirit high-tier weapon or raise the quality of their weapon would be eligible to receive the heritage. Raise the quality of my weapon? Luo Qiqi replied awkwardly, it is indeed easier to raise the tier of my weapons than to forge them, but I only have a spirit intermediate tier weapon, and I lost it in the battle earlier. Furthermore, none of my weapons are able to be upgraded. Raising the quality of a weapon was indeed much easier than forging it. However, one had to have a suitable weapon first. She only had a spirit intermediate tier sword, but in the battle in the small stone chamber, it had been sent flying and pierced into the wall. Even now, she still hadn't managed to retrieve it. More importantly, these weapons were complete products. If she were to continue tempering them, not only would she not be able to raise the quality of her weapon might even drop in tier. Only the legendary upgradable weapons would be able to continue tempering them. However, such weapons were incomparably rare, such that even she had only seen a few of them. How could it be that easy to find one here? Let's use mine. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out the Glacier Rain Sword. He had obtained this sword from the mystical treasure hall back then, and it was an upgradable weapon. On top of that, it had already reached Spirit Intermediate Tier Pinnacle, and it could be upgraded at any time. This? Alright. Seeing that her teacher was willing to take out his weapon for her to forge, not worrying that it would drop in tier due to her carelessness, Luo Qiqi felt a surge of warmth in her heart. There's no need to panic. As long as you follow my instructions strictly, it won't be difficult for you to raise the Glacier Rain Sword to Spirit High Tier. Seeing that Luo Qiqi wasn't confident, Xianxia consoled her. After learning the 6 books of Heaven's Path weapon forging, his understanding of blacksmithing had already reached a level that even Wu Yangzi would find difficult to reach. Even though he was unable to melt most of the ores due to the limitations of his cultivation, it wasn't too difficult for him to raise the Glacier Rain Sword, which had already reached the bottleneck, to Spirit High Tier. However, our current goal isn't to reach Spirit High Tier but Pinnacle. Xianxia said with a frown. Pinnacle? Luo Qiqi was taken aback. Reaching Spirit High Tier was already sufficient to fulfill Wu Yangzi's requirements, and he would be able to obtain the heritage. Spirit Pinnacle was something that even 6-star blacksmiths would find difficult to forge. Even if Grandmaster Wu Yangzi were to come back to life, it would be hard to say whether he would be able to forge it successfully. Even if it was just to upgrade it, it would still be impossible for her to do so. That's right. Xianxia nodded. The puppet outside was forged using innumerable unique ores, such that ordinary weapons won't be able to harm it in the slightest. If we want to kill it, we'll have to use a weapon of that tier. Even if we manage to obtain Wu Yangzi's heritage and find the exit, we'll still be in danger if we can't deal with that fellow. Rather than going through so much trouble, we might as well forge a Spirit Pinnacle weapon and kill it. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. In his previous battle with the puppet, he had already realized that ordinary weapons were unable to harm it. If he wanted to kill it, he would have to upgrade his weapon to Spirit Pinnacle. Since he was going to upgrade his weapon this time around, he might as well make use of this opportunity to resolve the problem. Luo Qiqi's face warped in agony. She wasn't even confident that she could successfully upgrade a Spirit Pinnacle weapon. How could she possibly succeed? Teacher, with my current strength, I can only soften the cold emerald rock and temper it a little. I won't even be able to melt it completely, so it might be difficult for me to forge a Spirit Pinnacle weapon. Luo Qiqi said. That's more than enough. Knowing that Luo Qiqi was worried, Xianxia smiled. More than enough? Luo Qiqi blinked her eyes. The cold emerald rock was indeed a rare ore, and it was worth a fortune. However, it was still a far cry from the crimson flower ore and gilt violet steelstone ore. It would already be a blessing if the cold emerald rock could be fused into the Glacier Rain Sword without dropping in grade. How could that be possible? In smithing, what is the most important step to sharpen a weapon? Xianxia asked. It's quenching. Luo Qiqi nodded. Quenching could induce a transformation in a weapon in an instant, allowing all of the materials in the weapon to fuse better with one another. Given the same materials and the same forging process, the more perfect the quenching process was, the higher the grade of the weapon. Just like pill forging, the better the compatibility of the various medicinal properties, the higher the grade of the pill. It could be said that quenching was of utmost importance. It was something that countless blacksmiths yearned to grasp, but they were unable to do so. That's right, it's quenching. Usually speaking, the greater the temperature difference, the better the effect. Since you're limited by your cultivation, and you're unable to increase the heat of the weapon, then, we can lower the temperature of the quenching. Xianxia chuckled. Lower the temperature of the quenching weapon? Luo Qiqi was taken aback. Wasn't water used for quenching? At most, ice water could be used. Other than that, how else could it be lowered? Furthermore, it wasn't that the greater the difference in temperature, the better it would be. If the temperature was too high, the weapon would be unable to withstand it. If the temperature was too high, the weapon would be unable to withstand the heat and burst apart. In order to raise the grade of the weapon, many blacksmiths would intentionally alter the material used to quench the weapon. As a result, it would react with the material within the weapon, resulting in the weapon breaking apart in an instant, wasting countless precious ores. In smithing, the ratio of ores, temperature, amount of fusion, material used to quench the weapon, time. These were all skills. The difficulty of smithing was no lower than pill forging. Otherwise, it wouldn't be one of the top occupations. That's right. Xianxia raised his head and looked at her. Did you bring your pill cauldron? Pill, cauldron? Luo Qiqi thought that she had heard wrongly. Wasn't he supposed to be smithing? Why would he need a pill cauldron? Xianxia looked at her impassively. I want you to forge a cauldron of ice soul pill. Ice soul pill? Luo Qiqi was taken aback for a moment before her eyes widened. Teacher, you intend to use the cold aura of the ice soul pill to quench a sword? The ice soul pill was a unique medicine used to temper the ice soul constitution. It harnessed a unique cold aura that could freeze an ordinary person to death upon swallowing it. Even if the ice soul pill is cold, the size of the pill is only so big. To quench a sword. Luo Qiqi was conflicted. The pill was around the size of a grape, and the shortest sword was at least 3 qi long. How was she supposed to quench it? Quenching a weapon required an instant, which meant that the entire weapon had to be quenched in an instant. If she were to miss this instant, not only would the strength of the weapon become uneven, the forging might even fail, quenching a sword with a single pill. Why did it sound so ridiculous? There's no need to worry about that. Tell me, do you have the medicinal herbs and cauldron required to forge the ice soul pill? Interrupting the other party's doubts, Xianxia asked impassively. The ice soul pill isn't a common pill, so there aren't many who forge it. However, some time ago, I promised to forge a frigidine pill for someone else, so I prepared 3 sets of medicinal herbs. Luo Qiqi hesitated for a moment before replying. The ice soul physique was 1 in a million. Naturally, this kind of pill was rarely refined. Not to mention her, even the entire Alchemy Academy might not be able to gather a batch of medicinal ingredients. Coldine pill? Xianxia furrowed his brows. Even though the effects of this elixir are not as good as the ice soul elixir, if all 3 of them are added together, the effects should still be acceptable. The frigidine pill was a healing medicine used to treat injuries caused by fire-attributed cultivation techniques. Its main ingredient was the frigidine grass. Compared to the ice soul pills, frigid grass, it was still a grade lower. However, with 3 sets of medicinal ingredients stacked together, the difference wouldn't be too big. Alright, let's start refining the pills now. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia went through his thoughts once more before waving his hand. Yes. Knowing that his teacher had already thought it through, Xianxia flicked his wrist, took out the pill cauldron, and lit it up. She was an apothecary, and she had used this cauldron back in Huanyu Empire's apothecary guild. As such, it didn't take her much trouble to prepare the necessary materials. Not too long later, the cauldron was lit up, and searing flames rushed toward Xianxia. Teacher, Luo Qiqi placed the medicinal ingredients required for the forging of the frigidine pill on a table not too far away. Even though she didn't know what Miss Zhang's motive was, every action that he did was more and more miraculous than the last. She had already developed a blind faith in him. Perhaps, she might really be able to raise the spirit intermediate tier weapon to spirit pinnacle with her current strength. The cauldron isn't hot enough, continue heating it up. Recovering from his thoughts, Xianxia took a glance at the cauldron and instructed. The frigidine pill is an ice attribute medicine, and the cauldron is too weak. I fear that, hearing that she should continue heating it up, Luo Qiqi's lips twitched. The frigidine pill was an ice attribute medicine. Even with the current cauldron, it was already hot enough. Any higher and it would melt before the pill was formed. How could it possibly be effective? Not bothering to explain, Xianxia instructed, continue heating it up. Yes. Luo Qiqi bit her lips and drove her Xianxia into the flames. Xiong xiong xiong, the flames rose into the air, resonating with the flames of the cauldron, and it seemed as though the cauldron was on the verge of melting. Place the glacier rain sword and the cold emerald rock into the crimson blaze cauldron. Luo Qiqi knew that she should just follow Xianxia's instructions. She picked up the sword and the cold emerald rock and placed them into the cauldron. The glacier rain sword was a weapon that could be upgraded. As soon as it came into contact with the flames of the cauldron, it immediately turned crimson red, losing its flexibility. If she were to take it out now, it would surely drop in tear. As for the cold emerald rock, it had also begun to soften. However, the temperature of the cauldron was clearly insufficient to melt it. Place 3 stalks of crimson tail grass into the cauldron. 3 breaths later, add in a stalk of frigidine grass. After that, use the 7 leaves forging method and add in half a stalk of void nullification grass and 3 qian of purple star smoke, Xianxia quickly instructed. Luo Qiqi's eyebrows shot up, and she hurriedly grabbed the medicinal herbs that the other party had requested. As a genius apothecary of the apothecary school, her talent in pill forging far surpassed that of smithing. Even though Xianxia's instructions were swift, she was able to keep up with them without the slightest fluster. Just that, she couldn't help but feel astonished as she placed the medicinal herbs into the cauldron. She actually knew all of the pill forging methods that the other party had asked her to execute, and there were even a few that she had unintentionally picked up. Even in the academy, there weren't many who knew of them, and yet, the other party was able to point them out. She didn't believe that she would be able to do all of the pill forging methods that the other party had asked of her. Most likely, Xianxia knew what she was capable of and designed the pill forging method according to her abilities. Just how deep of a mastery of pill forging did one have to be able to do that? That could only be described as terrifying. Not even school head Hu of the apothecary school, the teacher who had taught her many times in the past, was capable of such a feat. To think that the violet star smoke and resurrection dawn grass could be placed together in the cauldron. Based on my previous thoughts, if the two were to clash, an explosion would surely occur. Yet, there isn't the slightest discomfort in the cauldron at all. While Luo Qiqi was astonished, she couldn't help but ponder the matter. The sequence that Xianxia had instructed her to place the medicinal herbs in was completely different from the one that she had learned to forge the frigidine pill in the past. It was simply too fast for her eyes to take in. Initially, it would have taken her at least 4 hours to forge the pill, but in less than half a minute, she had already placed half of the 3 sets of medicinal herbs into the cauldron. No. Could it be that Xianxia intends to forge the 3 sets of medicinal herbs in one cauldron? That shouldn't be possible, right? A thought suddenly came to Luo Qiqi's mind, and her eyes narrowed in astonishment. The reason why the other party had prepared 3 sets of medicinal herbs was so that he could keep them in reserve. In other words, these medicinal herbs were more than enough to forge the frigidine pill 3 times. And now, under Xianxia's instructions, they were all placed into the cauldron, placing 3 sets of medicinal herbs in a single cauldron. It was as if a horse was riding on 3 people. How in the world was she supposed to forge the pill? She hurriedly turned to look at her teacher, only to see that he was still instructing her nonchalantly. Falling catkin technique, place 3 stalks of 3-coin grass and 2 pieces of red-leafed flower. Listen to teacher, there's no mistake. Gritting her teeth, Luo Qiqi continued placing the medicinal herbs. Back at the apothecary guild, she was also worried that the cauldron would explode at any moment. However, after listening to Xianxia's instructions, not only did she succeed, she even managed to forge a grade 6 medicinal solution, allowing her pill forging skills to soar. Now that she had witnessed Xianxia's astounding means, there was nothing for her to worry about anymore. As more and more medicinal herbs were placed into the cauldron was on the verge of exploding once more, just like the previous time. She was still a little nervous the previous time, but at this moment, she was already used to it, so she wasn't too worried anymore. Increase the firepower of the cold emerald rock and glacier rain sword. Just as she was about to continue placing the medicinal herbs into the cauldron, Xianxia's instructions sounded once more. Yes. The pill forging here had already left her a little flustered. Upon hearing that she still had to increase the firepower of the cauldron, Luo Qiqi could only drive her Xianxia and execute her movement technique. Flicking her left hand, her Xianxia gushed frenziedly into the cauldron. Hoo-hoo! The flames immediately blazed furiously. Controlling the temperature of a flame with one's Xianxia was something every apothecary and blacksmith learned from the very start. It wasn't too difficult for her, but what was difficult was dealing with both at the same time. Having to multitask, Luo Qiqi's speed immediately slowed down. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and the cauldron in front of her was also shaking non-stop, as though it would explode at any moment. Teacher, anxious, Luo Qiqi hurriedly turned to look at Xianxia. Even though the might of the frigidine pill's explosion couldn't compare to the grade 6 medicinal solution, if it were to explode, the two of them wouldn't be able to withstand it, not to mention, there was still the crimson blaze cauldron by the side. If the two cauldrons were to explode simultaneously, even if the puppets didn't make a move, they would still die on the spot. It could be said that this was even more dangerous than the previous time. Back then, with the guild leader of the apothecary guild present, even if the cauldron were to explode, he should have been able to suppress it with the formation to minimize the danger. But now, there was nothing at all. Don't worry, add a fragrant lotus flower into the cauldron, Xianxia instructed. Seeing the two cauldrons boiling simultaneously, he was actually a little nervous as well. However, he knew that he had no other choice. If he couldn't raise the glacier rain sword to spirit pinnacle, he wouldn't be able to kill that puppet. Even if he managed to find the exit, he wouldn't be able to escape. He had personally experienced the strength of that fellow, and it was impossible for the two of them to stand against it. They could only give it a try. Seeing that her teacher's expression remained unchanged, Luo Qiqi felt a little more reassured. Nodding, she continued to increase the flames in the crimson blaze cauldron with her left hand while grabbing the fragrant lotus flower with her right hand. Walala, as soon as the fragrant lotus flower entered the cauldron, the might of the explosion was immediately alleviated. Just as Luo Qiqi heaved a sigh of relief, she suddenly felt her left hand loosening. Hurriedly turning around, her eyes narrowed. Teacher, bad news. The glacier rain sword has melted. Unknowingly, the scarlet glacier rain sword had softened, and it looked as though it would melt into liquid at any moment. Even though the glacier rain sword was a spirit intermediate tier weapon, due to its cold attribute, its melting point was slightly lower. To upgrade a weapon, one had to fuse another rare material into the original weapon. The greatest taboo was to melt the original weapon. Once the original weapon melted, it would lose its form, and the forging process would be more than twofold. Luo Qiqi had been busy increasing the temperature of the flames, so she didn't pay much attention to the process. Never in her dreams could she have imagined that the glacier rain sword would melt while she was putting in a few medicinal herbs. Once it melted, the original attribute would disappear entirely. How was she supposed to forge a weapon then? It was easy to upgrade a spirit intermediate tier weapon to high tier, but to forge a high tier weapon, even if she were to be beaten to death, it would be impossible. Just as she was at a loss as to what to do, Xianxia's voice sounded. Add a droplet of purple star grass medicinal essence to the glacier rain sword. Purple star grass medicinal essence? Alright. Luo Qiqi took out the medicinal essence and placed it into the cauldron when she suddenly froze, and she nearly went insane. Put it on the glacier rain sword? What in the world was going on? The glacier rain sword was for smithing, and the purple star grass medicinal essence was for pill forging, adding the medicinal essence to the weapon. It was no different from adding some meat and tomato sauce to a metal pot. Are you sure this is smithing and not roasting meat? Are you sure you didn't say the wrong location? Hurry up, Xianxia said anxiously. All right. With a twitch of his wrist, Luo Qiqi poured the medicinal essence onto the glacier rain sword. Slaw, the sizzling sound of roasting meat echoed in the air. The medicinal essence flowed along the sword, turning into a white mist that emanated a rich fragrance. How fragrant! Taking a whiff of the fragrance, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but sniff. She had to admit that the purple star grass tasted pretty good after being roasted. Perhaps she could consider making some for herself in the future. Just as she was deep in thought, the ground beneath her suddenly swayed, and she felt a little lightheaded. This is bad. Her heart tightened, and her eyes narrowed. The purple star grass was a rare medicinal herb with wide leaves, and its surface was covered with purple spots. This herb had the effect of neutralizing other medicinal herbs, but if used on its own, it would be slightly poisonous, inducing hallucinations and dizziness. Just now, I was so engrossed in the smell that I forgot about this. This was a crucial moment in the forging process. If he were to faint, the cauldron would definitely explode, to be killed by the simultaneous explosion of both an alchemy cauldron and a smithing cauldron. This was probably the only case in the entire Han Empire in the past 10,000 years. He felt depressed, but his eyelids kept sinking. He wanted to open his eyes, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. He was about to fall asleep. Oh no! Xianxia's face darkened. He had thought of many possibilities, but he had never imagined that Luo Qiqi would be so careless as to actually faint from the purple star grass. To think that a 5-star apothecary would be so lax. Actually, Luo Qiqi couldn't be blamed for being unprepared. Putting aside the fact that purple star grass was rare, even if it appeared, it would only be used as a neutralizing medicine. On top of that, he was forging a weapon and forging a pill at the same time. As such, he didn't have time to differentiate between the two and fell into the trap. If Luo Qiqi were to fall unconscious, Xianxia would be unable to forge the pill despite his knowledge in smithing and pill forging. Given the current situation, a cauldron explosion was inevitable. Should he retract the formation and lure the puppet over to blow it up? However, he had no control over the timing and strength of the explosion. If the explosion were to go too far, not only would he die on the spot, he would also be buried several hundred meters underground due to the collapse of the cauldron. More importantly, the puppet possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. While the two cauldrons were quite powerful, it was unlikely that they would be able to inflict any fatal damage on the puppet. Gugugugu, anxious, Xianxia was just about to rush over to wake Luo Qiqi up when the cauldron before him suddenly flared up once more. Violent shockwaves burst forth from the cauldron, and it looked as if it would explode at any moment. The revolving pill forging technique was a technique where the cauldron was on the verge of exploding at any moment. Luo Qiqi's fainting had taken at least 2 breaths. If he didn't add in the medicine now, it would be too late. Even if he knew how to forge pills now, it would be too late for him to rush over to add in the medicine. Continue adding in the scarlet-leafed beard. In a moment of desperation, Xianxia couldn't help but shout once more. At the same time, he infused the impartation of heaven's will into his words. The unconscious Luo Qiqi didn't stop. With a light grab, she picked up the scarlet-leafed beard and threw it into the cauldron. Voila! As soon as the medicinal herbs entered the cauldron, the impending explosion was alleviated once more. Xianxia blinked his eyes blankly for a moment before he nearly leaped up in excitement. Why didn't I think of this when I used the impartation of heaven's will in a moment of desperation? As long as the impartation of heaven's will was in line with the laws of nature, it would be able to induce the other party to follow its instructions. Even though Luo Qiqi was in a semi-conscious state at the moment, it didn't hinder him from executing the impartation of heaven's will, allowing his body to continue forging pills. In fact, if one were to forge pills in such a manner, the effects would be even better. Place the cold emerald rock and glacier rain sword together. Continue using the bamboo painting technique and add in an icing grass. With the first success, Xianxia continued with the impartation of heaven's will. Luo Qiqi was still unable to adapt to the fact that she was multitasking previously. However, under the effects of the impartation of heaven's will, she was able to forge a weapon and forge a pill simultaneously. Her efficiency had more than doubled. Tzz, the cold emerald rock and glacier rain sword were placed together, and with a sizzling sound, they began fusing together. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Take out the sword and use the stacked tempering technique to hammer it 779 times. Hearing the instructions, Luo Qiqi flicked her left hand, and the sword immediately flipped over and landed on a stone platform not too far away. Grabbing the smithing hammer that Wu Yangzi had prepared beforehand, she began hammering on it. Add in the rose flower stock and baoxing juice into the cauldron and increase the intensity of the flame by 30%. Shake the cauldron 7 times with the hand of falling sunshine. Zhang Xian continued instructing. Walala, Luo Qiqi carried out Zhang Xian's instructions strictly without any hesitation. Luo Qiqi had never forged a pill and forged a weapon simultaneously before. Seeing that the cauldron was on the verge of exploding, she couldn't help but feel fearful. If she allowed such thoughts to grow in her mind, it would be difficult for her to forge simultaneously. Who could have thought that consuming the purple star grass and falling into a coma during the forging process would actually increase her efficiency by a significant margin? The more Zhang Xian spoke, the faster Luo Qiqi's movements became. The two of them worked together seamlessly, as if the former was forging the pill herself. Even though the cauldron was on the verge of exploding, it was still hovering at the critical point, maintaining its safety. The glacier rain sword, which was infused with the cold emerald rock and purple star grass, had reverted back to its original form, and it looked even sharper than before. All right, open the cauldron. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian's eyebrows suddenly shot up. Driving his soul depth to its limits, he bellowed. Luo Qiqi grabbed the lid of the cauldron with her right hand, and the dense medicinal energy from before swiftly gathered. The pill was on the verge of forming. Place the glacier rain sword into the cauldron. Zhang Xian instructed. Upon hearing the instructions, the young lady subconsciously tossed the sword into the cauldron. Wang, a sharp buzz reminiscent of the roar of a dragon echoed in the cauldron, and the pleasant sound of the cauldron left one intoxicated. Following which, the sword that Luo Qiqi had just placed into the cauldron flew out from the cauldron once more. It floated in the air, trembling non-stop, as though a bird that had just escaped from its cage, and it let out an excited cry. A cold gleam burst forth from the body of the sword, and it felt as though it could slice through metal and cut through jade. It was so sharp that it felt as though it could pierce through one's eyes. Come here. Zhang Xian waved his hand, and the sword immediately flew into his grasp. Lowering his head to take a look, the glacier rain sword was still the same size as before, and its length hadn't changed much. However, it seemed to have become thinner, and its previously glossy surface was now filled with stars, reminiscent of the inscriptions on the purple star grass. At the same time, it felt as though it harnessed the essence of the stars in the world, giving it a unique charm. With a light flick of Zhang Xian's finger, the sword immediately soared into the air as though a soaring dragon, releasing a pleasant cry. It felt as though it would transform into a massive dragon at any moment, slaying all that was in its path. This is half-saint? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. After cultivating the 6 Heavens Path weapon forging manuals, his eye of discernment had improved significantly. Even without the Library of Heaven's Path, he could tell that the Glacier Rain Sword had already surpassed the bottleneck of Spirit Pinnacle, reaching half-saint. Weapons could be divided into 5 tiers: God, Saint, Spirit, Phantom, and Mortal. Even though half-saint wasn't a true saint, it had already surpassed the bottleneck of Spirit and reached a whole new level. Even a 6-star pinnacle blacksmith like Wu Yangzi would find it difficult to forge a weapon of this tier, unless the weapon had reached the level of a 7-star. In other words, through impartation of Heaven's will in Luo Qiqi's hands, Zhang Xian was able to forge a half-saint artifact. If others were to learn of it, they would surely be shocked to death. Even in Han Yuan Empire, weapons of this tier were extremely rare. Fearsome, with a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian kept the sword and turned to Luo Qiqi. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on the floor with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly having entered some kind of epiphany. Even though she had fainted, the experience of forging a weapon and pill simultaneously through the impartation of Heaven's will remained in her mind, forming a muscle memory. In the future, her comprehension of pill forging and smithing would rise to a higher level. She must have entered a state of thoughts of tranquility when she fainted. This way, her Xinqi circulation and muscle memory will deepen, and the effects she will receive will be even greater than when she received the pointers from the Apothecary Guild. Looking at the other party's expression, Zhang Xian pondered. It seems like impartation of Heaven's will isn't just useful for imparting one's cultivation to one's students, it can also temper one's soul depth. Humans have a tendency to be lazy and fearful of difficulties. If I'm unable to get them to learn through persuasion, I have to force them to do it so that they can form muscle memory and Jinchi circulation. Even if I don't supervise them in the future, they will still be able to cultivate on their own. Coming to a realization, the entire underground chamber suddenly shook, and a unique aura descended from the sky, shrouding Xianxia entirely, the third acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher. Miryu Empire. At this moment, the shattered ground and buildings of the cleansing lake had already been repaired. Even though the spiritual energy in the lake was no longer as concentrated as before, it was gradually recovering, and it was regaining its vitality. By the side, a massive stone tablet was erected. On it were 5 huge words inscribed, spot where Xianxia threw his shoe. The words were as vast as the ocean, and one couldn't help but be enchanted by it. With a single look, one could tell that it was left behind by a 5-star grandmaster painter. Not too far away from the stone tablet was the spot where Xianxia threw his shoe from the fire dragon a few days ago. The purpose of throwing the shoe was to find the intersection point of the energies. The shoe wasn't necessary. That shoe had already been taken away by the Miryu Empire for safekeeping, and in its place was a stabilizing formation flag. With the formation flag, the conflicting spiritual energy would be balanced out, and energy would flow endlessly into the cleansing lake to groom more talents. It could be said that the Miryu Empire had profited from its misfortune. A person who seemed to be a historian was currently recording down the words. Miryu Empire, Heaven-Seeking Year 67, Winter. Conflict of spiritual energy at the Verdant Mountain, Dragon-Scaled River, and Earth Vein destroyed the cleansing lake. In an attempt to destroy the capital, Xianxia stepped on air and resolved the crisis with a single shoe. Just as he was writing, the water in the lake suddenly surged, and the chime of a bell reverberated. 100 birds flew into the sky, obscuring the sun. What happened? I don't know. Upon seeing this sight, the guards in the surroundings were perplexed. Hall Master Wei, what's going on? Emperor Yi Wendian, who hadn't left yet, walked out of his room upon hearing the commotion. He turned to Hall Master Wei Jiang and asked. 100 birds in celebration, 10,000 birds cry. Someone has obtained a celestial occupation. Hall Master Wei was taken aback. He recalled the records in the books. Celestial occupation? You mean, a rank recognized by the heavens? Yi Wendian was taken aback. Celestial occupation meant that even the heavens recognized one's rank and contribution to the occupation. Those who were able to cause such a commotion were all geniuses among geniuses, and their futures were limitless. For such a situation to occur here, didn't it mean that an incredible genius had appeared in the Miryu Empire? Yes. Hall Master Wei nodded his head and said, Celestial occupation is a blessing from the heavens. Don't worry, I'll go back and look into it right now. That's what I should do. Once I find out the truth, I'll have to pay a visit to that genius personally, Yi Wendian quickly replied. All right. Without any hesitation, Hall Master Wei leaped onto the back of the aerial spirit beast and flew toward Mingshi Tang. However, before he could even enter the hall, an elder suddenly rushed over anxiously with a fearful look on his face. Hall Master, bad news. The teacher acknowledgement hall has collapsed, and all of the ancestral tablets have fallen. The teacher acknowledgement hall has collapsed? Pavilion Master Wei was taken aback for a moment before a thought came to his mind. His eyes narrowed, and his body trembled in disbelief. The trembling of the myriad tokens and the chiming of the bell. Could the occupation that has just been acknowledged be Celestial Master Teacher? Celestial Master Teacher was a title that only Emperor Kongshi had received before. Even his direct disciples, Qingxing and Qingzhu, had never received such an honor before. For such a grand occasion to occur in the Miryu Empire, Mingshi Tang. Who in the world could it be? Could it be Xianxia? Suddenly, a figure surfaced in Pavilion Master Wei's mind. If there was anyone who could receive such an honor, it could only be that unfathomable figure, Xianxia, whom even Pavilion Master Mo had to keep quiet about. That elder had descended from the sky, and his imposing aura was deeply ingrained in Pavilion Master Wei's mind. Inform all of the master teachers to not hear of this matter, not ask about it, and not speak of it. Anyone who disobeys this order shall be stripped of their master teacher license. Recalling Pavilion Master Mo's instructions, Pavilion Master Wei hurriedly issued the command. Regardless of whether the other party was Xianxia or not, the matter of a celestial master teacher was a huge matter. No one dared to speak of it, or else they would surely be in deep trouble. Besides, there was only one celestial master teacher, Xianxia. No one could say for sure what would happen to the other party. Thus, they weren't too sure whether the other party was a celestial master teacher or not. Yes. Even though the elder was perplexed, he still nodded his head and left, not daring to ask any further. Myriad Kingdom City. Stretching her back lazily, Zhao Feiwu walked out of her room. After being in seclusion for more than a month, her entire body had stiffened. However, she knew that this was the only way she could catch up to that person's footsteps. Even so, the gap between them would only grow larger and larger. You're done cultivating? Not bad, not bad. You've improved greatly recently. Pavilion Master Kong walked over, took a look, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Before Xianxia left, he had entrusted Zhao Feiwu to him, and without any hesitation, he focused on guiding her. In the past month, the latter had indeed improved greatly. Hong Long, just as Pavilion Master Kong was about to continue speaking, the ground suddenly trembled. The chime of a bell in the direction of Mingshi Tang suddenly sounded. This is Celestial Master Teacher? Another Celestial Master Teacher? Pavilion Master Kong widened his eyes in shock. The other party had just come a while ago, why would he be here again? Since when did the highly anticipated Celestial Master Teacher that no one had managed to achieve become so frequent? Could it be Xianxia? Zhao Feiwu was taken aback as well. Recalling her interactions with the young man, she couldn't help but ask. Xianxia? That's impossible. Xianxia has already gone to the Miryu Empire, which is more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from here. How could it be him? Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. Even if a Celestial Master Teacher was a Celestial Master Teacher, there was a limit to its range. If Xianxia wasn't in Myriad Kingdom City, how could he possibly cause such a huge commotion at Mingshi Tang? I've read in an ancient book that when Xianxia became a Celestial 9 Stars Master Teacher, the entire continent celebrated. Phoenixes and dragons galloped, and the sky lit up for 3 consecutive months. Could it be that the higher the rank of a Celestial Master Teacher, the greater the range of the commotion? Zhao Feiwu analyzed. Even though she wasn't a Master Teacher, she had been reading books since young. On top of that, she had a vast collection of books in the Alliance Master Teacher continent, so her knowledge wasn't inferior to that of Pavilion Master Kong. This Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback. A Celestial 1-Star Master Teacher was different from a 9 Stars Master Teacher. Could it be that this commotion was really caused by that fellow? Xianyuan Kingdom. Dressed in a luxurious robe, Mou sat on the throne. After several months of consolidation, the entire kingdom was already under her control. No one dared to say a word anymore. Especially after the news of Xianxia passing the 4-Star Master Teacher examination and becoming the champion of the Master Teacher tournament, no one dared to say a word anymore. Everyone knew that this Emperor Mou had a close relationship with Xianxia. If anyone dared to oppose her, putting aside the royal family, even Mingshi Tang would surely step in and teach her a lesson. Dang 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 dang, just as they were listening to the reports of the officials, a resounding bell chimed from Mingshi Tang's territory. This Mou stood up, and the other officials also turned their gazes over. All of the master teachers in Xianyuan Kingdom were rushing over to Mingshi Tang's territory. For a moment, all of them were bewildered. The same sight was also occurring in Tianwu Kingdom, Tianxian Kingdom, and so on. It could be said that the same thing was happening in all of the territories under Miryu Empire, Mingshi Tang. Most people had no idea what was going on, and even if they did, they had no idea who was the culprit. At this moment, the culprit, Xianxia, suddenly stood up. Just like the previous time, his cultivation was still at consonant spirit realm pinnacle, but his comprehension of cultivation and battle techniques had deepened. Not only had his fighting prowess increased, his soul and physical body had also become more compatible. Even if I'm still unable to defeat a perfect harmonization realm intermediate stage expert, I should be able to defeat them at primary stage. Sensing the changes in his strength and his comprehension of it, Xianxia chuckled softly. Even though the acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher didn't raise one's cultivation, it allowed one to broaden one's state of mind and sharpen one's perception. One's understanding of things wouldn't be limited to the surface. It was precisely due to his previous two experiences that he was much calmer and more composed than Luo Qiqi when facing the puppets. My soul depth has actually increased by 3.0. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Compared to the previous 2 times, his soul depth had increased by a lot. It had directly risen to 3.0. In other words, his current soul depth had reached 19.1. Which was on par with 6-star master teachers. To possess a soul depth of a 6-star master teacher at the age of 20, this was a frightening feat. Raising one's soul depth by 3.0 was equivalent to raising one's cultivation by a master teacher. Without several decades of hard work, it would be nigh impossible for anyone else to achieve such a feat. With the increase in his soul depth, his impartation of heaven's will and eye of insight had become even more fearsome. Previously, the eye of insight could easily see through existence's 2 small realms above him, but now, it had increased to 3. His current Xianxia cultivation was at consonant spirit realm pinnacle. In other words, even if a cosmos bridge realm advanced stage cultivator were to come over, he would still be able to see through the flaws of his moves without using the library of heaven's path. The impartation of heaven's will was even more fearsome. Even a 6-star low tier or even a middle tier master teacher would be beguiled by it, rendering them unable to tell which direction they were heading. The greatest reward I have gained from the acknowledgement of celestial master teacher isn't my soul depth, impartation of heaven's will, or the eye of insight but thoughts of void. Taking a look at his physical body, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in agitation. The acknowledgement of celestial master teacher had allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of master teachers, but what left him the happiest was that his physical body had gained the ability of thoughts of void as well. Thoughts of void meant that one's physical body would be able to act according to its inertia even without the control of one's soul or will. Just like back at the cleansing lake, if one's soul were to leave one's body, one would be unable to enter it for a short period of time. As a result, one would be unable to move at all, just like a corpse, but things were different now. With this ability of thoughts of void, even if one's soul was no longer in one's body, one's physical body would still be able to continue cultivating and even fight. In other words, even without a soul, one's physical body would still be able to fight autonomously. In fact, through muscle memory, one's reflexes would be even faster than before. If he were to meet that puppet once more, his physical body, soul, and clone would be able to split into 3 parts, thus increasing his fighting prowess by more than 2-fold. That's great. With this ability, not only can I multitask, I can even multitask with no problem. Just as Xianxia was feeling that he had benefited greatly from the acknowledgement of Luo Qiqi, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Teacher. Luo Qiqi walked up and clasped her fist. She was unaware that the other party had completed the acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher while she was in a trance. All she knew was that her comprehension of pill forging and smithing had undergone a qualitative leap. In the past, she could only be considered as talented in smithing, but this time, she was confident that she would be able to defeat even those famous geniuses in the blacksmith school. Not bad. Seeing the glow in her eyes, Xianxia could tell that she must have benefited greatly from it. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction. No matter what, she was his student. As her teacher, it was his honor to see his student improve. Teacher, thank you for your guidance. Luo Qiqi kneeled on the floor and bowed deeply in gratitude. Just as Xianxia was about to help her up, the library of Heaven's Path suddenly jolted, and a golden book appeared. The Book of Heaven's Path, he had wanted to obtain it previously, but he had failed to do so. Who could have thought that it would appear before him now? This is great. With this, he would be able to smash the puppet master into meat paste with just a single book. He didn't have to worry about that anymore. It seems like only the gratitude of imparting my knowledge can grant me this golden page. Xianxia nodded. He had previously held back the puppet master to allow her to escape, and he owed her a huge debt of gratitude. Yet, he was able to obtain it now. It was clear that the other party was grateful to him for imparting his knowledge to her. It seemed like the Book of Heaven's Path could only be granted as a teacher through imparting his knowledge. Get up. Since you have already forged a weapon surpassing spirit high tier, let's see if you can obtain Wu Yangzi's heritage and find a way out. With the Book of Heaven's path in hand, Xianxia's mood improved greatly. He helped the young lady up, flicked his wrist, and placed the glacier rain sword on the forging table before the crimson blaze cauldron. Xianxia, seemingly having verified that the quality of the sword had reached the required standard, the stone table shook, and the whirring of gears sounded once more. Congratulations on forging a weapon surpassing spirit high tier. You are now qualified to be my student. I will impart my life's work to you now. As he spoke, the ground before him shook, and a stone table slowly appeared. To think that there would be a mechanism beneath the ground. There are 3 items on the stone table. Firstly, the summary of my smithing experience, as well as the explanation of my unique zither forging technique. Secondly, my body refining technique, the quintuple incandescence golden body. Thirdly, my experience here and the exit. Even though I'm trapped here and unable to leave, I don't feel any resentment. Instead, I spend my days forging weapons as my companion. I'm so happy that I forget my worries. Unfortunately, my lifespan is limited. I wholeheartedly want to forge a saint artifact, but I can't. I hope that the descendant who inherits my inheritance can fulfill my wish and use the zither refining technique to refine a divine weapon, so as to comfort my soul in heaven. In this way, even if I die, I can die in peace. If you're willing, swear an oath and I'll pass on a piece of information I know to you. This information involves a treasure left behind from ancient times. After obtaining it, it won't be difficult for you to hide your body and break through to the saint realm. The voice continued. Hidden embryo breakthrough? Xianxia and Luo Qiqi exchanged glances, and their breathing hastened. Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, Chrysalis Realm, also known as the Embryonic Embryo Realm, Embryonic Sanctuary Realm, or Golden Core Realm. What it meant was to accumulate one's cultivation and condense an origin core, golden core, within one's body. Once one succeeded, one would be able to break through one's bottleneck and become a saint. Hidden embryo breakthrough was the greatest bottleneck in the spirit realm. Countless cultivators had been stuck at this bottleneck for their entire lives. Take Emperor Yi Wendian and Pavilion Master Wei Jiang for example. They had been at Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan for a very long time, but they were still stuck at Transcendent Mortal Pinnacle, unable to make a breakthrough. If there was something that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the Saint Realm, the value of this treasure would be terrifying. I agree. Luo Qiqi glanced at Xianxia, and after receiving his approval, she walked up to the praying mat to acknowledge him as her teacher and inherit his legacy. Xianxia was only her apothecary teacher. Even though he had imparted his knowledge of smithing to her, he didn't take her in as his disciple. Thus, it wasn't against the rules for her to acknowledge someone else as her teacher. Not to mention, this matter involved the so-called treasure and inheritance. After swearing the oath, the voice in the mechanism continued. Since you've made the oath, I won't hide it from you anymore. Before I was captured, I left the secret of this treasure beneath my old residence, where the 3 stars of the Earth Dragon are. You just have to set up a formation according to the 3 stars and place down 3 formation flags, and the item will jump out. The voice slowly came to an end. 3 stars of the Earth Dragon? Old residence? Xianxia and Luo Qiqi were taken aback, and they nearly fainted on the spot. Are you messing with me? You have already been dead for 2,000 years, who knows where your old residence is? What in the world is a 3 stars of the Earth Dragon? Knowing that this was a message left behind by the mechanism, even if they were to question it, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. The other party said that there was a treasure, but he didn't say anything about it at all. Since Elder Wu Yangzi was captured, he wouldn't dare to leave the treasure behind. Even more so, he wouldn't know who would obtain his inheritance after his death. Thus, it's normal for the message to be vague. Even though Xianxia was perplexed, he could understand the other party's intentions. Since he was captured, it was impossible for him to escape. Thus, if he were to bring the secret of the treasure with him, it would be impossible for him to keep it with him. Just that, where is his old residence? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. I'm not too sure, but Wu Yangzi Laosher lived in the capital of Hongyuan, the city where the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy is located. Luo Qiqi pondered for a moment before saying, if it comes down to it, we can look into it once we return to the academy. It's only 2,000 years, we should be able to find some clues. Xianxia nodded. 2,000 years might be a long period of time for a small kingdom like Tianxian Kingdom, but for a massive empire like Hongyuan, the changes weren't as obvious. Considering the lifespan of Hongyuan Empire's Saint Realm experts, 2,000 years was only 2 or 3 generations away. If they really wanted to find it, it should still be possible. Let's take a look at his heritage. Now that they knew where the treasure was, they wouldn't have to worry about finding it. Thus, Xianxia gestured for Luo Qiqi to take a look. Only then did Luo Qiqi nod and walk toward the stone pedestal. There were 3 items that Wu Yangzi had left behind for his successor. Ignoring the first 2, Xianxia picked up the third one. Naturally, the most important thing was how they were going to leave. Teacher. Luo Qiqi passed the book over. Xianxia took the book, and after flipping through it, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. What's wrong, teacher? Is there no way out of here? Luo Qiqi asked nervously upon seeing Xianxia's expression. It would be terrible if they couldn't leave. There's a way out, but I saw something interesting. This elder Wu Yangzi seems to be different from what I imagined him to be, Xianxia replied with a smile. Different? Luo Qiqi was perplexed. Take a look for yourself. Xianxia passed the book over to Luo Qiqi. Taking the book, the young lady lowered her head to take a look, and a bizarre expression appeared on her face. Knowing that Luo Qiqi would react in such a manner, Xianxia chuckled softly. Wu Yangzi had actually been captured by the otherworldly demonic tribe. In other words, this underground chamber was the nest of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Back then, the otherworldly demonic tribe had ruled over mankind, and it was a glorious era. But now, they could only live in this underground chamber. Naturally, they felt that the outside world was their home. As such, the words Yearning Abode Lodge on the first stone tablet didn't refer to Wu Yangzi but the otherworldly demonic tribe. It was also for this reason that the 3 words carried a unique murderous aura. This underground chamber was built by the otherworldly demonic tribe to hide from the pursuit of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Dozens of their tribesmen were hidden within, and the construction was extremely meticulous. Even if many people were to live in it, it wouldn't be stifling at all. As for why they wanted to capture Wu Yangzi, the reason was simple. The otherworldly demonic tribe had been hiding from Mingshi Tang for several dozen millenniums, and due to their small population, they had begun marrying with each other. As a result, their fertility rate had gradually fallen, and their population was slowly dwindling. Knowing that Wu Yangzi was skilled in smithing and mechanisms, they captured him to temper his body in hopes of extending his lifespan. It was a good idea, but it was extremely difficult to extend one's lifespan through tempering one's body. Putting aside Wu Yangzi, who was only a 6-star blacksmith, even an 8-star or 9-star blacksmith would be incapable of such a feat. Otherwise, this news would surely spread far and wide across the master-teacher continent, and countless people would flock to him. If there was a chance of survival, no one would want to die. After Wu Yangzi was captured, he was locked up in this stone chamber. Even though it looked spacious, it was actually a cage. The only way to escape was through the narrow stone door. As long as there was someone guarding the door, it would be impossible for him to escape. It could be said that Wu Yangzi had lost his freedom. Even if he had a smithing partner to accompany him, he would still find it boring. Thus, forget worries was incomprehensible. However, after learning of what happened later on, it was clear why that fellow gave it such a name. The otherworldly demonic tribe captured Wu Yangzi in order to have him temper his body so as to extend his lifespan. Yet, that fellow sure was vicious. He used all kinds of means to temper his body, making it even more resilient and invulnerable. However, he had also lost his own consciousness, turning them into puppets that only knew how to carry out his orders. In other words, the puppet outside was one of the otherworldly demons who had captured Wu Yangzi, and it ended up being forged into this puppet. Eventually, the other party must have realized that something was amiss. On top of that, Wu Yangzi's lifespan was also nearing its end. As for the weapons that had been circulating outside previously, he was the one who had secretly released them. He had thought that someone would be able to discover them and rescue him, but who could have thought that he would have to wait for 2,000 years? 2,000 years had passed, and other than those who had been forged into puppets, most of the otherworldly demons here had died. This was also the reason why the stone chamber was completely empty when they arrived. Knowing that his lifespan was nearing its end, Wu Yangzi had left behind his heritage and the like. As for the huge fellow outside, it had been guarding the stone chamber to prevent him from leaving. Even at the brink of death, there was no way to get rid of it. This, even now, Luo Qiqi could hardly believe what she had just heard. Wu Yangzi was known throughout Han Yuan Empire for being an upright and forthright person. Who could have thought that he would actually be so treacherous as well? To forge all of the otherworldly demons who had captured him into puppets, he was truly vicious. This was no ordinary vicious. This was destroying the foundation of an otherworldly demon. Forging the otherworldly demons into puppets and setting up commands to make them behave like ordinary humans is indeed difficult to detect within a short period of time. Elder Wu Yangzi probably thought that he was fooling those fellows every single day, and he was filled with so much joy that he forgot about his worries. Xianxia chuckled. As a Grandmaster blacksmith, he knew that mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe were irreconcilable enemies. When they were captured, they were bound to be infuriated. Later on, they were able to kill one or two of them every single day. Anyone in his position would surely be overjoyed. Every single otherworldly demon that had survived since the ancient era, each of them possessing strength comparable to his, ended up being turned into puppets by him. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Return home? Return home, my ass. Look at how happy it is here. Only a fool would be homesick and depressed. At the end of the book, Zhang Xian's words were filled with joy. With a single look, it was clear that the other party was overjoyed. As for how he managed to fool so many otherworldly demons into accepting his tempering willingly and believing themselves to be immortal, it wasn't written in the book, so there was no way to know. However, based on Zhang Xian's deduction, it was likely to be a gradual process. For example, he would first temper an arm. The arm didn't have much of an impact on one's mental fortitude, so naturally, a second person would be drawn in. After that, he would temper the legs, spine, and body. Once everyone's guard was down, he would temper their heads and turn them into puppets. Of course, this was only Zhang Xian's conjecture. Without witnessing it personally, he wouldn't be able to tell for sure. All he knew was that under the passionate efforts of the righteous elder Wu Yangzi, the otherworldly demons who were hoping to extend their lifespans were wiped out. Based on Wu Yangzi Laosher's records, there were at least 20 otherworldly demons in this underground palace, and almost all of them fell for his tricks and turned into puppets. If he were to report this matter to Mingshi Tang, the merit he would earn would be enough to ensure that his clan would prosper for generations to come. Luo Qiqi suddenly recalled something and said, those who had slain the otherworldly demonic tribe had contributed greatly to mankind, and they could head to Mingshi Tang to receive their rewards. The higher the cultivation of the otherworldly demons and the greater the number of otherworldly demons one killed, the greater the reward one would receive. Grandmaster Wu had single-handedly killed more than 20 otherworldly demons of similar cultivation to him. This was more than enough to leave his name in the annals of history, and Mingshi Tang would bless his descendants for generations to come. In fact, as long as he said it, it would be easy for his descendants to become the emperor of the Han Yuan Empire. Well, just report it to Mingshi Tang in detail. As for the reward, it's none of our business. Zhang Xian smiled and said, let's talk after we leave. Luo Qiqi nodded. According to his description, we have to go back the way we came. Although the dragon severing lock can't be opened, there are traps in the surroundings that we can use. In other words, if we want to go back, we have to first get rid of that big guy outside. Zhang Xian. The method to leave was recorded in the book. This was the prison where Wu Yangzi was imprisoned, so it was impossible for there to be an exit. If they wanted to leave, they would have to go through the dragon severing lock. It was clear that this trap couldn't be opened. However, as a master blacksmith, Wu Yangzi had secretly prepared a way out so that he could escape. However, it was a pity that he didn't succeed in the end. Get rid of it? Luo Qiqi couldn't help but worry at the thought of that big fellow. It was simply too fearsome, invulnerable to swords and spears, possessing incredible speed and strength. It was practically flawless. Don't worry, if there weren't any flaws before, there are now. Seemingly seeing through Luo Qiqi's thoughts, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Even though the Library of Heaven's path had pointed out the flaws of the dragon's severing lock, he was still unable to do anything with his strength and means. It was just like how an ant would try to kill a divine dragon. Even though he knew the flaws of the dragon, he couldn't even break its skin, so how could he possibly kill it? He knew that he would die if he were to chop off the other party's head, but the other party's defense and speed were formidable. Even after using his greatest strength and weapon, all he could do was leave a white mark on the other party's body. Naturally, he wasn't a match for the other party, thus, against a true expert, the Library of Heaven's path wouldn't be of much use. This was because the other party's flaws could be even stronger than one's own strength. In the previous battle, Xianxia had used all of his means, but now that the Glacier Rain Sword had reached Half-Saint, he could easily deal with it. "Teacher, you mean to make a move?" Seeing Xianxia pick up the Glacier Rain Sword, Luo Qiqi was taken aback. She only knew that the Glacier Rain Sword was beyond Spirit High tier, but she didn't know its exact tier. Even though her smithing skills had improved significantly, in terms of appraising, she was still far from being able to match up to Xianxia. I will deactivate the formation later on. You will attract its attention from the front, and I will launch a sneak attack from the back. Let's try to kill it in a single strike, Xianxia instructed. All right. Hearing her teacher's instructions, Luo Qiqi nodded without any hesitation. To be able to get her to forge a pill and successfully forge a weapon simultaneously, what else was there that her teacher couldn't do? Xianxia walked up to the Crimson Blaze cauldron and stowed it away. At the same time, he flicked his wrist and took out a bow. The previous one had been destroyed by the otherworldly demon puppet. While this one was similar in appearance, it was of a lower tier. However, there was no other way around it. There was only one long-range spirit weapon, so she could only use this to make up for it. Seeing that Luo Qiqi was ready, Xianxia took in a deep breath and leaped into the air. After searching for a moment, he stopped at a certain location. Driving his Xianqi, he abruptly grabbed downward. Woo! Xianxia picked up formation flags one after another from the ground, and under the illumination of the night illumination pearl, the darkness in the hall gradually disappeared, revealing the silhouette of that huge fellow. Roar! Seeing it, the other party also saw Luo Qiqi, and with a furious roar, it charged toward her. Die! Luo Qiqi's eyebrows shot up. Not daring to stop, she fired a barrage of arrows. Ding 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 ding, due to the lack of prowess, the arrows were unable to stop the other party from advancing. In fact, they didn't even manage to pierce through the other party's skin. Not expecting the prowess of the arrows to be so lacking, Luo Qiqi gritted her teeth and hurled her bow at the other party. Gotcha! With a flick of its palm, the bow was sliced into two. At the same time, the puppet was already right before Luo Qiqi, and its iron fist whistled through the air. If Luo Qiqi were to be struck, she would surely die on the spot. Just as the fist was about to reach her, Luo Qiqi's eyebrows shot up, and she abruptly flicked her wrist. Dang! With a loud reverberation, the Crimson Blaze cauldron which she had kept in her storage ring appeared before the puppet. There was a hole on the cauldron that provided ventilation for the burning of coal. The puppet's fist happened to be stuck in the hole, and it was immobilized. The Crimson Blaze cauldron was an artifact left behind by Wu Yangzi when he was forging his weapon. Since even he was unable to destroy it, the puppet was naturally unable to do so as well. Teacher's method sure is effective. Seeing that it was effective, Luo Qiqi's eyes lit up. She had thought that it would be difficult for her teacher to accomplish what he had told her previously, but who could have thought that she would be able to accomplish it so easily just by following his instructions? She really had no idea how he was able to deduce it. His thought process and experience were truly overpowered when utilized in battle. Voila! Just as Luo Qiqi was deep in thought, a cold glint suddenly flashed before her eyes. The puppet's body swayed, and its head fell off. Unknowingly, her teacher had already appeared behind the other party, and with a single slash, he had severed its head. How sharp! Seeing how the Glacier Rain Sword sliced through the other party's head, Luo Qiqi's eyes widened in shock. Even if she didn't possess Xianxia's eye of discernment, she could tell that a spirit high-tier sword that had been enhanced using a cold emerald stone wasn't as simple as it seemed. In fact, even a spirit pinnacle sword wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Teacher, what tier has the Glacier Rain Sword reached? Luo Qiqi asked. Half-saint. Xianxia had nothing to hide. Half-saint? Luo Qiqi's body swayed weakly. Even a 6-star weapon forging grandmaster might not be able to forge a weapon of this level just like that. Yet, she actually succeeded in doing so while she was unconscious? Alright, keep the items properly. Let's hurry up and leave. Seeing Luo Qiqi's eyes widen in disbelief, Xianxia waved his hands casually. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little perplexed. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy seemed to boast a lot about itself, but why did all of the talented students he had met seem to be so naive? Forging a weapon and tempering a cauldron. After going through such tempering, it was within reason for the Glacier Rain sword to reach half-saint. What was there to be surprised about? Yes. Oblivious to Xianxia's doubts, Luo Qiqi suppressed the shock in her heart and stowed everything into her storage ring. After which, she turned around and passed a book over to Xianxia. Teacher, this is Yangzi Laoshir's physical body cultivation technique, quintuple incandescence golden body, a spirit pinnacle cultivation technique. The reason why she was able to convince Xianxia to follow her was because Yangzi Laoshir had a physical body cultivation technique. Xianxia placed his finger on the book for a moment before retracting it. You have inherited Elder Wu Yangzi's heritage, and this is his unique cultivation technique. I won't be taking it. After all, it is against the rules. Learn it well and try not to let him down. Without a master-disciple relationship, it was rare for a unique cultivation technique to be passed down to another. Otherwise, it would be breaking the rules set by Mingshi Tang, and no one would be able to keep it a secret. This, not expecting the other party to reject her due to the rules, Luo Qiqi's face reddened. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Others would surely want to keep such a valuable physical body cultivation technique for themselves, but her teacher actually rejected it. His character and professional ethics were admirable and touching. Miss Zhang, you will be my role model from now on. I will learn from you, Luo Qiqi made a vow. She was filled with admiration for Miss Zhang, and she vowed to learn from her teacher. At this moment, Xianxia was looking at the quintuple incandescence golden body manual in the Library of Heaven's Path with a bitter expression. 78 flaws? The heck? Is this really a spirit pinnacle physical body cultivation technique? Are you messing with me? How in the world am I supposed to cultivate such a lousy book as a treasure? Laowa has posted a picture of the white-robed lady on his WeChat account. Everyone can take a look. Search for Sweeping the World's Edge on WeChat and follow him to view his history. As soon as his finger came into contact with the quintuple incandescence golden body manual, the Library of Heaven's Path had already compiled its contents. To Xianxia, it didn't matter whether he read it or not. Xianxia had thought that given how high the tier of the book was, it would surely be even more profound. Yet, who could have thought that there would be a total of 78 flaws in it? If only he knew that this lousy item was so trashy, he wouldn't have come all the way here. He would have just returned to Huanyu capital to collect it. As long as there were enough body tempering techniques, the effects would be much better. What a huge loss. His face was gloomy. However, it was too late to say anything now. Shaking his head, he walked up to the puppet and placed it into his storage ring. Although this fellow had been decapitated and turned into a cripple, its entire body had been refined to become indestructible. It was definitely a good item. He wanted to take it back for research and see if he could extract some rare ores from it. After walking out of the hall and into the small stone room, Luo Qiqi took out her longsword. The two of them walked up the stairs and arrived in front of the dragon's severing lock again. Xianxia's finger traced the dragon's severing lock for a long time. Then, according to the location recorded in the book, he gently pressed it. Crack, the sound of a lock spring being activated rang out, followed by the dragon's severing lock shaking. It's done? Luo Qiqi's eyes lit up as she reached out to push the rock. However, her face turned red, but the rock didn't budge at all. Xianxia frowned. As a transcendent mortal 6-dan cosmos bridge realm pinnacle cultivator, Luo Qiqi possessed a strength exceeding 6.2 million ding. It was one thing for her to be unable to open the dragon's severing lock when it was locked, but now that the mechanism was activated, why was it still unable to move? Let me try. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and exerted strength in his arms. Rumble, Xiaoqian's physical body, soul energy, and veritable energy all added together, a strength of over 9 million cauldrons surged out and infused into the dragon-breaking lock. The big guy above him remained motionless, as if it was glued to the top. This. Loosening his grip, Xianxia's head was filled with bewilderment. Could it be that, after 2,000 years, this thing has already broken down? According to the book left behind by Wu Yangzi, as long as the mechanism was triggered, the dragon-severing lock should be able to be opened. Yet. Why was it that even after going through so much effort, the dragon-severing lock was still ineffective? That can't be. If it was really broken, he would really cry. Even a saint would find it hard to break the dragon-severing lock, let alone them. The only way out, could it be, gone just like that? It's written here that even if the dragon-severing lock spring mechanism is activated, it's not something that can be easily pushed aside. It requires pure physical strength to do so. Once Xianxia is involved, the spring will automatically lock itself, Luo Qiqi said as she took out Wu Yangzi's blacksmith heritage and flipped through it. Pure physical strength? Xianxia was stunned. Indeed. The dragon-severing lock is made up of a mechanism and a unique mechanism, so it is extremely sensitive to Xianxia. Since Wu Yangzi Laoshi left such a mechanism behind, he probably didn't want the otherworldly demonic tribe to notice it. The killing intent unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe is similar to that of Xianxia. Once the killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe enters the dragon-severing lock, it will automatically seal itself. Even if the otherworldly demonic tribe knows of the mechanism, they won't be able to open it. Luo Qiqi said. Oh. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Given how Wu Yangzi had plotted the deaths of so many otherworldly demons, it was indeed possible for him to design such a trap. If an otherworldly demon were to obtain his heritage, even if they knew that there was a way out of this dimension, they would still be unable to leave. Let me give it another try. With this thought in mind, Xianxia retracted his Xianqi and soul energy, and with a jolt of his muscles, he pushed the dragon-severing lock forward. Jai. A deep creaking sound echoed from the dragon-severing lock, but it was still unable to open. I don't have enough strength. Let me help you. Luo Qiqi walked over, and the two of them pushed the dragon-severing lock together, only to find that they were unable to open it either. In other words, the combined strength of their physical body was still insufficient to open the dragon-severing lock. However, it was clear that the dragon-severing lock was no longer as immobile as before. In other words, the only thing they lacked was strength. Even though I can't open it, the mechanism isn't locked. Right now. The only thing I can do is to raise my physical strength as soon as possible. Luo Qiqi frowned. In truth, Xianxia could summon his clone and have it work together with his main body to open the dragon-severing lock. However, he didn't want others to know about the mystical properties of his clone yet. If they were to learn of it, not only would the matter regarding Xianxia be exposed, the fact that he was a soul oracle would also be exposed. Raise my physical strength? Teacher means that I should cultivate the quintuple incandescence golden body? Luo Qiqi was taken aback. This could very well be a test from Elder Wu Yangzi. If I can't even cultivate the quintuple incandescence golden body, the Saint-Tier artifact smithing he promised me would be nothing but a lie. Since that's the case, I might as well stay here to accompany him. Xianxia analyzed. It must be said that Elder Wu Yangzi had taken everything into consideration. His meticulousness was truly frightening. To be able to design such an intricate mechanism and fool so many otherworldly demons into committing suicide, the Grandmaster Blacksmith must have taken everything into consideration. Otherwise, there was no way he would have the last laugh. He would have long been killed by the otherworldly demonic tribe. Cultivate now? A conflicted look appeared on Luo Qiqi's face. Cultivating one's physical body isn't something that can be accomplished in a single day. It will require several years of continuous cultivation. Are we going to be trapped here for many years? Just like Xianxia cultivation, physical body cultivation was a cultivation system. Without several years or decades of hard work, it would be nigh impossible for one to make any progress. If they had to cultivate before they could leave, how long would that take? It couldn't be that they were going to die here, right? Other than the quintuple incandescence golden body, Do you have any other physical body cultivation techniques on you? Seeing the frown on Luo Qiqi's forehead, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking. Other physical body cultivation techniques? I do have quite a few of them, but they aren't a particularly high tier, and they aren't particularly powerful either. Luo Qiqi was taken aback for a moment before replying. As a 5-star apothecary and blacksmith, she had high requirements for her physical body as well. As such, she had quite a few physical body cultivation techniques, just that they weren't of high tier, far inferior to the quintuple incandescence golden body. Bring them over for me to take a look. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. It was just a casual question, but he didn't think that she would really have them. All right. Knowing that her teacher must have his reasons for saying such words, Luo Qiqi didn't probe any further. With a flick of her wrist, a pile of books fell onto the stone steps. There were at least several hundred of them. So many. Zhang Xian had thought that the other party would only have a dozen or so books. He didn't think that there would be so many of them. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly picked up the books one by one. Actually, a classmate of mine collected them for me. Back when I was taking the 5-star blacksmith examination, my physical constitution wasn't strong enough, so I collected these books for him. Luo Qiqi said awkwardly. Even someone as unruly as Princess Xu had many suitors. Given Luo Qiqi's beauty, it went without saying that she had no lack of suitors as well. Back when she failed the 5-star blacksmith examination, a senior of the blacksmith school who was pursuing her had collected so many physical body cultivation technique manuals and sent them over. She had been wanting to return them to the other party, but she hadn't found an opportunity to do so. Since her teacher needed them now, she decided to take them out. Not bad. After collecting the several hundred books, Zhang Xian stood up and activated his consciousness. A brand new quintuple incandescence golden body appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path, and he casually flipped it open. It was densely packed with content, but there were only 4 flaws. This is great. Zhang Xian chuckled. It was just a moment ago that he was still feeling stifled by the numerous flaws in the quintuple incandescence golden body. Who could have thought that Luo Qiqi's physical body cultivation technique would be able to patch up those flaws so easily? Even though there were still 4 flaws, he should be able to cultivate it much faster than before. With this, he would be able to raise his physical body to an incomparably powerful state within 2 hours. Let's return to the main hall first. The stone steps were narrow, making it inconvenient for them to cultivate. Thus, the duo returned to the main hall, sat down on the floor, and began cultivating. Understanding her teacher's intentions, Luo Qiqi flipped open the quintuple incandescence golden body. The quintuple incandescence golden body wasn't created by me but obtained from an ancient site. There is a total of 5 levels to it, and they are known as the 5 incandescents. Upon reaching the quintuple incandescence golden body, one's physical body will glow with a 5-colored radiance, granting it unparalleled might. Even I have only reached the level of 3 incandescents. An introduction was written on the first page. After looking through it for a moment, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but be impressed. She had to admit that the person who created this cultivation technique was indeed a genius. She had seen many talented and formidable master teachers in the Master Teacher Academy, and she had heard of many powerful physical body cultivation technique manuals as well. However, none of them seemed to be able to match up to the quintuple incandescence golden body. However, while it was powerful, it was indeed difficult to cultivate it successfully. Putting everything aside, once one reached the 2nd incandescence, one would require all kinds of resources to cultivate it. Even though she had quite a few pills and medicinal herbs on her, they clearly didn't meet the requirements. Forget it, I should just cultivate the 1st incandescence and leave this place first. Thus, Luo Qiqi flipped through the contents of the 1st incandescence. In order to cultivate this quintuple incandescence, one will have to gather all of one's strength. Those who are talented will be able to reach major accomplishment within 2 years, whereas those who are less talented will need at least 10 years. Such a sentence was written on the first line of the book. 2 years? Luo Qiqi's mouth twitched. If she were to be locked up here for 2 years, the entire academy would probably think that she was dead. More importantly, this was on top of the fact that she was talented. If she were to fail in 2 years, wouldn't she be locked up here for 10 years? What nonsense are you thinking about? I should hurry up and cultivate. The sooner I succeed, the sooner I can leave this place. Shaking her head, Luo Qiqi tossed aside the nonsensical thoughts in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she began memorizing the quintuple incandescence golden body. Some time later, just as she was about to finish memorizing the content of the quintuple incandescence, she suddenly saw Xianxia standing up. Let's go. Where? Luo Qiqi was taken aback. She hadn't even started cultivating yet, so why was he in such a hurry? Of course, we're leaving. Don't you want to leave? Xianxia asked. A bizarre expression appeared on Luo Qiqi's face. Of course I want to leave, but didn't we come here to cultivate because we were unable to open the dragon-severing lock? I have just finished reading the quintuple incandescence golden body incandescence, and I haven't had the time to cultivate yet. Xianxia shook his head. It's fine, I'm done cultivating. You're done cultivating? Luo Qiqi was taken aback. What do you mean? While she was still perplexed, the duo had already arrived before the dragon-severing lock. At this moment, Xianxia raised his arm and exerted strength. Wang, a brilliant light shone from his body, and Jia, the dragon-severing lock broke open. Quintuple incandescence golden body. Quintuple incandescence? What is going on? Luo Qiqi's body swayed weakly. She was on the verge of going insane. Didn't you say that you haven't read the book? What the heck is going on? Previously, she had taken the initiative to pass the secret manual to Xianxia, but he said that it was a heritage, so she was too embarrassed to look at it. Just as she was impressed by his character, he actually executed it. Did you read it or not, also? Didn't you say that geniuses would take at least 2 years to master it? How long have you been practicing it? You have just jotted down the content, and you have already mastered it. Furthermore, you did it in such a domineering manner. Teacher, are you Xianxia, or have you revived Wu Yangzi? Luo Qiqi was dumbfounded. She felt as if her entire body had turned unsightly. She felt as if her worldview had been toppled. Let's go. Leaping out of the dragon-severing lock, Xianxia saw the dazed young lady and called out to her. Teacher. Did you use the quintuple incandescence golden body? Walking out of the stone steps, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but ask. You can say so, and not at the same time. Xianxia shook his head in displeasure. Due to the urgency of the matter, I didn't intend to learn it. However, I wouldn't be able to open this dragon-severing lock if I didn't learn it, so I decided to learn it. However, this cultivation technique is rather troublesome to cultivate, so I casually modified it. Even so, there is still a huge flaw in it, so I only managed to cultivate the first dan. He was truly frustrated. Initially, when he saw that there were only 4 flaws in it, he was delighted. However, as soon as he started cultivating it, he realized that he had been duped. The 4 flaws were in the 2nd dan, 3rd dan, 4th dan, and 5th dan. In order to cultivate it, one had to prepare all kinds of precious materials. For example, in order to cultivate the 2nd dan, one had to prepare the earth flame core. In order to cultivate the 3rd dan, one had to prepare the origin heavy water. The Heaven's Path golden body required only Heaven's Path Xianxia, so when did he need to prepare these things? After assimilating hundreds of physical body cultivation technique manuals, he still had to use these materials. This cultivation technique was way too much. It was fortunate that the 1st dan didn't require any other materials. Otherwise, he would have surely died from frustration. While Xianxia was displeased, Luo Qiqi was on the verge of going insane. Casually modified it, and a huge flaw? This is a spirit pinnacle cultivation technique. In fact, it could be even higher than that. I just finished looking at it. Not only did you comprehend it, you even modified it. Not only that, you even practiced it. You even thought that there is a flaw in it. Are you a monster, or are you toying with me? He had seen his fair share of geniuses and heaven-defying experts, but he had never seen anyone as heaven-defying as Xianxia. Luo Qiqi felt her head spinning, and her lips twitched uncontrollably. She felt that this Xianxia was able to do anything that was impossible naturally, as though it was a matter of course. Did they not come out, or have they already left? Just as he was at a loss for words, the young man's voice sounded once more. Raising his head, he saw that Xianxia had already crossed the bridge and was standing before another stone door. A deep frown appeared on his forehead. While Yu Fei, Xing Yuan, and the others had entered this stone door, they had entered the other one. It took them at least 8 hours before they finally came out. They thought that the other party would have already waited for them, but contrary to their expectations, there was only a few night illumination pearls in the stone chamber. There was not a single person in sight. Did they leave or did they not come out? His heart jolted, and he couldn't be bothered to let his imagination run wild. He hurriedly rushed over. Looking around, Luo Qiqi's face turned livid. Most likely, they haven't come out yet. If they did, they would surely come looking for us. The night illumination pearls aren't moved, and there's no trace of them either. This means that, there's a good chance that they are still behind the stone door. Based on her understanding of Yu Fei, as soon as she came out of the underground chamber, she would surely look for them. Given that there wasn't a single trace left behind in the underground chamber, it was likely that Xing Yuan, Yu Fei, Wu Zhen, and Yi Qian were still trapped behind the stone door, unable to leave. Since Luo Qiqi was able to deduce this, naturally, Xianxia, who possessed the Eye of Insight, was able to verify this as well. However, his gaze toward the stone door was filled with doubt. There isn't a dragon severing lock on this door, so why aren't they coming out? There isn't a dragon severing lock? Only then did Luo Qiqi notice that behind the stone door was a flight of stairs that led downward. There wasn't a dragon severing lock on the door. In other words, the door was open. Since that was the case, why weren't they coming out? Teacher Wu Yanzi said that the underground chamber we were in previously was a cell meant to imprison him, and this is where the otherworldly demons reside. He also said that he had turned all of the otherworldly demons into his puppets. Could it be that? Luo Qiqi's face paled. Wu Yanzi had killed so many otherworldly demons, and she had only seen one in the underground chamber. If all of them were here, let's go and take a look. Xianxian's face also warped in astonishment. Even though he didn't have a good impression of Yu Fei and the others, he didn't harbor any ill will toward them either. He couldn't just watch as they were killed by the otherworldly demons. Knowing that her friends and classmates might be in danger, Luo Qiqi didn't dare to hesitate. She hurriedly followed behind Xianxia. Just like before, the stone steps were cold and sinister. Previously, on the stone bridge, it was said that each person could only enter a single door. However, from the looks of it now, with so many otherworldly demon puppets surrounding them, it was unlikely that they would be able to enter a second door. On the other hand, if they didn't obtain the heritage of the previous door, they would also die. On the other hand, if they were to obtain the heritage, they would know that this was the nest of the otherworldly demons, so they wouldn't enter it. Choosing between the two was equivalent to choosing between life and death. Let's hope that they are fine. Holding the glacier rain sword tightly in his hand, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. If he had known that this place was so dangerous, he would have tried his best to dissuade the other party. If the 4 of them were to die in there, he would feel guilty. After walking for a while, just as they were about to enter the underground chamber, Xianxia suddenly stopped and said, "Don't go in. Wait here for me. I'll go in alone." Teacher, Luo Qiqi was taken aback. You are too weak, and you aren't adept at escaping either. If something were to happen to them, it would be useless even if you were to enter. If they are fine, I'll bring them out. Xianxia said. With someone following him, he wouldn't be able to use most of his means. Since that was the case, he might as well let Luo Qiqi go in first. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qiqi gritted her teeth and nodded. Her strength was indeed lacking, especially against those puppets. If she were to enter the underground chamber, she would probably end up in a tough battle just like before. This time, it wasn't just a single puppet, there were many of them. If she were to be trapped, even with the glacier rain sword, a half-saint artifact, it would be difficult for her to escape. After all, the reason why Xianxia was able to kill that fellow was due to the Crimson Blaze cauldron trapping it. Otherwise, in a direct confrontation, the other party wouldn't have given him a chance to kill it. Teacher, you have to be careful. No matter what they do, you have to ensure your own safety first. Luo Qiqi looked at Xianxia worriedly. Don't worry, I know how to fly. Even if I can't defeat them, I can at least escape. Xianxia replied. I'll wait for you outside. Hearing those words, Luo Qiqi recalled the various miraculous feats the other party possessed, and she felt slightly relieved. Nodding, she turned around and walked out, disappearing into the darkness. After her departure, Xianxia didn't enter the underground chamber. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath. With a thought, Xianxia drew his soul out. If there were really 20 otherworldly demon puppets like the one he had encountered previously, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he could fly. After all, this was the underground chamber, not the sky. Height was limited, and it would be impossible for him to dodge all of them at once. Thus, it was best for him to use his soul to survey the terrain and search for Yufei and the others. The soul was an intangible substance, and even the otherworldly demons would find it difficult to detect it. After drawing his soul out of his body, Xianxia immediately flew toward the underground chamber. In the underground chamber, there was the night illumination pearl that Xingyuan and the others had placed there previously. Even though the light was dim, Xianxia was still able to see his surroundings clearly. Taking a look, this underground chamber was much larger than Wu Yanzi's prison, and he couldn't see the end of it. As expected of the residents of countless otherworldly demons, there were all kinds of buildings here. If not for the darkness, he would have thought that he had entered a city. To be able to house the otherworldly demons for several dozen millenniums, it's no wonder, Xianxia nodded. This was a place where the otherworldly demons had lived for several dozen millenniums. Even he would find it hard to believe that the underground chamber was just a straight tube like a prison. Xianxia flew along the light. Since there were night illumination pearls here, they must have been left behind by Yufei and the others. As long as he followed the light, he would be able to find them. There are signs of battle here. After walking for a moment, Xianxia's face darkened. Under the illumination of the night illumination pearls, he could see that several buildings had collapsed, and there were bloodstains on the ground. Clearly, someone had fought here. Eye of Insight. Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight and examined the area. 14 hours ago. It seems like they were the ones who left these behind. The Eye of Insight was the reward for becoming a celestial master teacher. Even though he was only a soul oracle now, he could still use it to see through the traces and see when they were left behind. Through his observation, he could confirm that the traces were left behind 14 hours ago. Most likely, Yufei and the others had encountered something not too long ago, resulting in a battle. Why is there no movement at all? Could it be that they have already been killed? Xianxia was perplexed. Since a battle had occurred, it was likely that they had encountered some kind of danger. If they were still alive, they should still be fighting. But why was there no sound at all? Xianxia's eyes lit up as he continued looking ahead. Immediately, a row of messy footprints appeared on the ground. These footprints weren't too big, so it was clear that they were left behind by humans. It's their footprints. After becoming a celestial master teacher 3 times, Xianxia's Eye of Insight was far more powerful than before, allowing him to easily identify these footprints. Xianxia hurriedly followed behind Yufei, but before he could get too far, he suddenly stopped. Jai. Jai, the sound of footsteps echoed from not too far away. Making use of the light from the night illumination pearls, Xianxia saw a massive puppet walking over with widened strides. This massive fellow wasn't too different from the one he had killed previously. Its entire body was grayish, reminiscent of steel. As Xianxia cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, he didn't have any yin energy in his body. As such, the other party didn't notice him at all. Shortly after he flew past, he saw a few more puppets walking side by side. There are indeed so many of them. Before he could find the other party, he had already seen at least 8 otherworldly demon puppets. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. If even he would be dead before so many of them, it was likely that Yufei, Xingyuan, and the others were in deep trouble. The strength of these puppets was around the same level as the one he had encountered in the prison cell. Their bodies carried immense strength, and from the looks of it, they could even kill a half-saint expert with a single punch. He and Luo Qiqi had nearly lost their lives when they encountered one, and it took them a tremendous amount of effort before they managed to escape. Yet, to face 8 of them at once, With an awful complexion, Xianxia continued heading deeper into the forest. Boom 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 boom. A moment later, a rhythmic tremor suddenly sounded in front of him, causing the ground to tremble. Xianxia frowned. The tremors were extremely rhythmic, and they were powerful as well. It felt as if a battle between experts was taking place. Are they still alive? Xianxian's eyes lit up. Since Wu Yangzi had turned the otherworldly demons into puppets, they couldn't possibly be fighting on their own. The only possibility was that Yu Feier and the others were still alive, and they were currently fighting against the puppets, just that, these were all Saint Realm puppets. How could Yu Feier and the others possibly deal with them? Speeding up, Xianxia headed in the direction of the tremors. Along the way, he saw another 2 or 3 puppets walking side by side in the same direction as before. There are already 17 of them, counting the number of puppets he had encountered along the way. Xianxia's face turned livid. It was fortunate that he hadn't sent his physical body over earlier, or else he would have surely died if he had been surrounded by these puppets. Even though Xianxia had improved tremendously, and he had the Library of Heaven's Path as his trump card, he still knew where his limits were. Against cultivators whom he could easily bluff, he might still be able to incite the other party, but against these puppets, the only thing awaiting him was death. Wait a moment. If Yu Feier and the others aren't dead, why are these puppets walking side by side instead of attacking us? The more puppets he encountered, the more perplexed Xianxia became. Under normal circumstances, if Yu Feier wasn't dead, shouldn't these puppets be attacking them together? Why were they walking back one after another? And in such an orderly manner at that? Perplexed, Xianxia didn't stop moving forward. In order to prevent the puppets from noticing him, he didn't dare to fly too quickly. Roughly 8 minutes later, he was getting closer and closer to the source of the tremors. Along the way, other than the puppets, he also encountered quite a few signs of battle. However, they weren't as large as the previous one, and it seemed like they were fighting while retreating. Currently, no corpses had been found, so it was very likely that no one had died yet. To be able to face so many otherworldly demons without any problems, he was truly formidable. Over there. After circling around a tall building, the voice came from right in front of him. Taking a closer look, he saw a massive square before him. It occupied an area of several dozen mu, and at the very center was an altar. Most likely, it was used by the otherworldly demonic tribe to pay their respects to their ancestors or the heavens. There were all kinds of strange patterns carved on it, making people feel dizzy just by looking at it. Several strange stone statues stood around the altar. They looked like beasts, dragons, tigers, and dogs, making it difficult for people to distinguish them. Waves of dense slaughtered chi gathered from the stone statue, giving off a strange and indescribable feeling. They're not dead. His eyes landed on the center of the altar and lit up. At the very center, there was a barrier of light. 2 puppets were continuously attacking it, and the sounds of battle were coming from there. Within the light barrier, Yu Feier, Xing Yuan, and the others were seated at the very center. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were drenched in fresh blood. It seemed like their injuries were not light. This must be some kind of formidable trump card. Glancing at the light barrier, Xianxia couldn't help but feel impressed. To be able to withstand the attacks of 2 Saint Realm puppets, the resilience of the barrier was unimaginable. It's probably from Yu Feier or Xing Yuan. Given their standing, it's not surprising that they would have such trump cards up their sleeves. Coming to a realization, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As the princess of Hanyuan Empire, Yu Feier was bound to have many treasures on her. Otherwise, no one would have trusted her. Since Xing Yuan dared to woo this princess and spoke so arrogantly, he must be from an influential family as well. If they were to encounter a puppet of this level, he and Luo Qiqi would only be able to escape. While the others might not be able to fight back, they would still be able to survive. However, it seems like this barrier of light won't last much longer. Consoling himself, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up once more. Everything required energy to sustain. Take his dragon scale protective amulet for example. Even though it was powerful enough to withstand a full-powered strike from a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert, it still required energy. Even though the barrier of light around the 4 of them had managed to withstand the relentless attacks of the 2 puppets, it seemed like it would break at any moment. and once it did, it was likely that they would be killed. I have to think of a way to save them. If the barrier of light broke, they would be killed, but if it didn't break, they wouldn't be able to leave. What should they do? Furthermore, what left Xianxia perplexed was that the puppets had all come from this direction. In other words, there should have been quite a few puppets attacking them earlier. Why were there only 2 of them now? If there were so many puppets attacking them simultaneously, the barrier of light would have long collapsed. Unable to make sense of the situation, Xianxia decided to approach the barrier of light. Why is there a corpse inside? Upon closer inspection, Xianxia realized that Yu Fei'er, Xing Yuan, Wu Zhan, and Yi Qian were seated at the center of the barrier of light with their backs facing one another. At the center of them was the body of an elder. Even though the elder's body was intact, he was already dead. His body had dried up, and it was as thin as a twig. Could it be Elder Wu Yangzi? A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. To find the corpse of an elder here. It was likely that this person was the so-called Wu Yangzi. Xianxia had been perplexed when he didn't manage to find any skeletal remains in the underground chamber. But from the looks of it now, the corpse had somehow been discovered by Yu Fei'er and the others, and they had been protecting it all this while. Of course, it was also possible that the corpse had protected them. Whether this barrier of light belonged to Yu Fei'er and the others or to Wu Yangzi, Xianxia couldn't tell. Walking up to the barrier of light, Xianxia took a closer look. Yu Fei'er and the others had worried looks on their faces. 6th Princess, it seems like we really won't be able to leave this place this time. Xing Yuan gasped for breath as he spoke with a ghastly pale face. There was a massive wound on his chest, and even though he had consumed some recovery medicine, fresh blood was still seeping out of it. It was a frightening sight to behold. Indeed, we're probably going to die here. Wu Zhan's complexion darkened as well. They had thought that it would be an easy trial, and all they had to do was confirm whether this was Wu Yangzi's underground chamber or not. Never in their dreams did they expect to encounter so many formidable puppets. If not for the fact that Yu Fei'er possessed many life-saving means as a princess, they would have died several hours ago. It's fine even if we can't leave this place. At the very least, we made the right choice. This is indeed Elder Wu Yangzi's underground chamber, and we even found his corpse. Yu Fei'er harumphed coldly. Even though they couldn't leave this place, they knew that they had made the right choice. Wasn't that Xianxia gleeful? Didn't he want to bet with me? Since Elder Wu Yangzi's corpse is here, it means that we have found the right place. What else do you have to be gleeful about? Indeed. Xing Yuan nodded. Adjusting his posture, he looked at Yu Fei'er expectantly and asked, 6th Princess, now that we are going to die, can you tell me if you have ever liked me? Seeing that the barrier of light was getting thinner and thinner, and it was only a matter of time before it broke, Xing Yuan couldn't hold himself back anymore. He had been courting this lady for a very long time, but the other party had never shown him any kindness. Now that he was going to die at any moment, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. He wanted to know the truth so that he could die in peace. Hearing those words, Yi Qian and Wu Zhan turned their faces away awkwardly. I've told you before that before I become a 6-star master teacher, I won't think about relationships. Not expecting Xing Yuan to ask such a question at this moment, Yu Fei'er hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. She had a headstrong personality, and she had always wanted to make a name for herself in the world. As such, she had never once considered relationships. Even though Xing Yuan had been courting her for a very long time, his heart didn't waver in the slightest. I knew that I wouldn't stand a chance. Hearing the other party's direct words, Xing Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Have you fallen in love with that Xianxia? Xianxia? How could I possibly fall in love with that shameless fellow? He's an extremely despicable man. Recalling the perverted look on that young man's face, Yu Fei'er gritted her teeth furiously. She was a princess, and yet, he actually made her serve as a maid and serve tea. It was one thing if that was all, but when she tried to reason with him, he actually kicked her on her bottom twice. She had seen shameless people, but she had never seen one as shameless as him. If not for the fact that she was no match for him, she would have long charged forward and crushed him to death. Xianxia, who was pacing around the light barrier, intending to find an opportunity to save the crowd, staggered upon hearing the other party's evaluation. I'm such an upright, kind, and honorable person, when did I become a shameless and despicable person? The ancients said that only women and despicable people are difficult to deal with. That was indeed the case. The fiercer you scold him, the more you care about him in your heart. We have known each other since we were young, and it has been more than 20 years since then. Have you ever thought about me so much? When I said that we wouldn't be able to leave this place, what you were thinking about the most wasn't fear but the fact that you won the bet. Hearing her furious roar, not only did Xianxia not cheer up, he shook his head even more. When he said that they wouldn't be able to leave this place, the other party's first reaction wasn't fear but the fact that she had won the bet. She had won against that Xianxia. From this, he knew that despite pursuing her for so many years, his position in the other party's heart couldn't compare to that fellow whom she had just met. Yu Feier was taken aback. Did she really like that fellow? How could that be? All she wanted was to get rid of her identity as a maid and teach that shameless fellow a lesson. Just as she was about to speak up, a faint voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Cough cough, stop flirting here. Hurry up and discuss how we should escape. Hearing that voice, Yu Feier's eyes widened. Xianxia? As soon as she finished shouting, she shook her head, and her face reddened. How can this be? They had already been several kilometers into the underground chamber, and there were so many puppets here. Furthermore, that fellow had entered another underground chamber, so how could he possibly appear here? It must be an illusion. It was just a moment ago that she thought that she wouldn't like that shameless fellow, but the next moment, she heard his voice and thought that he would save them. How embarrassing. I was just casually shouting a few words. None of you heard it. Do you understand? Yu Feier harumphed. Cough cough. Wu Zhan and the others glanced at one another, and eventually, they turned to Yu Feier and said, Your Highness, it seems like we heard someone speaking too. You all heard it too? Yu Feier was taken aback. She hurriedly looked around, but other than the two puppets who were still attacking the barrier of light relentlessly, there was no one else around. I heard it too. Since we heard it, it shouldn't be an illusion, right? Xingyuan nodded. Even though he hated Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel agitated hearing the other party's words. All right, it isn't an illusion. I am Xianxia, and I'm here to save you. I used a secret art to transmit my voice over, and I'm still outside. Seeing that the other party didn't believe his words, Xianxia shook his head helplessly and continued transmitting his voice over. If he were to reveal himself as a soul, not only would he frighten these people, he would also be attacked by the puppets. Thus, he could only transmit his voice over. You're able to transmit your voice over 1,000 li from outside? Xingyuan and the others widened their eyes in shock. Even a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert would find it hard to communicate with one another across several kilometers with such clarity. Could it be that Xianxia already possessed such strength? How do we save them? Do you have any ideas? Knowing that Xianxia had already learned of their situation and was intending to save them, Yu Feier heaved a sigh of relief and asked. Even though that fellow was a hateful person, he did possess some ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make her suffer so many times. I have no choice but to negotiate with you. Xianxia replied telepathically. He really had no other choice. The area they were in wasn't too large, and there were more than 20 Saint Rome puppets in the area. While Xianxia was still able to sneak in and out of the area with his soul, if he were to bring the group out with him, it was likely that they would be surrounded before they could get far. Discuss? If we could, we would have left long ago. Xingyuan said. She had thought that he had some ideas, but it turned out that he knew nothing as well. How about this? Tell me the situation in detail and what you've encountered here so that I can think of a solution. Also, I saw quite a few puppets just now. Under normal circumstances, they should have come to encircle you and kill you in one fell swoop. Why did they all leave, leaving only 2 to attack here? Xianxia voiced out the doubts in his heart. If so many puppets were to attack at the same time, the light barrier would have shattered long ago, and these people would have died long ago. How could they have survived until now? Although the puppets didn't have much intelligence, they could still attack, just like the one that had chased after him before. It wanted to tear him into pieces, so why did it let him go so easily? If he could figure out the reason and make use of it, he might be able to find a way to save the group. As soon as we entered this area, we encountered those otherworldly demon puppets, and we were forced to retreat while fighting them. Yi Qian swiftly recounted the events that had happened. Initially, they were still a little excited when they saw the underground city, but who could have thought that they would encounter otherworldly demon puppets a short distance away? Most likely, this was where Xianxia saw the traces of battle. Here, they were besieged. Saint Realm puppets were no match for them. It was fortunate that Xing Yuan and Princess Yufei had many treasures on them, so they were able to retreat while fleeing. Even so, they still sustained severe injuries. It was only after they found Elder Wu Yangzi's corpse and triggered the mechanism that he had left behind that they were finally able to obtain some form of protection. In other words, this light barrier was left behind by Elder Wu Yangzi to ensure that his corpse wouldn't be destroyed by the otherworldly demons. Just that, 2,000 years later, it would be used to save a group of juniors who were searching for him. However, judging from the state of the light barrier, it seemed like it would shatter at any moment. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Who said that those fellows didn't attack us? Earlier, all 20 puppets were attacking us here, or else the light barrier wouldn't have become so thin. Just that, we have no idea why they left. Hearing Yi Qian's words, Yufei harumphed. It wasn't that those fellows didn't attack them, but that they were unable to break the light barrier, so they left. Who knew when they would return? On the other hand, the moment they left the light barrier, they would lose their protection. They had already used up most of their trump cards, so even if they had reinforcements, it would be difficult for them to escape. You said that they left after attacking us for a while? Xianxia frowned. Logically speaking, as long as those fellows persisted, the light barrier should have been broken by now, and Yufei and the others would have been doomed. Why would so many puppets leave at the crucial moment, leaving only 2 behind? The crowd nodded. When did they leave? Xianxia frowned. Just now, around 10 minutes ago? Yi Qian replied. 10 minutes ago? Luo Qiqi and I had just come out from the underground chamber then. Frowning deeply, Xianxia suddenly thought of something, and his face darkened. Could it be that those fellows knew that he had breached the other underground chamber and were rushing over to save him? Damn it, if that was the case, his physical body would still be sitting on the stone steps at the exit of the underground palace. Once he was discovered, wouldn't he be torn to pieces? Wait here, I'll think of a way. His physical body was naturally more important than anyone else's, so he couldn't afford to lose it. After saying that, he couldn't care less about these people anymore. He turned around and flew back. Hi. Hi. Seeing that Xianxia's voice had disappeared, Yufei anxiously shouted. However, to no avail, she slammed her palms on the ground in fury. What the heck? You said that you would save him, but you disappeared before you could do so. What are you up to? Paying no heed to the other party's complaints, Xianxia moved as swiftly as the wind. In order to prevent the other party from noticing him, he had flown very slowly. However, fearing that something might happen to his physical body, it didn't take long for him to return to the stone steps. No puppets came over. On the stone steps, Xianxia's physical body was still seated motionlessly. There were no signs of it being attacked at all. Could I have guessed wrongly? Xianxia thought that the puppets had rushed over to help him after learning that he had breached the other underground chamber, but that wasn't the case at all. He scratched his head awkwardly. Clone. Who? Xianxia released his clone, and after a moment of contemplation, he took out a storage ring and placed his physical body into it. Since his physical body didn't have a soul and didn't need to breathe, it couldn't be considered as a living being. Thus, he could keep it in his storage ring just like his clone. Xianxia could keep his physical body in his storage ring and have his clone carry it around with him. While his clone wasn't too reliable, the 9 Hearts Lotus wasn't just for show. No matter how formidable those puppets were, it would be difficult for them to kill him. At the very least, Xianxia's physical body would be safe with his clone looking after it. You wait here. I'll head in to see what those puppets are up to so that I can deal with them. After instructing his clone, Xianxia's soul flew into the underground chamber once more. Since those puppets didn't head to the other underground chamber, they must have something up their sleeves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped hunting down Yufei and the others. Since that was the case, he should head over to see what those fellows were up to. After flying for a while, he finally saw the first batch of puppets. By this time, they had already left the main road and were heading toward the corner of the city. What are they going there for? Without the illumination of the night illumination pearls, the corner of the city seemed a little dark. However, the puppets showed no signs of stopping. They continued walking forward, and soon, they vanished into the darkness. Eye of Insight. Activating the Eye of Insight, Xianxia activated the Eye of Insight, and the previously pitch-black area immediately turned transparent. The Eye of Insight was not only capable of seeing through illusions, it was also capable of seeing through darkness. After taking a closer look at the surroundings, Xianxia quickly followed behind the puppets. Soon, the puppets walked out of the city and arrived before a river. This should be the river I saw from above. Taking a look, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. This river should have been a waterway from above, but who could have thought that it would wind its way all the way here? But what were they doing here instead of attacking Yufei and the others? Voila! Just as Xianxia was perplexed, one of the puppets suddenly leaped into the river. Jai. As soon as the puppet entered, the sound of gears whirring echoed in the air. Following which, a circular pedestal slowly rose from the center of the river. The circular pedestal emanated a baleful aura. An overwhelming killing intent gushed forth from it, and Xianxia's body subconsciously sank. It's even capable of attacking souls? Xianxia hurriedly drove the heavens path divine art to recover, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. As a soul, he didn't expect the circular pedestal to nearly cause him to fall. The baleful aura emanating from it was truly fearsome. Compared to it, the living otherworldly demon that Xianxia had found previously was nothing at all. What is it? More and more lines appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Turning his gaze toward the circular pedestal, Xianxia realized that something was amiss. On top of the circular pedestal, there was something the size of a watermelon. It was pulsating non-stop, reminiscent of rumbling thunder. A heart? Xianxia's body swayed weakly. At the very center of the pedestal was a crimson heart. Why would there be a heart here? More importantly, it was still pulsating. Just as Xianxia was perplexed, the first puppet to enter the lake walked up to the circular pedestal and kneeled down. Hoo. As the heart pulsed, the spiritual energy in the lake was extracted and infused into the puppet's body. The lethargic puppet suddenly regained its vigor and regained its mobility. This is replenishing its energy? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Even a cultivator would be drained of energy after using it consecutively, let alone a puppet. This thing had a spirit gathering array inside its body and relied on spirit chi or spirit stones to operate. If it consumed too much of its energy, it would also lose its energy and stop operating. It was no wonder Yufei and the others said that there were more than 20 puppets working together to attack the light barrier, but all of them left after that. It turned out that they had depleted their energy by attacking the light barrier repeatedly, and they had come here to replenish their energy. This underground spirit vein has gathered the spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. It's true that it's able to replenish the puppet's energy quickly, but there's no way it can allow the puppet to recover so easily. There's something strange about this heart. A puppet absorbing energy to maintain its operation was the same as a cultivator recovering after exhausting his energy. It required time to accumulate energy. To be able to completely recover in just a few breaths of time was simply too strange. From the looks of it, it must have something to do with the heart. To think that a heart brimming with killing intent would be placed in the midst of the spiritual energy in the river. The more Xianxia looked at it, the more perplexed he felt. Cold sweat broke out on his back. It was too strange. Gugugugu. While Xianxia was still perplexed over the matter, another otherworldly demon walked up to him. As his heart pulsated, the otherworldly demon regained his strength and vitality. Oh no, Xianxia's heart sank when he saw the puppets recovering their stamina one after another. At this rate, the puppets would be able to recover very quickly. By then, they would be able to attack Yufei and the others, and the latter would surely die. I have to save them before they recover their strength. Then, we have to escape. He clenched his fists. These fellows were all gathered here to recover their strength. This was an opportunity. If they missed it, it would be impossible to save them when they all returned. But, even if so many puppets are gone, there are still 2 left over there. I can't win against them, even if there were only 2 of them in that place, it was still not something that he could contend against. Besides, once he started fighting, it would definitely cause energy fluctuations, and he would probably be surrounded by the other puppets before he could escape. At that time, even if he wanted to escape, he would be powerless. The reason why he was able to kill the previous Crimson Blaze Cauldron was due to Luo Qiqi's cooperation and the help of the Crimson Blaze Cauldron. However, with both Xiao Qi and the Crimson Blaze Cauldron gone, it would be nigh impossible for him to kill 2 Crimson Blaze Cauldron. In the end, his strength was still too low. That's right, we can do this. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do when an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Pondering over the matter, Xianxia's eyes grew brighter and brighter. With a thought, he flew back, and a moment later, he returned. This time, Xianxia didn't head to the altar where Yu Fei'er and the others were. Instead, he found a narrow alley where there were no puppets around. With a thought, his clone appeared before him. When he returned just now, he used his storage ring to bring his avatar over. Following which, Xianxia's mind jolted once more, and a tall corpse appeared before him. It was the one that he had killed in the underground chamber. Soul possession. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia called out in his heart. Hula, Xianxia immediately dived his soul into the puppet lying on the ground. Just like the soulless metal humanoid, these puppets were made from living humans, so it wasn't too difficult to fuse them together. However, due to the overwhelming killing intent in the area, only his Heaven's Path Soul Oracle was able to enter it. If it had been any other Soul Oracle, their souls would have been scattered before they could even get close to Xianxia. Creak, the soul entered the body, and the puppet that was lying on the ground shook a little before struggling to stand up. It works, chuckling softly, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was thinking about how he should save Yu Fei'er, he suddenly recalled that he still had a corpse in his storage ring. Even though this fellow's head had been severed, it should still be possible to fuse with his soul. As long as he possessed the puppet, he should be able to move as usual. Perhaps, he might be able to fool the other party and save Yu Fei'er. The soul possession puppet bent down to grab the head from the ground and placed it on its neck. After getting used to the movement and confirming that it was able to walk properly, it began making its way over to the altar excitedly. However, barely after taking a few steps, pong, it crashed into a beam not too far away, and its head rolled a distance away. Flustered, it hurriedly rushed over to pick up the head and place it back on its neck. It was indeed impossible to tell whether the puppet was real or not. The only flaw was that it was unable to hold its head properly, and it seemed like it would fall off as soon as it walked. I should just support it, seeing how the puppet's head was swaying left and right as it walked, on the verge of being exposed at any moment. Xianxia helplessly stretched out his hand to support it before walking toward the altar. The place where he had been hiding previously wasn't too far away from the altar, so it didn't take long for him to reach it. It's over. Yu Fei'er and the others were still waiting for Xianxia to save them when they suddenly saw a puppet walking over with its head in its hands. Their faces immediately darkened. The consecutive attacks of 2 puppets had already left the barrier of light on the verge of shattering. If another one were to come, it would surely collapse. Just that, there was something a little bizarre about this puppet. Not only was its head tilted to one side, it was even supported by a single hand. It didn't take long for the tilted head to arrive before patting the shoulders of the 2 puppets who were attacking it. The 2 puppets suddenly stopped, and 2 pairs of eyes glared at the puppet. Roar, the tilted head puppet pointed behind it, and Yu Fei'er and the others saw a human figure tiptoeing over under the illumination of the night illumination pearl. It's Xianxia. Upon seeing the appearance of the human figure, the group panicked. They had seen idiots before, but they had never seen such an idiot before. Since you want to save them, shouldn't you at least conceal your tracks? To walk out from the night illumination pearl, aren't you just waiting to be discovered? More importantly, despite being discovered by the tilted head puppet, instead of fleeing, you even walked over with a dazed look on your face. Are you tired of living? You aren't trying to save them but to die. Roar. But before they could finish their thoughts, the 2 puppets also noticed Xianxia, and with a furious roar, one of them stomped on the ground and dashed forward. Facing the attack, Xianxia's face warped in fright. He immediately tried to escape, but the puppet's aura locked onto him made it impossible for him to do so. In the end, he was struck in the head by the puppet. Pung, his face turned into a pancake, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Xianxia, not expecting the other party to have his head burst before he could even reach them, Xingyuan, Wu Zhen, and the others staggered, and they nearly fainted on the spot. It was just a moment ago that you vowed to save them, but as soon as you appeared, you were beaten to death. You aren't here to save them but to court death. Aren't you, quite formidable? I haven't won the bet yet, you can't die. Yu Feier's eyes reddened as she bellowed furiously. What in the world is this? Aren't you pretty good at bullying me? Why did you suddenly cower before the puppet, getting your head burst before you could even withstand a single blow? Can you be any weaker? He thought that by cultivating in the cleansing lake and turning himself into a corpse, he would be able to become smarter. Yet, before he could even save the other party, his head was already burst. While the few of them were filled with sorrow, the puppet who had smashed Xianxia's head with a single punch shook its head and turned around to return to where it had come from. But before it could get far, the tilted head puppet pointed behind him. The puppet frowned and turned around, only to see that the man from before had stood up at some point in time. There was a huge deep-fried pancake hanging from his neck, swaying in the dim light. Although it was trembling, it didn't fall down. Ah? This, Xingyuan, Wu Zhen, and the others, who were still grieving over the matter, widened their eyes in shock. To be able to stand up with such a flattened head. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? He isn't dead? Yu Feier also widened her eyes in shock. Could he have come back to life again? Yu Feier muttered with quivering lips. Back then, this Xianxia had snuck into the cleansing lake when they weren't paying attention. Could it be that he was going to do the same thing this time? Could it be that after his head was crushed, he was going to come back to life once more? It was already baffling enough for him to come back to life once. To think that he would do it twice in a row. Does your family run a corpse shop? Roar. While everyone was feeling lightheaded, the puppet was even more dumbfounded. Gritting its teeth, it turned around and sent a kick toward the other party. With a kick, Xianxia's chest immediately caved in, and he was sent flying once more. From the looks of it, he was no longer alive. Seeing that the other party was almost dead, the puppet nodded in satisfaction. Just as it was about to leave, it saw the tilted head puppet pointing behind it with a look of fright. Turning around hurriedly, Xianxia saw the figure with a deflated chest standing up once more. The figure placed his hands on his waist as though nothing had happened. Yu Feier, Xingyuan, and the others couldn't bring themselves to feel sad anymore. They slapped themselves furiously, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. What the heck was going on? It was one thing for his head to be flattened into a pancake, but to still be able to stand up with his chest reduced to paper. You must be joking with us. Who, not expecting the other party to still be alive after 2 consecutive attacks, the puppet roared furiously. It dashed forward once more and began pummeling the other party. In the first place, Xianxia was already severely injured, so how could he possibly withstand the blows? In an instant, he was beaten beyond recognition. Half of his head was missing, his body had been reduced to a thin sheet, and the bones in his arms and legs had been crushed. Seeing that the other party had been reduced to meat paste, the puppet heaved a sigh of relief. With a satisfied look on its face, it turned around and began walking back. However, before it could get far, it saw the tilted head puppet pointing behind the other party. Yelling in anger, he turned his head abruptly. Sure enough, he saw the figure who had just been trampled to the point where he looked like nothing had stood up again. His arms were placed on his waist, and his eyes seemed to be filled with ridicule as he stared at him. The heck, is that really Xianxia? He's still not dead even after all that? I'm not dreaming, right? Yu Feier, Xingyuan, Wu Zhen, Yi Qian, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The puppet had used so many powerful moves, and every single one of them was lethal. His head had exploded, and while it was said to be a corpse coming back to life, his body had been twisted into a mess. Yet, the other party was still able to stand up. That was probably more than just a corpse coming back to life. Have you ever seen a corpse that has been reduced to this state? Can it still be swindled? End of chapter 678. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.